Chapter 401 Relationship Trouble, What is going on with the realm? You guys are Cao Bao and Xiao Shen? Li Nianfan was slightly surprised. He carefully looked at them. They were the direct cause of Zhao Gongming's death. One could say that they were born to curse Zhao Gongming. During the era of the investiture of the gods, Zhao Gongming had 24 Dingai immortal pearls. He was considered superior to all except saints. At that time, he was being hunted. He passed by Wuyi Mountain and ran into Cao Bao and Xiao Shen, who were playing chess. They were lousy cultivators, but they coincidentally had a deluxe merit treasure that could knock off the items of their enemies. Due to bad luck, Zhao Gongming lost all 24 of his Dingai immortal pearls along with his dragon rope. He was instantly at a disadvantage. Li Nianfan did not expect that the two crucial minor characters in the legendary stories would appear in front of him. Cao Bao and Xiao Shen noticed that Li Nianfan was staring at them. It instantly sent a shiver down their spines. They asked anxiously, "Saint, do you know us?" "I've heard of you. I'm the deluxe merit saint, but I'm just an ordinary man, don't need to be so nervous." Li Nianfan had to laugh. Then, he said, "You guys seem to be working for Zhao Gongming, right?" In the legendary stories, Cao Bao and Xiao Shen were in the investiture of the gods. Interestingly, they became workers of Zhao Gongming. It was supposedly payback for their karma. Xiao Shen was the lord of attracting money. Cao Bao was the lord of collecting treasure. They were responsible for managing finances and the market flow. They mainly managed the finances of the people. They were considered chancellors of the heavenly palace. Xiao Shen said with respect, "You're right, Saint. We work for the Dragon Tiger Profound Altar Lord. Also known as Zhao Gongming." Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Where's the Profound Altar Lord?" Cao Bao replied, "The Profound Altar Lord was the student of a saint back then. He's much more powerful than us. He didn't return after the catastrophe." Li Nianfan nodded. He had questions about the catastrophe. So many experts were dead. Even saints could not escape. Everything became a mess. The catastrophe was much scarier than any big tribulations or disasters. Something was off. Li Nianfan stopped thinking about it. He asked, "Are you guys managing money in the immortal realm?" "Yes, Saint," replied Cao Bao. "It'll be recorded as a sin if they hurt others because of money. Of course, those who give out money could repent for their sins. At the same time, we manage their finances properly, too." Xiao Shen nervously said, "We were looking for some entertainment while working just now. We won't need to pay too much attention unless we have a rare case. Please, forgive us, Saint." "I see. They were watching videos, during work?" Li Nianfan laughed. "All right, no need to be so nervous. I'm not your boss. I was just looking." The gods of finance mainly needed to avoid financial chaos. Money was the source of chaos, and the immortal realm would be in ruins if their money system was messed up. However, it was a relatively easy job. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Do your job properly. Fight for a bonus by the end of the year." Cao Bao and Xiao Shen sighed in relief after Li Nianfan left. They silently wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Is this the powerful aura of a Bigshot? Too scary. We couldn't even breathe. Cao Bao was taken aback. He asked curiously, "Xiao Shen, just now, do you know what the saint meant by bonus?" Xiao Shen carefully thought about it. "Bonus sounds like a promotion, right?" "Promotion?" Cao Bao furrowed his brow. Then, he looked like he realized something. He excitedly asked in a shuddering voice, "For someone like the saint, did he mean deluxe? Deluxe merit as a bonus?" Gasp, it might be. Xiao Shen had wide eyes. He excitedly paced around the palace. "We stabilize the finance of the immortal realm. He most probably meant it. We have to work hard, do our jobs properly so that we can gain some deluxe merit by the end of the year." "Not deluxe merit, the saint said it's called bonus." Yes, bonus. We have to work hard for a bonus." Li Nianfan strolled around after walking out from the palace of the finance gods. He gradually learned about their jobs. The heavenly palace existed mainly to avoid chaos in the three realms. They did not manage everything, but they could if they wanted to. It was up to their moods. Their main responsibility was to help when things go wrong. Once an uncontrollable situation occurred, they would do whatever they needed to do to stop the tragedy. Normally, they worked quite leisurely. Meanwhile, at the palace of Yue Lao, a young lady held a bunch of red yarn in her hands. She stared at it and unknotted it. There were about 10 knots in the bunch. It was a knotty mess. Her eyes were bloodshot. She looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Dead and not, and dead and not again. What's going on? She pouted like she wanted to cry but no tears came out. She sighed and said, "What did the world go through after all these years? When did relationships become so complicated? I'm begging you all to put me back in the seal." She tried to detangle the knots for a while but she ended up turning it into a knotted ball. He loves her, she loves him, he loves her and her. Arg, just let me die. The young lady threw the knotted ball. She was completely done with it. She turned and looked at the old man sitting by the door. The old man had very thin white hair. He was almost bald. He wore a red robe. He scratched his head while he frowned at a book in his hand. He looked troubled. "Master." The young lady pitifully looked at the old man. She said in a tragic voice, "I failed." The old man turned his head and looked at the knotted ball. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then, he lifted his hand and dropped a pair of small golden scissors in front of the young lady. "It can't be saved, just cut it." The young lady excitedly picked up the scissors and cut away. She instantly felt great. However, before she could sigh in relief, two clay people with complicated relationships flew out. A red string quickly bound them together. Found true love so soon after cutting off all the complicated relationships? The young lady was intrigued. However, she stared at the two clay people with fright. She covered her mouth with her hand. She composed herself and picked up one of the clay people. She touched the pimples of the clay person. Then, she picked up the other clay person and touched it. Also pimples. "These two, they both have pimples." The young lady covered her mouth and stared at them in disbelief. It was a complicated fright, but she was also, kind of excited. It has changed. The world has changed. Her voice shuddered. She seemed to be excited. "Master, what do I do in a situation like this?" "Duh, cut it." "Cut? Cut where?" "The string. Where else?" "Oh." The young lady seemed disappointed. The elder scratched his head and suddenly realized that a couple of strands of hair fell off. He instantly teared up. He angrily said, "Quickly cut it. Come with me to the underworld after you're done." The young lady was puzzled. "Master, why are we going to the underworld?" "To talk to Oxhead and Horseface. This is bullying. They're trying to make me bald on purpose," he said while running towards the door. However, he stopped in his tracks when he collided with Li Nianfan. "Saint. Lord Saint." The elder widened his eyes in horror. Then, he quickly saluted and said, "Greetings from Yue Lao to the Lord Saint." Xiao Luo also bowed and greeted, "Greetings from Xiao Luo to the Lord Saint." Li Nianfan saluted back. He smiled and asked, "Yue Lao, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Sigh. "Lord Saint, you came at the right time. You be the judge. Is the underworld treating us unfairly?" Yue Lao was full of complaints. He was resentful. He passed the book over to Li Nianfan and ranted, "Relationship troubles aren't that easy to create. They simply wrote relationship troubles and passed it off to me. What can I do?" Li Nianfan opened the book and saw a row of words, "Relationship troubles. Every trouble they face will be harsh and brutal. An unsuccessful relationship, as if fate keeps stopping them. However, happy ending. Huh? Why does it look familiar? Is this Yun Yi and Ji's? Look at this," said Yue Lao in agony. He said angrily, "It was fated to be an unsuccessful relationship but it needs a happy ending. Isn't that contradictory? Most importantly, I have to prepare relationship troubles that will last for 9 lives. I can't think of any without balding out." Excuse me," groaned Li Nianfan for a moment. He said apologetically, "If I'm not mistaken, these two are my friends. I let the underworld help them." Yue Lao instantly froze in place. He was dumbfounded. He did not move. He was inhaling through his mouth. His teeth hurt and his heart went cold. He was mind-blown. "What did I say? What am I doing? Am I going to die?" "That." Yue Lao sobbed and almost burst out crying. He said in a shivering voice, "I suddenly feel like this sentence was so well written. As Yue Lao, I've always been searching for a challenge like this. Creating relationship troubles is my specialty. Such a challenging project. Interesting, so interesting. I'm already excited, I'll put my mind to it. Don't worry, Saint, I got this." Li Nianfan had to laugh. "Yue Lao, you don't need to be like that. I won't force you or trouble you." "Force me or trouble me?" Yue Lao felt his lips tremble. He shuddered and hurriedly said, "Not at all. It's no trouble at all. I'm too happy and genuinely willing to do this. Li Nianfan said, Yue Lao, about the relationship troubles, I have some ideas. You can use it as a reference. Yue Lao replied without thinking, feel free to say it, Saint. I'll listen attentively. Master, let's invite the Lord Saint to sit down inside first. Xiao Luo quietly reminded him on the side. She sneakily glanced at Li Nianfan. He always had a friendly smile. She wondered why her master was so afraid of him. He was so handsome. Yes, of course. What am I thinking? Yue Lao kept nodding in realization. Lord Saint, please, after you. Sorry for the intrusion, then. Li Nianfan walked into the Yue Lao palace. He glanced at the clay people and the red strings. He had an idea but he temporarily held it in. Xiaoluo jogged over to make some tea for Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan said, Yue Lao. Creating relationship troubles takes skill. I have a few short stories about troubling love, hope it helps you. Yue Lao said genuinely, please, teach me, Lord Saint. His hair was barely holding on. My first story, Butterfly Lovers. Li Nianfan immediately retold the popular love stories from his past realm. Butterfly Lovers, Legend of the White Snake, and Romance of the Western Chamber. They were all short stories. It was not complicated but the romance was spot on. Xiao Luo did not stop crying from the beginning to the end of the story. She kept sobbing. As for Yue Lao, he did not stop smiling. He even picked up a brush in his hand. He was taking notes. He said excitedly, awesome. These stories are awesome. Xiao Luo, don't just cry, take notes. Hurry up and take notes. These are precious materials. We can use it in the future to inspire others in romance. Li Nianfan felt his heart drop. He suddenly felt weird. In the future, will these tragically beautiful love stories be passed down for generations because of me? Lord Saint, you're truly talented. Each of these stories is deeply touching. They'll be household stories. You've helped me a lot. Yue Lao was not trying to kiss up to him. He was genuinely impressed and thankful. Their jobs would be so much easier with the story templates. The experts too amazing. Even the love stories are so impactful. So legendary. Is there anything in the realm that he could not do? Li Nianfan smiled and replied, I'll let you handle my friends, Yue Lao. Yue Lao went serious. He immediately promised, don't worry, Lord Saint. I've got this. I'll personally help them have a great experience. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the battle. Li Nianfan did not stroll around. He naturally followed along to check out how the soldiers fought the demons. There were 3,000 soldiers at the southern sky gate that day. Some cultivators were not even immortals yet. They had to fill in for the number of soldiers. However, 3 days was not enough to gather 3,000 people. So, the Jade Emperor once again taught Li Nianfan something new. Almost 2,000 soldiers were actually clones of the Jade Emperor. It was very shameless. The leader, Taoist Aiwa, was already the clone of the Jade Emperor. Most of the army was also made from the Jade Emperor. The battle was basically a solo battle of the Jade Emperor. He tried so hard to keep the reputation of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 402 Heavenly Palace Army, Reckless Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor stood on the southern sky gate and looked at everyone standing below him. He looked pleased. You're the elites of the Heavenly Palace. The most important battle force of the Heavenly Palace. We must win this battle, and we have to win with pride. Make this a successful battle, show them what we've got. Can we do that? Yes, we can. Win. 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 3,000 soldiers chanted at the same time. The 2,000 lousier soldiers yelled loudly. However, no matter the circumstances, the vibe was achieved. Good. Depart. The Jade Emperor ordered. The 3,000 soldiers instantly hopped onto clouds and headed to the immortal realm. They looked powerful and united. Li Nianfan stood at the front lines. He felt emotional. He used to watch Journey to the West. 10,000 soldiers headed towards Huaguo Hill, and he was always fascinated with that majestic sight. He did not expect to lead soldiers to kill demons. Although 3,000 soldiers were far from 10,000 soldiers, it still felt awesome. They did not head straight towards the Western Sea. They went to the Eastern Sea instead to meet up with Ao Chang. At the Eastern Sea, Ao Chang and his Eastern Sea army waited at the sea's surface. The Eastern Sea was more calm than usual. However, if anyone came to snorkel, they would realize that underneath the calm sea was an army ready for battle. They looked serious. Ao Cheng stood on the surface and looked at the huge cloud that landed from the sky. He was happy that the heavenly palace was reliable. They sent a lot of soldiers for backup. He instantly levitated and saluted, "I'm Dragon Ao Cheng. Greetings to the generals." "Ha, brother Ao, we're colleagues now," someone said and laughed loudly. Xiao Changfeng could not wait to reveal himself. He stepped on a flying sword and flew in front of Ao Cheng. He circled him as he said, "Check it out, how's my outfit?" He wore silver armor with a long sword on his back. He also had a helmet on. He went from a Bohemian sword cultivator to a general. Ao Cheng was surprised. Then, he laughed and asked, "You also joined the heavenly palace, brother Xiao?" Xiao Changfeng gave him a smirk and said, "Of course. I'm now the northern heavenly lord. Cultivator Liu Yun, too. He guards the western sky gate." Liu Yun was standing beside Li Nianfan. He saluted from the cloud, "Brother Ao." He noticed that amongst the soldiers, Payan, Gu Yuan, and the Gu sibling had ordinary yellow armor. They were looking enviously at them. They were not even golden immortals, so they could only be guards. They had to train themselves properly. They had friends to look after them at the heavenly palace, so they would be fine. As for their future at the heavenly palace, the expert was on their side. How would the heavenly palace not be successful? They thought about how glorious the heavenly palace once was. If the expert successfully rebuilds it, they would be the originators of the heavenly palace. It would be foolish not to join the heavenly palace. Since you all knew each other, this will be much easier. Lord Taoist Taiwan nodded and asked Ao Cheng, "How many Eastern Sea soldiers do you have?" Ao Cheng finally noticed the leader of the battle. He furrowed his brow, thought about it, and realized, he had no idea who he was. "What do you mean it'll be much easier? We know each other but we don't know you." However, he still answered, "We have 2,000 crustacean soldiers in total and 3,000 soldiers of other sea species. They're the best we've got in the Eastern Sea." Ripples started to form on the calm surface of the water. The sea soldiers appeared with every ripple. They were all holding weapons in their hands. They glistened and looked delicious. "Very good. You still have an army in the Absolute Era. The sea race is indeed huge." Lord Taoist Taiwan nodded with satisfaction. The army of the Heavenly Palace combined with the army of the sea race amounted to about 10,000 soldiers in total. The battle to settle the Western Sea problem was the biggest battle in the Absolute Era. It would show them the power of the Heavenly Palace. He pulled out the sun sword and yelled, "Orders to every soldier, follow me. Go." Splash. Every sea soldier started to leap into the sea as if they were surfing. They sprinted towards the Western Sea. Those who could ride on clouds followed. They headed towards the Western Sea with tenacity. They did not stop at all. Li Nianfan stood on a cloud and looked at the sea underneath him. They were getting close to the Western Sea. Something felt off to him. He looked around. Ao Cheng and Liu Yun looked like they knew something was off, too. Only two people looked excited. One of them was Taoist Taiwan, also known as the Jade Emperor. Maybe he held it in for too long, but he seemed like he was ready to fight, like he could not wait to battle. The other one was Xiao Changfeng. He already had his long sword out. He picked up a rag from somewhere and was using it to wipe his sword. He was probably thinking about how he should make an entrance and what pretentious lines he could say for maximum awesome effect. Taoist Taiwan. Juling Shen finally snapped. He stepped out and said, "If you have a strategy, please, share it with us. Let us know what we should expect." "Strategy? What strategy?" Taoist Taiwan paused. Then, he said, "We're only battling a sea demon, why do we need a strategy? We'll just win the battle to show them the power of the Heavenly Palace." "Just like that?" Li Nianfan had to look around. He was trying to find a good escape route. He was worried that he would be involved in the battle if he was not careful. This Jade Emperor is so reckless, too reckless. That's inappropriate. Juling Shen walked out. As a general, how can you not have a strategy? Back then, he took part in battles with King Toda. He learned battle strategies under his influence. It was obviously an unwise choice to go into battle without a strategy. Why is it inappropriate? It's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Li Nianfan felt speechless watching them repeat themselves. It was clear that Juling Shen knew it was inappropriate but could not explain. He objected purely because he was displeased with Lord Taoist Taiwan. If Juling Shen were to lead the army, he would not go into battle without a strategy, but it would just be those dumb little strategies. The Heavenly Palace lacked soldiers, but they also lacked generals who could lead. Li Nianfan decided to be the temporary army advisor. He said, "Taoist Taiwa, I have something to say." Lord Taoist Taiwa and Juling Shen stopped arguing. His annoyed facial expression quickly went away as he said with friendliness, "Feel free to say anything, Saint." Li Nianfan said, "Our goal for this battle is to deal with the Western Sea problem in the shortest time and at the lowest cost so that we can show them what the Heavenly Palace is made of. It'll let our other enemies be afraid so they wouldn't dare to cause havoc." Lord Taoist Taiwa was instantly convinced. "So true, Saint. But what should we do? Brother Rao has grudges against our Western Sea problem. We can send Brother Rao out first. Let him announce that he's there to avenge his brother. Hence, the eel demon wouldn't be too alarmed, and he'd be lured out. I call this the luring strategy. Then, we'll ambush him and easily kill him in one strike." Li Nianfan paused for a moment before he continued, "Meanwhile, we can also split the army in three. The first group will back up Ao Chang. Once the eel demon notices that it made a careless mistake, it'll probably call for soldiers for backup. By then, our second group that stayed hidden will attack. We'll be able to strike them again when they least expect it. As for the third round, they could attack their lair, or use them to clean up what's left." Nice, nice. Everyone was astounded. They initially felt insecure heading into battle without a strategy. They instantly felt better and felt like they would surely win. "Saint, your advice is going to help us so much. Brilliant, it's truly brilliant," complimented Lord Taoist Taiwa genuinely. He could not wait to say, "I'll give the orders this instant." Juling Shen waited until Lord Taoist Taiwa left. He instantly scoffed, "I knew that this fresh face was unreliable. How did he become the general without knowing any strategies?" Ao Cheng asked curiously, "General Juling, who is he?" "Just a new guy." Juling Shen immediately told him everything. He also added a few exaggerated details to show how wrong he was treated so he would gain some sympathy. Yi Liyun nodded and said, "I think the emperor was too desperate for decent recruits. The general should be you, Juling Shen." "Thanks for understanding, General Yi." Juling Shen scoffed, "His actions today showed everything. I'm going to sabotage him in front of the Jade Emperor." "Humph. All right, count me in." Everyone immediately hit it off. They were going to sabotage Lord Taoist Taiwa. Juling Shen looked at Li Nianfan and asked in a bootlicking way, "Saint, what do you think?" Li Nianfan remained expressionless. He said calmly, "Me? I'll just stand by and watch." Chapter 403 Battle of the Western Sea, Fight for Being the Lord Dog. Soon, everyone got a hold of the plan. Of course, they mainly relied on Li Nianfan, everyone else only needed to nod and be astounded. The first step of the plan was for Ao Chang to instigate the Black Eel lair of the Western Sea with 100 sea soldiers. The insolent lines were taught by Xiao Changfeng. He did a great job of making the enemies hate them. An angry roar and maniacal laughter could immediately be heard from the Western Sea. The eel demon with a steel trident in hand rushed out. He looked like he was ready to kill someone as he sprinted toward Ao Chang. The person was in human form but he was covered with black snakeskin. He also had a long tail behind him. It was hairless like a snake's tail. A bunch of sea demons followed him and fought the army that came with Ao Chang. Ao Chang had the purple golden hammer in hand. Electric current flashed every time he waved it around. The electric current followed the water's current and destroyed the sea demons in groups. However, the eel demon with the trident was unaffected. He seemed to be immune to electric attacks. He fought back and forth with Ao Chang. Ao Chang was able to kill a lot of sea demons with the power of the purple golden hammer. It finally pissed the eel demon off. He called for backup. Ao Chang acted like he was defeated. He yelled, "The enemy's too powerful. Retreat. I'll be back." Then, he retreated with his army. The eel demon chased after him with more confidence. "Dragon, where will you run? I let a dragon escape the last time and it was a shame. This time, I won't let you escape. We'll taste your dragon meat, ha ha. You came here for vengeance? You shouldn't even have come here in the first place. You won't escape. Soldiers of the second round. Follow me, attack." The eel demon was too pleased with himself. A bunch of soldiers suddenly ran out from the side. Lord Taoist Taiwa was leading them. He seemed to be very excited as he charged toward the eel demon while holding the sun sword. Lord Taoist Taiwa was surrounded by golden sun flares. He looked like a person on fire. He was blinding. The eel demon was more of an idiot. He did not expect there would be an ambush at all. He was stumped at the moment. However, He was not going to just sit there and do nothing. He saw that Lord Taoist Taiwa was going to attack him with a sword. He hurriedly raised his steel trident and fought him. Clang. As expected, the steel trident broke. The Sun Sword was an intermediate heavenly spiritual treasure. It was also improved with deluxe merit. It was very powerful. A small steel trident was not able to stop it. The eel demon was so shocked that he became a reaction meme. He backed off horridly. I'm a Daluo golden immortal with a deluxe merit treasure. How dare you ambush me? That's so inhumane. The eel demon had a mental breakdown. His hair stood on end as he ran and screamed, "Save me, my king. Demon, I'll kill you." The Jade Emperor. No, wait, Lord Taoist Taiwa was having fun. He did not allow the eel demon to escape. He stepped out and moved wonderfully to keep the eel demon by his side. The sun flares surrounded him like a fire dragon, circling the sun sword as he attacked. Fume. The eel demon was killed. Fire rose and instantly burned him into nothing. The Jade Emperor felt good with the sun sword in his hand. He said goodbye to the boring days of being sealed. His life finally started to become interesting again. He shouted with excitement, "You daring demons, I'll defeat you all today." Li Nianfen and Dragon stood on the other side of the sea to watch the show. They were inside a huge water ball shield cast by Dragon. It did not affect their viewing pleasure and it was a great defense. Compared to the steady Dragon, Nanan could not wait to get her battle on. She joined the soldiers and attacked. The sudden appearance of Lord Taoist Taiwa was not only unexpected to the eel demon, but it was also unexpected to Li Nianfen. What's going on? Isn't this fella supposed to be in the third round? He couldn't wait and change the plan? He was supposed to be the termination soldier, why did he reveal himself? However, it surprisingly worked well. He instantly killed a powerful eel demon. That was a pleasant surprise. How dare you? Do you really underestimate the Blackie eels? Just when Lord Taoist Taiwa was going in for the kill, an angry roar could be heard from the bottom of the sea. Then, a black dagger suddenly shot out from the water's surface. It flew toward Lord Taoist Taiwa. Something came out from the sea but the situation was calm like nothing happened. The black dagger was extremely fast and silent. It was as if it merged with its surroundings, hard to detect but, extremely powerful. Lord Taoist Taiwa calmly cast a spell. The sun sword flew out along with the sun flares. It clashed with the black dagger. A 3-foot-long sword and a short black dagger fought mid-air like they were alive. Every clash they made caused explosions in the sea. Seawater kept splashing, and the people nearby kept being blown away. The two spiritual treasures fought in the air. They started to leave the battlefield. Then, a huge black eel came out from the sea along with a loud noise. The giant eel head straightened up and glared at everyone. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out black water that drowned everyone. Lord Taoist Taiwa cast another spell. Sun flares were dancing on his palms. Then, he raised his hands and formed a sea of fire. It clashed with the endless black water. Sizzle. The black water clashing with the sun flares formed a distinct contrast. The battlefield was transformed into something new. Suddenly, the scene became visually impactful. No words were needed to describe how powerful it was. Scary, terrifying. Li Nianfen looked at it without blinking. As an outsider, a lot was going on the battlefield. Endless black water and sun flares covered the area, various sea demons fought with the soldiers and the seafood soldiers, and spells were constantly being cast. It was too majestic. A large area was affected. He could only say that immortals were unimaginably powerful. Dragon, let's back up more. The duration of the battle was not long. However, there were countless dead bodies on the surface of the sea. There were also a lot of golden beans. It was very awkward. All those soldiers were made from beans? You evil eel that conquered the western sea, I'm the northern heavenly lord. Today, I shall defeat you. What are you waiting for? Why don't you come here and surrender? Xiao Changfeng and Liu Yun advanced with the third group of soldiers. They caused commotions and attacked from both sides. The giant eel circled Lord Taoist Taiwa and laughed coldly. This is the army of the heavenly palace? It's not nearly enough. A huge amount of figures came out as the eel said that. However, the figures were not sea demons, but instead, they were all sorts of demons from the land. For some reason, they were hiding in the western sea and working with the evil eel. Lord Taoist Taiwa did not look happy at all. He did not expect them to have an ambush, too. He realized that battle strategies were indeed important. However, Something was clearly off. "For the glory of the demons, minions, follow me and kill them," roared a Tiger King with a golden tiger head. He sprinted towards Xiao Chengfeng at that moment. The demons were powerful. The battle instantly became intense. Spells and weapons were flying around everywhere as lights flashed in the sky. Meanwhile, at the above immortal realm, a black Pekingese dog leisurely strolled around while scrunching its nose. The confused little black eyes were concealed underneath its hair. "What's going on? Why do I smell so many dog demons around here? Perhaps it's because I haven't been out for many years? Did the dogs of the world gather together as a family?" The Pekingese dog was confused and curious. It started to walk toward the source of the smell. Soon, it arrived at the bottom of a mountain. The place was full of dog figures of various kinds. Some were in full dog form, some were half dog half human. A few of them were in full human form. The Pekingese sensed that some of them were at the peak of being true immortals. There was a table at the bottom of the mountain. A yellow dog demon sat at the table with papers and brushes. He was recording the check-ins of the dog demons. Awesome! The dog demons really gathered here. The Pekingese dog looked pleased. It thought to itself, if that's the case, I shall be their leader. The dog demons will be powerful under the leadership of me and my master. We can finally be as powerful as the phoenixes. The dogs will rise. It stepped forward and slowly walked over. A new face. You must be new here, right? The yellow dog demon inspected the Pekingese dog and asked, "Name and cultivation?" The Pekingese dog replied, "Deified dog." The yellow dog demon looked at the deified dog and pouted, "This name's taken. Please, use another." Deified dog was puzzled. "Taken? There's another dog called deified dog?" "A lot. You're the 56th deified dog. You can be called deified dog 57. The yellow dog demon was very familiar with how things worked. It suggested, "You must have taken the name from the stories, right? There's no need to do that. Like, our Lord Dog's name is Blackie. It's ordinary but it's 100 times better than the deified dog. Blackie's like a dragon or a phoenix amongst us dogs." "Lord Dog? 100 times better than the deified dog?" The deified dog did not look happy. A hint of danger emitted from its aura as it glared and shouted, "What a bunch of nonsense! Bring me to meet this so-called Lord Dog." The dog demons could sense the dangerous aura of the deified dog. They jumped and looked fearful. The yellow dog demon also went silent. It quietly brought the deified dog toward the mountain. Blackie was laying on a giant rock on top of the mountain. It grinned with its eyes closed. A female dog servant fanned Blackie on the side. On the other side, a servant fed Blackie spiritual fruits. Another dog demon laid at the side to massage Blackie's legs. Sigh. Since the master doesn't want me anymore, I can only numb myself by living sinfully. I'm actually not happy at all. My happiest days were when I was an ordinary dog, being next to the master. Suddenly, the deified dog slowly walked over from the bottom of the mountain. It looked at Blackie with rage and contempt. Luxurious, rotten, and sinful. The debauchery of dogs. This is the Lord Dog that would lead the dog demons? I shall be the one to replace him. It energetically asked, "Are you the Lord Dog of this place?" Blackie yawned. It opened its sleepy eyes and glanced at deified dog. Then, it shut its eyes without caring. "New dog? You could probably be my massager. You should guard the door over there first." Deified dog frowned. His tail straightened up from rage. It gritted its teeth and said arrogantly, "Lord Dog, the capable shall replace the weak. Since I'm here, you should back down and retire." Chapter 404 Western Sea Bait, The Plan of Group Destruction. The nearby dog demons felt their faces sink. They slowly surrounded the deified dog and growled, "Where did this dog demon come from? How dare you act recklessly in front of Lord Dog?" The dog demon who was massaging Blackie hurriedly signaled, "Drag him away. Don't let him upset Lord Dog." "Humph, how ignorant." The deified dog looked disappointed. It said slowly, "I thought the dogs gathered to become powerful again. Who knew you all lived like degenerates? You only gathered here to play, and you have a degenerate for a Lord Dog. It's clearly not a good dog but you're all blindly protecting it. How stupid." The deified dog sounded hurt. It leapt to the air and levitated. It looked directly at Blackie, feeling bossy and proud. "It seems like I have to reveal myself. I'm the true deified dog under the saintly god Jiro. I'm the first dog immortal in the realm and I'm a Taiyi golden immortal. I may not be the best cultivator in the realm, but no dog can compare to me. Hurry up and kneel to your new lord dog, it said while flying high up in the air. It stood at the highest point to become the center of attention. It looked down on the dog crowd. The dogs started to make noises. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They kept observing the deified dog like they learned something new. No way. Is it really the deified dog? The famous Gajiro's bootlicker? No wonder he has such high cultivation. This is so awesome. It's still alive. How old is he? One of the eldest amongst dogs. I must admit that he's famous, but I still insist on protecting Blackie as our lord dog. After all, there's dog food for us. I thought so, too. Silence. Blackie seemed to be mentally exhausted. It softly sighed and stood up. It walked forward and silently looked at the deified dog in the sky. A mountain breeze slowly blew its fur. It asked in a low voice, "You want to dance?" "Ha, you still dare to speak to me in that tone? I have to say, how courageous of you," laughed the deified dog. It started to boast, "I won't kill you, but buzz off." It opened its mouth and blew out a hurricane. The wind was harmless, but it was very strong. It blew toward Blackie. The rocks and trees behind Blackie were instantly blown away like paper. They vanished into the faraway area. However, Blackie stayed in place. Only his fur was moving. Blackie even squinted his eyes as if it was enjoyable. "Nice skill. You could fan me next time." Blackie slowly raised its paw and licked it with his tongue. Then, he placed his paw back on the ground. Boom! A huge dog paw instantly appeared in the sky like a falling meteor. It attacked the deified dog. The deified dog suddenly felt like the sky went dark. The sunlight was blocked out and he was covered by the huge shadow. When it looked up, he saw the dog paw incoming. At that moment, its eyes almost popped out of its skull. The deified dog opened its mouth wide and its fur stood on ends like a porcupine. It went blank from fear. Bark. Whine. Then, he fell from the sky. When it crashed, there was a huge hole in the ground that almost penetrated the entire mountain. Everyone went silent. Nothing was moving in the hole. The deified dog laid in the hole on all fours. It looked confused, like its brain had not yet caught up with the situation. "I'm the first dog immortal, but I seem to have been slapped away by an ordinary black dog? What's going on? Times have changed?" Blackie went back to the debaucheries. He shut his eyes and said calmly, "Drag him down to the dog cage." "Wise choice, King." At the Western Sea, there were a lot of dead bodies floating on the water's surface. Not just seafood, there were also a lot of various animals. The sea became like a huge hot pot. According to principles, soldiers fought soldiers and generals fought generals. Lord Taoist Taiwa battled the Eel King. They were both Daluo Golden Immortals, so their battle was the most majestic and ferocious one out on the battlefield. They battled on the sea's surface and in the air. It was an amazing fight. Logically speaking, Lord Taoist Taiwa had the Sun Sword and he was the Jade Emperor. He was also an elite amongst Daluo Golden Immortals, so he should be able to easily defeat an evil eel demon. However, that was not the case. The weapon of the evil eel demon was also extraordinary. The short black dagger was an intermediate heavenly spiritual treasure. He also had a blue flag levitating around him. The blue flag floated in the wind. It was another heavenly spiritual treasure. Looking closely, one would realize that the sea waves were moving rhythmically with the flag. The flag helped the black eel spit out waves of black water. Xiao Changfeng was battling a golden lion king. Yi Liuyun was battling a white bear demon. Ao Cheng was fighting another eel demon. They were both in their original forms. The dragon and the eel twisted around each other and fought like crazy in the sea. Nenan was also shockingly powerful. She avoided the battle areas and blended in with the cultivators who were not immortals yet. She did not use her spells, but her attacks were still powerful. Even the demons did not dare to fight her with force. Thankfully, she was not an immortal. Big shots on the battlefield would not notice her even if she did great. What a tough battle. Li Nianfen was a viewer. He could see it clearly. He had to shake his head and sigh. The Jade Emperor was probably going to lose. The situation was obvious, the Western Sea problem was just bait. They were already prepared to fight the Heavenly Palace. They were well prepared. Not only did they have a sea army, but they also had an animal army. They made it clear. The demons were collaborating. Most importantly, the Heavenly Palace had already used up all their moves and strategies in the battle. However, those evil eel demons seemed to have some hidden tricks left. The battle was on their turf, too. The longer the battle held out, the more disadvantages the Heavenly Palace had. The little lion has thick skin, truly tough to beat. Xiao Chengfeng squinted. Shiny swords surrounded him and attacked the Golden Lion King. However, the Golden Lion King had a golden orbit around its head. It was a deluxe defense treasure. It formed a golden shield around the Lion King and blocked the swords. It had a great defense. Xiao Chengfeng did not look happy at all. He did not have a lot of immortal items. The items of the Lion King were better than his. He felt troubled. He glanced at the sun sword of Taoist Taiwa. He looked envious. He suddenly attacked the Lion King by making a slashing gesture with his hands. The long sword in front of him instantly transformed into a million locust-like swords, stopping the Lion King in his act. Then, he shouted, "Taoist Taiwa, lend me your sword." Lord Taoist Taiwa did not reply, but the sun sword knocked away the short black dagger and turned into a golden light. Then, it instantly appeared in front of Xiao Chengfeng. Xiao Chengfeng did not dare to delay. He quickly held the sun sword and focused. He flipped and tumbled in the air as his sword aura turned into a golden dragon. Then, he attacked the Lion King. The sword aura was groundbreaking. The surface of the Western Sea was slashed apart. Countless Western Sea demons were annihilated. The deluxe spiritual treasure became like an orbit for show. The shield was slashed through like tofu. The Lion King froze, looking horrified. Then, it turned to dust and was gone with the wind. It all happened within 2 seconds. Xiao Chengfeng did not want to return the sun sword. He said, "What a nice sword. If I had this sword, I'd be invincible." Lord Taoist Taiwa was agitated by the insolent words. He had to scold him, "I order you as your general to shut up. You'd be invincible if you had this sword? Does that mean I'm so trash that I'm undeserving of this sword? You'd attack your own teammates with your insolent lines?" Splash! Before Xiao Chengfeng could relax, another figure came out from the Western Sea and sprinted toward him. It was an elephant demon with a huge axe in hand. He was a Taiyi Golden Immortal. Li Nianfan felt his heart sink. He was worried. Something's off. Why would they hide their teammates? The only purpose for that was to hold the opponent in place. They would hold their opponent in place because they were trying to buy time so they could destroy their opponent in groups. Someone was going to kill the soldiers in one attack. If the soldiers were killed, there would be no one left at the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was freshly rebuilt. They would only be left with civil servants. Li Nianfan immediately made a decision. He quickly said, "Dragon, tell them to retreat." "Yes, brother." Dragon obediently nodded. Then, she lifted her arm and cast a spell. The seawater splashed up like a fountain. Endless streams of water circled in the air and formed a huge word. "Retreat." The huge word sparkled and shined because of the spell. Li Nianfan was cautious. That was the signal he came up with. Lord Taoist Taiwa was unwilling to leave, but he would not disobey Li Nianfan. He immediately started to retreat. "Ha, trying to leave? Too late." The Eel King laughed maniacally. The flag stood on the surface of the sea and rattled. Suddenly, multiple water pillars surrounded them. Chapter 405 A Gewang Ling Song, Extreme Purple Lightning Bolt. Splash! The water pillars rose into the sky and formed a water tornado. Then, more water pillars appeared and slowly expanded out. There was soon a water prison locking down the battlefield. Splash! Splash! Waves started to splash around inside the water prison. However, it was only splashing at the Heavenly Palace army. It was troublesome for them to fight properly. Ao Cheng wagged his tail, trying to move the seawater underneath him. He realized it was way harder to move. The seawater appeared to be controlled by that flag. The heavenly spiritual treasure, Zhuan Yuan water flag. Lord Taoist Taiwa furrowed his brows and looked down. He asked weirdly, "Why do you have that flag?" Although the flag was not as incredible as the heavenly fifth dimension flag, it was still a superior heavenly spiritual treasure. It could control all forms of water. Apart from that, it was also an incredible defense item. It was terrifyingly powerful. The Eel King smirked cruelly. He said, "I purposely prepared it for you all. Today, none of you will leave. You've been planning for that since you took over the Western Sea. You wanted to attract us here to fight." The situation was quite clear. Lord Taoist Taiwa naturally noticed the suspicious acts. He asked in a low voice, "Who's sabotaging the Heavenly Palace?" "The Heavenly Palace originally belongs to the demons. That's our demon palace." The Eel King glared hard. His voice was cold and full of mockery. This catastrophe should have changed the world. We demons shall reclaim our glory. The demons should be the ones to rule this realm. Demon Palace. Lord Taoist Taiwa instantly recalled a lot of people in his mind. Who is it? Who could be alive and would sabotage the Heavenly Palace? Minions. Kill every Heavenly Palace soldier. We shall fight and reclaim the Demon Palace. Kill. Countless sea creatures and animals yelled in the Western Sea. They sprinted to attack. With you bunch of seafood and poultry? Juling Shen kept sneering. He held his axes and bravely sprinted toward them. He yelled, for the glory of the Heavenly Palace. Everyone, follow me, let's go. Both sides went into the climax of the battle. The demons were ferocious and the Heavenly Palace fought even with the water dragging them down. It was a tough battle. Dragon had to ask, brother, should I join the battle? Li Nianfan petted Dragon on the head and replied, you aren't going to be of much help with that cultivation of yours. It'd be useless. He carefully analyzed the battlefield and realized both sides had bloodshot eyes. The Heavenly Palace must win the battle, and the Western Sea had prepared for that. Both sides did not want to back down or lose. The Heavenly Palace fell into their trap, but the Jade Emperor was not to be messed with. It was clear that he still wanted to represent the power of the Heavenly Palace with that battle. It was not the time for Li Nianfan to shine. He was waiting for the Heavenly Palace to be at a disadvantage or when Nanan and the others were in danger. It was not too late to make a move by then. I'm the Deluxe Merit Saint. When the time comes, I'll release the Deluxe Merit line and walk on Deluxe Merit. I shall be the peacemaker. I don't think anyone would be reckless. Li Nianfan touched the armor he had on and felt safe. He told Dragon again, if something happens, remember to protect me. We will head onto the battlefield together. Dragon nodded. I got it, brother. Will we wait here for now? Yeah. We can only wait here and see. Li Nianfan took a deep breath and watched everyone battle it out. Then, he looked at the dead bodies on the water's surface. His mind was somewhere else. It was hard not to be passionate when he was involved in a majestic battle. He suddenly had an idea. He said, we are missing background music for a situation like this. I should just play a song to encourage them. According to science, music on battlefields could help uplift soldiers. Li Nianfan could not help the soldiers to kill the enemies. The only thing he could do was to hype them up. He hoped it would help them. He flicked his wrist and out came a zither in front of him. Then, he sat cross-legged above the water and touched the zither. He could see that the screams and yells were getting intense. Spells were thrown left and right like flashlights. The sparks of fire, water, and electricity flowed in the water prison. Explosions made the seawater splashy around. Demons and soldiers were hurt but they were still fighting with their lives. This song is called Gawangling-san. Then, Li Nianfan played the zither. Jam. The zither music was soft at first. It slowly spread out. It was insignificant on the battlefield and could be easily neglected. However, everyone clearly heard the soft zither music. It was extremely weird. Lord Taoist Taiwa and the others that were deep in battle jumped when they heard the zither music. They had to look for the source. When they saw it, they were overjoyed. It's the expert. Is the expert going to attack? They looked like they were fearless on the surface, but in reality, they knew that they were probably going to lose. They knew that they could not surrender the battle. Their opponent had lured them into a trap. The demons were at an advantage in every way. However, things had changed. The expert was playing the zither. Jam. The zither music was soft at first. It started to become rushed, and the rhythm gradually became uplifting. Gawangling-san was the only song that was both uplifting and perfect for battles. It expressed the spirit of resistance and the will for battle. Zither music was not as loud as drums, and it was not as inspirational as a horn. However, the zither music played by Li Nianfan worked wonders. Everyone imagined a painting scroll of an epic battle slowly opening up in their minds. Splash. The zither music came in waves like the sea. It started to make the soldiers have goosebumps. They felt as if their blood was boiling. Deep down in their veins, they were not afraid of violence. Their rather die than compromise spirit started to awaken with the zither music. Their powers were also on fire. Let's go kill these demons. Every soldier instantly had spirited eyes. They felt as if they had an energy that would not burn out. They had only one thing in mind, fight. Lord Taoist Taiwa felt the newfound power in his body. He looked genuinely shocked. His tiredness from battling for so long was gone and he felt re-energized. Also, He had new powers? It's not an illusion. This is actually happening. This zither music. Powerful. It's too powerful. He gulped and thought it was incredible. He turned nothing into something. Music was inspirational and uplifting, however, what they felt was not an illusion. It was actual strength in their psyches. Their bodies were still their bodies, but the zither music helped them gain strength and power. There. Too scary. He took a deep breath and cast a spell. The sun flares were way stronger. It exploded into a golden fire dragon that spat out fire pillars. It easily turned the battle around. The black water of the Eel King was diminished. Taoist Taiwa was mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by his attack. I'm so powerful. Roar. Ao Chang roared. His dragon body was thrice as huge. He flicked his tail and knocked out the eel demon. He was easily slapped away. It was unbelievable. The trap of the Xuanyuan water flag was instantly broken. The Western Sea Army was utterly confused by the sudden change of events. They were puzzled by how powerful the Heavenly Palace Army became. Even if it's a potential near-death burst, they shouldn't be this powerful. It's as if they had steroids together. It's illogical. It's just music. Is it possible to become so powerful? The Western Sea demons felt pressured. They kept flicking their ears and listened attentively. They tried to figure out what was going on with the music. They realized their efforts were to no avail. It was ineffective to them. They looked at the source of the zither music and found out that an ordinary man was playing the zither. That person was insignificant. If it was not for the change of events, they would not even have noticed him. Maybe the zither music is just a cover-up? These people have a hidden trick? Damn it. The Eel King looked around. He could not figure out what was going on. He kept cursing inside. A pair of bloody red eyes suddenly opened in the dark depths of the Western Sea. A low and hoarse voice slowly rang, "This zither music is odd." Suddenly, a clam demon quickly swam from the surface. It said, "Second King, the battle outside isn't going well for us. I'm afraid we need you." Splash. The Second King moved. Tentacles rose like pillars and swayed around. It was a humongous octopus demon. Truly the Heavenly Palace. Lord Kunping set up this scheme, but they could still handle it. The octopus demon moved out from the mud. Are you sure there won't be any more accidents? No. From the looks of it, as long as we have you, the Heavenly Palace Army will be defeated. The clam demon paused and said, "We didn't plan for this to happen, but that zither music changed things up. I don't get it. I'm well aware of the situation. I'm curious, too. Is the Heavenly Palace Army affected by the zither music, or is it that they have another helper?" The octopus demon glared and fell into deep thought. Then, it shook its head and laughed in a low voice, "Whatever. It's a waste of time. It's easy to find out. All I need to do is to kill that ordinary man. We'll be able to know if they were affected by the zither music or not." One of its tentacles shot out toward Li Nianfan at high speed. It was way too fast. It went near Li Nianfan in the blink of an eye. The water shield formed by Dragon was useless against the octopus demon. However, it did not attack head-on to be safe. It chose to attack from behind. Splash. The tentacles suddenly splashed out from the sea like a whip. It attacked Li Nianfan from behind. Every Heavenly Palace soldier saw that. They were horrified by the sight. They almost fainted from shock. Stop. Xiao Changfeng and the others went crazy. They risked being heavily injured and tried whatever they could to stop it. "Ha, where are you going? Stay here." The Eel King noticed how panicked they were. He instantly felt pleased. He waved the Xuanyuan water flag. The water prison instantly became stronger, blocking everyone in their way. "You ignorant fool, you ignorant fool. It's all over now. How should we explain this to the expert?" "Eel King, tell them to stop. We're trying to do what's best for you." Lord Taoist Taiwa watched as the tentacle attacked. He felt as if he could not breathe anymore. Pop. The water shield formed by Dragon burst. The huge tentacle attacked Li Nianfan's back. Zither music stopped. However, Li Nianfan did not budge. He looked slightly confused. "Did something tap me on the back?" The chaotic battlefield went silent. Everyone looked in his direction with wide eyes. They all looked shocked and in disbelief. Lord Taoist Taiwa froze. Ao Cheng froze. The Eel King froze. And the octopus demon that slapped Li Nianfan also froze. How? How is this possible? The octopus demon's mind was buzzing. It tried to recall the force it just used. It did not make sense because it was forceful. Kaboom! A purple lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky. The lightning came without a warning. Also, it was terrifyingly thick. It slashed through the sky and heavily struck the western sea like a huge pillar. The area was instantly covered in a purple hue. The sea demons in the sea were instantly cleared out. Some of the seawater even evaporated. It formed a temporary vacuum area. The lightning immediately faded, but that shocking sight played in their minds over and over again. It was deeply imprinted into their souls. Chapter 406 We are the strongest allies. The octopus demon at the bottom of the sea was still puzzled. It did not have any time to realize what happened, let alone regret and repent. It was vaporized on the spot. The Eel King was burned by the lightning bolt. He instantly had a burned portion of meat. He was heavily injured. However, he did not care about his injury. He looked at Li Nianfan, baffled and staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. His jaws were wide open at a 90-degree angle. What's going on? Is this not cheating? The lightning bolt was gone, but the air was still filled with traces of it. It sizzled around everyone. No one dared to move an inch. Li Nianfan slowly stood up and touched his back. Then, he gently peeled a tentacle off his shoulder. Yo, what a huge octopus tentacle! Li Nianfan hugged the tentacle. He had already decided that he was going to eat it. It was a shame that he only had one tentacle. He made a guess. It was clear to him that he attracted the octopus demon by playing the zither. The octopus demon had sneaked up on him. However, he wore the armor given to him by the Jade Emperor. The octopus demon did not break his defense, and it was punished by lightning because Li Nianfan had the deluxe merit flesh. The tentacle was what was left of the octopus. Everyone finally snapped out of it. They all gasped loudly at the same time. Gasp. Scary, terrifying. A lot of sea demons were deranged after the lightning bolt. Their legs went soft as they fell to the ground. They stopped resisting. The Eel King finally noticed the smoke on his body. He hurriedly applied water to his burnt meat. He was mind-blown by the terrifying turn of events. He trembled and was frantic. It was hard to imagine that his second king, the octopus demon who was a Daluo golden immortal, died because he slapped an ordinary man. He was goners, left with just an octopus tentacle. The octopus demon was their hidden force. They did not expect to be in such trouble. It was groundbreaking and they were dumbfounded. I'm also heavily injured. Our sweet plan fell apart. Just like that. There's no logic to it. This is unreal. Phew. Lord Taoist Taiwan and the others noticed that Li Nianfan was fine and did not seem to be angry. They instantly sighed in relief. After the extreme shock and panic, they were extremely livid. I told you that we were looking out for you. You wouldn't listen to us. Now look, dead. The Western Sea is going to lose. Everyone, follow me and kill them. Don't let any of them escape. Lord Taoist Taiwan and Ao Cheng yelled. They once again turned things around on the battlefield. The Western Sea demons were at a disadvantage. Li Nianfan had to laugh at the situation. He felt like it was a pleasant surprise. In a way, this octopus tentacle indirectly helped us. I've achieved something in battle. The Eel King knew that he was going to lose. He was a decisive demon. He turned to escape with his half-burnt body. He did not forget to talk smack before fleeing. Time flies and seasons change, I'll be back. Eel Demon, where are you running to? Lord Taoist Taiwan yelled coldly. He picked up the sun sword and chased after him. Ao Cheng also chased after him. He suddenly had an idea and thought of the expert's hobby. He immediately shouted, "Today, we shall taste your eel meat. The battle's over. Let's go over to the battlefield." Li Nianfan stepped on the deluxe merit cloud and safely flew over to the battlefield. Everyone, especially the Western Sea demons, shivered when the golden deluxe merit cloud came over. They went pale from fright and they all backed away. They did not know what was going on, they only knew that their awesome second king died from slapping him. Not only was this man fine, but he also did not budge from that attack. Their second king was vaporized from the lightning strike. He did not even get the chance to make a sound or anything. It was extremely horrifying. He was not to be messed with. Yi Liuyun flew over to protect him. He said with respect, "Lord Saint, we're at the final stage of the battle. Take a look, do you see anything you like?" He meant the seafood and the poultry and if he would like to eat them. Li Nianfan waved it off. "I think we should wait until Ao Cheng and the others return. If it's possible, that eel meat seems nice." Yi Liuyun nodded. "I understand. I think they won't let you down, Lord Saint." Nanan teleported and landed on the deluxe merit cloud. Brother Nyanfan. Li Nyanfan smiled and asked, Nanan, you're improving fast. What level are you at? Mahayala, Nanan chuckled. I absorbed a lot of power this time, too. I can devour various types of power now. I can probably immortalize soon. Verna. Then, she looked at Dragon smugly, almost as if she was hinting that she would be able to catch up soon. Dragon scrunched her nose and scoffed, Ha, I'm a great cultivator. I won't need to cultivate for fast improvement. Alright, you're both awesome. You're all geniuses, laughed Li Nyanfan. Nanan and Dragon were indeed geniuses. According to their growth, they'd probably become big shots in the future. Awesome. Lord Taoist Taiwan and Ao Cheng were out of the Western Sea. They had entered the Southern Sea. The Eel King started to relax. He became calm again. He looked back cautiously while using his powers to heal his burnt flesh. He thought to himself, Ha, catch me if you can. Wait until we arrive at the Southern Sea turf. I'll make sure you won't get out. Several figures slashed through the sky at maximum speed. Lord Taoist Taiwan was very fast. He was catching up with the Eel King. He was stern as he said, Evil eel, I must kill you with this sword today. Chase me if you're not afraid to die. The Eel King sneered coldly. Suddenly, he saw two figures and his eyes lit up. He quickly flew over to them. The two figures were Ao Shu and Ao Feng. They had just returned from somewhere. They were also smiling with an orange in hand. Ao Feng said, This time, I sent my third brother into the sucking gourd, my sixth sister's missing. Next time, I'll be able to gather all my siblings. Ao Shu smiled and said, It's indeed effective whenever you do things, Prince. Statistically, most of the elders are with the Southern Sea Dragons. If we work harder, we'll be able to take over the Southern Sea. Ao Feng said, Our opponent's powerful. All my efforts are for the greater good of the Southern Sea Dragons. I hope my father can understand where I'm coming from. Suddenly, they both saw the fleeing Eel King. They looked at each other and went over. Ao Shu asked, Eel King, why did you run over here from the Western Sea? Also, are you hurt? Prince Ao Feng, Elder Ao Shu. The Eel King looked overjoyed. He wagged his eel body and exclaimed, Ha, pals. It's so nice running into you at a dangerous time like this. Ao Shu furrowed his brow and asked, What happened? The Heavenly Palace sent an army to get rid of us. Things were originally in our control. Too bad that in the final moment, we were too careless. We lost. The Eel King sighed. Then, he rushed to say, We're allies. Now that the Heavenly Palace is rebuilt, we can't let it become powerful. How about we work together and get rid of them once and for all? Ao Shu looked at the incoming Lord Taoist Taiwan and Ao Cheng. He instantly brushed his beard and nodded, You're right, Eel King. The Eel King instantly felt confident. He turned around and calmly faced the incoming Ao Cheng and Lord Taoist Taiwan. He felt empowered to fight again. Lord Taoist Taiwan slightly frowned. He slowed down and said sternly, The Heavenly Palace is arresting the wanted criminal. Those who aren't involved better leave. Ha, ridiculous. They aren't random nobodies. They're my allies. They're also criminals. The Eel King laughed loudly. He held the Zhuan Yuan water flag and the short black dagger. He reminded them in a low voice, They can't fight all three of us together. Also, this is your turf in the Southern Sea. Once we attack, we'll have backup. I'm confident that we can take them. Don't worry, Eel King. We get it. Ao Shu nodded with confidence. He took out a huge seal. Ao Feng held a blue harpoon tightly. He chimed in, That's right. We're the strongest allies. Great allies. I truly made the right choice. The Eel King felt excited. He said, On my mark, attack. Bam. Spurt. Ao Feng and Ao Shu attacked without hesitation. The huge seal was stamped on the Eel King's head as the harpoon pierced through it. Chapter 407 Weapon Level Up +1, Tier Trickster Li Nyanfan. Ow! The Eel King could only whine and groan. Then, he fell to the floor as blood dripped out of his mouth. Trembling, he pointed at Ao Feng and Ao Shu. You guys. Ao Feng said, Sorry. You're the only criminal here. We're the good guys. All right, enough. Stop fighting. Ao Cheng hurriedly stopped them. Try to ensure the quality of the meat. We need it to taste good. Lord Taoist Taiwan was slightly confused. He said, Dragon King, there. One of us, Ao Cheng smiled and said. Under the authority of the expert, they were converted to our side. Lord Taoist Taiwan nodded in understanding. I see. How smart of them. They greeted each other and let Ao Cheng carry the dead body of the Eel King. Back in the Western Sea, everyone was smiling with relief. The battle was tough. It was also an important battle for the Heavenly Palace. Thankfully, they won. All thanks to the expert. Lord Taoist Taiwa looked at Li Nianfan with respect. The strategies before the battle, the zither music during the battle, and the purple lightning bolt that ended the battle were all crucial. They were able to win the battle mostly because of the expert. If he was not there, they would probably be goners. He hurriedly went over and saluted. "This victory is all thanks to you, Lord Saint. That lightning bolt was too crucial. Are you all right, Lord Saint?" "I'm fine." Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off. Then, he said with gratitude, "Actually, I have to thank the Jade Emperor. He gave me the defense armor. Otherwise, that attack would have been terrifying. By the way, the armor is quite nice, the defense is shockingly fantastic. It's a great treasure." Ha! Everyone tried their best to force a smile. Fantastic armor? Yeah, right. It's only fantastic because it's on you. Try and put it on somebody else. They'd be goners with that octopus demon attack. However, they were used to it. They successfully went along with the expert. Lord Taoist Taiwa smiled and said, "No matter what, the credit for winning this battle goes to you, Lord Saint." Ao Cheng hurriedly went over with the dead body of the Eel King. He showed it to Li Nianfan. "Oh yeah, Lord Saint, look at this Eel King. The meat's intact. What do you think?" Li Nianfan had sparkly eyes. He smiled and said, "Awesome. It's so long. I can cook it in different ways. I must try it out." Everyone kept nodding. "Of course. As you should." Li Nianfan looked at everyone and smirked. He calmly said, "The Western Sea demons illegally took over the Western Sea. They were extremely evil. We were able to get rid of the Western Sea problem thanks to everyone. You all should be rewarded." Li Nianfan spoke normally without using any spells. However, everyone could hear him clearly. Their hearts were thumping hard. They were so excited that they held their breaths. The Deluxe Merit Saint said that, "So? Are we going to get some sort of reward?" Li Nianfan continued, "All right, take out your weapons. There isn't much deluxe merit, so think about how you're going to properly divide it." Yikes! Everyone, especially the soldiers, could not believe their ears. They opened their eyes wide and were irrecoverably excited. "Not much is still deluxe merit. I'll take whatever I can get. What's generosity? What's kindness? The Deluxe Merit Saint is the definition." Xiao Changfeng held his sword up and immediately bowed. "Thank you for the reward, Lord Saint." Everyone bowed at the same time. They said, "Thank you for the reward, Lord Saint. It's what you all deserve." "You are welcome." Li Nianfan laughed. Then, he looked at the long sword held by Xiao Changfeng and asked, "Cultivator Xiao, are you going to use your deluxe merit on this sword? Should I save your deluxe merit first?" He could see that Xiao Changfeng borrowed Lord Taoist Taiwa's sword. It was apparent that his sword was not that great. At that moment, Li Nianfan suddenly felt like that NPC who rewarded players. He was there to help improve their weapons. They had to choose the right weapons to upgrade. Otherwise, the reward would be a waste. Xiao Chengfeng caressed his longsword and said, "My sword's an ordinary spiritual treasure, but it has been with me since I was in the above immortal realm. It's still a sharp sword. I'll be using it." He believed that he would gain more deluxe merit to improve his weapon into a deluxe merit treasure. Once his weapon became a deluxe merit treasure, it would be way powerful. However, he would require a lot of deluxe merit. Styx Laozu's two weapons were able to become deluxe merit treasure because he imitated Goddess Nuwa. He created the Asirs and gained deluxe merit. He was originally planning to use it to become a saint. In other words, the deluxe merit required to create a deluxe merit treasure was lesser than the deluxe merit required to become a saint. Li Nianfan nodded. "In that case." He waved. Golden deluxe merit light instantly showered over everyone like raindrops. Everyone straightened up and held their breaths. Some chose to use the deluxe merit to improve their weapons, some chose to use it for power improvement and sin deletion. They wanted their futures to be better, and if it was not possible, at least they would have a nice afterlife. At that moment, everyone instantly felt re-energized. They felt like the tiresome battle was all worth it. They felt like they had chosen the right side. It was beneficial to be with the Deluxe Merit Saint. Xiao Changfeng and Yi Yuyan looked at their weapons with excitement. Almost as if they saw a weapon level up +1. Ao Cheng and Juling Shen were even more excited. They were grinning from ear to ear. It was obvious they achieved a weapon level up +2 moment. Lord Taoist Taiwa also said, "I need 2 guards. Listen to my orders, go to the underworld and greet them on behalf of the Heavenly Palace. Let the soldiers who died today have reincarnation privileges." All was settled. Everyone rode on clouds again and went back to the Heavenly Palace. Lord Taoist Taiwa stood on a cloud with a smile. He looked victorious. He was thinking of ways to announce their victory. At the same time, he was also in deep thought, wondering who was behind the scheme. In the end, he had to sigh. He said, "The demons. Who was behind all of that? Reclaim the demon palace? Ha!" Li Nianfan heard that. He looked up at him, smiled, and said, "Lord Taoist Taiwa, it is easy to guess." Lord Taoist Taiwa focused. He hurriedly asked, "Do you know, Lord Saint?" "I don't, but it's not hard to guess." Li Nianfan paused. He combined his knowledge of the legendary stories and figured out the history of demons. He said, "Since the beginning, there were 2 demon kings birthed by the sun, Dijun, and Taiyi. They created the demon palace. However, they both died. Then, Ho Yi shot the sons. There could only be 3 people left that are related to the demons. Goddess Nuwa, Lu Ya, and Lord Kunpeng." Li Nianfan instantly made it clear. Lord Taoist Taiwan nodded and said, "It seems so." Then, he analyzed, Goddess Nuwa was always a neutral character. She was a pacifist amongst demons, so I guess she wouldn't scheme against the Heavenly Palace. Luya loves freedom and being free from the bonds of the 3 realms. Luya was always nowhere to be seen. Only Kunpeng's ambitious like that. Li Nianfan continued, "If there are no other powerful demons, he's most likely the one who planned this scheme." Another big shot. The Heavenly Palace just keeps running into disasters. No one dared to offend the Heavenly Palace back then. But now, they've all appeared, fighting to rule the world. He had a thought. He frowned. In that case, the Fire Phoenix and Daji are in trouble. They wanted to rule the demons. Isn't that going directly against Kunpeng? That's so dangerous. Lord Kunpeng was a big shot character who was a saint. His power was as good as Dijun. They called him Lord Kunpeng because he was a master of all demons. He had to say, "Lord Taoist Taiwa, you have to beware. Especially with the Fire Phoenix. She might catch the attention of the Lord Kunpeng." Lord Taoist Taiwa focused. That was a direct order from the expert. He instantly grew serious. He carefully said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. I'll watch out for Kunpeng." Ao Cheng also heard it at the side. He remembered the name. He was going to let everyone take notice when he returned. The expert has spoken, so no matter what, that Kunpeng has to die. Then, everyone did not speak anymore. Li Nianfan pursed his lips and thought to himself, "If it's possible, I have to give more deluxe merit to Daji since she's family. I have the chance to earn deluxe merit as an agent fee. I have to look out for Daji. I can't keep rewarding deluxe merit to other strangers. I have to take care of my family. I'd be a fool if I didn't take advantage of this." It was dark out when they returned to the Heavenly Palace. Everyone felt victorious. They simply celebrated and left. A bunch of guards were happily boasting to the civil servants about their deluxe merit. The recruitment of the Heavenly Palace would be much easier from then on. Deluxe merit as a reward was plenty tempting. It was nighttime, but Li Nianfan could not sleep. His experience during the daytime was impactful for an ordinary man like him. The epic battle and the gory sights would not go away. Of course, he was also slightly worried about Daji. He went to the highest spot in the palace of the deluxe merit saint alone. He held his wine gourd and wine glass. He started to drink alone. He poured himself a drink and chugged it. He looked at the glorious Heavenly Palace from up high. He felt that it was dreamy. He was able to befriend a bunch of immortals. Also, he became their boss that rewards them with deluxe merit. He was loved by them. It was quite interesting. Then, he had to look up to the stars. He was sitting at the best viewing spot. He could look up at an endless sky full of stars. It was different from viewing stars in the immortal realm. The stars at the Heavenly Palace felt much closer. Especially that round moon that looked like a white jade plate. It shined brightly, but it was not blinding at all. It felt cool. The moon displayed itself like a scenery painting in front of Li Nianfan. It was very beautiful but lonely at the same time. He felt inspired. He had to recite a poem. The candle shadow of the mica screen was dim, like the long river that gradually falls as the stars sink. Change should be regretful for stealing the elixir, but she regretted it every night in the heart of the blue sea and the blue sky. Change should be regretful for stealing the elixir, but she regretted it every night in the heart of the blue sea and the blue sky. An echo came back, but it was the soft voice of a lady. Her voice was beautiful like the voice of an angel. Her emotions were complex. Li Nianfan looked over and saw a figure slowly flying toward him from afar. He thought he was looking at a painting at first sight. He saw a lady in a long white dress with her hair up. Her body slowly floated over as if she was weightless. A fascinating soul of the god of autumn water, a half-tuned song, and a shadow floating. Super pretty lady. She's just as pretty as my Daji. He noticed her tone and thought of the location. Li Nianfan could guess who she was. Lord Saint, you're truly talented. Your poem almost made me cry. Perhaps you knew I was coming, so you purposefully came here to see my tears? Chapter 408 Goddess Change with Weak Alcohol Tolerance. Li Nianfan knew who she was. The lady was naturally the main character of Change Flying to the Moon. Her name was Change. In Journey to the West, Change was the iconic female immortal in the Heavenly Palace. She was not the one that Zhu Baji flirted with. That was another goddess. Li Nianfan smiled and said, I see, so you're Goddess Change. I won't be a trickster for your tears, I'll be punished by lightning. Change laughed shyly. She teased, don't say that, Lord Saint. I'm afraid I'll be struck by lightning, too. She was teasing the fact that Li Nianfan was the deluxe merit saint. Ha, you have your looks, I have my talents. We're more or less the same. Li Nianfan laughed. Then, he invited, Goddess Change, do you want to have a drink with me? I won't be courteous then. Change floated to the attic with her flowy dress and sat across Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan looked at Goddess Change in front of him. He felt dazed. The big round moon in the background implied that the real moon goddess was sitting in front of him. The moon goddess was having a drink with him. What a fresh experience. Li Nianfan took out a crystal glass and poured Change a drink. Goddess Change, after you. Thanks, Lord Saint. Change was bolder than Li Nianfan imagined. She raised the glass and chugged the wine. She instantly blushed. Li Nianfan had to remind her, Goddess Change, my wine's quite potent. You should relax. Change smiled and said, don't worry, Lord Saint. My alcohol tolerance is quite high. Perhaps you want to save up on the beautiful wine? Ha, of course not. Feel free to drink as much as you want. Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off. He looked at how flushed Change was and doubted her. Soon, his doubts were evident. Change was quite emotionally unstable because of Li Nianfan's poem. Change was drunk after the third glass of wine. She looked into Li Nianfan's eyes and smiled. Saint, your story-making skills are incredible. Even I was touched, she said while she took out a small book. Change Flying to the Moon. The book also included pictures. It was sort of like a comic book. Li Nianfan instantly felt awkward. The main character came to find him to argue. He coughed softly and said, I was forced to do so. Please, don't be mad at me, Goddess Change. I don't blame you, I have to thank you. Change batted her eyelashes at Li Nianfan. Her pale face was flushed. Her breath smelled of alcohol as she said, the story's beautiful. I became well known because of it, some even call me the Moon Goddess. I'm popular now, and my moon palace is no longer lonely and deserted. As long as you like it, Goddess Change. Ha, Mr. Li, do you know why I married Ho Yi in the first place? Change talked to herself. In the beginning, the humans were born. They were weak. They barely survived amongst the demons and the witches. Thankfully, the witches fought amongst themselves. Humans were able to survive and reproduce. Li Nianfan did not interrupt her. He was also curious about it. He quietly listened. However, Change suddenly stopped talking. She picked up the wine gourd and poured herself another glass of wine. Then, she chugged it. She half laid on the table. She went from a graceful goddess to a drunk goddess. Then, the father of the witches was tricked by a three-legged golden crow. He was burned alive. Ho Yi was one with the witches. He wanted revenge. He took Jun's 10 sons out to play. They burned the earth and made the humans suffer. Change paused. Then, she said, the humans decided to work together with the witches. They were going to kill all 10 sons of the three-legged golden crow. It was biologically difficult for the witches to procreate. So, they brought up the idea of marriage with humans. They wanted to marry humans so there'd be more witches. At that time, my father swore to end the suffering of the humans. He accepted their idea. Ho Yi shot down the suns to show sincerity. Then, I was married off to Ho Yi. Change spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed because she was drunk. She had long, thick eyelashes. Even so, she did not forget to refill her glass. However, she was stopped by Li Nianfan. "Goddess Change, you're drunk. Stop drinking." "Nonsense. I have a high alcohol tolerance. How can I get drunk?" Change suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot. She looked like she was about to act like a drunkard. She twisted her body and fought for the wine gourd. "You want to save up on the wine, right? I've been lonely for so many years. I finally found someone I can talk to, so how can you be so stingy? How about I dance for you?" "No, please, don't." Plop. She plopped on the table and went silent. She snored softly. Phew, thank God. Li Nianfan felt grateful. If she went nuts on him, it would create a lot of rumors. Change had an awesome background. Her father was Emperor Ku. He had a lot of deluxe merit and he was one of the original 5 emperors. Truthfully, no one dared to flirt with Change. However, it was unexpected that the famous goddess was a drunkard and she could not drink. Her alcohol tolerance was weak. Li Nianfan looked at the snoring Change and felt troubled. He could not let her sleep on the open roof. Oh yeah, how much did she drink again? 6 glasses, I think. So easily drunk. He remembered that a wise prophet once said, if a girl isn't interested in you, her alcohol tolerance would be through the roof. If a girl's interested in you, she'd be wasted after a mere few glasses. Li Nianfan stared at Change with wide eyes. He looked at her shut eyes and tried to be calm. He said, "Goddess Change? Goddess Change?" Li Nianfan probed. "I know you aren't drunk. Stop trying to seduce me. Stop acting, get up." No reaction. Li Nianfan was blushing hard. No way, I can't keep staring at her. Something will go wrong. "Goddess, wake up, goddess." He tried to poke Change with his finger. It seemed like she was completely wasted. Li Nianfan licked his lips and stood up. He looked around and made sure no one noticed them. He saluted Change and said, "I'm forced by the situation, sorry for the offense." He took a deep breath and slowly reached out to her. He searched for an area to place his hands and clenched his jaw. In the end, he carried her by the waist. Then, he started to walk downstairs. The good news was that Change was very light. She was almost weightless, so it was easy to carry her. The bad news was her body was too soft. She was soft and bouncy. Li Nianfan did not dare to use any force. Also, she was drunk. She unconsciously hugged Li Nianfan back. Yikes! Li Nianfan gasped and finally brought her downstairs. He was about to sneak into a room, but he suddenly heard a creak. Nanan and Dragon both curiously peeked inside. The 3 of them made eye contact. They went silent. Dragon looked at Change with wide eyes. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Brother, you've been bad." However, Li Nianfan felt like she somehow sounded excited. As expected, her eyes lit up. She asked excitedly, "Do you need help?" Nanan was more professional. She thoughtfully asked, "Do you need us to kill her?" Li Nianfan felt awkward. His face sank and said sternly, "You two came at the right time. She's all yours. Also, no television for a month." Meanwhile, at the Western Sea, a few flying fish demons leapt through the water's surface into the air. They were soon at a mysterious sea border. Then, they swam into the depths of the sea. They entered a dim sea cave. The flying fish demons all transformed into half-human forms. They walked to the deepest part of the cave to meet an elder. The elder had an extremely thick long beard and long hair. His beard was straight and long like a ribbon. His face was thin and he had a red dot on his forehead. He looked stern and powerful without even seeming angry. He did not open his eyes. He calmly asked, "How was the battle at the Western Sea?" One of the flying fish demons gulped. It answered in a trembling voice, "The Western Sea Army, lost." The elder suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He growled, "What happened?" The flying fish demon immediately told him everything. The elder frowned harder. Deluxe merit flesh? He hurriedly made some calculations with his fingers and found no answers. He felt confused and could not predict what was going to happen. The Absolute Era suddenly stopped. The secrets of the realm are puzzling and chaotic. Multiple change of events. It most probably is another catastrophe. The elder squinted. He glared as he said, We demons had a high chance to rise again after the catastrophe. Is that octopus demon stupid or something? Why did it attack someone who was playing the zither? How dare it touch the deluxe merit flesh? It ruined my big plans. It deserved to die. He groaned for a moment and said with a low voice, the heavenly palace is something else. They have hidden tricks up their sleeves. Let's leave it be first. We should gather the demons during this urgent time. The flying fish demon said, Ancestor, the demons aren't at peace either. The southern sea dragons and the Kirans are acting up. They're quite ambitious. Also, the fire phoenix and the nine-tailed fox are leading a big group of demons. They wanted to gather the demons, too. The weirdest part is the dog demons. The dogs have been gathering. We're unsure of the reasons. I feel like there's a bigger picture. Dog demons? The elder sneered and scoffed, ha. After the catastrophe, everyone came out to play and forgot their place. They dare call themselves rulers now? Chapter 409 Plague God, Stubborn Chai Small Mimosa. The next day, Li Nianfan woke up early in the morning. He headed to the attic and looked at the mess from last night. He had to shake his head. This is the first time I've seen a girl act like a drunkard. Also, that drunkard is goddess change. I suddenly miss Xiao Bei. I totally could have picked Xiao Bei up. I'll bring Xiao Bei over the next time I go back. Li Nianfan suddenly realized. It can only be nice when Xiao Bei is around. I won't have to do everything myself. He did not rush to clean up the mess. He stood at the attic and looked at the sunrise. Soon, a golden light passed by like a river. Then, he could see the golden sun slowly passing through the heavenly palace. It was big, bright, and red. However, it was not hot. The red sun hung in the air as the sunlight washed over him. The attic was covered in golden light. Li Nianfan silently watched the majestic view. He took a deep breath and instantly felt energized. It was hard to imagine that he could own a high-class penthouse like that. It was priceless. Then, he simply cleaned up the attic and set up his pot at the side. He was going to have a rooftop picnic for breakfast. He roughly thought about the ingredients and was ready to cook. Breakfast for this morning shall be soy milk and dough sticks. He immediately walked downstairs and started to look for things. He found the machine to grind soy milk, flour, and oil. Creak. Suddenly, the door to Nanan's room slowly opened. Then, Nanan and Dragon hopped out of their room. A slim figure that hid behind the door took a deep breath and slowly walked out after a while. She tried to stay calm. However, when she saw Li Nianfan, she still blushed hard. Change was not fully sober yet. She avoided eye contact and said, Lord Saint, morning. She barely remembered what happened last night. She knew how she acted. She noticed that Li Nianfan was looking at her and instantly felt embarrassed. She slapped herself on the head. She felt anxious. She tried to recall what she said last night. The most painful part of living in the Moon Palace for her was the loneliness. It was highly likely that she would complain when she was drunk. So, did I tell the Lord Saint I was super lonely and cold or what? If I did, I'd be too embarrassed to face him. Man, my goddess image. Forget it. Since I can't remember, I'll pretend I never said anything. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, others can't have second-hand embarrassment. Keep your head up. Change touched her burning cheeks and straightened up. She smiled normally and looked at Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan felt embarrassed. He looked away. Morning, goddess Change. Dragon looked at the things Li Nianfan prepared with curiosity. She asked, Brother, are you preparing breakfast? Are you making steamed bread? No, I'm making something new. Li Nianfan smiled and said, the ingredient is also flour but it's very different from steamed bread. Nanan was instantly excited. She said, wow, must be delicious. Li Nianfan rubbed her head. He smiled and said, don't always think about eating. Hurry up and go wash up. Come to the attic when you're done. We got it, brother. Nanan and Dragon pulled on Change and left. Li Nianfan chuckled and brought the ingredients to the attic. He started to make the dough. Soon, Change and the others walked to the attic. Change winced when she saw Li Nianfan using spiritual water to make dough. Although she had already heard about him, she still felt amazed when she saw it herself. Luxurious people truly could do whatever they wanted. She recalled the wine from last night. It was so good. She was too confident in her alcohol tolerance and drank until she had a hangover. It seemed like she improved on her cultivation, too. The breakthrough felt dreamy to her. Is this the happiness of befriending a rich guy? By the way, I was wasted last night and passed out. Did he do anything to me? Change was imagining things. The pot of oil started to boil. The hardest part of making dough sticks was the technique. After making the dough, you have to pinch the right amount of dough and flatten it. Then, you have to twist it into the right shape and harden it in the pot of oil. Once it was in the pot, 3 minutes were required to deep fry it. Expanding food was a very magical existence for Change and the others. Their mouths were zero-shaped in amazement. They watched as the small stick of dough expanded into a thick dough stick. The color also went from pale white to reddish brown. Flour can be turned into that. Nana looked like she learned something new. Looks delicious. Wipe the drool off your mouth. Let our guest eat it first, Li Nianfan said while taking out the dough sticks. He passed it to Change. Thanks, Saint. Change looked at the dough sticks with curiosity. It was naturally her first time seeing food like that. She was moved from the familiarity of it. She remembered a time when she was with her father in the immortal realm. At that time, humans first started to cook. They ate different types of dough food. Every time they invented a new delicacy, it was her happiest day. She did not expect to feel that way after all those years. It had been a long time. Change inhaled and hurriedly tried to push back tears. Li Nianfan smiled at the sight and said, "Stop being in a daze. Just bite it. Dough sticks are best when they're hot. It won't be crunchy after a while. Just bite it?" Change observed it and said in a troubled voice, "This thing expanded too much. I can't bite this in one go." She said that but she still bit into it. Crunch. She gently bit it and it instantly made a loud crunch. The unexpected crunchy texture surprised Change. Then, the unique dough stick taste filled up her mouth. The dough stick did not have any other seasoning other than oil and flour. However, the two combined birthed a brand new flavor. It was hard to describe but it tasted delicious. The crunchy and soft golden brown dough sticks were delicious and tasty. It had oil in it but it was not greasy. Delicious. This is too delicious. The expert's too amazing. Forget his invincible cultivation, even his food is so delicious. Is this allowed? How can someone so excellent exist? Change immersed herself in the deliciousness and almost lost herself. She soon swallowed the dough stick in her mouth. Then, she opened her mouth again and bit the dough stick. She could not pretend to be graceful anymore. She opened her mouth much wider. Crunch, crunch. Every bite she took made a crunch. It sounded appetizing. Soon, she finished the dough stick. She licked her fingers. Li Nianfan smiled and asked, "Does it taste nice, Goddess Change?" "Yes, so nice," Change replied without thinking. Her pretty eyes glanced at the oil pot. Li Nianfan was looking at the soy milk machine. It was almost done. He smiled and said, "Wait for a while. The dough sticks are too dry, it needs soy milk for a great combination." Change silently nodded. She looked at the horizon and was slightly startled. There was a blue figure running on the clouds. She was instantly surprised. She asked, "Hey, that kid lands back? Lord Saint, can I call her over?" Li Nianfan casually replied, "Sure. Let's have breakfast together." Change immediately flew out from the attic. Soon, she crashed into Lan who was in a hurry. She noticed that Lan looked pale. Change arched her eyebrow and asked, "Lan, what's going on with you?" "Sister Change." Lan looked at Change and stopped. She sighed softly and said, "I was heading towards the North River borders to search for the Plague God under the Empress's orders. The Plague God's acting up in the immortal realm. He caused a lot of plagues." "You fought him?" Change noticed that Lan slightly recoiled her hand. She immediately grabbed her wrist. Lan had a long black wound on the center of her right palm. Dark energy emitted from her wound. It caused her right arm to blacken with blood veins. Change felt the plague energy from the wound. She asked, "It can't be healed?" Lan hurriedly pulled back and said softly, "Don't worry, Sister Change. It's not fatal." "You kid. Why take on such a serious thing alone?" Change frowned and said, "Why are you hiding it if you're heavily injured? Why don't you tell the Empress?" "No, no need." Lan slightly stepped back. Her voice was coy but stubborn, "This is just a small matter. There's no need to distress the Empress. I came back to find some guards to accompany me to settle this matter." "It can't be that easy." Change shook her head. However, she saw how stubborn Lan was so she stopped talking. She felt helpless. This kid isn't courageous but she's oddly stubborn, too. "Sister Change, I shouldn't chat with you anymore. The plague's too serious. I have to look for guards now." Lan was about to leave. Wait. Change hurriedly called on Lan, the Lord Saint invited you to come over. He isn't someone you can reject. Lan instantly freaked out. She stared with wide eyes. Ah. This. Yeesh, don't be afraid. Are you worried that the Lord Saint will eat you? Change looked at her and teased, you dared to fight the plague gods, so why are you still so shy? Alright, stop thinking about it. Hurry up and follow me. Lan silently followed Change to the attic with her head down. She half hid behind Change. She bowed deeply and said softly, I'm Lan. Greetings to the Lord Saint. Although they only met once, she still left a deep impression on Li Nianfan. He asked curiously, you seem to be very afraid of me? No. Lan hurriedly shook her head and teared up. She almost cried from being anxious. Lord Saint, this kid was formed from a mimosa plant. She's famously shy. She's actually much better now than before. Change pushed Lan forward. She'd probably faint if you blew in her direction. No wonder. You're a mimosa. Li Nianfan nodded with understanding. He thought it was interesting. The goddess could not handle a tease. He did not continue to tease Lan. He took out the dough sticks and placed one in front of her. He smiled and said, a dough stick. Please, enjoy. Thanks, said Lan softly. She moved her right hand but hurriedly changed it into her left hand. Li Nianfan noticed that. He had to glance. He saw that her right hand was hidden in her sleeve. It seemed to be blackened. He looked at her face again. It was also covered in some dirt. Her hair was slightly messy. Yeah, it seems like she just returned from a mission. She didn't even have time to wash up yet. He immediately said, Nanan, Goddess Lan just came back. Help her wash up before eating. Chapter 410 is awesomeness is right there, it is your fault for not realizing it. Oh, alright. Nanan put down the dough sticks. She smiled at Lan and said, Sister Lan, follow me. Thanks. Lan quietly thanked her. Then, she followed Nanan, feeling anxious. Wash up? What does that mean? She thought about it and looked at her injured right hand. She hid it further under her sleeve. Did the saint think my right hand's dirty? How does washing up help? Can this be washed off? She felt conflicted. They arrived downstairs. Nanan walked to the basin and said, Sister Lan, here. Yeah. Oh, Lan snapped out of it. Nanan bent down and picked up a big red bucket on the floor. Then, she filled it up with water. Lan looked at the flowing water and had to ask, is that spiritual water? I don't need to use this, it's too wasteful. Hey, this is just ordinary water to Brother Nianfan. Don't you get it, Sister Lan? Nanan winked at Lan. Then, she pouted and said, this place isn't as convenient as Brother Nianfan's four-part architecture. Water comes out from a tap there. We need to carry water ourselves over here. The design of the heavenly palace is whack. Lan had a complex facial expression. She did not say anything. You are the first one to say the heavenly palace is whack. More importantly, why do we need tap water? Which immortal needs to wash up? Alright, wash your hands before eating. We have hand soap over here. It is quite fun. Nanan said while she played with soap. She put soap on her hands and showed it to Lan. Soon, her small hands were filled with white bubbles. Sister Lan, look. It's so smooth and nice. Then, she happily placed her hands inside the water. She squinted in enjoyment. Wow. So nice. Lan had to smile at Nanan. She felt slightly relieved and less shy. Then, she also slowly placed her hands in the water. The cool sensation covered her hands. The layer of bubbles left by Nanan slowly covered her palms. It felt different from ordinary water. She had never felt something like that before. It was very slippery to the touch. Lan had to rub her hands in the water. She felt like her hands became soft and light. She felt at ease. So magical. She blushed. She cleaned her hands in the water. Then, she stared with wide eyes. She stared at her right hand with disbelief. She froze up and thought she was hallucinating. My right hand, the injury, is gone? How could this be? How is this possible? She took her hand out from the water with a splash and repeatedly inspected it. She stared at the spot of her injury. Not only was the wound gone, it also became whiter and softer. Her perfect small hand was like white jade. It's gone. It's really gone. She looked at the bucket of water again. She discovered a black stain floating on the water's surface. It was as if An ordinary person washed her dirty hands in water. However, her hand was not dirty. She was infected by the plague. How could it be the same? Lan was dumbfounded. She stood there and felt thunderstruck. She was irrecoverably shocked. She asked in a trembling voice, "Nanan, what do you call that thing you wash your hands with?" "Hand soap." Nanan wanted to continue and play. However, she instantly lost interest when she saw the blackened water. "Ah, Sister Lan, your hands so dirty. No wonder my brother asked you to wash up." Lan felt her skin crawl. She said, "Yes. Yeah. Sorry about that." "Hand soap? What kind of magical hand soap is that?" Lan looked at the bottle and realized the bottle was extraordinary. The round, chunky, and clear bottle had a thin nozzle at the top. Green liquid would come out when it was gently pressed. "I've never seen or heard of a bottle like that. Perhaps it's a container for treasure?" Weird bottle, scary hand soap. She finally realized why they said the expert had treasures all around him. The insignificant things he had were usually more rare and precious than spiritual treasures. It was her fault for not realizing it because his awesomeness was right there. Plague God was a Taiyi golden immortal that walked the plague path. He was full of poison. One would be entangled with plague without a defense shield. He was hard to defeat and eliminate. His attacks were hard to recover from in a realm with limited resources. She could only withhold it with her powers. Her original plans were to endure the suffering. She would torch her skin off to get rid of the plague. However, she did not expect that her injury would be gone after washing it. That was so simple. Of course. In the eyes of the expert, the poison of plague is nothing, right? Am I about to eat with the expert later? Lan Winston teared up. It was so scary for her. "Sister Lan, let's go," Nanan said. "Let's hurry up. I haven't had breakfast yet." "Oh," nodded Lan. She meekly followed Nanan to the attic. She saw a change with a dough stick in hand. She was holding a bowl with soy milk in it. It was still steaming hot. She sipped from the bowl. Slurp. The white soy milk entered her mouth while she quivered. She instantly squinted her eyes in enjoyment. The dough stick and soy milk combo was perfect. She felt warm when she drank the soy milk. It felt indescribably nice, and it also quenched her thirst after eating the dough stick. The two of them were perfect for each other. Gulp. Lan had to gulp. It looked delicious. Li Nianfan pointed at the dough sticks and soy milk at the side. He smiled and said, "Goddess Lan, this is your breakfast. Go ahead and eat it." "Thanks, Lord Saint." Lan carefully walked over and sat down. She picked up the dough stick, then looked at how Change ate it. She was instantly shocked. She asked, "Sister Change, your dough stick is huge and hard. How did you put it in your mouth?" Change had experience eating it. She said, "If you think it's hard, you can dip it in soy milk. It'll become soft. The texture's quite nice, too." Lan said, "I see, thanks." Meanwhile, at the Dog Mountain in the above immortal realm. That was not the original name of that mountain, but there were a lot of dogs. Blackie ordered to rename the mountain and change it to Dog Mountain. It was simple and easy to remember, straight to the point. The back mountain of Dog Mountain was empty with nothing but a cage. Inside the cage was a man with a black cape on. His face was thin. He looked lonely and tragic. He pulled on the cage and kept shaking it. "Let me out. I'm the deified dog. I'm a popular character amongst dogs, so at least give me some dignity." He had to yell, "Are there no guards out there? Someone, please, at least change my cage into something bigger. My human form's much bigger, I don't fit well here and I can't stretch." Suddenly, a white Pekingese dog slowly walked in. Then, it peeked inside. Its white fur covered its eyes. It was unsure whether the dog could see or not. Finally, the deified dog stood up in excitement. He hurriedly waved at the white Pekingese dog and said, "Let me out, I was wrong. I'm not going to be the Lord Dog anymore." "I'm afraid it's not that easy." The white Pekingese dog walked over and said, "You offended the Lord Dog. You're lucky that he didn't kill you on the spot. Letting you go is clearly impossible." He paused and asked mysteriously, "Do you know what this place was originally called?" The deified dog shook his head, "I have no interest in knowing, I just want to leave peacefully." The white dog said, "This place is originally called the Million Demons Mountain. Then, our Lord Dog arrived and killed off all the demons. Hence, this mountain became the Dog Mountain. We dogs don't kill our own kind. Otherwise, you probably would have been dead now, too." VN. The deified dog asked with shock, Who is your lord dog exactly? The white dog said sternly, Blackie. Blackie? Such an ordinary name. The deified dog started to reflect on it. It's unbelievable that some dog is more powerful than I am. The white dog looked at the deified dog with curiosity. He asked, are you the real deified dog? The deified dog who was with God Jiro? Ha, who knew that after so many years I'm still famous in the dog world? The deified dog smirked. I'm the real deified dog. The others are all imposters. Who knew that the deified dog's also a Pekingese dog like I am? We're from the same family. The white dog looked at the deified dog and instantly felt close to him. It reminded him, I came here to give you an opportunity. The deified dog was puzzled. Opportunity? You? The white dog said with confidence, our lord dog seems to be impressed by your wind-blowing skills. You should be his fanning dog. If you perform well, you'll be successful. There would be tons of benefits. You want me to become his fanning dog? The deified dog thought it was ridiculous. He wanted to laugh but he was also pissed. His face sank. He said coldly, ridiculous. Is that a wind-blowing skill? That's my spell. Also, we're all dogs here so why should I be his fanning dog? Are you trying to insult me? Chapter 411 Perfectionist Deified Dog. Wind-blowing skills or spells, whatever. It's your opportunity. The white dog tried to talk some sense into him. We know that you're incredible, you're a god amongst dogs. However, times have changed. Blackie's the new lord dog now. It's your breakthrough that he's impressed by you. The deified dog said arrogantly, so what if he's the lord dog? I'm the deified dog. I don't need an opportunity like that. Stop being foolish. Can you earn food by being the deified dog? Being the deified dog's better than dog food? The white dog shook his head, his long dog hair swaying. Then, it took out a plastic dog bowl and placed it on the ground. He took out some brown beans from beneath his thick hair and placed them in the dog bowl. Then, it started to lick on it. It started to chew on the dog food with enjoyment. Crunch, crunch. The crunchy sounds echoed throughout the mountain. The white dog was happy. It ate while wagging its tail rhythmically. It was so tasty that it felt energized. The deified dog bafflingly looked at it. He gulped and frowned, you came over here to let me see this? He did not want to admit it but somehow the food was very tempting. This is dog food. The rewards of the lord dog. The white dog licked the bowl clean and smacked its lips. Then, it said, if you can please the lord dog, you'll have dog food to eat every day. Ha, so what? Why would I eat that? The deified dog laughed and shook his head. He looked arrogant. Dog food? What a vulgar name. You bunch of dogs haven't seen anything. You've all been bribed by this dog food. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but back then, I had ambrosia. And I even had a flat peach every 100 years. That's the difference between you dogs and me. I never had flat peach but if I had to choose, I'd still pick the dog food. By the way, your reaction is the same as most dogs before tasting the dog food. The white dog paused. He looked pained when he placed a bit of dog food in front of the deified dog. Do you want some? The deified dog glanced at the dog food and scoffed, since you're so sincere, I shall try it. Then, he ate the dog food. Crunch, crunch. The dog food was oddly crunchy. However, it had the appropriate toughness for a dog. It was very nice to chew on. At the same time, an intense milky deliciousness exploded as he chewed. It filled up his mouth. It also had flavors of vegetables and meat. The flavors blended but it was not odd. It was intensely delicious. The crunching noises suddenly stopped. The deified dog was dumbfounded. He froze up like a statue. It was obvious that he was shocked by how delicious it was. Soon, he started to chew faster. Crunch crunch. The crunching sounds kept coming. Then, with a poof, his ears suddenly went back into dog form. His ears were perked up. A furry tail also came out from behind, wagging from left to right. So delicious that he returned into dog form. What? What is this? How can something so delicious exist? More importantly, apart from being delicious, the dog food also contained a huge amount of spiritual chi. He could tell because he was knowledgeable. The milk and vegetables in it were extraordinary. They were most likely spiritual roots. Scarily luxurious. Is the food so nice here? The deified dog felt like he saw a whole new world. His mind was buzzing. I can't believe this dog food delicacy exists. This is a blessing for us dogs. The white dog noticed that the deified dog looked like he had just been baptized. The white dog was not surprised at all. He reminded, "This dog food was earned by the Pekingese dogs. You have to follow us from now on." The deified dog snapped back into reality. He said pretentiously, "This dog food's indeed extraordinary, but I've seen much greater treasure than this. Moreover, I'm the deified dog. I'm a dog with a master. You want me to please another dog for this? My dignity won't allow it." The white dog looked at the deified dog and shook his head. "This is the lowest level of dog food. It's made from a little amount of milk and spiritual fruit scraps. We have golden bee honey flavored dog food, too." The deified dog exclaimed, "Golden bee honey flavored dog food? Not only that. We also have pure spiritual fruit flavored dog food." "Pure spiritual fruit flavored dog food? Then, we have spiritual fruit combo flavored dog food. I heard that includes the flat peach." "Flat peach flavored dog food?" The deified dog squealed. He widened his eyes. His dog ears and tail were up high. His saliva was drooling out from his mouth. "I came here to look for you and treated you with dog food because we're both Pekingese dogs. At the same time, I wanted to ask you to help us Pekingese dogs out." The white dog spoke slowly with a heavy voice, "There are too many dogs that want to please the Lord Dog at the Dog Mountain. The security's also strict here. Those untrustworthy dogs could only spend their days eating other demons' meat. Those who are successful get to eat dog food. We Pekingese dogs could only eat the worst dog food. The most successful dogs here are the Tibetan Mastiffs who know how to massage well. The good-looking Arctic Wolves, and the super bootlickers, pugs, they're able to eat pure spiritual fruit-flavored dog food." "Really?" The deified dog went serious. He said, "I'm not doing this for the dog food. But, as a member of the Pekingese, how can I watch the Pekingese dogs be weaker than the other dogs? For our glory, I'll do whatever it takes. So what if I sacrifice my dignity?" He paused and asked, "So, how can a Pekingese please the Lord Dog? Our long hair is entertaining when we dance. Lord Dog might enjoy it," the white dog said while demonstrating by twerking. "Oh? Like this?" The deified dog transformed back into dog form and started to twerk, too. Its dog hair swayed. It humbly learned how to dance. The white dog hurriedly said, "You don't have to dance. You can go be a fanning dog. Perhaps you'd be the most popular dog around the Lord Dog. Don't forget about us by then." "Oh, yeah." The deified dog suddenly realized. "How should I blow? What level of force should I use? Cold air or hot wind? I have to practice. After all, I'm a perfectionist." At the palace of the deluxe merit saint in the heavenly palace, Change gently pushed the final dough stick into her mouth with her fingers. Then, she sipped the last bit of soy milk in her bowl. They had finished their breakfast. Li Nianfen looked at her puffed-up mouth. He had to glance at her and thought it was weird. It should be an ungraceful act. But why does Change look good while doing so? Looks are indeed important. He smiled and asked, "Is the breakfast all right, goddesses?" Change genuinely exclaimed, "It's so good. Lord Saint, your delicacies are unimaginably delicious." The breakfast was simple but enjoyable. It was much better than any feast. The deliciousness had exceeded whatever they ate before. It was more than a delicacy to them. Too precious. Lan shyly stood up. She bowed and said, "Thanks for the hospitality, Lord Saint." Li Nianfen suddenly stared at Lan. He smiled and said, "It's just a meal. No need to be so courteous, Goddess Lan. I'm an approachable guy, no need to be so tense. Let loose a little." I. Lan immediately blushed. She looked down and was slightly quivering. She finally said after a long while, "I understand." Li Nianfen had to laugh and shake his head. He asked, "Oh, yeah, I noticed that you just returned from somewhere, Goddess Lan. Are you done with your mission?" "No, not yet." Lan frowned. She shook her head, "There has been a bit of a problem. I came back to ask for assistance." She came back to ask for helpers. Li Nianfen asked curiously, "What happened?" Lan roughly summarized, "The northern river areas are struck by plague. Too many innocent people are dying. I went over to check it out and found out that the plague god's staying there. He's spreading the plague and causing havoc. I can't stop him on my own." "Plague god?" Li Nianfen raised his eyebrows. He stopped listening to the heavenly palace's orders? Lan nodded and felt troubled. It's not hard to understand. After all, a lot of the mortals joined the heavenly palace because they were forced to in the first place. Li Nianfan then said, if this plague god is the same one from Investiture of the Gods, it'd be troublesome. Lan said, he was the plague emperor back then. He rarely showed himself or talked to others. Lord Saint, do you know who he is? Li Nianfan replied, it must be him. This person's name's Lu Yue. He's extraordinarily powerful. He used to be invincible. Lu Yue was the first student of the anti-sect. He was on the same level as Zhao Gongming and San Xiao. He was the best at plague spells. Back then, he was a character that troubled Zhang Ziya. In the end, Zhang Ziya had to seek help to send Lu Yue into the investitures of the gods. He was a Daluo Golden Immortal. Lu Yue was the original plague master. He was the best of the anti-sect. How could Lan fight him? Li Nianfan had to say, I think you should inform the Jade Emperor and the Empress about this. Mr. Li, I already fought him. I'm not his match, but I should be able to fight him if I have another Taiyi Golden Immortal with me. Lan sounded sure. She said, I don't think I should trouble the Emperor and the Empress. I see. Li Nianfan looked at Lan weirdly. He did not expect to see another side of Lan. He saw a bunch of guards passing by the heavenly river. He immediately shouted, pals, please, stay. Those guards did not dare to ignore him. They instantly stopped flying and straightened up. They stood up straight and looked at Li Nianfan. They saluted at the same time and asked, Lord Saint, do you have any orders for us? They noticed that Li Nianfan was eating and having fun in the attic. Also, Goddess Change and Goddess Lan accompanied him. They instantly felt envious. This is life's winner. Unlike us poor guards who have to guard the river. Sigh, the contrast hurts. If I'm as capable as the Lord Saint. Slap. They slapped themselves in their minds. They corrected their internal monologues, I'd be wildly successful if I had a pinch of his talents. Li Nianfan asked, is General Juling Shen around? Saint, General Juling Shen was sent to guard the chaos. Chaos was known as the universe to Li Nianfan. Guard? Li Nianfan was puzzled. Why send him? It was not a technical job. Guarding the chaos was basically being on different planets and checking out if there was anything out of the ordinary. Usually, bored immortals would be sent to stroll around. It was wasteful to send Juling Shen for a simple task like that. Moreover, floating around in the universe would be lonely. It must be torture for a social person like Juling Shen. We don't know. All we know is that yesterday, General Juling Shen excitedly went to look for the Jade Emperor. Then, he came out disappointed with his droopy head. He was suddenly sent for the job. Li Nianfan realized. Juling Shen came back and instantly talked smack about Lord Taoist Taiwa. He could picture how things went down. Juling Shen must have said something like, Emperor, this Taoist Taiwa fella is no good. He's clueless about leading the army, he doesn't understand battle planning, and he doesn't even have battle strategies. He only knows how to go for it and almost made a huge mistake. Also, all the Jade Emperor heard was, Emperor, you're worthless. You're stupid. It was already a merciful punishment. Chapter 412 Xiao Chengfeng boasting. Juling Shen was unlikely to make it back anytime soon. Li Nianfan could only send his condolences to him in his heart. If only he knew better, he would have warned him. Now that this situation occurred, Li Nianfan did feel rather amused. Interesting. He said, I'd like to see Xiao Chengfeng. Call for the general. Yes, sir. Instantly, the group of heavenly soldiers went ahead. Li Nianfan looked at Lan. Goddess Lan, if you need a hand, I can refer someone to you. Lan was excited. That'd be delightful. Thank you, Lord Saint. If she went alone, she might not be able to invite any important figure. Without the proper invitation, she could only use her connections. Although she was one of the 7 princesses, her status was lower than the heavenly guards. Furthermore, she did not know a lot of people in this current heavenly palace. Ha ha ha, this is nothing. We're all trying to keep the place in order. Li Nianfan waved it off. He could not help recalling what happened in the Xia kingdom. The plague broke out as well. Due to that, he arranged for humankind to preach the medical knowledge he passed on to them to treat the plague. However, this time, the plague was caused by the plague god. He did not know if there was any difference. Birth, aging, illness, and death were the basics of life. The existence of the plague god was to control this circle so that the plague did not lose its momentum. In the investiture of the gods, the plague god was given the power to cause and stop the plague when needed. This showed that the plague god was quite powerful. However, The plague god had lost control in the ordinary realm. Instead of controlling the plague, he was now causing the plague to harm the people. Nobody knew why. Meanwhile, an orb of light was traveling from further away. It was rushing in and left a trail behind as if the person's buttock was on fire. It was quite a sight. It took no time before it crossed the heavenly river to the palace of the deluxe merit saint. It abruptly stopped to show up with a formal and respectful attitude. Xiao Changfeng stood on the long sword while dressed in heavenly armor. Somehow, he had a long beard that he did not have before. He was flying in the air, looking powerful. His face was slightly flushed and he seemed rather excited. Moments ago, he was still acting cool in front of the other heavenly soldiers. He was trying to appear powerful and took joy in doing that. However, the moment before he was about to meet the deluxe saint, he dropped his act. He even took out his armor and held it in his hand while he flew over at a high speed. Faster. And faster. This was not the time to act cool, nothing was as important as meeting the deluxe merit saint. He made a gesture and smiled. He said politely, "Deluxe merit saint, you called for me? General Changfeng, come and have a seat." Li Nianfan smiled and waved at him. Xiao Changfeng cautiously landed, "Thank you." Li Nianfan asked Dragon to pour him a bowl of soy milk. "I happen to have some soy milk left. It's hot, hope you don't mind." "I don't mind. I don't mind at all." Xiao Changfeng waved it off. He looked at the soy milk and swallowed his saliva. This bowl of soy milk alone made his journey worthwhile. He lifted the bowl and drank it. The liquid passed through his body, he felt the heat all over. Ah! How relaxing. What a treat. He quickly said, "If there's anything, Lord Saint, please, tell me. I'll try my best to do it. Please, just say the word." It was his privilege to be thought of by the Lord Saint. Li Nianfan said, "There's a problem, the plague god from back then is now messing up the ordinary realm. I'd like you to have a look at it with Goddess Lan. Try to soothe it." "There's such a thing?" Xiao Changfeng stood up. He looked serious. He accepted without hesitation, "It's my duty to keep the order. Don't worry, Lord Saint, you can count on me." Li Nianfan smiled. "That'd be delightful." Xiao Changfeng was quite a good friend, he was so helpful. Xiao Changfeng patted his chest. "This is my passion. If Lord Saint encounters any problem, you know you can count on me." Li Nianfan looked at Lan. He said, "Goddess Lan, is the plague serious in the North River area? What symptoms do they have?" Lan said with a serious tone, "It's quite severe. All the infected ones have high fevers and coughs that won't go away. Some are also confused. The plague is spreading rapidly." Li Nianfan halted. He could not help mumbling to himself, "Why does this sound like influenza?" He found it strange. He did pass on his medical knowledge, so they should have cured this according to the symptoms. Perhaps the knowledge had not been passed on to this area? That would make sense. This world was too big, especially for an ordinary man. It was a very difficult and challenging world to survive in. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and smiled. "What about this? Since I have time and I'm planning to make a trip back to the four-part architecture, why don't you all come with me? I'll give you something." Since Li Nianfan already said so, Xiao Changfeng had no way of turning it down. He quickly nodded. "Of course." Change smiled. "Sister Lan, I'll come with you all. I'd like to have a look at the ordinary realm anyway." Instantly, the group quickly packed up and left on a cloud from the heavenly palace toward the ordinary realm. This time, Li Nianfan was not in the mood to go for fun. He did not want to go because he had treated the plague before and did not like to be in such places. Secondly, it was the plague god, after all, it was just like a drug lord. Although Li Nianfan had advanced medical knowledge, he was not immune to the plague. A deluxe merit saint did not entail immunity. Who knows, he might die from breathing in the plague. The plague was so harmful, he had to be cautious. It did not take long before he had arrived at the familiar four-part architecture. Unknowingly, he had parted from this place for half a month. He watched the familiar fallen immortal mountain with a hint of nostalgia. Click. Along with a gentle click, Li Nianfan pushed open the door and saw Xiao Bei moving with a big bowl. There were some condiments inside. It also had a stick in hand. It was stirring and mixing. There were some vegetables around it, including some fruits and meat. The four-part architecture was empty but it was seemingly busy. When Xiao Bei saw Li Nianfan, it called out with delight, "Welcome home, my master." Li Nianfan could not help raising an eyebrow. "Xiao Bei, why are you alone here? Blackie's not back? Yes, master. Blackie came back but left. What an idiotic dog. Why is he running out all the time? Is he not afraid of demons? Li Nianfan shook his head. He wondered and asked, Xiao Bei, what are you working on? Xiao Bei said, Blackie made friends with a bunch of dog friends. I had to prepare more dog food. If not, it's not enough. Wow, that's good. Blackie started to become more sociable. Li Nianfan could not help smiling. No wonder Blackie's been running out lately. Do you know where he is? I want to look for Blackie. Probably a place called Dog Mountain in the Immortal Realm. How did it get to the Immortal Realm? Dog Mountain? Is it a playground for the dogs? Li Nianfan was intrigued. He questioned, perhaps Blackie had befriended some powerful dog demons? He made it to the Immortal Realm? I must find Blackie. Li Nianfan turned to Xiao Chengfeng and asked, General Chengfeng, do you know where the Dog Mountain is in the Immortal Realm? I haven't heard of it. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and asked, however, don't worry, Lord Saint, this place has such a unique name, I don't think there's another place like this in the Immortal Realm. I'll ask around the heavenly soldiers. All right. Li Nianfan nodded. That was not too difficult. He put this thought aside. He asked Xiao Chengfeng and the rest to wait for a moment as he went into the utility room. He started looking for things while making some noise. It did not take long before Li Nianfan walked out with a bag and a special bottle. I won't come with you to the North River area. You'll face the plague god while I'll try to help out in the ordinary realm. Li Nianfan shook the things in his hands. He smiled and said, this bag contains blue lozenges. It's helpful for cough and fever. You put them into the water for the patients to drink. As for this bottle, it's a disinfectant liquid. The best option is to quarantine and disinfect. Bring these over, perhaps you could use them on the ordinary people. Of course, Li Nianfan did not have time to make these items. These were given to him by the system. The system had been quite generous in giving necessary items like these. However, they were useless to him. He had too many of these. They took up too much space and were not as useful. Lan carefully received the items. She said in a small voice, okay, okay. She hugged these carefully. She became even more nervous and timid than before. Although these things seemed very ordinary and did not give out any glow, she did not dare to look down on these powerful disinfecting liquids. Powerful, indeed. Things given by the expert were indeed powerful. These were beyond science. Change looked at that bottle and found it intriguing. The structure of this bottle was too unique. It was made with a special material. It was half transparent, and one could see the liquid inside. The opening of the bottle was even more fascinating. There was no obvious opening, but it had a strange thing covered on top of it. Li Nianfan smiled and introduced, this is a spray nozzle. If you want to disinfect, you point it at the spot and give it a gentle press. The mist will be sprayed out. It's useful. The crowd seemed perplexed. They had never seen this before. How mysterious. They learned something new. This bottle was likely to be a treasure. Only the expert had something as mysterious as this. They were lucky to see this. Lord Saint, with me around, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I can beat the plague god with one sword. The plague god will back off. Xiao Chengyang boasted. My sword's a vegetarian. Li Nianfan laughed. Ha ha ha, there's no harm in being cautious. This matter affects countless lives, I wish you all the best. Don't worry, Lord Saint, we'll be there. Goodbye. Chapter 413 A Personalized Entrance Effect. After watching Change and the other two leaving, Li Nianfan smiled and said to Xiao Bei, prepare a fruit platter for me. Get me a glass of milk and a slice of cake. I'll stay home today. Yes, my lovely master. Xiao Bei instantly went away to prepare it. Li Nianfan reclined on his chair with his hands behind his head. He squinted his eyes as he enjoyed life. The warmth of the spring sun shone on him. A wave of warmth was spreading all over him. Li Nianfan stretched and instantly felt refreshed and slightly tired. The spring breeze blew by, a slight humming of the wind was heard. Meanwhile, the birds chirped around the four-part architecture. The entire mountain range looked like beautiful springtime scenery. It was as if the world was a still painting, with Li Nianfan laying back, slightly moving back and forth. My home's the best. This is the right way to live. Li Nianfan smiled as he recalled some memories. Suddenly, I recall the feelings back then. Xiao Bei, do you remember how there were only the two of us back then? Now, those days seem so far away. Even though Li Nianfan called out for Xiao Bei, he was actually talking to himself. Back then, the system trained him forcefully. He did not have much time to enjoy life. Whenever he slacked off, he would be electrocuted. Li Nianfan suddenly found it funny. What a bad system, even though I'm no longer electrocuted, I'm now the one bossing the others around. I also get to electrocute others with lightning. Strangely, I went from an ordinary man to a hidden expert who helps the human sovereign in the ordinary realm to rule over humankind. I then somehow assisted the Emperor of the Heavenly Palace to control the order of the world. I even moved into the Heavenly Palace and became a Lord Saint. I can also chat with those princesses. Although I can't cultivate, now that I have the charmer along with my charming skills, my status isn't too bad compared to the transgressors. Ha ha ha, I'm not too much of an embarrassment. Xiao Bei walked over and its mechanical sound woke Li Nianfan from his self-boasting. My master, enjoy. Xiao Bei brought over a plate and placed it beside Li Nianfan. The fruits had their skins peeled off. Thank you, Xiao Bei. Li Nianfan took an orange piece and put it into his mouth. He smiled and waved at Xiao Bei. Another long wall of silence returned. Li Nianfan was enjoying himself while Xiao Bei prepared the dog food. It was very peaceful. The day passed by in peace. Li Nianfan ate ordinary meals, nothing fancy. Just some small dishes with a glass of wine. He was enjoying himself. He was enjoying the ordinary life just like before. When he saw that Xiao Bei was still preparing the dog food, Li Nianfan reconsidered bringing Xiao Bei to the Heavenly Temple. After all, making dog food in the Heavenly Temple seemed rather inelegant. He then went back to his palace alone. He asked Yi Liyun to look out for the Dog Mountain. Yi Liyun was excited when he received the order. Without further ado, he brought the soldiers to search for Dog Mountain all over the immortal realm. When the soldiers learned that this was an order given by the Lord Saint, they wasted no time. They searched thoroughly and quickly found out about Dog Mountain on the second day. Yi Liyun verified for the third time, "Are you sure? Was there any blockage on the way? Everything's normal at the Dog Mountain?" "Yes, nothing." Yi Liyun said, "Was there any demon on the way? Did you clear the way? We can't let anything disturb Lord Saint." "Don't worry, General. There were only some harmless small demons, they wouldn't cause a scene." "Not bad." Yi Liyun nodded and let out a long sigh. "Whatever, we can't foresee anything anyway. I'll report back to the Lord Saint." He was expecting there to be some incidents so that he could step in and fight. This was so that he could promote himself in front of the expert. Unfortunately, it was too peaceful. He felt rather useless. In the afternoon, Li Nianfan packed up and brought Nanan and Dragon to the Dog Mountain. Yi Liyun said with anticipation, "Lord Saint, are you sure you don't need me to come with you?" "No need, General Yi Liyun guards the Western Sky Gate, it's a serious job. Now that Juling Shen and Xiao Chengfeng aren't around, you're in charge of the main gate." Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off, "Thank you, though. Goodbye." The group of heavenly soldiers greeted, "Goodbye, Lord Saint." "Bye." Li Nianfan stood on a cloud and went in the direction of Dog Mountain. The location of Dog Mountain was not difficult to find, it was not hidden as well. In fact, it was quite easy to find. They only had to travel in the southeast direction. Although there were many mountains all over, they were not too tall. The mountain over 100 meters tall would be Dog Mountain. On the way, Li Nianfan did not fly too fast. He recalled that he had been in the ordinary realm and the heavenly temple, but he had not admired the scenery in the immortal realm. Therefore, he used this opportunity to look around. Meanwhile, at the Dog Mountain, Blackie was resting on top of a gigantic stone as usual. The surroundings were strictly guarded with many dogs standing on two legs. There were dog guards around Blackie. A mastiff was trying to please Blackie by massaging it. A snow-white wolf was feeding pieces of fruit to Blackie. Around 3 meters away, a dog was snarling with its tail pointing upward. Its mouth formed an O shape as it blew wind at Blackie. Blackie's fur was blown along with the air, smooth and silky. Blackie's eyes were shut. He was enjoying himself. Meanwhile, a cloud was coming their way from the far end of the sky. 2 figures were gradually coming into sight. One of the 2 figures had black wings flapping. It was like a gigantic shadow hovering above. Although it had the body of a human, its head was of an eagle with darkened eyes. Its small eyeballs were glowing in golden lights. The other figure was a massive porcupine demon. Its black belly was puffy with its sharp spines pointing outward like knives. It had a mace in hand, resting it on its shoulder, exuding a fierce temperament. The two figures seemed powerful, violent, and vulgar. It did not take long before they arrived at Dog Mountain. However, before they could land, 6 dog demons flew up into the air and surrounded them. The dogs did not seem friendly either. "Who are you? This is the Dog Mountain, you must behave." "Ha, this is indeed a dog mountain, a mountain full of dogs." The goshawk demon's eyes glared around like a python's. It then said proudly and coldly, "I don't care what you dogs are planning to do, no independent demons are allowed nowadays. Lord Kunpeng is the lord of all demons, we should all respect that. If you're smart, you better worship Lord Kunpeng. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance." The goshawk demon did not even look at the 6 dog demons. They were not worth even one glance. The pug guarding Blackie from not far away was suddenly wide awake. It scoffed loudly with disdain. It opened its mouth arrogantly and said, "What kind of wild chicken and pig are you two? How dare you speak to us with this tone? Cut off your own legs and leave. We'll give you a chance to live." "How rude of you. You're asking to be killed." Porcupine Demon lashed, his eyes flashing red. Without speaking any more, it swung the mace in its hand. Instantly, a powerful and thick tornado swirled around. The tornado was like a round-shaped knife, cutting through everything. It was very destructive. However, the 6 dog demons were not weak either. They instantly exuded powerful temperament and fought against the Porcupine Demon. Even though it was 1 against 6, the Porcupine Demon was brave and it had a mocking smirk on. It seemed effortless. By then, there were countless effects and clashes in the air. The fight between demons was more exciting than immortals. They had fewer spells and more physical combating skills were involved. Due to this, there were sounds of cracking and smashing. Meanwhile, the clashes of their physical energy gave off lights and flashes. "What a joke! How dare you dogs be so arrogant? Whatever, your species shall be removed from the demons after today." The goshawk demon who had been observing finally spoke. It went 2 steps forward and opened up its wings and gave a harsh flap. Whoosh! A gust of black wind rushed over, exuding an extremely eerie temperament filled with corrupted energy. It was very terrifying. The wind was moving toward the 6 dog demons. The 6 dog demons looked serious. They staggered a few steps backward. Each of them upturned their paws, revealing a dog bowl in each paw. Each of the dog bowls had a different color. Some were pink and some were green. They were made with unknown materials, and even though they looked thin, the bowls reflected light. As the energy went toward them, the dog bowls expanded and became shields. The shields were glowing and were very eye-catching. God Bowl Shield. The terrifying black wind crashed into the dog bowls. Indeed, the shield blocked out the wind and stopped it from moving forward. Goshawk Demon and Porcupine Demon stared at them with wide eyes. Their eyes popped out. They thought they saw it wrongly. Ultimate spiritual treasures? 6 ultimate spiritual treasures, and those are dog bowls? What situation was this? The world was so biased toward dogs these days? They even made them some customized dog bowls? Ultimate spiritual treasure? The dog guard was just as stunned. His dog mouth gaped open as his jaws almost dropped. Of course, he had seen the dog bowl, but he never looked at it carefully. How did it become the ultimate spiritual treasure? If he remembered correctly, every dog who earned the right to eat would get a dog bowl. According to Lord Dog, all dog demons had to put their food into the dog bowl when eating to become elegant dogs. When the deified dog learned about this, he found it funny but luckily did not burst out laughing. However, now he realized how much of a joke he was. This dog bowl was actually an ultimate spiritual treasure? Back then, the deified dog was not so bad, he was a dog with pride. However, he only had an inferior heavenly spiritual treasure on him? The other ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure was still missing. In other words, it was now the poorest dog compared to the other dogs? It merely hoped to look for some dog food here. Now, it had a new target: the dog bowl. It was a deified dog, it must earn its dog bowl. Work hard. Work harder. Humph. Suddenly, along with a loud snarl, the goshawk demon flapped its wings harder as if it was an electric fan. It was flapping so forcefully while the porcupine demon's sharp spines became knives and shot out. Vroom. Along with a loud sound, the 6 dog demons were knocked over. They fell to the ground. They were shocked. And here I was wondering how they became so powerful. So the answer is that they found an opportunity. The goshawk demon looked greedy. He said impatiently, "Tell me, where did you get these dog bowls from? What other treasures do you have?" The deified dog felt that this was his chance to show off. He lifted his leg, and just as he was about to enter, he was overwhelmed by a terrifying atmosphere that made him unable to move. Blackie's low growl was heard, increased the wind's speed, set the stage. The deified dog instantly realized. It was merely an air-blowing dog. How could it steal the spotlight away from the Lord Dog? It quickly backed off. Meanwhile, the pug demon jolted all over. His eyes popped open and he shivered and screamed out loud, "Lord! Lord Dog, you woke up! Oh no, you've offended the Lord Dog! Oh no, you're all in trouble!" His acting was very professional. He had a look of joy, excitement, and respect. His body trembled even though it did not know if he acted this way instinctively or if it was due to Blackie sending him messages through voice transmission. Around Blackie, many dog demons trembled and knelt on their knees. They called out in unison, "We're useless to have disturbed you from your rest. Please, don't be mad at us." The sight of countless dog demons on their knees was indeed a majestic sight. Lord Dog's power is borderless and unlimited. Lord Dog is the most powerful demon in the entire world. Who dares to disobey the Lord Dog? Who wants to become an enemy of Lord Dog? Lord Dog's the most powerful demon. The pug demon boot-licked Blackie as it glared at Goshawk and Porcupine demon. It spoke very highly of Blackie, exuding a very majestic temperament and creating a tense atmosphere. It scoffed, "How dare you, you wild chicken and pig? How dare you disturb our Lord from resting? Why aren't you on your knees to seek forgiveness yet?" With this, Blackie finally opened his eyes. He then moved slightly, majestic and elegant. He gradually stood up and remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, the deified dog was blowing at the highest power like a fan. Blackie's fur was dancing wildly in the air. It was a pity that there was no background music, if not, Blackie would have had an even more perfect entrance effect. It was not the most perfect entrance, but it was barely good enough for Blackie's status and importance. Blackie strode forward like a cat as its dog head gradually lifted up. It had an undefeatable look in its eyes as it looked at Goshawk demon and Porcupine demon. "Why don't you surrender? Or are you waiting for me to make you surrender?" Chapter 414 I'm just an ordinary dog. Understand? Phew. Blackie's hair swayed in the air, especially the patch of hair on his forehead. His hair was vibrating vigorously, exuding a very powerful temperament. This sight almost made Goshawk demon and Porcupine demon remain transfixed on the spot. What an entrance! Goshawk demon asked coldly with a straight face, "You're the Lord Dog?" Porcupine demon saw the way Blackie entered. He had a glint of admiration in his eyes as he started having ideas about whether it should go ahead and become a lord as well. He scoffed, "Humph. What an actor, you're making these up to make yourself seem better than you actually are. What a useless actor. So you two are unwilling to turn yourselves in?" Blackie's eyes jumped slightly but remained unperturbed. Blackie spoke with solemn authority, "Listen up, dogs. All of you take 3 steps back and don't get involved." Instantly, all dog demons took 3 steps backward in unison. Blackie stretched out his front leg and scratched his paw. He said flatly, "Come, I'm standing in front of you. If you can make me take a step back, I'll lose. You're asking for it. You're just a Lord Dog, do you think you're undefeatable?" Goshawk demon's small eyes were filled with violence. It was very agitated. The wings behind its body had opened up and his feathers were standing up like knives. It looked terrifying and powerful. "You're just an ordinary dog demon, don't make a joke out of yourself." Porcupine demon's body sank and its spikes pointed out like knives. It growled with the mace in both hands. It looked powerful and ready to attack. They were the demon kings in the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm. They were the ones being arrogant all the time, hence, they were furious that this dog demon was being so arrogant in front of them. "Attack together. Kill this dog. Make it vanish." The 2 demons scoffed out loud. Before they could finish their sentence, a powerful sound broke through the air. Vroom. The space seemed to have twisted somehow. 2 powerful currents shot out from Goshawk and Porcupine demon's feet, giving out smoke. The forests far from them were bombarded while their bodies had turned into light, shooting out at a speed beyond the grasp of a naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they were before Blackie. Dong. Goshawk's wings vibrated. There was a black tornado gathering up above it, making the wings as sharp as knives. It was just as good as any treasure. The air seemed to have been cut open by its wings from the outside, leaving a black trail behind him out of nowhere. It was very terrifying. Porcupine demon had popping sounds all over. This was the sound caused by too much power. Its bloated belly was now changing instantly as 8 abdominal muscles appeared. Its biceps expanded with muscles all over. It raised the mace and was just about to hammer Blackie. This was a very terrifying sight. The 2 demons were fuming with rage. They were not holding anything back. The sight of them made the deified dog terrified. If it had to fight one of them, it might be able to survive, but if it had to fight the both of them, it might be killed in seconds. Blackie's hair was still dancing in the air. His dog head was raised, maintaining his pose like a statue. Ha ha ha, so it's a silly dog. He's just acting cool, what a joke. An ordinary dog like you doesn't have the right to have such a special entrance effect. Goshawk Demon and Porcupine Demon exuded violence all over. Their eyes were glowing red. The mace and the sharp wings were getting closer to Blackie. All of the dogs stopped breathing. They all stared at Blackie, wide-eyed. Including the deified dog. It also wanted to see how powerful this Lord Dog was. Meanwhile, Blackie merely curled up his mouth and let out a mocking smirk. He slightly parted his mouth and said, "How ignorant of you. You're rocks hitting pebbles, moths flying into the fire. You're committing suicide." His body gradually rose as he stood on 2 legs. His 2 front legs were like hands, gradually lifting and reaching out. However, there was no ripple or anything around him. He seemed like an ordinary dog standing up, slightly funny. However, in the next instance, vroom. The 2 sides clashed. Terrifying energy was formed and exuded in all directions. Dust and sand flew all over as the ground shook. There was too much energy like a huge tsunami, rushing outward. The rest of the dogs found it hard to keep their eyes open. However, as the dust cleared up, Blackie still maintained the same pose from before. It was just that one of his paws was holding the mace while the other was holding the Goshawk Demon's wings. It was over. How could it be? Every dog felt their hearts beating rapidly. This sight would be engraved in their minds forever. Blackie did not hide nor flinch, it did not even use any energy. How powerful was Blackie? You were. Goshawk Demon and Porcupine Demon were terrified. They felt their scalps breaking up. They were so terrified that they even blacked out. They were stunned and dumbfounded. An ordinary dog was so powerful. This was far beyond the limit of their imagination. Especially since they were so close to Blackie, they saw how Blackie's face remained unperturbed throughout the entire thing. They were so terrified that they lost their voice. What a terrifying Lord Dog. What a stunning dog face. Fweet. Blackie whistled, and instantly, Goshawk Demon and Porcupine Demon jolted all over. They snapped out of their thoughts. In the next moment, Blackie's paws gently pressed down. Vroom. As if lightning struck, the soil splashed upward as the 2 demons sank. They were weighed down deeply by the soil and instantly vanished. They were killed in a matter of seconds. A terrifying death in seconds. Silence. All hail to our powerful Lord Dog. Pug Demon was the first to react. It instantly called out with excitement. All the dogs took out their dog bowls to use as the drums. Their paws made a loud sound against the bowls heavily. Bam! 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 All the dogs said in unison, "Our powerful Lord Dog is undefeatable." Deified Dog quickly repressed the shock in him and pouted, blowing wind at Blackie with all of its energy. Blackie's hair continued to flow in the air. Blackie stood on top of the 2 demons before him with his dog face raised. He sighed deeply and said, "How lonely it is to be undefeatable." Blackie kept up this pose for a while. The warm sunlight added another layer of golden glory to him. Seeing that Blackie seemed to be enjoying this moment, the other dogs did not dare to stop the drumming. Meanwhile, a dog demon was running over from far away. It had a panicked look. "Report. Lord Dog, urgent report." Blackie was not pleased to be cut off. He frowned unpleasantly. "Shush. How dare you?" Pug Dog scoffed. "What's so urgent that you have to ruin this moment? Do you want to be sent to jail?" "Lord Dog, urgent report." The dog demon shrank and bit its tongue. "The golden cloud you asked us to look out for, it appeared. It's on its way, looking out for the Dog Mountain, it's coming." "Lord Dog, this dog's crazy. There's no golden cloud in the world." Pug Demon went beside Blackie. "This dog's silly, bring it away." Bam! Blackie raised his paw and slapped Pug Demon's head. Blackie then jumped off the stone and pointed at Deified Dog. "I'm not the Lord Dog, he is." "Me?" Deified Dog jolted. He was terrified and almost fell to the ground. "No, I'm not. I'm just a dog trying to get a dog bowl. I'm sorry." It's my fault. I don't want to. Cut the nonsense, I say you're the Lord Dog, so you are. Blackie was almost panicking. His voice was urgent. We don't have time now, put up your ears and listen carefully. Instantly, all the dog ears were standing up. My master's here to visit me, Blackie said in a serious tone. Remember, I'm just an ordinary dog. I've just become a small dog demon recently. My master's an ordinary man with no cultivation. Understand? Pug Dog was perplexed. It leaned over and said, Lord Dog, this. Bam. Blackie slapped him again. He flew away. Whoever calls me Lord Dog again will be dead. Blackie's eyes turned red. He growled, I'm just a small, useless dog. If any of you act otherwise, I'll kill you. Understand? The bunch of dogs nodded weakly. Following that, Blackie pointed at the dog throne. Blackie said to deified dog, you, go over and sit on it. I will go now. Deified dog had not been so excited and terrified throughout his life. His heart was beating rapidly and his scalp was itching. He could not help doubting whether this was a test from the Lord Dog. Was it about to die after sitting on the throne? Bam. 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 Blackie tossed a dog bowl in front of deified dog. Following that, a bunch of dog food poured out. Meanwhile, all kinds of fruits were placed in front of the deified dog. Why are you so nervous? You're the Lord Dog, relax. Cross your dog legs, open your mouth and let others feed you. Blackie started to make other arrangements while looking up at the sky from time to time. It was keeping a close eye on the sky. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and get in the mood. Deified dog sat on the dog throne blankly. It looked at the pile of food in front and wondered if it was dreaming. These were the finest dog food and the fruits were grown from the spiritual roots. Even when deified dog was at his highest status, he was still unable to have these. Not long ago, he was still fantasizing about what an orange would taste like. He merely wanted to have a taste. And now, all of a sudden, it was having the time of his dog life. Right. What did the Lord Dog say? His master was here? Gasp. All the dogs saw how nervous Blackie was, and they became nervous as well. This was the master of the Lord Dog. What kind of existence could make Lord Dog as powerful? Terrifying. Ordinary man, ordinary dog. They kept on repeating this to themselves. They wanted to hypnotize themselves. Not long after, a golden glow appeared at the far end of the sky. It was gradually coming closer. All the dogs, including deified dog, felt their hearts sinking as if they were all in danger. The golden cloud was gradually floating over, nonchalantly. Chapter 415, Stopped by to do some hunting. Instantly, many dogs exchanged looks. They were nervous. The two dog demons in charge of guarding the gate used up all of their strength to swallow a mouthful of saliva before flying up into the air. Woof, who are you? What are you doing in Dog Mountain? The cloud below Li Nianfan's feet stopped moving. He made a gesture, greetings to the two dog demons. May I know if a dog named Blackie is here in this Dog Mountain? The two dog demons started to sweat. Their hair was shaking all over. However, they had to remain calm. Yes. Please, follow us. There was no sound in the mountain. All of the dogs were scared but curious. Even though they acted as if nothing was happening, they were actually sneaking peeks at Li Nianfan. This was the master of the Lord Dog? He had a golden cloud, he was indeed not ordinary. However, he showed no hint of power or energy. He seemed like an ordinary man. He seemed to have returned to the basics. Woof. 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 Just as Li Nianfan had landed, he heard a familiar bark. He was excited and let out a smile. Blackie. Blackie turned into a black shadow and jumped over. He came to Li Nianfan's feet and licked Li Nianfan's legs and shoes. He seemed to enjoy it. His tail was wagging as he circled a few times around Li Nianfan, trying to please him. Li Nianfan quickly patted Blackie's head and ruffled it. Okay. This is Dog Mountain. You can't do this, it's not elegant. The rest of the dogs were completely stunned. Their eyes popped out and they felt their blood flowing backward. Their dog hair stood up unwillingly and they felt their hearts in their throats. This was their Lord Dog. The undefeatable, powerful, and arrogant Lord Dog. He was still crushing the two demons below his paws moments ago, complaining how lonely it was to be undefeatable. Yet now, he had turned into a bootlicking dog and even tried to act cute in front of this man. What a change. Their lord dog could wiggle his tail? Their lord dog allowed others to ruffle his head? Their lord dog could bark like a dog? This world was indeed ever-changing. How insane. Every dog was holding their breath, they were forcing themselves to calm down, trying to make sure they were not shivering. Look at you, now that you have a dog mountain, you don't come home anymore. I even have to come here and look for you. Li Nianfan smiled and shook his head. He looked up and was shocked. He could not help taking a step back as he pursed his lips. What's the matter? Why is their hair standing up? Li Nianfan saw that the hair of the dogs surrounding him was standing up like hedgehogs. Even the hair on their heads was spiked up. It was apparent that those dogs were too terrified. Deified Dog sat on the dog throne uneasily. His face changed as he commanded with a low growl, "How rude of you all, put down your hair." "Sorry, it's our fault." All the dogs jolted and snapped back to reality. They were in shock with their scalps itching. They wanted to do as they were told, but the more panicked and anxious they were, the higher their hair stood. They had no other choice but to use their tongues to lick down their own hair in place. Deified Dog saw that Li Nianfan was looking at him. He instantly seized the chance and spoke cleverly, "Sorry, we were having a competition here to see who has the longest hair. They lost control. What an embarrassment." "There's such a competition?" Li Nianfan was shocked, but when he saw the long hair on Deified Dog, he realized right away. Lion Dog had the longest hair among the others. No wonder it hosted this competition. It was apparent that the Lord Dog was using its ranking and power to please himself. Blackie licked Li Nianfan's feet and parted his dog mouth. "Master, this is our Lord Dog." "I can tell." Li Nianfan nodded and looked at Blackie with shock and delight. "Oh my! Blackie! You can speak now?" Blackie nodded, "Yeah, Master. I've cultivated results. I've become a small demon who can speak." Li Nianfan ruffled Blackie's head, his eyes filled with love as if his child had grown up. "Clever, so clever. You've become a demon, it's not easy. Well done." Master. Blackie was enjoying Li Nianfan's touch. There were tears in his dog eyes. "I've wanted to call you my master for too long." The man and the dog caused an emotional scene. The surrounding dogs teared up. Of course, they were not touched, they were attacked. Enough of the act from the man and his dog. How mean of them, do they not care for the feelings of the others around them? It was just that they were unable to beat them up. If not, the dogs would have beaten them up. Deified Dog, who was on the dog throne, did not waste the chance. He was seizing his chance to eat the dog food. When he saw the reuniting scene, the dog food was no longer delicious. He could not help twitching as he tried to repress his urge to call out the man and his dog. Deified Dog had seen more of the world. It naturally knew what that golden cloud meant. It was the deluxe merit cloud. A Bigshot with the deluxe merit cloud under his feet insisted on calling himself an ordinary man. A godly dog who effortlessly crushed two big demons cried and called himself a small demon who finally learned how to speak. Could they try to be more normal? What happened to the world? Since when did it become so competitive? Deified Dog could not hold it anymore. It coughed gently to stop this man and his dog from acting and said, "Blackie, this is your master?" Li Nianfan made a gesture. He said, "Hello, Lord Dog, I'm Li Nianfan. Thank you for taking care of Blackie these days. I'm really grateful." He saw the dog food and the fruits around the deified dog. Li Nianfan could not help smiling. Blackie was quite clever. It used good food to please this Bigshot. At last, Blackie learned a few tricks from himself. He started off like this as well. Blackie introduced, "Master, this is Deified Dog." "Deified Dog?" Li Nianfan was shocked. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at Deified Dog. He was perplexed. Other than Wukong, the most memorable legendary figure was Gojiro and his dog, Deified Dog. This was the legendary godly dog. Back then, Wukong went back to his mountain to become a monkey king. Now, the Deified Dog came back to become a Lord Dog. Dragon and Nanan were shocked. They covered their mouths as they looked at Deified Dog. They said in shock, "The Deified Dog of Gojiro?" Deified Dog did not dare to keep up the act anymore. It quickly stood up from its throne and said, "Who'd have thought that Blackie's master is a deluxe merit saint? A pleasure to meet you." No wonder Blackie could become a demon. It met a bunch of dog Bigshots. Blackie had a bright future following them around. Li Nianfan looked serious. "So you're the Deified Dog, I've heard about you. It's Blackie's privilege to be able to follow you around. Blackie, Have you thanked the Lord Dog for taking good care of you? Blackie put on a humble and respectful look. Without further ado, Blackie looked like a professional ordinary dog and said in a humble tone, "Thank you, Lord Dog, for taking good care of me." Deified Dog felt his heart twitching. It did not dare to breathe at all. Blackie thanked him, he was now in trouble. Deified Dog was uneasy. He quickly waved it off with its paw. "Don't be so polite. Blackie gave me that delicious dog food, I should be the one thanking him. Please, don't be so polite." Li Nian Fan smiled and waved it off. "Ha, it's just some ordinary food, it's nothing." His eyes landed on the eye-catching porcupine and goshawk. Li Nian Fan asked out of curiosity, "You hunted them down?" Blackie said, "Master, they're the followers of Lord Kunpeng. They came here for trouble and Lord Dog killed them." Li Nian Fan nodded. He frowned and felt uneasy. This was just as he guessed. The big shot behind the demons was Lord Kunpeng. With that, it would be hard for Daji and Fire Phoenix to try to rule the demons. How challenging. They were obviously not the enemies of Lord Kunpeng. Li Nian Fan secretly glanced at Deified Dog. Judging by the situation, the dogs were not happy with Lord Kunpeng. After all, Deified Dog was powerful. It would be nice to have it as an ally. With that in mind, Li Nian Fan said, "Lord Dog, why don't you hand these bodies to me? I can guarantee you, they'll taste delicious." Deified Dog did not even think about it. He said right away, "Mr. Li, please, go ahead. Blackie, bring these bodies with me." Li Nian Fan waved at Blackie. Quickly, they walked to the side. Li Nian Fan was not in a rush to clean up the bodies. He said, "Blackie, how are you getting on with Deified Dog?" Blackie said, "Lord Dog likes to eat dog food. We're quite close." "That's good. To me, those who like good food are the easiest to get along with." Li Nian Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Now that you've become a demon, I should tell you something. Daji and Fire Phoenix want to rule the demons, but they're not as powerful as Lord Kunpeng. Since you're now a dog demon, you should please the Lord Dog well. This is so he can help Daji when the time comes. Do you understand?" Blackie nodded. "I understand, Master." "Good." Li Nian Fan smiled and ruffled Blackie's head. He brought out a pile of condiments. "These are some condiments, they're very handy. Watch me as I cook. This is so that you can make more good food to share with your mates." Li Nian Fan was worried for Daji and Fire Phoenix. After saying so, he looked at the two bodies and found it challenging. Both the porcupine and the goshawk were not big. Even though they had cultivated into demons, their bodies were still not gigantic. This mountain was full of dog demons. How would these two bodies be enough? He had to be fair to each of them. If there was not enough for everyone, those who did not get it would get upset. It was not good. Nanan saw that Li Nian Fan stopped, so she asked curiously, "Brother Nian Fan, what is it?" Li Nian Fan shook his head. "These two demons aren't enough for everyone." "Master, this is easy. Just hunt down more. It's not a challenge," Blackie said as he sprinted away. Blackie went back to the base. Instantly, many dog demons rushed over, including the Deified Dog. He asked, Lord Dog, how's my acting?" "Hardly a pass. Needs more practice," Blackie scoffed nonchalantly. "However," it sighed, "my master said the two demons aren't enough for everyone." Pug Dog quickly said, "How hard is that? How much does he want? What species? We'll capture some right away." "Do you think I'd sigh if it's so simple?" Blackie glared at it coldly. "All this while, I've lived the same life as my master. Nobody knows my master better than I. If it wasn't for me reminding everyone along the way, I can't imagine how many people would have offended my master's taboo. Just now, my master asked me to take care of the fox and the phoenix. He then said there's not enough meat for everyone. Why would I not understand what he meant?" Blackie lowered his head, he seemed to be struggling. "Ever since the fox and the phoenix came, my master's love has changed. Wah, now he even asked me to take care of them." The dogs exchanged looks, nobody dared to speak up. After Blackie spoke to himself for a while, he shook his head and said, "Anyway, as long as my master's happy, I'll obey anything my master says. Anything else is unimportant." With that said, Blackie remained on the same spot. However, a strange chi exuded from its body. The surrounding dogs jumped up. They were caught off guard. Following that, Blackie gradually lifted his paw and stretched it out in the air. Under the gaze of everyone, His front leg vanished as if it had entered another space. It was as if there was a door in the air. This was a very shocking sight. Although the movement was not big, it was a visual attack on one's eyes. Gasp. At the same time, a bunch of demons gathered. It was a vulgar place with ice and flames all over. The forests were cleared out and the soil corrupted. There were dead bodies of demons all over. Violence filled the air with constant growling. All kinds of demonic power were shaking up the space. Daji and Fire Phoenix had fresh blood oozing out their mouths. The 9 snowy white tails behind Daji were trembling. She waved and an azure-blue dragon like ice froze a strong-built man. Instantly, he was turned into an ice sculpture. However, this only lasted for 3 breaths. Cracks were showing on the ice sculpture. The cracks grew bigger and expanded. Following that, along with a loud sound, the ice broke. Meanwhile, a ball of golden flame was finally gathered in Fire Phoenix's hands. A small golden phoenix was made and it flapped its wings as it flew to the man and crashed into him. Along with a low growl, the man was sent flying away. His body was covered in flames. Arg. However, before Daji and Fire Phoenix could let out a sigh of relief, the man had turned into a gigantic black bear. He was growling with a lot of demonic power rushing up the sky. A wild wind was coming out of his body, blowing out the golden flames. What a 9-tailed fox and Fire Phoenix! I was born with an innate shield and I'm more powerful than you two. Yet, I ended up in such a mess. Your talents are one of the best in the demon realm. If you become our servants, you could pass on your talented genes and strengthen the demons. Black Bear spoke with a thick voice. His eyes were becoming darker. Serving Lord Kunpeng isn't an insult to you too. That's it for now. Suddenly, a round drum was spat out from his mouth. The drum grew bigger with demonic energy injected into it. The bear paw then smacked on it loudly. Bam! 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 The drumming was heard. Daji and Fire Phoenix spat out blood at the same time. They were anxious, but none of them were able to move. The black bear smiled coldly. It's over now. Capture them and bring them back. Instantly, a demon mocked, ha! They're merely 2 tiny golden immortal fox and phoenix, and yet they tried to rule all of the demons. What a joke! The dogs should be settled by now? Demons are just small toys to our Lord Kunpeng. Cut the nonsense, these 2 have big secrets hidden with them. Bring them away right away. Vroom. Meanwhile, a ripple appeared out of nowhere. The space vibrated along with the arrival of a terrifying chi. The originally cleared sky was suddenly darkened. Everyone was scared. They saw a massive dog paw appear from the sky before it came crashing down on them. Lord Dog. It's Lord Dog's paw. He's here. He's here. The demons who came with Daji from the ordinary realm let out looks of delight. Especially the little fox, wild boar, green python, and black boar. They recalled how they were played by Blackie back in the 4-part architecture. By recalling those days, they realized how nostalgic it was. They were so emotional that they wanted to cry. Lord Dog was so powerful. Way more powerful than what they imagined. Daji and Fire Phoenix were feeling emotional as well. They had known Blackie for a long time. It was just that Blackie did not seem to like them. He always stayed away from them. The dog paw was not moving very quickly, but it exuded an irresistible pressure, making it impossible to run away from. Under everyone's stunned looks, the dog paw easily held the head of the black bear who was drumming. The black bear was huge, but compared to this dog paw, it was like a bear toy. The dog paw easily held its head and lifted it in the air. The bear panicked and struggled helplessly. It cried out in despair, "Arg! Arg! What are you doing? Let me go!" The dog paw vanished into nowhere. There was only an arrogant voice leaving a message behind. "I stopped by to do some hunting, do continue with what you were doing." Chapter 416, Plague vs. Divine Farmer. The dog paw came and disappeared quickly. It disappeared into thin air. The darkened sky cleared up. Everyone stared at the now disappeared dog paw and remained transfixed. This was too unrealistic. It was as if they were hallucinating. However, the black bear that had now disappeared was proof that it was all real. This. The demons who came with the black bear had not seen this before. They watched their lord being strangely captured by a dog paw. They were terrified. Those demons who were still in human form had jumped back to their original form. So shocking. This was like a joke. Continue? How could they continue? Their lord was taken away. How? Draji remained calm and used her power. A limitless chill overwhelmed the demons. Nobody can go. Humph. Fire Phoenix scoffed as the red wings opened up behind her. Flames were all over. Wild Boar Demon and the rest shouted, "Everyone, attack!" Dog Mountain. The dogs around Blackie were just about to snap back to reality. However, they saw how Blackie's paw was gradually retrieving back out. Behind him, a gigantic black bear appeared out of nowhere as Blackie pulled it out. The gigantic black bear was already dead. However, the remaining chi around the bear made the dogs jolt with terror. They resumed their statue-like poses. Lord Dog simply reached out its paw and a Daluo golden immortal black bear demon was taken back. So this was what hunting meant. Blackie saw that the dogs were utterly stunned. He said nonchalantly with a cold tone, "What are you looking at? Hurry and send this black bear to my master. Hurry." The dogs nodded and pulled the dead body of the black bear over. "Yes, Lord. We'll do it right away." Li Nianfen was cleaning the bodies of the porcupine and goshawk. The fur had all been plucked out heartlessly, showing their bare skin. The parts meant to be removed were removed. It was cleanly done. Li Nianfen was planning to roast the porcupine all over and then make a goshawk soup. He saw Deified Dog running toward him with a massive black bear. He was rather surprised. "Wow, this black bear isn't bad. You're indeed a deified dog, you brought back a big black bear so quickly. How clever. How clever." Deified Dog smiled awkwardly. "You're too polite. You are mocking me, right? You must be insulting me, right? Luckily I'm good-tempered now. If this happened in the past, I would have beaten you up. I can make a stewed bear paw soup. The rest can be roasted. It's easy and convenient to distribute." Li Nianfen made up his mind and started working on it. "Nanan, drag in, you two go and help build more grills. Spread them out so that I can grill them separately. This is so that they can spread out as they eat." "Yes, brother." Deified Dog quickly said, "Mr. Li, this is Dog Mountain, let us help." Without having to instruct, the other dog demons started moving around. The Dog Mountain had been turned into a barbecue paradise. On the other end, Ordinary Realm, North River. There was a broken village consisting of mostly thatched and wooden cottages. Moreover, the roofs were mostly slanted and broken. It was a rundown village. In the village, there was no one walking around. Each of them laid in front of their cottages or the streets. They all seemed to be in pain. Cough, cough, cough. However, the village was not quiet. The sound of coughing was heard constantly. Looking closely, one would realize that the soil of the village was back. Furthermore, even though it was now springtime, the surrounding plants were dried out. They were all dead and fell to the ground. This village did not have the warmth of spring. It felt eerily cold. Click. Meanwhile, a room in the corner had its door open. Following that, two elders walked out. They had bloodshot eyes with unkempt faces. They seemed worn out. However, their eyes were glowing with anticipation. One of the elderly men had a porcelain bowl in hand. He quickly walked to a patient who was slumped by the door. He helped the patient up and made the patient drink up the medicine. According to the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classics, this medication should work. The two elders looked at the patient and observed the changes in him. The other said, "It should help to bring down the fever and relieve the cough. The results will be visible by tonight." "By tonight? Based on this herbal soup?" A cold voice appeared. Following that, a figure in a red robe somehow appeared from the sky. The figure was glaring at the two elderly men. This figure had a blue face and red hair. It had gigantic fangs with a third eye on the forehead. It did not look like a human. A very terrifying sight. Plague God. When the crowd saw him, they were all terrified. The two elders even fell onto the ground. Those severely ill patients knocked their heads on the ground to beg for their lives. "You're all nothing but ordinary people, how daring of you to fight against the gods. You know a little something and forgot your status. The world's big, what makes you think you can know it all? You want to save lives? Go on, I can spare you some time. Ha ha ha." He laughed wildly and made a gesture. The book easily fell into his hand. He opened it and read it through. Everything in the world grows and fights against each other. There are 3-part poisons as well as using poison to treat poison, there's nothing incurable. The effects of the drugs can also be mutually reconciled. Toxic can be neutralized, non-toxic can be catalyzed. The manual started with an introduction. Li Nianfen wrote it when he was in the mood. This sentence was well written. He wrote it in hopes of giving confidence to the human race to face all kinds of diseases. Although this manual was known as the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classics, its contents were different from the title. With the help of Li Nianfan's medical knowledge, the manual consisted of more than just knowledge to distinguish different herbs. Quickly, Lu Yue finished reading the manual. His eyes became darker and darker. However, he had to maintain an unperturbed look on his face. "You're saying your new medicines can help treat diseases?" Lu Yue's voice had a hint of disbelief and mockery. With a gesture, he pulled in the patient who just drank the medicine. Using his power, he examined the patient and was genuinely shocked. The patient was starting to get better and the disease in him was gradually being removed. Impossible. Unbelievable. Lu Yue's third eye on his forehead jumped out. He was shocked and started to question life. This worked? Those ordinary men were able to resolve the diseases he planted? Using this manual? Of course, he did not plant a deadly disease, but he thought this plague was incurable by ordinary men. However, he was very surprised. What was this? What law was this? Suddenly, he felt his heart jump. He could only feel that a new door had gradually opened in front of his eyes. This was a door he had never even thought of. A door that could lead to a whole new world. A wave of chills rose from within. He had goosebumps all over. He glared at the elderly man and asked in a serious tone, "Tell me, who wrote this manual?" "Of course, it's written by the saint of my humankind, the Divine Farmer." The elder had a sacred look on his face. He said with respect, "Trust me, as long as you give us some time, no matter what plague it is, we'll find a way to cure it." "Just you? What a joke! What a fearless ant!" Lu Yue's face turned green and he made a gesture. A gray power rushed into the patient's body. Instantly, red bumps were appearing on his face. With another gesture, this patient was tossed back at the two elders. "This plague will be more severe than the previous one, it'll spread quicker. I want to see if you can cure it this time." He scoffed, but he was secretly anxious. He felt as if his entire cultivation was under attack. He was interrogating himself, "What's the plague cultivation I've been practicing all about?" He wanted to compete with this divine farmer. He wanted to see how powerful this manual was. Lu Yue smiled coldly and pestered, "Right, you better hurry. This plague's very powerful. Who knows, you might die from it before finding a solution." "Ha ha ha. Divine Farmer will protect us." The elder picked up the manual and kept it. He said calmly with dedication, "I'm old, I'm not afraid of death. Even if we can't treat it, there are countless people like us out there. As long as we're protected by the Divine Farmer, we'll cure this plague." Lu Yue smiled cruelly, "Okay, I shall wait and see." Meanwhile, a light rushed over from far away. It was a man in a green robe with pustules on his face. He seemed anxious and shocked. "Master, it's bad. The heavenly temple's after us, even the underworld's involved." Lu Yue's eyes darkened. "Humph. Why so anxious? So what if they're after us? I need to speak to them." The disciple stuttered, "But, we don't know what they did. They managed to cure all the plagues we've sent out." Chapter 417, What a Pity Without Chicken Packs. Cured all of the plagues? Lu Yue frowned. He was surprised but kept his cool. He asked, "Who came?" The disciple answered, "Other than the immortal who came the other time, this time another immortal came along with a heavenly soldier. Also, the cow horse from the underworld came as well. It seems that after they escaped the other day, they went to look for help." Lu Yue smiled coldly. He continued to ask, "Do you know how they cured it?" "They put a type of medication into the well water and give it out to the people," the disciple answered. He shook his hand and a bowl with a brown liquid appeared. It looked ordinary. Lu Yue received the bowl and looked at it. He then lifted it to sniff. His face changed and started to appear rather uneasy. The disciple was curious. "Master, do you know what's in the liquid?" Lu Yue looked at his disciple coldly without flinching. "I can't tell for now, but I'll know after trying it." He waved and the same patient flew toward him again. He then made the patient drink it. "Ha, how ignorant." Lu Yue shook his head. He could not help mocking, "Even if they could cure the plague I planted earlier, I can simply plant a new strain and the medication would be useless." He stopped talking abruptly. His words were stuck in his throat as his pupils dilated. He looked at the patient in shock. The red swelling on the patient's face was reducing at a rate that even the naked eyes could see. His body was getting better. How's this possible?" Lu Yue could not believe his eyes. This liquid could cure more than one type of plague? He said in a low voice, "Do you have more of it?" "Yes, I knew this liquid was special, I brought over a bucket of it." The disciple flipped his hands and a wooden bucket appeared in sight. Lu Yue looked at the patient and once again, implanted another strain of disease into him. However, once he drank the liquid, the disease was once again cured. Lu Yue repeated this 3 times and every time, one bowl of such liquid easily cured it. By then, Lu Yue jolted all over. Starting from his soles, he felt a wave of chills rushing to his head. His hair was standing all over his skin. Nemesis. His nemesis. He felt an overwhelming fear. He was not calm at all. The 2 elders saw this and they were very excited as they knelt on their knees and worshipped, "Divine Farmer, this must be the Divine Farmer helping us." They looked at the bucket of water and could not repress their excitement. They filled the gaps with their imagination. It must have been the Divine Farmer pitying them. He used his power to change the structure of the water in the well and turn them into water that could heal all diseases. How powerful! How sacred! Divine Farmer! Lu Yue's eyes were filled with hatred. He could not help exuding gray smoke all over. The 3rd eye on his forehead had become red. "Back then, I planted a plague on the soldiers in the Zhou dynasty. However, I failed when Zhang Ziya went to beg for medication from the Divine Farmer. This forced me into becoming a god and forever became a servant to humankind." Lu Yue recalled his memory unwillingly. His tone was extremely cold. "Divine Farmer's herbal classics, and this water, doesn't that mean the Divine Farmer had reappeared? And, is now more powerful than before?" He knew clearly that this was not the original version. The original version was not as good. It would not have made water that could cure all diseases. Last time, the plague god lost to the Divine Farmer's unique medication. However, this time, Lu Yue felt personally attacked. It was an insult to him. "I don't care if you're the real Divine Farmer or not, I'll meet you this time." Lu Yue suddenly laughed out loud. He was excited by the challenge. "Since you can cure the human diseases, I can implant the diseases on the immortals, can you cure it, then? Come on, accept the challenge." With that said, he left the crowd and rushed toward Lan. He was impatient and not scared at all. He was insane. He knew clearly that his insights were on the verge of corrupting, and he started to doubt the insights of the plague. Meanwhile, he was in a rush to prove himself. If he did not prove himself, his insights would corrupt. If he could cross this hurdle, he would come out with a different insight from before. The principles contained in the Divine Farmer's herbal classics and the miracle water was way beyond his imagination. He had to find out more, even if it would cost his life to do so. Why was his plague so insignificant in front of this Divine Farmer? He was unwilling to give up. Meanwhile, in a village not far away, Len and the rest were watching the people recovering. They were smiling. Xiao Changfeng said, "Lord Saint's so powerful. He merely did a small thing and there's nothing else I can do." Sigh. Cowhorse held a fork as he said, "Don't you know that not long ago, there was a massive plague breaking out in the ordinary realm? It was also Lord Saint who fixed it. After that, he established a medication system for humankind, increasing the luck of the people. Unfortunately, the Lord Saint's too humble. He didn't want to keep his name, so he used the name of the Divine Farmer. Of course, Lord Saint would keep a low profile, if not he wouldn't have insisted on becoming an ordinary man, and he wouldn't even talk to us," Lan said. She sounded inferior. "Lan, no wonder you didn't even dare to breathe in front of Lord Saint." Change smiled. "However powerful the Lord Saint is, he still needs to talk to others. Just like me when I was alone in the Moon Palace. Even if it was a rabbit, I'd turn myself into a rabbit to communicate with it, let alone ordinary people. Since Lord Saint wants to play around in the ordinary realm, we'll have to play along with him." Change is right. What you said makes sense. Xiao Changfeng nodded in agreement. "We Lord Saint too much. Like how ordinary people try to please us when we do a small thing for them in return." Meanwhile, his eyes narrowed as he saw Cowhorse scooping a bowl of water from the well. He drank it. Xiao Chengfeng was stunned. He asked, "Cowhorse, what are you doing?" "Yummy, it's yummy. This medicine's sweet." The cowhorse looked satisfied. He quickly scooped out another bowl. "I haven't tasted such good food from the Lord Saint. I miss his food. It's so nice to drink some medicine to fix my craving. You've no idea, the food in the underworld is so bad. Would you like a bowl?" Change shook her head. She said while maintaining her image, "No need, before we came, we had the dough sticks and soy milk prepared by the Lord Saint." Cow Horse was envious. He slapped his thigh. How envious. I'm so jealous. It's so nice to be alive. Suddenly, the group jolted. Their eyes darkened as they flinched. In the next moment, they were outside the village looking in the same direction. Not far away, a thick layer of gray smoke was approaching them. A powerful chi was coming their way. You came. Xiao Changfeng's lips curled up. He scoffed as his thumb rubbed the tip of his sword. The sword made a flash and turned into light, shooting right into the gray smoke. Dong! Along with a sound, the long sword flew back to him. We haven't looked for you and you've already come to surrender. Xiao Changfeng flew in the air and caught his long sword. He then disappeared into the gray smoke. Following that, clashes and flashes were coming out from the smoke. From within the smoke, two long swords shot out like pythons, trapping Xiao Changfeng. These two long swords flew in the air with two gray tails behind. As they fought with Xiao Changfeng, gray smoke was left behind, forming a trail. Lu Yue gradually appeared from the gray smoke. He scoffed coldly, "Tell me, where did you get the medicine from? Was it the divine farmer who gave it to you?" Xiao Changfeng scoffed coldly, "You don't have the right to know." Cow Horse was better educated. He said, "General Xiao, be careful. This is a plague sword, it has poison in it." "Ha ha ha, like I care? I can cut through it with my sword." Xiao Changfeng laughed and used his power to form a powerful shield, blocking the plague out. "Let me help you." Cow Horse held onto his fork and entered the fight. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lu Yue could not help laughing. He waved his hand and a gray object was sent out. It was heavy like a mountain as it crashed right into Cow Horse's head. He was fighting against the two of them and was winning it. "A bunch of kids trying to capture me? I haven't been out for a long time, have you forgotten about my legend? I was known for my powerful and early cultivation. Who doesn't know about me? My name's known by everyone." "Boring, just that?" Xiao Changfeng was not shocked. He seemed rather delighted. He had pride on his face as he scoffed with excitement. "And do you know who I am? I've fought wars throughout my life, I was once the general of millions of soldiers. There are 3 million swords in the sky and they all bow to me. I'm the god of swords, Xiao Changfeng." Lu Yue's eyes sank. He scoffed. He had not seen anyone as good at boasting as himself. This made him furious. He growled, "If so, I'll have to beat you all up before asking." The power coming out of him became wilder. Following that, another pair of hands came out from his back. And then another. There was also a third head coming out from his body. He had 3 heads and 6 pairs of arms. The 2 plague swords and the item had turned into lights and went back to him. Other than that, each pair of hands was holding a clock, a gourd, and an 8 trigram. At this moment, the gray smoke was rising like a dragon. It turned into a tsunami, splashing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were covered in gray. The gray smoke seemed to be alive as they twisted around. Meanwhile, a terrifying smoke came out from Lu Yue. Instantly, the crowd did not dare to make any move. "Ha ha, kids, a bunch of kids. Do you all think that I'm only an ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal?" Lu Yue scoffed coldly, "A very long time ago, I was one of the most powerful Daluo Golden Immortals. I'd be even more powerful now if it weren't for the investiture of the gods. I want to become as powerful as I used to be. Since you have all come, I'll make you all pay." With that said, the 8 trigrams in his hands shot out and landed on the ground. Instantly, an unlimited wave of gray smoke shot out. The land had been turned into an 8 trigram, locking them in it. Tick. Tick. Ring. Ring. Meanwhile, he shook the plague gourd in his hands, and the plague clock started to vibrate as well. The sound went into their ears, making the crowd feeling dizzy. The gray smoke was even making a growling sound, attacking the crowd. The gray smoke easily penetrated the shield made by Xiao Changfeng and attacked him. Arg! Xiao Changfeng moaned in pain. Following that, countless chicken pox appeared on his face. Instantly, his face was ruined and he felt weakened and dizzy. Cow Horse was not much better. Even though he had the head of a cow, the head was filled with chicken pox as well. He looked funny. Unfortunately, the two of them did not know about the changes on their faces. When they saw the chicken pox on one another, they laughed out loud. The gray smoke did not stop. It was wild like a beast, rushing toward Change and Lan. Change and Lan panicked. They had nowhere to run to. They were like the poor and hopeless white sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They saw the looks of Xiao Changfeng and Cow Horse. They wanted to cry. If they had chickenpox on their faces, it would feel worse than death. How would they be able to get a free meal from the Lord Saint ever again? Lu Yue laughed with excitement. He seemed to be enjoying this as he said, "Ha ha ha, what a beautiful face. It'd be a waste to not have chickenpox on you." Change wailed, "Go away. Go away." The gray smoke was approaching. Lan was breathing heavily. Her head was working at the quickest pace ever. All of her talents had been unleashed. She thought about the disinfectant spray. Suddenly, an image appeared in her head. It was when Lord Saint had the spray in his hand. Says. And the 2 Daluo golden immortal mosquitoes were dead. This image was so memorable, it was impossible for her to forget it. Right, the disinfectant spray. The disinfectant spray given by the Lord Saint. Seeing that the gray smoke was reaching her soon, she quickly took out the disinfectant spray and closed her eyes tightly. She pressed it. Says. A mist came out, touching the gray smoke. In the next moment, without any warning, all of the gray smoke cleared out without a trace. Lu Yue was unable to react. He had stiffened even before he could close his mouth from laughing. Chapter 418, Frog in the Well. This, how could it be? Lu Yue went from his stiffened smile into a shocking look. He was extremely terrified and shocked. Meanwhile, his 9 eyes popped out round and big. He was perplexed and dumbfounded. He looked around to see that his surroundings had cleared up. It was so clean. Where did his gray smoke go? Where did his plague go? With just a sizz they all vanished? What was that? Magic? Change was already in despair. Meanwhile, she remained transfixed on the spot, staring blankly at these sudden changes. So powerful. Lan, who had her eyes shut up until now, slightly opened up her eyes. She took a peek before her eyes popped open. Her small mouth had formed the shape of O. She then looked at the spray in her hand and then at the recovered world. This felt so unreal. The spray she made was so powerful? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lu Yue reacted from his shock. He was furiously glaring at the spray in Lan's hand. He could not help feeling emotional. What kind of treasure is that? How's that possible? How? Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Xiao Changfeng's chickenpox on his face had not faded, but he was smiling with satisfaction. This is called a disinfecting spray. This disinfects plagues like you. Disinfecting spray, disinfecting spray. Lu Yue felt his head buzzing. He kept on mumbling, why is there such a thing in the world? Unless heaven has invented an item to restrain me? No way, it can't be. Where do I continue from here? His third eye had turned red, almost glowing in red, forming a big patch of redness. He was on the verge of breaking. Violent chi started together. Ring. Dong. The plague gourd in his hand started to shake while the plague clock started to vibrate. A cruel chi rose to the sky and started together. Who am I? I'm the plague god who has survived since prehistoric times. I've seen all changes and learned many paths. What haven't I seen? It's impossible to have such a thing existing in this world. As the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classics wrote, everything has its pros and cons. How can this disinfecting spray be so perfect? It doesn't make sense. Fake, this is fake. His 9 eyes had all turned red. He was in shock and laughed insanely, ha ha ha, come on. I'll use my countless years of cultivation to gamble with you. Vroom. Gray smoke exploded like a volcano eruption. They rushed to the clouds and formed a pillar. In the sky, the clouds moved and formed into a swirling grayness, moving wildly. Whoosh. In the next instance, a huge Lu Yue was formed by the gray smoke behind the original Lu Yue. There were all kinds of diseases, plagues, illnesses, and painful sufferings gathered in the smoke. They were constantly mixing and matching with one another, giving out all kinds of strains and mutations. Within one breath, 100,000 changes could be made. I want to crush you all into pieces. A low and deep voice was heard. The phantom and Lu Yue raised his hand and the terrifying plague hand rushed toward the crowd. Wow! Old plague, you're so wild. Xiao Chengfeng retrieved his long sword. I don't want to play with you this time around. Quickly, he rushed behind Lan and showed Lu Yue his finger. Come on, I'm right in front of you, do I look scared? Cow Horse did not seem pleased. He ran behind Lan and reminded Xiao Chengfeng, Brother Xiao, don't speak anymore. You're not his target. Vroom. The gigantic hand left behind a huge pile of gray swirling smoke. It was a terrifying sight. The smoke swirled above their heads like a gigantic dragon from above, crashing into them. Gulp. Lan's lips turned pale. She used all of her strength to swallow. She held the spray tightly and pointed the nozzle at the gigantic palm in the sky. She was extremely nervous and ready to shoot any time. Change had a serious face. She hugged Lan tightly. As the two of them hugged one another, she said, "Lan, it's all up to you now. Don't be nervous, we have to believe in Lord Saint." Xiao Changfeng held his long sword tightly. He called out in his hoarse voice, "Since Lord Saint's involved, nothing will go wrong. Just shoot and it'll be over." The gigantic palm was getting closer. The tension in the air became stronger. It was as if they could hear the sounds from the palm of ghosts and demons moaning. Before the powerful plague had landed, they already started to feel lightheaded. "Spray now. Arg. Says." The mist was shot out from the nozzle. It filled the air. It was not thick nor was there any glow. It was not majestic and merely flew in the air effortlessly. The gigantic palm and the mist touched. Instantly, the gigantic palm turned into vapor in depth and vanished into thin air, and this was not the end yet. Lan and the rest let out a long sigh of relief. They then looked at the gigantic phantom of Lu Yue which was gradually deflating. "Wah!" The phantom growled in a low voice, full of embarrassment and despair. Following that, the wind blew as if the winter snow met the powerful sun. The phantom vanished. Gasp. Lan and the rest stared wide-eyed. They gasped. Impossible. Even though the spray helped them, this still did not make sense. This spray was so small and the phantom was so big. How was that even logical? Arg. Lu Yue spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was in pain, his 3 heads and 6 arms disappeared. His extra eyes were retrieved. He laid on the ground weakly. "So weak, I'm actually so weak?" He mumbled and staggered to stand up. He walked toward the crowd. His eyes locked onto the disinfecting spray in Lan's hands. "Show me, show it to me." Xiao Changfeng pulled out his sword and stood in front of them all. "What are you doing? Are you insane? Go back. Stay back." Bam! Little did they expect, Lu Yue's knees bent and he knelt in front of them. He said with a hoarse voice, "Plague God, Lu Yue, offended the heavenly laws. I'm willing to be punished, please, capture me and bring me back to the heavenly temple." This. The crowd exchanged looks. They were perplexed. Lu Yue said, "I've lost. Please, 6th princess, could you show me what this is?" With that said, he raised his hands and put the plague sword on top of his head. He remained on his knees politely. Lan was about to go forward but Change pulled her back. Cow Horse reminded, "Be careful. I think he's being genuine." Lan bit her lip. She looked at Lu Yue and continued to move forward. Change was speechless. "We'll go with you." The crowd walked to Lu Yue cautiously. Lan held the disinfecting spray and pointed it at the plague sword. Everyone stared closely. Lu Yue did not dare to breathe. Says. The mist touched the plague sword. Instantly, something white dispersed in the air. The plague that was on the plague sword had instantly been cleared up. The plague sword had been converted into an ordinary sword. All of the plague on the sword had been disinfected. It's meant to disinfect. It does what it says. Any plague will be disinfected by this spray. Lu Yue was stunned. His head kept replaying the scene that just happened. He mumbled, "Powerful. Powerful. It's way more powerful than the path I cultivated. And yet, I don't understand it at all." Medicine and poison were interlinked. This expert's understanding of the plague path was so in-depth that it had reached a shocking level. Compared to the expert, he was just like a baby. No, he was not even a baby. His eyes were bloodshot. He said to Lan in a shaky voice, "Thank you, 6th princess, for trusting me. Did the divine farmer give this to you?" Lan nodded. "He's not actually the divine farmer, he's our Lord Saint in the heavenly palace." "I understand." Lu Yue nodded. He seemed relieved as he mumbled, "My path should vanish. Although I'm not vanquished, I saw a whole new world. I'm lucky. I've been a frog in the well all these years, but I could finally glimpse at the world. So beautiful. So majestic." Chapter 419, We accidentally bumped into the expert. Dog Mountain. Munch. Munch. The crisp sounds were heard, one wave after another. They formed an orchestra from all corners. Even though this was a huge mountain, the dogs filled it up from the peak to the foot. Most importantly, the bunch of dogs had their heads lowered in unison. They were chewing the bones while wagging their tails from left to right. They seemed very happy. Yummy. So yummy. They had not eaten such good food since birth. They did not dare to even dream about the world having such good food. They would not trade this with anything. Wah! Some dog demons, especially those with lower rankings, had already started tearing up. Due to this, their dog faces were flowing with water, from saliva to tears and snot. It was an emotional sight. Lord Dog's master's such a friendly expert. He's willing to offer us such good food. Wah, my heart has melted. I heard that there wasn't enough meat in the beginning. The expert asked for more meat and placed the grills all over for all of us to taste it. A kind man. A kind man. Lord Dog's master's such a kind man. How envious. I don't deserve such good food. I don't deserve it. To be honest, I'd do anything to eat this. I'll do anything. This is too precious. The deified dog chewed on a bone and swallowed it. Its tongue came out to lick its mouth with satisfaction. Its worldview had been refreshed once again. Somehow, after arriving at Dog Mountain, its worldview had become unstable. It had been constantly refreshed and triggered. There was no running from it. At first, it thought that dog food was already the best food in the world. However, the expert easily prepared some grilled meat and they tasted so good. Most importantly, other than being delicious, its benefits were way stronger than the dog food. How did he do it? So terrifying. So unbelievable. No wonder Blackie was so clever. It would be impossible to not become powerful from having such a master. The appearance of such a powerful being in the world, perhaps. The deified dog halted. He had a complex look on. He quickly repressed his thought. Li Nianfan ate the meat on the bone and tossed the bone to Blackie. He said, "Blackie, here." Blackie jumped up. He opened his mouth and chewed on the bone. His tail was wagging at Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan said, "Ha ha ha, nice catch." The deified dog could not help looking envious. He was reminded of his time spent with his master. He envied Blackie for having such a powerful master. How he wished to go back to his master. "Master, wait for me." Although it was now a boot-licking dog, he did it to save his master. Li Nianfan patted the dust off his clothes and gradually stood up. He said, "It's late now, we should go. Blackie, you listen to Lord Dog, all right? Remember to be good, learn from the Lord Dog." Woof. 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 "Don't worry, my master. I'll learn from Lord Dog." Blackie nodded his head and looked at Li Nianfan's boots as he was about to leave. Blackie even made a wailing sound. The deified dog felt his heart twitching. How he wished to unhear the conversation between Li Nianfan and Blackie. He invited, "Mr. Li, why don't you stay for a night in our Dog Mountain?" "No need, no need." Li Nianfan shook his head. He did not have the habit of sleeping with dogs. "Right, Blackie, you're too stingy, you have too little fruits here. I especially brought over more from home." Li Nianfan waved as he spoke. Instantly, a bag appeared in front of him. It was a bag half the size of himself. There were all kinds of fruits in it. They were sparkling. The deified dog was dumbfounded. His saliva flowed like a river, drooling. The bag was filled with spiritual fruits. So this was how the world works. The deified dog learned something new again. He remained stunned. "Is that too much?" Li Nianfan waved it off. He did not mind. "This is nothing. Just some fruits, they aren't worth anything. Since I can't eat them anyway, it's annoying to look at them." "Oh, I see." The deified dog lowered his head and scratched the soil with his paws. He did not want to speak. "Why did I even ask? I shouldn't have asked. Look at what I've done." I gave him another chance to show off again. What is life? Li Nianfan made a gesture and smiled. "All right, everyone, goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Li." With that, Li Nianfan drove off and left Dog Mountain on a cloud. He went back to the Heavenly Temple. Seeing that Li Nianfan had disappeared, Blackie jolted and instantly looked different. He catwalked back to his dog throne. Following that, the dog demons did not have to be reminded. They quickly went to their posts. Some massaged Blackie, some fed him with fruits. Deified dog jumped up and started blowing wind at Blackie. Meanwhile, Blackie made a wave and a dog bowl appeared in front of him. Not bad at all. When similar things happen again, you all know what to do, Blackie said calmly. From now on, you all can enjoy the second-grade dog food. Good luck and keep working hard. Thank you, Lord Dog. Deified dog was so touched that he wanted to cry. This was too much of a surprise. He felt so good to be promoted. Deified dog quickly felt his dog bowl. Heavenly spiritual treasure. As expected, dog bowls had different grades as well. This dog bowl was already more powerful than his most treasured treasure back in the day. The Pekingese dogs all smiled happily. They invested in the right dog. Deified dog had become the popular one in front of the Lord dog. It was getting somewhere. On the other hand, Xiao Changfeng and the group brought Lu Yue back to the heavenly temple. Lu Yue was unusually calm. He seemed perplexed, as if he was still stunned by the disinfectant spray. There was a bucket in front of him as well. It was a bucket of water from the well. From time to time, he would scoop out a bowl full of liquid to drink it. He mumbled to himself, "How did the few pills make up this liquid and cure my plague? What logic is this?" "All right, stop acting." Xiao Cheng threw him a look and cut him off. "You're just trying to drink it. It's delicious, isn't it?" "It's not bad." Lu Yue jolted and instantly smashed the bowl. "What nonsense. I'm not." Xiao Changfeng did not care about him. He continued, "You're a god in the heavenly temple, why would you cause harm to the ordinary people?" "Ha, a god in the heavenly temple?" Lu Yue smiled mockingly, "I'm only a disciple of the anti-teaching sect. Since when was I a god in the heavenly temple? Back then, if we weren't framed, why would I have to be in the investiture? I wouldn't give in." Xiao Changfeng smiled and mocked, "Ha! Whatever you say can't change the fact that you caused harm in the ordinary realm. I'll never bully the weak. You're so inconsiderate." "What do you know?" Lu Yue glared at him with three eyes. He scoffed, "I'm merely trying to find the path I've lost. If I'm really causing harm, do you think it'd be such a small deal? You're just a small Taiyi golden immortal. In the past, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. If I glared at you, you might have been dead already." Xiao Changfeng laughed so hard that his beard was shaking. His tears were about to come out. "Ha ha ha, a prisoner like you is quite good at cracking jokes." Change asked curiously, "What do you mean by finding your lost path?" Lu Yue scoffed and let out an arrogant look. He said calmly, "The 5 elements of Taoism are common things. We ride on clouds for leisure. Getting dragon meat to cook a meal, refining their essence to build our strength. It was very relaxing being the 8th grade immortal, the Daluo Golden Immortal." Len asked in shock, "You used to be a Daluo Golden Immortal?" "6th Princess, what do you think?" He was quite polite to Lan. He continued, "Once we became gods, our essence was imprisoned. We were imprisoned and had no free will. Furthermore, every time we died, although we could be revived, our ranking would drop by a lot. I died twice during the catastrophe, and due to that, my ranking had dropped twice as much. If not, you wouldn't have any way of defeating me now." He paused, and then added, "Of course, that's if you don't use the disinfecting spray." That spray was unreal, he did not dare to offend it. Xiao Changfeng halted. He asked, "What actually happened during the catastrophe?" Lu Yue said, "Doesn't matter if I tell you all. After the catastrophe, all gods were released. Although our rankings dropped significantly, we were no longer restrained. There's no more investiture of the gods." Change let out a look of surprise. The heavenly temple was no longer chaotic. Lu Yue smiled. "If the heavenly temple was not chaotic, why would the world become chaotic?" He continued, "However, I feel that something big is about to happen again. The deluxe merit saint you spoke of is very powerful." "Ha, who doesn't know that already?" Xiao Changfeng scoffed. "I'm not looking down on you. As you know, anything you can imagine is just a small part of the iceberg. The power of the expert is beyond words." "I know." Lu Yue stood up and bowed deeply at Lan. He said with a genuine tone, "6th Princess, I have a favor to ask. If possible, I hope you could refer me to the expert. Even if there's no more investiture of gods in the future, I'm willing to return to the heavenly temple to resume my duty." Lan did not hesitate. She weakly shook her head and said, "I don't have a say in this." Meanwhile, Change saw a golden cloud floating toward them. She realized it right away. She said, "All right, we don't have to talk about it anymore. We accidentally bumped into the expert." Chapter 420, The Philosophical Plague God Lu Yue. Bumped into the expert by accident? The crowd looked in the direction of the golden light and their hearts sank. They all waited patiently in front of the southern sky gate. Lu Yue felt his breathing quicken. He was caught off guard. This was similar to a fan thinking of meeting his ultimate idol. In the next moment, the idol appeared beside him. What a chance! This was the expert who easily vanquished Lu Yue's plague. He made Lu Yue lose before he even knew how. How cool was that? This was like how an ant would not understand how powerful the humans were, but it could feel how impressive a human was. How much he wished to worship this expert. The golden cloud was getting closer. The crowd could feel their blood circulating slower than ever. He was here. He was here. Lu Yue did not dare to breathe. He was waiting patiently as a prisoner. He was anxious. It did not take long before Li Nianfan landed calmly in front of the southern sky gate. When he saw An and the rest waiting for him by the gate, he said, "Wow. You all came back? What a coincidence." He quickly saw Lu Yue and frowned. He knew right away, the plague god was indeed Lu Yue. Most importantly, Lu Yue was easy to recognize. He had red hair, fangs, and 3 round eyes. He looked exactly the same as the plague god described in the investiture of the gods. It was impossible to find anyone else with such looks. He looked scary. However, he was now pinned down by them in the middle. He seemed weak, and it was apparent that he had lost. However, why was he staring at Li Nianfan like that? What did he want? Lan and the group greeted in unison, "Greetings to the deluxe merit saint." Li Nianfan sighed and said quickly, "How many times do I have to say this? You don't have to be so polite. This will make me arrogant." A bunch of immortal Bigshots greeting him so politely. Most importantly, he had no cultivation at all. How embarrassing was that? What was he supposed to say? Xiao Changfeng and Lan did not respond to him. They did not know what to say. "Bigshot, we're begging you. Stop being so humble. If you're so humble, we'll become too arrogant." Change winked at Li Nianfan. She smiled, "Lord Saint, I'm hoping you'll send me some deluxe merits." "Ha ha ha, you're quite honest. Don't worry, I'll try my best." Li Nianfan laughed out loud. He looked at the crowd and frowned. He said, "However, you don't have much deluxe merit yet. I can't give you more." Lan nodded and said, "The plague didn't cost many lives, we understand." Li Nianfan said, "If so, it means it went well." Change smiled. "Yeah, not a big deal." Lan made a gesture and the disinfecting spray appeared in her hands. She handed it back. She lowered her head and said in a small voice, "Lord Saint, here's your disinfecting spray." Li Nianfan looked at it and halted. He asked, "You brought this back? Why? Did it not help?" Lan almost jumped in shock. She quickly waved, "No, not that. It's very useful." Li Nianfan waved it off and said, "If it works, then keep it in the ordinary realm. Since it's no big deal, you don't have to give it back to me." No big deal? How could he say that with a straight face on? Even though the crowd had known Li Nianfan for long enough, they still felt their hearts twitching. It was not easy. Most importantly, they could tell that Li Nianfan was not trying to act cool or anything. He was saying it genuinely. The way he made it sound as if this disinfecting spray was trash. How hurtful. It was like a billionaire telling them. $10,000 was nothing. It might be a normal thing with no hint of pretense. However, this made it even more hurtful. Even immortals like Xiao Chengfeng could not take it, let alone Lu Yue. Li Nianfan's words sounded like thunder to his ears. He felt dizzy as his mouth twitched. He almost cried out loud. How insulting. This was a personal attack. A harsh one. This was no big deal? What would that make of him? Lu Yue started to question his worth. The final answer was, trash. He looked at the disinfecting spray and his eyes sank. He made a decision. One had to take risks to gain wealth. The expert was now standing in front of him. If he did not fight for it, his path was not worth cultivating. Although he was trash in front of the expert, he had to prove himself. He had to become a hard-working piece of trash. He took in a deep breath and stuttered, Lord Saint, could you please let me keep this disinfecting spray?" With that said, everyone went quiet. Lu Yue could even hear his heart thumping. His hair was even standing up and he had goosebumps all over. The 3 eyes on his face were so nervous that they popped out. So nervous. This moment brought him back to the moment when he was about to become a disciple of the anti-teaching sect. He was not even as anxious as now. Of course, he was very excited as well. "You want it? Keep it." Li Nianfan did not even think about it before agreeing. To him, this disinfecting spray was really nothing. Furthermore, Lu Yue was quite powerful. He was also a plague god. A terrifyingly powerful figure. If he could make a new friend with this spray, why not? However, his nonchalant reply penetrated Lu Yue's heart. He was so touched and emotional. He found it hard to believe. The expert agreed? This was such a treasure, and yet the expert did not even hesitate before giving it to a prisoner like himself. Everything on him, including himself, was not even worthy of this disinfecting spray. He did not deserve this. The expert was so generous. Lu Yue wanted to cry. He felt his eyes tearing up but quickly hid them away. He said with a serious tone, "Thank you, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled and looked at Lu Yue strangely. "I'm curious, why do you need this for?" "I want to know why this disinfecting spray can disinfect." Lu Yue halted. He then continued, "I had the pleasure of reading Lord Saint's Divine Farmer's Herbal Classics. I learned a lot from it. However, the more I understood, the more confused I became. Is it true what you mentioned? That each element affects one another, and that there's no poison in the world that can't be detoxified?" Li Nianfan halted. He did not expect the plague god to become a fan of his. However, he did not find it strange. This manual was against the plague. As a plague god, it made sense that he was interested. Li Nianfan thought for a moment and smiled. "Of course, it's true." Lu Yue could not help saying, "How so? Is there any use in me spreading the plague, then? Doesn't that make me a trash god?" "Ha ha ha, you're overanalyzing it." Li Nianfan looked at how his three eyes had popped out. He found his look rather sneaky. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "There's no definite thing in the world. The water and fire are against one another, however, you wouldn't call the path of water and path of fire useless, right? This disinfecting spray could disinfect, however it can only disinfect the most basic poison. You're the plague god, if you plant a more powerful plague, this disinfecting spray would no longer be effective." Lu Yue jolted. He felt personally insulted. "Excuse me. Your disinfecting spray isn't only useful, it even disinfected a plague god like me. Please, I beg you to stop using me as an example. I'm unworthy of it." Lu Yue was thinking to himself. He then said, "I still don't understand. How did it disinfect my plague?" "Wow, you asked a good question." Li Nianfan looked at Lu Yue and nodded. He had a look of delight in his eyes. "This shows that you're philosophical. Lots of people assumed things happen due to the law of nature. The cultivators treated these as the law of how things worked. Not many of them would investigate it. Of course, when one's cultivation became more powerful, one could use his power to change some laws, which Li Nianfan found amazing. However, besides the law of nature, there was something else. Many people, including the immortals, only knew the what but not the how." Lu Yue acknowledged that. Li Nianfan felt that was rather amazing. This showed that he was wiser than a god. Seeing that Li Nianfan was amused, Lu Yue felt his scalp itching. He did not understand and felt anxious. He could not help looking around. He saw that Xiao Chengfeng and the rest looked up at him with looks of admiration. This seemed to be the first time that the expert complimented someone. How amazing! Did Lu Yue ask a good question? Why could they not tell? How unbelievable was it to earn the compliment from the expert? Even Xiao Chengfeng admired him for that. Lu Yue was indeed the #1 disciple of the anti-teaching sect. How clever! Lu Yue bit his tongue. "Lord Saint, I still don't get it." Li Nianfan cleared his throat with a straight face. He had a mysterious look on. "Actually, your question is related to the basic elements of the world." Basic elements of the world? Everyone felt their hearts thumping. Merely 5 words and they made their scalps itchy with a layer of goosebumps all over. Terrifying. So terrifying. Taboo. This must have been taboo. Excitement, anticipation, curiosity, and all kinds of uneasy emotions overwhelmed them. They were helpless. Were they allowed to know about this? Would they die after knowing it? Whatever. They would rather die with the knowledge than stay alive being ignorant. At this moment, their blood stopped circulating. They had turned into sculptures with their ears upright. They forgot to breathe as they waited for Li Nianfan to continue speaking. Watching the reaction from his crowd, Li Nianfan felt good about himself. He cleared his throat and said, "First, you have to know this. What is the plague?" Lu Yue was dumbfounded. He found his head unable to work. A plague isn't a plague? What else can it be? Li Nianfan spoke, "Dragon, make me a water ball." Dragon did as she was told. She made a wave and a huge water ball appeared in front of the crowd. Li Nianfan continued, let me start with something basic. What is water made of? Lan stared wide-eyed. Water's an element. Wrong. It's molecules. Li Nianfan shook his head. He continued, dragons, phoenixes, and Kirans were formed by the four basic elements, earth, water, fire, and wind. To be precise, water's made of two elements, hydrogen and oxygen. Chapter 421, Mountain is not a mountain, water is not water. Water's made of hydrogen and oxygen elements? Dragon grabbed the water in front of her. No matter how she looked at it, water was still water. Nothing came out of it. There's no point separating it this way. Hydrogen and oxygen are formless, there's no way to see it. Li Nianfan ruffled Dragon's head. He shook his head with a smile. Dragon lifted her hand and said, brother, then, if my dragon family's made of the water element, does that mean we're made of hydrogen and oxygen elements? Huh? Li Nianfan looked at Dragon, rather amused. She seemed to have understood it and she even used an example. You could say that. Li Nianfan thought for a while. He continued, however, this is just a theory, it's just my speculation. The crowd nodded in unison. They all looked at Li Nianfan without blinking. They were serious. Call it speculation or whatever. We'll believe whatever you say. Li Nianfan continued, I've thought about the cultivation. There are two important elements in the cultivation to immortality, one is spiritual root and the other is spiritual chi. The so-called spiritual root is made of the body's structure. Dragon, your dragon family's made of mostly water elements, while an ordinary man's made of mostly carbon elements. Of course, the more powerful cultivators probably have an element in them that makes them different from an ordinary man. This could be the so-called spiritual root that's required to cultivate. Human bodies are made of carbon elements? Xiao Changfeng could not help looking at his own body. After looking closely, he seemed very perplexed. What's a carbon element? I'm made of this thing? I'm not made of flesh and blood? Li Nianfan smiled, this is easy to verify. Do you know why wood will turn black when burned? Similarly, if the human body's being burned, only some black ashes will be left behind. This is the carbon element. If so, the carbon element is the basic component, while earth, water, wind, and fire elements are those that determine one's cultivation. Lan seemed to have vaguely understood it. However, the earth, fire, water, and wind elements are indeed the signs of all powers in the world. Lan realized. No wonder so many people left their flesh bodies behind to use the elements in the world to restore it. They're actually changing the elements of their bodies? It's beneficial for cultivation? You can see it this way. I was just making an example. Li Nianfan smiled. Actually. Never mind. This problem's too complicated. It's hard to explain to you all at once. It's not ideal for us to stay outside the southern sky gate for so long. You all must be busy. Once you all have the time, do stop by the Deluxe Merit Palace. I'll explain further. To be honest, he had thought this through. He had some realizations but they were just some theories for now. He had no way of verifying them. To him, the people in this realm were like a gun or a cannon, while the spiritual chi and immortal chi were like bullets or elixirs. The spiritual roots had an immense power that could trigger even more power. Nuclear aggregation was such a cool thing, it formed a sun. If they had a nuclear aggregation inside one's body, how powerful would that be? Would that not make a sun in human form? Of course, this would not have happened in his previous realm. However, this cultivation realm seemed to be too unrealistic. The so-called cultivation was probably the process of regenerating different energies of each element. Change and the rest exchanged looks. They seemed disappointed. Apparently, the expert thought they were not smart enough. However, after hearing what the expert said, this was indeed mysterious knowledge. It opened up a new door to them. They understood this world a little better now. The basic elements of the world, who else would know about this? The expert was so powerful. So terrifying. So shocking. Since Li Nianfan had already said so, they did not dare to refuse. They answered, we'll find you another time, then. Goodbye. When they parted with Li Nianfan, they exchanged a look with one another. They saw a similar look of shock and terror in one another. Lan said, this is too important, I must speak to the Empress. Let's go. The group did not dare waste any more time. They flew toward the Jade Emperor's palace. The Jade Emperor and Empress were still able to maintain their cool in the beginning. However, when they heard about how the group accidentally bumped into the expert, Their faces changed. The more they listened, the more shocked they were. Gasp. The two Bigshots gasped at the same time. The gods in the heavenly temple instantly felt the air becoming thinner. They found it hard to breathe. The basic elements of the world? Merely 5 words, and yet it made them so shocked. They felt their scalps itching with layers of goosebumps formed. They were in a much higher realm, so they knew the power of these words. This was related to the creation of the world. Indeed, the creation. This is beyond the ultimate truth. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath. He was very shocked. His voice was shivering as he said, "This thing. I don't even dare to think about it. I don't even have the right to know about it, and yet, you all heard about it from the expert?" Lan said, "Lu Yue mentioned it. The expert even praised him for that." The crowd looked at Lu Yue with complex looks. It was like a bunch of bad students looking at the best student. Lu Yue was dumbfounded. However, this did not stop him from boasting about himself. He gently coughed, "Don't look at me like this, you only have to think more, analyze more, and you all can be just like me." The Jade Emperor did not respond to him. He said in a serious tone, "Lan, repeat the exact words the expert said." Instantly, Lan repeated what Li Nianfan said to them. "Right, the expert's right. We only know the what but never ask the why. This is a different realm. This is our difference." The Jade Emperor felt as if he was woken up by someone's words. "We only know that the dragons, phoenixes, and Kirans are strong. However, we neglected how they were powerful because of the 4 basic elements of the world. The earth, fire, wind, and water elements have their own usages. It's a pity that the expert didn't explain further." The Empress suddenly spoke, "Jade Emperor, do you remember the sentence, 'In the beginning, the mountain looks like a mountain, the water looks like water'? However, looking closely, the mountain is not a mountain, the water is not water. I remember we even debated about it back in the day." "Right, I understand now. This means that we need to look at the basic components of things." The Jade Emperor let out a look of realization. His face was flushing red. A mountain isn't actually a mountain. It's a carbon element. Water isn't water, it's hydrogen and oxygen elements. Right. These are the basic components of the world. The more they spoke, the more shocked they were. They had so much admiration and respect toward the expert. They had learned so much from the expert. When he was in the mood, a few words from him would make anyone so much wiser. How useful. Wonderful. Powerful. The Empress sighed and said, "Unfortunately, our knowledge is so limited. If only the expert's willing to teach us more, it'd be so beneficial for our cultivation." "Mind your words." The Jade Emperor's face straightened. "Empress, we've come so far, we can't be greedy. Even if we learn a little from him, it's already a big step for all of us. We have to be grateful. How can you be so ungrateful?" Len was shocked. "Jade Emperor, is this beneficial for our cultivation?" "Of course, very beneficial." The Jade Emperor took a deep breath and said with respect, "You're not a Daluo Golden Immortal yet, so you won't feel much. The Daluo Golden Immortal starts to grasp the laws of nature, the law of cultivation, but it's very difficult to actually grasp the law of cultivation. It's almost impossible. However, once you learn about the basic elements of the world, it'll be very helpful. After all, this is like standing at the source of all resources in the world and looking at how the world works. This is very terrifyingly beneficial." This was similar to a gun user versus someone who knew how to make guns. If one knew how to make a gun, one would understand how to use a gun better. Back then, Pang was able to change into different forms because he knew about the basic elements that made up the world. The Empress was emotional. She gasped and said, "This is something that even Dao Tzu was unable to grasp. We're so lucky to be told about this. I was indeed wrong to complain earlier." "But..." Lan bit her lip. She was uncertain. The expert said that once we've sorted out our problems and have time, we can ask him for more. "What?" The Jade Emperor and the Empress cried out in unison. They stared at Lan with excitement. The expert actually said so? He said that we can ask him for more? Xiao Chengfei nodded. "I heard that, too." This. The Jade Emperor and the Empress felt dizzy. They were so happy that they felt dizzy. This was such a big matter, and yet the expert was simply offering to share his insights with them? Knowing about the basic elements of the world was one thing. The most terrifying part about all of this was that the expert could simply tell this to the others. This implied that the expert did not care about it at all. This was an opportunity that even Doubtsu would be jealous of. The expert was too generous. The Jade Emperor was impatient. Once we fix our things? What do we have to fix? We have so much time now to visit the expert. The Empress thought about it. Wait a minute, if the expert said we have things to fix, we do. With that said, the crowd looked at Liu Yue in unison. Right, Liu Yue broke the heavenly laws. He's a prisoner, we haven't decided on his penalty. The Jade Emperor straightened his face. Come over, tie Liu Yue to the lightning pillar to receive 108 lightning whips. No need, I'll fly there myself. Liu Yue was already in the air. He seemed impatient. Please, whip me faster, I'm not afraid of pain as long as I don't die. This is so that we can fix this quickly and go get a lesson from the expert. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard. I have the same thought. Hurry up, don't waste time. The next day, early in the morning, Li Nianfan saw the Jade Emperor and the crowd standing outside his door. He was dumbfounded. In their eyes, he saw their craving for knowledge. They even had some notebooks in hand. It seemed as if they were ready to take notes. What were they here for? A lesson? Chapter 422, A New Record Since Prehistoric Times. The Jade Emperor and Empress bowed at Li Nianfan. They appeared rather awkward as they greeted, Lord Saint, sorry to disturb you. They had restrained themselves so much already. Nobody knew who it was, but some big mouth let out the news that the expert was about to teach today. It went viral, the entire heavenly temple knew about it. Early in the morning, a bunch of people came over. If it was not for the Jade Emperor and Empress that restrained them, this would have made a scene. What did they think the deluxe merit palace was? They were queuing to die, right? Those who came were people who were closer to Li Nianfan. Yil Yuyun, Xiao Chengfeng, Change, Liu Yue, the Jade Emperor, and the Empress. Nevertheless, this was not a small group either. This gathering was so awkward. Li Nianfan raised an eyebrow. You're here. The Empress said, Lord Saint, Lan said you wanted to tell her about the elements of the world. We're curious as well, so we're embarrassing ourselves by coming here uninvited. Oh, I see. Li Nianfan nodded. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I was just in the mood. However, this isn't proper knowledge, it's nothing. It's just for entertainment. Why did you come in person? He was just trying to act cool, to show off his wealth of knowledge. Who would have thought that even the Jade Emperor and Empress came? This was a little too much. Perhaps they were too bored and curious. The Jade Emperor smiled awkwardly. Ha, curiosity. I hope you don't mind. Just for entertainment? Those were the elements of the world. This was a big matter for all of them. This was not proper knowledge? What was proper knowledge to the expert, then? He was an unending mountain. Unending. Of course, I don't mind. Li Nianfan turned around and invited them in. Please, come on in. Instantly, the crowd made a gesture at Li Nianfan and walked in through the main door. There were 7 of them. Liu Yue was the easiest to spot. He did not look ordinary. Meanwhile, his face was pale with some whip marks across his face and neck. Li Nianfan quickly glanced at him. It was apparent that his flesh was already torn. It was likely that he offended the heavenly laws and was punished. He was in such bad shape and yet, he still insisted on coming to listen? How hard-working. Instantly, Li Nianfan said, Immortal Liu Yue, have you been punished? If you don't feel well, you may come back another time. No need, really, no need. My body's well. Liu Yue's face changed as he quickly patted his chest to show his vitality. However, in the next moment, he started coughing out a mouthful of fresh blood. He quickly closed his mouth and swallowed it back in. He wiped away the blood on his lips. He smiled it off. It's a small thing, a small wound. Please, come in. Since Liu Yue was so hard-working, what else could Li Nianfan say? Nanan, hurry up and bring tea to the guests, Li Nianfan said. Sorry, we just had breakfast, I don't have any food left. It's okay. It's okay. The Jade Emperor quickly waved it off. We've already disturbed you. Please, you're being too kind. Li Nianfan halted. Then, he said, drag in, go bring the television over. Luckily, after speaking to Lan yesterday, he made some preparations. He had something ready for them. The guests sat down in the living room. They all looked at Li Nianfan, excited and curious. They were like curious cats craving knowledge. Cough, cough, I think you all know that the world is composed of different elements. And so, do you know what elements are made of? Li Nianfan composed his thoughts and said, atoms. For example, water's made of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. Atom? The crowd was confused. However, they became even more curious. They had not heard about it before. Interesting, how interesting. Li Nianfan said, the atom is very, very small. Normally, we won't be able to see it, but they're very powerful. Very powerful. We can't see it? The Jade Emperor and the rest exchanged a look. They were all very excited. The expert phrased it nicely, but they knew. Why could they not see it? That was because their realm was not high enough. If they could see the atoms, would that not also mean that they could see the basic elements of the world? Perhaps only God Pang could have the construct of the entire world clearly laid out in front of him. Li Nianfan shook his head and sighed. We can't see it. Unfortunately, I don't have enough devices here. If not, I could show you how atoms move. You could show us atoms? The Jade Emperor and the crowd felt their hearts sinking. They found it hard to believe and were all extremely shocked. What kind of device could show them the atoms? Ultimate treasure. This was way beyond ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures. However, I could show you how powerful the atoms are. Li Nianfan smiled. Since his crowd was not as knowledgeable, there was no point in saying more. He could only conclude, to conclude in simple terms, each material in the world is in an unstable state. Sometimes they break, sometimes they bond into another form of material. Regardless of the material is broken or bonded, it produces energy. It can then be considered as a source of energy in the world. For example, the energy of the sun is produced by the combining of two hydrogen atoms into one helium atom. This is known as a nuclear reaction. The Jade Emperor and the crowd were perplexed. They could only vaguely understand what they heard, but that did not stop them from finding this very advanced and insightful. Mark that down. Mark that down. This was about the production of energy. It was likely to help in their cultivation. They could revise it slowly in the future. It would be beneficial. They were getting somewhere. They were getting somewhere. Please, watch the television. Li Nianfan had a thought and the television started playing. Soon, a wilderness appeared. The Jade Emperor and the crowd were drawn into it, instantly appearing in the wilderness. In the wilderness, there was a fully armed man with a gun. Pow! Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard. The gun in the man's hand let out a very powerful energy that was shooting forward. Xiao Chengfeng jolted, he was extremely shocked. He said in a low voice, "This is the explosion of the foundation building?" Change cried out in shock, "There's no hint of cultivation, and the item in his hand has no glow or anything. It doesn't seem like a treasure." Before they could analyze more, the gun in the man's hand turned into a bazooka and fired up. This is the energy of golden core? The scene changed again. It had turned into a missile. Following the changes, the Jade Emperor and the crowd seemed very shocked. Their slightly parted mouths were now big O's. Their jaws were dropping. It was okay if those were only the energy of foundation building or golden core. However, the explosion went up to the equivalent of Mahayala. This was unbelievable. Most importantly, that was not the end. Is he really an ordinary man? An ordinary man can use these treasures? They felt their scalps itching. What they saw had completely turned their worldview over. They no longer looked at the world the same way as before. As they were feeling extremely shocked, a heart-sinking feeling approached them from above. They held back their breathing. They looked up to see a gigantic missile falling from above. There was no aura, no visible power, but its destructiveness was as powerful as a golden immortal. They could not help using their protective shield to shield themselves. Vroom. A thick and darkened cloud rose, swallowing everything like a flaming sea. The cloud spread out and wiped everything out, turning the wilderness into an emptied burned hole. The television was turned off. The crowd snapped back to reality with their rounded eyes and mouths. They were still looking very shocked. The Jade Emperor pursed his lips. "Lord Saint, what treasure was that?" Li Nianfan shook his head. "Not a treasure. It's like the bow and arrow used by ordinary men. It's a weapon." Pod? How could there be such a powerful weapon? Xiao Chengfeng was stunned. He could not help looking at the longsword in his hand. His treasure was not as powerful as that man's. The final weapon was a nuclear bomb. It's caused by the nuclear fusion of atoms. Actually, as long as we know more about the world, Even an ordinary man could use this energy to make a powerful and destructive explosion. Li Nianfan paused and continued, "Of course, this is nothing compared to cultivational treasures. After all, these weapons are dead. They're only destructive." The nuclear bomb was just a fraction of the explosion exuded by a golden immortal. In comparison, 1,000 nuclear bombs were not even one hand of the golden immortal. However, this already made the crowd very shocked. The energy was not too shocking to them. However, that energy was made by an ordinary man. That was terrifying. How unbelievable. How shocking. Seeing that they were so shocked and speechless, Li Nianfan felt good about himself. Humans were so powerful that even the immortals were shocked. How great was that? He lifted his hand and took out some printed papers with the words periodic table of elements. This list consists of basically all the elements in the world. I printed a few extra copies, have a look if you're interested. Gasp. The crowd gasped at the same time. How was this a periodic table? This was the entire world. We're interested, very interested. The Jade Emperor and the crowd said quickly. They stared at the piece of paper and cautiously received it. They treated the paper like a treasure, very important. On the paper, there were many words and signs. They did not understand many of them, but this did not stop them from finding it very advanced. With this, they own the world. The Empress said, "Thank you, Lord Saint. We've learned a lot from you today." Li Nianfan laughed it off, "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It was a nice chat, we learned from one another." With that, the crowd blankly walked out of the Deluxe Merit Saint Palace. The students still felt their brains humming loudly. What they learned today was too powerful and shocking. They needed time to digest. The content of the television and Li Nianfan's description helped them to gradually understand better. However, they were still perplexed as if something was blocking them from completely understanding. "I was confused about why the expert would help the ordinary people to detoxify my plague. Now I kind of understand," Lu Yue said suddenly. "As cultivators, we always have to comply with the heavenly laws. Although ordinary people don't have power, they can still understand the laws of the world. By understanding the laws, they can do many extraordinary things." Indeed, as shown in the expert's television, the weapons in the beginning were made with the elements of the world, while the nuclear bomb at the end was made by understanding the basics of the elements. The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled. He was excited and his body jolted. Once the ordinary people understand the laws of the world, they could have powers just as powerful. However, if one understands the nature of the laws, the explosion would be even more massive. From a Daluo Golden Immortal to becoming a saint, one needs to understand all the laws in the world. A saint can create laws for oneself, creating things through words. However, a saint is still restrained by the world. The rank above a saint is to cultivate the nature of the world. To create the world. The Empress said with a trembling voice. She was very shocked. The expert is preaching to us. Although the lesson was short, what they learned today was more insightful than what Dao Tzu taught them back then. If Dao Tzu knew about it, even he would rush over to listen to the expert. They held the periodic table in their hand. Treasure. They must carefully read it through. They would memorize it first. It was too precious. This was a new record since prehistoric times. Chapter 423, I panicked. I shouldn't have told them. In the following days, Li Nianfan had lots of free time again. After the lesson the other time, the Jade Emperor and the rest went back to study. Soon, the knowledge was passed around in the heavenly temple. Everyone was shocked and had their world views refreshed. From time to time, Li Nianfan could hear people mumbling and reciting the periodic table. He found it funny. These things were simple to Li Nianfan, but to the people in the heavenly temple, this was a big deal. They had never heard of it. Li Nianfan could not help thinking, could learning about the basic elements of the world be beneficial to their cultivation? It does seem likely. After all, they have to build their cultivation upon this world. Knowing more about the world is good. It did not make sense to laugh at them for their lack of knowledge. For example, a billionaire had never been to a farm, so he did not know much about agriculture. Would you call him worse than a farmer? What Li Nianfan taught them was nothing too advanced. There was only one conclusion: there was more to the world than what meets the eyes. The nature of the world was made up of even smaller things. The energy of the world was given out by these very small things moving around. This was not even preaching. He was just inspiring them. However, sometimes, inspiration was the key. Li Nianfan recalled something and suddenly found it shocking. After all, this is the nature of the world. If this bunch thoroughly understood it'd be so scary. Arg. Terrifying. I panicked. I shouldn't have told them this. I should keep things to myself in the future. Li Nianfan made a mental note. After all, some of this knowledge could be very terrifying when used wrongly. If they were ordinary men, it would be okay. However, these were the immortals. If they made sense of it, the result would be terrifying. He hit his head and stopped thinking about it. He said, "Dragon, Nanan, let's go. Let's go and stay in the ordinary realm for some time." Nanan and Dragon jumped up with excitement. Back to the ordinary realm? Yay! Let's go. It was not as free staying in the heavenly temple. Li Nianfan realized that living in the heavenly temple was not as grounded as living an ordinary life. He wanted to wander around before coming back. Li Nianfan smiled. "Let's go look at the peaches. I think it's about time to ripen." Dragon said happily, "Ha ha ha, yay." Instantly, the three of them nonchalantly asked the guards at the southern sky gate to tell the Jade Emperor about their departure before going back to the ordinary realm. The guards nodded. They were intimidated and were all very polite. That was the expert. Not long after Li Nianfan had left, Ao Cheng rushed to the southern sky gate. He was panicky and he rushed to the Lingxiao Palace. Behind him was a man with a black horn on his forehead. It was a symbol of the Southern Sea Dragon. Chapter 424, The Grace of Preaching. The Plan of Lord Kunpeng. It did not take long before Ao Cheng and the other dragon arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor and Empress received the news. They woke up from their self-cultivation, though it was more of enlightenment than cultivation. Recently, they had been enlightened by the knowledge preached by Li Nianfan. They realized they had a more in-depth understanding of the world. It was as if they had been brought out of the mountain. This feeling alone was already very terrifying. Since they were quasi-saints, even a small improvement would be very important. They merely listened to Li Nianfan's class and they were already enlightened. Once they understood it thoroughly, they would become so powerful. The two of them exchanged a look. They knew each other well enough to know that they were both very shocked. The Empress sighed. "Jade Emperor, the expert's indeed an expert. We have gained quite some knowledge from him this time." "We have gained a lot from him." The Jade Emperor shook his head and took in a deep breath. "To the expert, we're just some ants. Do you even mind it when you feed the ants?" The Empress said, "Of course, I know this. Even though the expert doesn't mind, we can't forget about his kindness." "You don't say. Our difference from ants is that we have brains and hearts. We can be grateful," the Jade Emperor said in a serious tone. "Empress, how's your enlightening?" The Empress frowned and said, "I feel that my worldview's starting to change. I've reached the point that when I see a mountain, I know it's not just a mountain. When I see water, it's not only water that I see. Meanwhile, I can vaguely feel that the world's starting to reject me." "Same." The Jade Emperor paused. He continued after a long while, "Do you remember what Dao Tzu said? If we want to become saints, other than deluxe merit, we also need some harmonious purple chi. That's it. You and I ruled the heavenly temple, we've gained some deluxe merits. However, we're still far from becoming saints because of the lack of harmonious purple chi." The Empress's pupils dilated. Instantly, she had some cold sweat on her forehead. She said, trembling, "Jade Emperor, what you're saying is that, we might not need the harmonious purple chi anymore." "This is just my speculation." The Jade Emperor's face sank. He analyzed in a low voice, "The harmonious purple chi is a law set by the heaven in this area since the sea has no end. Although there are some bottlenecks in cultivation, it's impossible to have an end. Therefore, other than the harmonious purple chi, there must be other ways to become a saint. It's just that. Dao Tzu didn't tell us that. It was likely that even he didn't know about this." The Empress gasped. She cried out, "And the expert made it clear to us about this. Was it due to the heavenly restriction that stopped us from fully understanding it?" "Likely to be it. I'm guessing, once we can become saints without the need of harmonious purple chi, we won't be far from breaking all restrictions in the world." The Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled. Although this was just speculation, he was pretty sure of it. The expert simply told us such a precious piece of information. I really want to kneel before him and call him my master." His voice became hoarse at the end. He was too emotional. To the cultivators, preaching was as precious as creation. Yeah, this is such a precious piece of information. And yet the expert told it to us in such an informal way. How powerful is he? The Empress gently rubbed her watery eyes. She took some time to calm down and then said in a serious tone, "We can only use our actions to repay the expert. Since Ao Cheng's here, perhaps there's an urgent matter. This could even be related to the expert, we have to hurry." The Jade Emperor nodded. "You're right, let's go." The two composed themselves and regained their solemn composure. They walked to the front of the Lingxiao Palace. Ao Cheng and the other man instantly greeted, "Your humble Ao Cheng and Ao Li are at your service. Greetings to the Jade Emperor and Empress." The Jade Emperor waved it off and said directly, "Don't mind the gestures. You're in such a hurry, what's the matter?" "This is an important matter. I don't dare to make the decision myself, so I came here to seek your advice." Ao Cheng halted and turned to Ao Li. "Ao Li, tell them what you know." The Jade Emperor looked at Ao Li. The Jade Emperor knew that the Southern Sea Dragon was now spying for them. One had to admit that this was a very clever move. In the Southern Sea Dragon family, everyone except the Dragon King in retreat and the few high-ranking elders who never come out are already convinced. They're all willing to take our side. Ao Li reported this first. He then continued, "Recently, Lord Kunping somehow gathered a lot of demons. They even came over to try to recruit my Southern Sea Dragons and the Kirins. They want us to join forces with them to make a scene at the same time." The Jade Emperor frowned. "Do you know what that's for?" Ao Li said, "They want us to attack the Eastern Sea Dragons. If not, they're going to attack the Nine-Tailed Fox directly. They want to attack everyone within the shortest time. They then plan to join forces to shut down the Heavenly Temple and Underworld. They want a complete wipeout for the demons to rule the Heavenly Temple." The Jade Emperor could not help smiling coldly. What a motif! Just Lord Kunping alone? Ao Li continued, "According to reliable news, Lord Kunping asked Styx Laozu to come on board, too." The Jade Emperor's smile instantly stiffened. This was more challenging. If this bunch joined forces, the Heavenly Temple would be put in danger. Luckily, the Southern Sea Dragons and Kirins had changed sides. If not, it would be even more challenging. Ao Cheng said with a serious face, "Jade Emperor, the key is that Lord Kunping wants to personally take down the Nine-Tailed Fox. We must protect the Nine-Tailed Fox and cannot let anything happen to her." The Jade Emperor said in a low voice, "I'm aware of that. The expert reminded me to take good care of the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Fire Phoenix." He was feeling responsible. He felt the weight on his shoulders. No accident should happen. Definitely not. "This time around, I'll do it myself," he agreed to it without hesitation. "I will, too," the Empress said. She then added, "Furthermore, we have to make sure Lord Kirin and the Dragon King of the Southern Sea aren't involved." Styx Laozu and Lord Kunpeng were challenging enough. If they had to fight the unknown Dragon King and Lord Kirin, the battle would be too challenging with many variables. It would be tricky. The Jade Emperor looked at Ao Li and said, "It's easy to make sure they're not involved, but it's up to you too." At the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan came back with Dragon and Nanan. The warmth of a homely feeling rushed over instantly. Xiao Bei walked over and bowed, "Master, welcome home." "Hello, Xiao Bei." Nanan and Dragon grinned. They instantly ran around the yard happily. They also ran to the egg station to feel the rounded eggs. They were warm and feeling friendly. Nanan smiled, "Little chicken, you're all doing pretty well, you laid so many eggs. This shows that you haven't slacked off." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The chickens started chirping. They stood upright in a row and arched up their buttocks. In unison, an egg was laid from each of them. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Let's go to the backyard and have a look." Click. Upon pushing the door open, a herbal scent overwhelmed their senses. The smell was lovely. Wow! Nanan and Dragon were shocked. Their eyes sparkled like stars. In the middle of the yard by the pond, the peach seed planted by Li Nianfan had grown as tall as 6 meters. Its tree branch was thick and healthy. Most importantly, there were pink and tender peach blossoms on top. As a gust of wind blew past, a few petals flew in the air and down into the pond. They started swirling in the pond. On the other side of the peach tree, there was a plum tree with pure white petals. They looked similar to the petals of the peach tree, letting out a nice scent. The peach and plum trees worked as a team, giving off a nice floral scent as many golden bees surrounded them. They seemed excited. Tree, flower, water, and bee. They formed a picturesque scene. Moo. A moo broke the stillness of the scene. 2 5-color sacred cows gathered by the pond. They lowered their heads to start drinking. Beside the cows, an old tortoise was sunbathing. Li Nianfan walked forward and looked at the plum and peach trees. He smiled instantly. As expected, the peaches had ripened. However, the plums aren't out yet, it's growing rather slowly. Wow, the peaches are so beautiful. Nanan and Dragon looked at the peaches on the tree. They were drooling all over. Li Nianfan nodded. Indeed, they're beautiful. These peaches are first class. He had a plan in mind. This was such a first-class peach tree. However, it was such a pity to only have one of them. He would collect more of its seeds to grow a few more of them. Dragon gulped and said, "Brother, are the peaches ready?" Yes. Li Nianfan was going to rise with his cloud. With an idea, he halted and waved at the old tortoise. "Old tortoise, come over here." Although going up with the cloud was convenient, it was not so artistic to pick the peaches that way. He would miss out on so much fun. It was more fun to be like the past, that would be more joyful. The old tortoise gradually opened its eyes and wiggled toward him. It cleverly stopped below the peach tree. "Come on up." Li Nianfan instructed Nanan and Dragon to follow him. They climbed on top of the tortoise. Looking at the peaches closely, even Li Nianfan had more cravings. The peaches were as big as his palm. There was no fuzz on them. They looked clean and pinkish white. The right word to describe them was juicy. How beautiful! They looked orderly. There was no flaw on their surfaces. The peaches were juicy with a vague scent. Li Nianfan lifted his hand to gently touch it. It was nice to the touch. He did not dare to squeeze it as he was afraid that some juice might ooze out. Pop! Li Nianfan cautiously plucked a peach from its branch. He sent it into his mouth and gently bit into it. He did not even dare to be too forceful. Even so, a lot of juice burst in his mouth and even oozed out. Li Nianfan wasted no time. He quickly sucked up the juices. Instantly a burst of sweetness triggered his taste buds and overwhelmed his tongue. The sweetness of the flesh rushed to his head. His senses were overloaded. The peach's flesh was soft along with its juice in his mouth. With a gentle bite, the soft and bouncy flesh got lost among his teeth. The texture was very pleasurable. Nanan and Dragon had already started munching. The juice filled their mouths while they moaned with pleasure, "Yummy, so yummy. Good peach. It's indeed a good peach." Li Nianfan could not help smiling. He was happy about this new addition to his backyard. "I must thank Immortal Zaywell. I must treat her to some of these peaches." He thought about it as he opened his mouth. With a popping sound, he bit a big chunk of the peach with his mouth. This time, the thick juice burst inside his mouth and puffed him up. As he chewed, more juice came out. They almost oozed out from his mouth. Li Nianfan quickly gulped it all up. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by pleasure. One had to admit, this pleasure was electrifying. Chapter 425, Sit back and watch, pocket all gains. Old tortoise, open your mouth. Li Nianfan picked up another peach and tossed it in its mouth. The peach was not small, but to the old tortoise, it was like candy. It swallowed it in one go and nodded at Li Nianfan. After that, it gradually closed its eyes languidly again. "Right, don't toss away your seeds. I want to try to grow a few more of this tree." Li Nianfan looked at the tree and shook his head. "The peaches here aren't enough for us to eat." Nanan and Dragon nodded. "Yes, brother." Li Nianfan smiled. He said, "The peaches from this tree are not only yummy, it's also a nice view. I need to think about how I'm going to plant it. Time to work again." Following that, Farmer Li Nianfan got to work. Dragon and Nanan helped him as he started plowing the soil to make space for the new trees. Time passed like water. 3 days had passed. Southern Sea. The sea was not calm at all. The waves were rushing, one after another. There were more waves than usual. The sea level was high as the waves kept hitting the stones. Suddenly, along with a loud bang, a gigantic water pillar shot out from the sea. The already unstable sea rippled more wildly. The powerful wave was like a shield, rising from the surface of the sea. As it swirled, a shocking chi started to engulf the entire sea. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Under the sea, wild laughter came out from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. The entire palace seemed to have been shaken up by this laughter. The vibration did not stop and all of the Southern Sea Dragons looked shocked. They all rushed to the Dragon Palace. Vroom. At the deep end of the Dragon Palace, a crystal door was instantly opened. Following that, a gigantic black dragon shot out from inside. This dragon had black scales all over. It had 5 claws. Its dragon eyes flashes like lanterns. There was even a glow shooting out from its eyes like a torchlight. Its dragon body moved. Instantly, the entire dragon palace vibrated even more vigorously. Roar! The black dragon roared. It seemed excited. With a roar, it shook up the entire southern sea. The water flew up to the sky without stopping. The majestic sight of dragon-sucking water was seen everywhere. Vroom! The black dragon rushed out from the sea and shook up the sky. It released its chi without holding anything back. Instantly, the space around it seemed to have been twisted. A powerful chi started to form a swirl. With another movement, it shot back into the sea. Its dragon tail flicked once and the vibration traveled from the southern sea to the eastern sea. The entire eastern sea dragon palace was shaken up, overwhelmed by the powerful chi. This made the eastern sea dragons very anxious. At this moment, the Jade Emperor and Empress in the heavenly temple felt it, too. Their brows furrowed. Quasi-saint? It's coming from the southern sea dragon palace. The southern sea dragon king's a quasi-saint? Hopefully they can hold it back. If it joins in, we won't have enough power on our side to fight. The black dragon rushed into the southern sea dragon palace. Its dragon body transformed into an elderly man dressed in black robes. His beard was long and he was laughing wildly. Ao Feng instantly rushed over with his southern sea dragons. They all greeted with excitement. Congratulations, Dragon King. You've powered up and made the southern sea dragons the most powerful of all demons. The other dragons knelt on one knee and said in unison, Congratulations to Dragon King. You've powered up. The southern sea dragon king laughed wildly, ha ha ha. The dragon soul pearl's indeed powerful. It contains our ancestors' powers. It helped me break through from Daluo Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, I wasn't enlightened enough. However, when the time's right, it'll be easy for me to break through from here. The crowd praised, our Dragon King's so powerful. The Southern Sea Dragon King glanced around and looked surprised. He then nodded with satisfaction, wow, you all have powered up quite a bit, too. Did something happen? The crowd jolted. Ao Shu said nonchalantly, nothing happened. We wanted the best for our Southern Sea Dragon family, so we worked harder to cultivate. Good. The Southern Sea Dragon King instantly shot out light from his eyes. Good job. Our family's doing so well. Ha ha ha. The Southern Sea Dragon King laughed while the others laughed with him. After a while, the Southern Sea Dragon King stopped and put on a serious face. He said, I know about the matter. What do you all think about Lord Kunpeng's plan? I think it works. By the side, an elder said, now is the best time for our dragon family to get back on our feet. Why not join forces with Kunpeng to diminish our threat while making the demons stronger? Furthermore, we'll focus on attacking the Eastern Sea. Once we get hold of it, it'll just be a matter of time before we rule all four seas. Yeah, I think so, too. The Southern Sea Dragon King smiled. He seemed excited. He almost seemed impatient to attack right away. Meanwhile, Ao Shu said loudly, Dragon King, this act isn't ideal. The Southern Sea Dragon King frowned. He asked, why not? Lord Kunpeng's ambitious. We cannot join forces with him. Ao Shu said with a pained and upset tone, Lord Kunpeng thinks he's the lord of all demons, he thinks he's just as powerful as our dragon ancestor. He looks down on the Southern Sea Dragons. His disciples always treat us coldly and arrogantly. The Southern Sea Dragon King's eyes glinted. Really? Kunpeng thinks so? Meanwhile, Ao Feng stood up and said in a serious tone, Dragon King, according to my analysis, Kunpeng's trying to take over our Southern Sea Dragons. The Southern Sea Dragon King halted. What do you mean? Recently, I've been reading 36 Tricks. I learned a lot from it. I can tell right away that Kunpeng's trying to use us for his own gain. Ao Feng halted and said convincingly, we'll attack the Eastern Sea, but the Eastern Sea belongs to the Heavenly Temple now. In other words, we'd have to fight against the Heavenly Temple. If so, the Southern Sea Dragons will be harmed. The death of the Western Sea's Black Eel is already a great example. Once Kunpeng gets rid of all of us, he'll be the most powerful of all. I see, the Southern Sea Dragon King's face sank. How tricky. How dare Kunpeng try to frame me? King Father, I have a tactic. It's called sit back and watch. Ao Feng smiled and said, according to what I know, Kunpeng failed when trying to attack the dog demons and nine-tailed fox. This is why he decided to join forces. Why don't we sit back and watch them fight? At the end of it, we'll profit from the gains effortlessly, isn't that great? Ao Shu instantly clapped in shock. Good idea. Good idea. Prince Alfang's such a genius. Instantly, all of the Southern Sea Dragons nodded. Lord Kunping wants to use us against the Heavenly Temple. Dragon King, we cannot fall for it. Prince Alfang's right. Please, think it through. We cannot attack, we mustn't. Instantly, the Southern Sea Dragon King's excitement vanished. He looked at how excited his dragons were and started doubting his life. It seemed that all of them were against this. This showed that this plan could not work. He instantly made a decision and said, "Since you're all the best dragons of mine, I know you wish the best for us. Of course, I won't take action." Alfang's right, Kunping's ambitious. We can't let him use us. If he wants to attack the Heavenly Temple, he should do it on his own. We'll sit back and watch while profiting from the gains effortlessly. Isn't that great? Dragon King's clever. At the same time, at the Kirin Cliff, the Demon King stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down at his Kirins. He said in a low voice, "You're all right. Now that the Southern Sea Dragon King's so powerful, Lord Kunping's realm is even more powerful. Us Kirins mustn't be harmed again. We mustn't get involved blindly. Pass on my order, we'll sit back and watch. Don't get involved." Demon King's clever. 2 days had passed. In the immortal realm, 10,000 demons had gathered somewhere. Lord Kunping, with his face sharp like a knife and his beard long and narrowed, stood on a platform. Beside him, a well-built pig demon was reporting back to him. The more Kunping listened to it, the darker his face turned. Finally, his face was dark as ink, his mouth slightly twitching. "Nonsense! Nonsense!" His eyes glinted. He yelled out loud, "Are they all pigs? This is the best time to strengthen the demons. And yet, they want to stay out of it?" Since there were so many powerful demons, they could wipe out everything including the Heavenly Temple if they joined forces. This is such a great opportunity. After that, the demons can rule over the world. How great was that? Dragons, phoenixes, and Kirins are indeed unreliable. Back then, they fought for power and almost went into extinction. The demons haven't even grown back fully and they're already having internal conflicts? Meanwhile, the pig demon by the side could not help saying, "Lord, of course, they're not pigs. If they're pigs I would have made them come work for you. Get lost. Pass on my words, we're going out now." Chapter 426, What Happened? Everything didn't go as planned. Vroom. Instantly, the demonic chi rushed to the sky. Countless demonic clouds covered the sun and dimmed the light. They were rushing in one direction. The powerful demonic power was vulgar, making the world change colors. Lord Kunping was in the middle of the group. His eyes glinted. He was wondering how all the demons he sent out failed their mission. He thought it through. None of that should have happened. Those were merely some dog demons, and yet, they made 2 Taiyi golden immortals lose touch with him. The nine-tailed fox was even wilder. He sent out a Daluo golden immortal along with 3 powerful demons and many smaller demons. And yet, none of them made it back. Did they all fail? Impossible. Rubbish. They ruined my plan. Lord Kunping could not help growling, those were merely some dog demons, nine-tailed fox and phoenix. They can't even get them? Then I don't want to keep those demons either. The pig demon by the side said, "Lord, why don't we start off by killing the nine-tailed fox and dog demons?" "Humph. Do you think I did all these to attack the fox and dogs?" Lord Kunping glared at the pig demon. He said coldly, "They're just some byproducts. I can easily kill the fox and the tiny dog. My aim is the Heavenly Temple." Pig demon realized and said, "So you want to invade the Heavenly Temple? The Lord's very ambitious." "What do you mean by invade? I'm owning it." Lord Kunping corrected the pig demon. "The Heavenly Temple was originally a temple for demons. It belongs to my kind. How's that invading?" Pig demon said, "You're right, my lord." Lord Kunping said calmly, "With your intelligence, there's no point in me speaking to you about this. Ask everyone to hurry up, we'll launch a surprise attack and leave them no chance to prepare." Instantly, the demonic clouds traveled quicker, leaving a long line of demonic chi lingering in the air. After half an hour, the demonic clouds went to a valley. The gigantic shadow covered up the entire valley. The powerful chi rushed up from the demonic clouds like water. The demons in the valley all shivered in terror. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Daji and Fire Phoenix looked serious. They walked out from the valley and looked at the demon cloud. Behind them, many demons looked up and felt uneasy. What a terrifying chi! Black Bear Demon shrunk its neck. Really? Do they need so many demons to attack us? Wild Boar Demon's tiny eyes bulged as it gulped uneasily. Little Green, it's over. We're over this time. Little Green the python demon had turned into half human and half python. Its long python tail was twisting behind it. It said, "Are you scared? Look at the demon cloud, there's a pig demon up there. It seems to be quite high up in the rankings. Go and make friends with the pig, who knows, it might let you stay with them." Scared? I've worked my way up here from the ordinary realm. What made that happen? It was all because of my Demon King. Wild Boar Demon said with a straight face. We worked our way up here from the ordinary realm. We're seniors here. You want me to take their side? Really? Black Bear Demon praised, nicely said. Old pig, I'm looking at you differently now. I didn't expect you to speak with such profoundness. Little Green said in a serious tone, the three of us have been following our Demon King all along. We've seen things that we wouldn't have seen in our entire life. We've tasted delicious food beyond our imagination. Although those were only the leftovers, but those gave us a lot of opportunities. We've come to where we are today, so what if we die? Meanwhile, a powerful chi rushed down from the demon cloud. It was very powerful, as if something had erupted. All of the surrounding trees bent from the sheer force of it. Many small demons had crashed on the ground. It was a mess. Little Green and the other two instantly lost the courage they just built. Little Green could not help saying weakly, if only Lord Dog's here, I'd feel safe no matter how many of them are here. Wild Boar Demon said, Lord Demon will step in? I think so. After all, it made me into this fat pig. It wouldn't let others have my meat. Black Bear nodded. You're right, that same goes for my bear meat. On top of the demon cloud, Lord Kunping looked down from above and smiled mockingly. It had a nonchalant look and said calmly, that nine-tailed fox has quite some connections. She managed to gather so many demons. However, they're not at all powerful. As the ancestor of all demons, I'll give them all a chance as a gesture to the nine-tailed fox and fire phoenix. Lord Kunpeng, I understand. The pig demon understood what Lord Kunpeng meant. It marched forward and yelled, Lord Kunpeng's the ancestor of all demons. Now that we don't have a demon king, Lord Kunpeng's the rightful candidate. Nine-tailed fox, fire phoenix, you two are powerful demons. Don't take it wrongly. Lord Kunpeng's feeling generous and is willing to give you all a second chance. Put down your weapons and surrender right now. Daji's face was cold. She looked up and said, impossible. If you want to fight, we fight. Ha, goodbye then. Lord Kunpeng scoffed and did not waste any more time. He lifted his hand and slammed his palm down from the air. Vroom. Instantly, a powerful pressure fell on the heads of all demons in the valley. The destructive chi erupted. Before it arrived, the highest point in the valley had already been turned into dust. It had been destroyed. This chi had no shape or form, but it appeared in the hearts of the demons. It made them panic and go wild as if they would vanish in the next moment. Meanwhile, a painting suddenly appeared on top of Daji's head. It then gradually unscrolled itself. It was a painting of a mountain and river. It floated in the air and turned the chi of Lord Kunpeng into nothing. The Land of Mountains and Rivers painting? Lord Kunpeng's eyes glinted. His expression did not change. He flipped his hand and a big golden stamp appeared in it. As his hands moved, the stamp grew even bigger. In no time, it was as big as a rockery. Two words were seen at the bottom of the stamp. Vroom. As the golden stamp appeared, the air seemed to be unable to contain such an item. It started making sounds as if the air was about to crack open. As the massive stamp landed, an even more powerful chi crashed down. Even though it was far away, everyone found it hard to breathe, as if the sky was about to collapse. Vroom. The massive golden stamp attacked the world projected by the painting. Instantly, the projection was destroyed by the stamp. However, following that, a new world with tall mountains and prosperous land came out. It was an even more advanced world, defending the attack from the gigantic stamp. Lord Kunpeng raised his hand and the stamp flew back to him. He scoffed coldly, Empress, do you think I can sense you if you hide? Cluck. 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 Along with the galloping of horses, 3 snow-white horses with wings flew over in the sky. They had 1 horn each on their heads. There was a golden carriage behind them as they moved forward. The carriage had a colorful glow. It was a majestic sight. Inside the carriage, the Empress's calm voice was heard. Brother Kunpeng, you seem excited. What do you want to do? Lord Kunpeng said coldly, it's my matter with my demons, Unless the Heavenly Temple wants to get involved? The Jade Emperor smiled and walked out from the horse carriage. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Brother Kunpeng's so funny. The Empress and I came out for a walk and we happened to be here. We're just asking out of curiosity." Lord Kunpeng looked at the Jade Emperor and Empress. He narrowed his eyes. They came out for a walk? Did they think it was a pig they were lying to? Why would the Jade Emperor and Empress simply leave the Heavenly Temple? Also, what were those behind them? They needed so many armed heavenly soldiers for a walk? Lord Kunpeng quickly thought about it. The situation was clear, the Heavenly Temple was here to attack. This should not be. He had hidden his tactic well. Only his own demons knew about it. How did they find out? Even the Jade Emperor and Empress have come. This was a major problem. So strange. Furthermore, he merely planned to attack the Heavenly Temple. He was not ready to attack yet. Currently, Lord Kunpeng was merely trying to attack the nine-tailed fox. And yet, the Heavenly Temple appeared all of a sudden? What was the situation? Lord Kunpeng was lost. Weird. Very weird. Lord Kunpeng tried to sound less surprised. He said in a low voice, "I don't know what's going on, but this doesn't affect my original plan. Since you're here, we might as well sort it out." The Jade Emperor said coldly, "What? Brother Kunpeng wants to eat us as well? Why not?" Suddenly a voice rang in the air, followed by a blood-red glow shooting out. Styx Laozu gradually appeared before the crowd. Behind him was a violent army with cruel and violent chi. Styx Laozu laughed wildly. "Jade Emperor, I let you go the other time. This time, the Heavenly Temple will be destroyed, again. Cut the nonsense. Wipe them all out." With that said, the stamp in Lord Kunpeng's hand already flew out. It was about to smack the Empress. The Empress lifted her hand and the painting instantly wrapped around her body. Different projections became her shield as she cast a spell. The hairpin on her hair rushed out and stabbed Lord Kunpeng. "Ha ha ha, my armor's better than yours." Lord Kunpeng smiled and a golden glow surrounded his body. A golden bell was formed. Vroom. The sound of a bell was heard. Although it was not loud, a powerful sound of chi rushed to the ears of the people. Ripples were formed in the air as if the world had been shaken up. The Empress's hairpin landed on the golden bell but it simply bounced back, unable to penetrate it. Eastern Bell. The Jade Emperor's face sank. He felt a sense of challenge right away. After the death of Eastern Emperor, this bell has been missing. You actually have it? Lord Kunpeng smiled arrogantly. He said, "Eastern Bell, an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure. The best armor. It can even take a blow from a saint. I can just stand here and let you all hit me without getting harmed at all." Meanwhile, Styx Laozu's weapons, Yuan Tu and Abby, turned into lights and attacked the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor thought on his feet. A tower instantly appeared above his head with a sword drawn out to block both Yuan Tu and Abby. "Eh?" Styx Laozu frowned. He was shocked. The sword in the Jade Emperor's hand had turned into deluxe merit treasure. And somehow, he sensed that the Jade Emperor was way more powerful than the last time. The Empress, too, as if they had grasped the nature of the world better now. They were not like this when they fought the other day. He refocused and instantly looked serious again. The fight between the four quasi-saints was so intense. Even a little chi from them was able to make the surroundings vanish. If they kept on fighting, the immortal realm and even the ordinary realm might collapse. Back then, the dragons, phoenixes, and Kirans were fighting this way. That was why the prehistoric world collapsed. Countless blocks were caused and ever since then, the three species went downhill. Of course, the four of them did not dare to cause any extra harm. As they fought, each of them only damaged the air and fought off the ground. Although it seemed as if they were fighting right in front of each other, the truth was that they fought in a different dimension. Each punch was lost in that dimension. If not, this land would have been instantly destroyed. As for the others, they were merely watching. The treasures and spells kept bombarding that space. Different spells rushed up into the sky. It was a mess. The valley had instantly been turned into a wasteland. It was engulfed by the flaming sea and water. All plants had been wiped out. Although the Jade Emperor and Empress were involved, Daji was not having the upper hand because they did not have a Daluo Golden Immortal on their side. While the opponents had 3 Daluo Golden Immortals. "Immortal Daji, don't panic, we're coming." Ao Cheng and Ao Yun came over for additional support. They had a bunch of sea soldiers behind them. With that, at least they had more quantity on their side. "Let me have this cow." Lu Yue said as he shook his gray plague bell. Instantly, a strange sound was heard. The surrounding small demons fainted while the gray plague smoke rushed toward the Daluo golden immortal cow like a mist. Moo! The cow scoffed as 2 shots of water rushed out its nose. It instantly swallowed the gray mist with a long treasure in hand. Then, it attacked Lu Yue. Yi Yun, Ao Yun, Ao Cheng, and Lan joined forces to attack a large demon in its Daluo golden immortal realm. Xiao Changfeng, Da Ji, and the Fire Phoenix were facing the pig demon. The pig demon seemed lazy, but it was very powerful. It had a red flag flapping in the air. Suddenly, its body buffed up and it turned into a gigantic pig demon that was as tall as 3 meters. Da Ji removed the Xuan water bracelet from her wrist. She lifted her hand and instantly, the Xuan water rushed in like a tsunami, engulfing the pig demon. She then turned the water into ice. However, those were active ice. Xuan water was already chilly and corrosive. After it had turned into ice, the thick chill turned into mist. The mist was very corrosive. It sizzled as it floated in the air. The chilly ice was like a white gigantic python, ready to attack Pig Demon. Pig Demon raised its hand and the red flag behind it rose in the air and started flapping in the air. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted. The flames were very special, rippling as if they were alive. As the flames touched upon the chilly ice instantly melted into water. Following that, the Xuan water was vaporized by the flame and completely vanished. The flame was wild. It was launched at Da Ji. Fire Phoenix narrowed her eyes. Her wings started flapping in the air. Her phoenix fire had turned into a giant flaming phoenix. It attacked the wild flames and yet, the phoenix fire showed signs of melting. Xiao Chengfeng's face sank. He could not help saying, "This flame is so strange. Ha ha ha, this is my astonishing flaming flag. It has the effect of causing the opposites of everything. It's undefeatable. Lord Kunpeng rewarded me with this so we can win this battle." The pig demon laughed and stretched out the flag. The flame became even more violent, turning into a flaming dragon and roaring at the crowd. "Merely 3 Taiyi golden immortals, you're like ants in front of me. My sword's better than your flag." Xiao Changfeng drew his longsword and it turned into light. It shot right into the flame. The sword cut open a path and stopped right in front of the pig demon. Pig demon lifted its hands and waved the flag to block the longsword. Its eyes glinted. "Deluxe merit treasure? Still far from mine." It scoffed coldly and waved the flag wildly. Limitless flames danced in the air like a snake while a lot of flaming balls rushed toward Da Ji and the group. Countless meteorites fell from above, surrounding them. The flame was too terrifying, it was as if it could engulf anything. An ordinary spell cast on the flame was like a paper being thrown into the flame, instantly burned. Its temperature was higher than Fire Phoenix's fire. Very destructive. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt worn out and hopeless. On the other side, the 4 quasi-saints were fighting more and more intensely. The treasures let out a glow in all directions. Even though they held the fight in another dimension, the space had cracked open due to the overwhelming pressure. The aftermath of the explosions had crushed many meteorites. However, all 4 of them had defensive armor on. They each also had an attacking treasure. It was too difficult to win against one another at this point, so all they could do was to wear out the opponents. Lord Kunpeng glanced around and saw that his side was winning against Da Ji. However, he did not seem pleased. Nothing was going to ruin his plan. If the news did not slip out, those from the Heavenly Temple would not be as well prepared. He then thought about how the Southern Sea Dragons and the Kirins pulled out. He was so furious and frustrated. If the 2 groups were involved, they would have won the battle from the start. They would not have to fight in the air and would have attacked the Heavenly Temple by now. It would have been as easy as picking up a parcel. And now it was so challenging. Stupid pig. Stupid pig. Lord Kunpeng was getting more and more furious. It could not help growling out loud, "Pig teammates. I've got pig teammates." The pig demon who was still flapping the powerful flag jolted. It stopped abruptly and flew toward Lord Kunpeng. "My lord, you called for me?" Lord Kunpeng was so dumbfounded, he almost stopped breathing. "Why did you come here? Are you giving the 9-tailed fox a chance to rest? Go back there to kill them all. Why do I have such a stupid pig by my side?" Right, I'm a pig. Chapter 427, I won't allow you to harm my sister. Lord Kunpeng's face darkened. He was not pleased. This happened all of a sudden, nothing went as planned. The changes were turning him crazy. The demons he sent out were unable to vanquish the dog demons and the 9-tailed fox. Following that, the Southern Sea Dragon King and Kiran's brains were somehow malfunctioning that they pulled out from this. Furthermore, the Heavenly Temple seemed to have anticipated his attack. They came well prepared. Why did this happen? Which part of the plan went wrong? He was the Lord Kunpeng. Since the prehistoric era, he had made no miscalculations. He would seize up all deals and all opportunities. If not, he would not have lived until now. And yet, the world seemed to have weakened. There were also so many changes. Everything was not going as planned. Kunpeng quickly shook his head. He did not want to think about it. If not, he would become unstable. He threw them a cold look and said in a low voice, "Even though I have a stupid pig by my side, I can use my capability to make up to that. I can fight you all without a problem." With that said, he lifted his hands and a pagoda made of white stone appeared in his hands. With a gesture, the pagoda turned into light and rushed toward the pig demon. This is the 4 pagoda, it can repress one's vision. Take this and quickly repress the rebels. Yes, Lord Kunpeng. Pig demon received the 4 pagoda and instantly let out an evil smile. It went back to the battlefield and waved his flag again. The flag rose with unlimited flames coming out of it like a tsunami. The flames rushed toward Daji and her group. Following that, the 4 pagoda flew out from its hand and fell from the sky. It was about to fall on the group from above. The Empress's face changed. "How did you get hold of the 4 pagoda as well?" Lord Kunpeng laughed out loud. He said happily, "All these years, I've been hiding in the Northern Sea. I don't come out easily and stay away from many robberies. Can you tell me why?" "Of course. He picked it up from someone else." The Empress straightened her expression. "Kunpeng, ask your pig to stop the attack. You cannot attack the 9-tailed fox and fire phoenix." "You're threatening me? They're merely 2 Taiyi golden immortals, why can't I attack them?" Lord Kunpeng asked nonchalantly. He clapped and the sky stamp inflated again and launched at the Empress. On the other end, the pig demon was laughing out loud as the flames surrounded Daji and the rest. On top of the flames, the 4 pagoda was crashing down. The pagoda was tall but not big. As it fell, the surroundings started behaving strangely. There were illusions of fire, wind, and water crashing down along with the pagoda. Daji made a gesture and a handkerchief flew out. It formed a shield in the air. Vroom. The 4 pagoda crashed into the shield. Instantly, the handkerchief was in danger. Daji's face had gone pale as well. The fight consisted of treasures and power. With this hit, Daji's power was weakened and the treasure was gradually losing its glow. The handkerchief could only take a few hits. Daji gritted her teeth and used up all of her demonic energy. She lifted her hands and a golden gourd appeared in her hand. It was giving out a glow and she pointed it at the pig demon. The sucking gourd's chi was overwhelming. Every demon felt their hearts thump. They let out looks of terror and respect. The sucking gourd's actually with her. No wonder she claims herself to be the Demon King. Lord Kunpeng's eyes glinted with a chill. I must keep her. Was the sucking gourd not made by Nua? How did it turn into a gourd now? It seemed that many changes were happening in the world. The pig demon saw the golden glow. Instantly, it became perplexed and felt it calling from within. It had a sense of duty as if the gourd had the power to conquer all demons. Its consciousness was about to get sucked in. It quickly shook its head and looked down. Its heart was feeling chilly. When he looked up, a fluffy small fox appeared in front of him. Pink bubbles were starting to appear around it. The atmosphere was cute and adorable. It could not help its tongue from reaching out. It started drooling with its original pig face showing. Wow, what a beautiful little fox. As long as the pig demon zoned out twice, they would then seize the timing to capture him. Xiao Changfeng flew with his longsword. Instantly, 10,000 swords condensed into one point, glinting with violence. With the addition of deluxe merit, the longsword quickly cut through the pig demon's shield. It was stabbing at it. Fire Phoenix raised her hand and a rope flew out like a spiritual snake, tying down the pig demon. They attacked from both sides. With the well-coordinated attack, the pig demon felt its hair standing up all over it. It snapped out of its illusion and jolted vigorously. Sizz. The longsword pierced into its shoulder and went right through it. Its right arm was cut off. It cried out in pain and instantly looked angry and fierce. Its demonic power was like the sea and its flag was exuding an eye-stabbing glow. The flaming sea engulfed the rope, making it futile. You took advantage of me without my shield? You shall all die. It growled with its eyes reddened. It was triggered and went back into its original form. A black wild pig with terrifyingly sharp fangs emerged. It was gigantic. Vroom. It transformed into light, shooting toward Xiao Changfeng. Its fangs were just as good as a treasure. It was attacking Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng's eyes turned red. He gathered all of his power and was unwilling to back off. "I want to fight with this pig. Come, sword." The longsword returned to him. It was exuding a lot of sword chi that rushed up and crashed back down at the pig demon. He knew the current situation. Even though the three of them joined hands, they were still not worthy opponents of the pig demon. However, everyone had their own value. Daji and Fire Phoenix must not be harmed. He could only sacrifice himself. For the expert, sacrificing myself is a gain. Vroom. The longsword crashed into the pig demon. Xiao Changfeng instantly flew away like a cannonball. He was thoroughly worn out and was at his weakest state. With a loud ping, he fell into the forest and a dent was caused as he landed. A wound appeared on the right eye of the pig demon. The scar had fresh blood oozing out. The sword contained deluxe merit. If it was an ultimate spiritual deluxe merit item, the pig demon would not even take it. It would instantly run away from it. "How dare you harm me?" It was furious. It did not care for its wound and turned toward Daji's direction. Meanwhile, the flag and pagoda were already wearing out Daji and Fire Phoenix. "Sister." The little fox hid behind Daji. It was so terrified but even more anxious. The pig demon was powerful. It was a powerful Daluo Golden Immortal. It had thousands of glows circulating it. It had messed up the balance in this area until the sky was pressing down on them. It was very terrifying and unstoppable. Along with the help of the two treasures, a normal Taiyi Golden Immortal would have been crushed into powder by now. Although Daji and Fire Phoenix were only at the peak of Taiyi Golden Immortal, they followed Li Nianfan around and had learned many laws from him. The teachings from Li Nianfan helped them to withstand this attack. Daji had fresh blood oozing from her lips. Her face was pale and her eyes cold. No matter how dangerous it was, she must help her master to conquer all demons. If they lost, her master would be disappointed. She gradually raised her hand and a gaming console appeared in her hands. Her fingers worked on the console. Instantly, thousands of glows rose from her feet. Arg! She thought these were not enough. She spat out another mouthful of blood. Her power was strangely going up while the gaming console instantly shot out an extreme glow with thousands of shadows circulating it. There was a violent chill freezing the path ahead, rushing toward the pig demon. There were also countless defense formations appearing in the air. They were blocking the flame and the pagoda. Meanwhile, one of her 9 tails behind her was cut off. The little fox covered its mouth with its tiny claws. Its eyes widened with tears running down its face. It was helpless. "Sister. How can I help you?" It wanted to cast the love spell again but the pig demon was already immune to it. "Wah! I'm so weak. If only I was clever." Fire Phoenix had a similarly heavy look. A flaming red flame lotus gathered on her palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and the lotus started spinning rapidly. Instantly, it turned golden. The golden item was constantly changing. It finally turned into a 3-legged golden crow. The flame of the 3-legged golden crow was gained from Li Nianfan's painting of it back in the days. Fire Phoenix had been keeping its law. "Sis." The golden crow cried out. Like a small golden sun, it rushed toward the pig demon. The flag covered the pig demon, its strange flame crushing the spells cast by Daji. It was wild and threw another attack at them. The Jade Emperor and Empress saw the terrifying sight. Their eyes widened and they gasped in terror. They felt their scalps itching. "You're over." The Empress looked at Lord Kunpeng. She said in a serious tone, "Hurry up and ask your pig to stop. It should kneel on its knees to ask for forgiveness. It might still be saved." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lord Kunpeng was shocked. He could not believe his ears. He scoffed coldly, "Are you trying to affect my mentality with such claims? What a childish thought." The Empress said in a low voice, "I won't hide this from you anymore. The 9-tailed fox and Fire Phoenix have an expert supporting them. You cannot offend this expert, hurry up and stop it." "An expert? I'm an expert myself." Lord Kunpeng laughed out loud. "Unless he's a saint? I, Lord Kunpeng, have seen a lot. If he's a saint, I'll see it for myself." The Empress quickly said in a panic, "He's way beyond a saint. I won't joke about this. No matter what, ask the pig to stop it first." "What nonsense. Ha! You're speaking nonsense. Why can't you bear to lose?" Lord Kunping mocked and scoffed with a serious look. This is such a low-grade lodge. Are you insulting my intelligence? Wait for it, I want to see if the so-called expert will get involved. Crack. Pig Demon ran toward them. The frozen path had been cracking up. The flag gave off flames that collided with the Golden Crow's flames. With a loud sound, the demonic power strengthened. The 4 pagoda crashed into their shield, layer by layer. The Pig Demon was heading for Daji and Fire Phoenix. Vroom. More and more visions appeared above the 4 pagoda. There were mountains, sun, moon, as well as a roaring dragon and tiger. Fighting against such power, Daji was about to be worn out. The Pig Demon's eyes glinted with excitement. Its eyes were flaming. Crush them. Vroom. Thousands of spells shattered like a broken mirror in the air. Instantly, the visions vanished. The 4 pagoda was still as powerful and the space had been twisted due to the pressure. All of the spiritual chi fried out in this instance. It became a vacuum zone. Daji's face had turned pale, along with Fire Phoenix. They had turned into a fox and a phoenix. The Jade Emperor and the rest watched with terror. They felt chills all over. They wanted to save them, but they were caught up in their own fight. They could not escape. Yi Liu Yun and the rest rushed over, risking their lives. Their eyes had turned red. They would rather die themselves than watch Daji die. If the expert was disappointed, they did not dare to think about it. So terrifying. The 4 pagoda was getting closer to Daji. They were pushed to the verge of collapsing. They felt their hair standing up. The ignorant fool has no fear. The ignorant fool has no fear. Kunpeng, do you know you're a pig? You messed up. The Jade Emperor scowled without caring for his image anymore. He was the most anxious of all. After all, the expert did tell him in person to take good care of Daji. Now that this happened, he might as well die. He was about to die. How dare you scold me? Lord Kunpeng said coldly. You're asking for death. Where's the so-called expert you speak of? Where is he? Ask him to come out if he dares. Meanwhile, out of the blue, a shocking chi emerged. Even though it was a faint hint of its entirety, it was adequate to cause terror in the crowd. As they looked over to the source of the chi, the little fox was standing in front of Daji. It had tears in its eyes. Due to its terror, its fur stood up all over and it wore a look of determination. It glared at the Pig Demon with its 9 tails swaying behind it. Even though it was a newly immortalized fox, it had some kind of terrifying energy awakening inside its body. Following that, its body was gradually getting bigger and bigger. It pushed through the sky while exuding an extremely terrifying chi from within. This chi was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond Lord Kunpeng's understanding. It was as if the world was at the little fox's feet. At this moment, everyone, including the quasi-saints, did not dare to move at all. I won't allow you to harm my sister. Chapter 428, The Expert's Chi. The tip of the iceberg. The little fox's voice was still sounding childlike. However, nobody dared to ignore that. In fact, it sounded like an explosive bomb, making the scalps of the crowd itch. Most importantly of all, this chi was too terrifying. Even those like Lord Kunpeng, who had survived since prehistoric times and had seen it all, still felt terrified. Even the wind in the world seemed to have stopped. How could there be such a powerful and terrifying chi? The only two who could move were Daji and Fire Phoenix. They looked at the little fox's back and exchanged a look. They saw shock from one another. The chi coming out from the little fox was familiar to them. It was very familiar. This was the same chi coming out from the chessboard when they played chess with Li Nianfan back in the 4-part architecture. They remembered how they were drawn into the chess game. It was as if they were playing against this chi. This terrifying pressure contained all of the paths in the world. It could easily crush and destroy one's path. Just by the look of this megapath, it consisted of both yin and yang. Even a Daluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, or even saint would feel extremely small compared to this. The saint could use the world as his chessboard, but the saint could very well be the chess piece of something else. Everything was impermanent, everything was equal like ants. It's the innate supernatural power, this. Daji instantly recognized this. She looked at the little fox trying to protect her. This was the same little fox who was always terrified. Daji's cold eyes became watery. Her little sister had a spiritual breakthrough because of her. This was indeed her cute little sister. In her fox form, Daji took in a deep breath and dragged her worn-out body to jump on all fours. With a pull and bend, she jumped and turned into white light. She landed beside the Pig Demon, The Xuen water of the Xuen bracelet rushed into the pig demon's body, freezing it up. The pig demon was still very dumbfounded. It did not dare to breathe against the overly powerful qi. It was so terrified that it trembled and remained transfixed. Its black pig skin had turned white out of terror. So terrifying. "Please, don't kill me." With that, it did not resist when Daji tried to freeze it into an ice sculpture. Fire Phoenix stretched out her wings and red phoenix flames danced in the air. She burned down another Daluo golden immortal demon into ashes. The phantom of a gigantic fox quickly vanished from sight. Other than the shock caused to the crowd, everything else seemed as if it was just a hallucination. Styx Laozu woke up, too. He raised his eyebrows and cried out in shock, "It was only mind control? What a terrifying superpower." Lord Kunping looked right at the little fox. He seemed more shocked than ever. Indeed, mind control is the most powerful superpower of the nine-tailed fox. Lord Kunpeng's heart was thumping. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Of course, he was not afraid of mind control. He was afraid of the qi. As for mind control, the others might not understand it, but as the ancestor of all demons, he knew it clearly. The primary level of mind control was simple. It was known as seduction. It could affect the mentality of the others, but this was not the most powerful gift. The qi laid on the secondary level, which was what they just witnessed, causing hallucination in others by thinking of it. However, this was not as simple. They could not cause any hallucination as they liked. Normally, although the mind control of the nine-tailed fox was powerful, they would not be able to affect a powerful existence like Lord Kunping himself. He never would have thought that this little fox could create such a terrifying qi. This qi was too terrifying. It was able to cause terror in even a quasi-saint. It showed that the little fox had been spending a lot of time with an existence with such a terrifying qi. Furthermore, this existence was willing to let the little fox feel his qi and the little fox learn from it. This was why the little fox could create such a hallucination. After all, that was the qi of a saint or an existence beyond a saint. In other words, this little fox had a Bigshot behind it. Furthermore, it was closely related to this very powerful Bigshot. Combining that with what the Empress said earlier, Lord Kunping suddenly felt his lips dry up. His scalp was so numb as if it could explode any time. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was very anxious. No way, no way. No way the Empress was telling the truth. The Jade Emperor and Empress had their lips slightly parted. Their faces flushed red with admiration and excitement. That was the qi of the expert. Indeed, that must have been the qi of the expert. Ever since they met with Li Nianfan, he had not shown his qi other than his deluxe merit in front of them. However, they could recognize this qi. The little fox was definitely imitating the expert's qi. How powerful! It was apparent that the little fox had felt the expert's qi before. That was why it was able to imitate it. There were fights going on. However, due to the emergence of such qi, everything halted. Even though the qi was no longer around, the crowd still felt terror all over them. Not far away, on top of a mountain, Blackie was standing on top of a gigantic stone. The deified dog was standing beside it. The wind blew at them and their hair danced in the air. Blackie looked at deified dog's long hair. He raised an eyebrow and did not seem pleased. This dog had long hair. Now, it was even standing by his side making a cool pose. How daring of it. Instantly, Blackie said, "Oh wow, you have nice hair." Where, deified dog said happily. An instant later, it realized and quickly pushed down its hair. It did not dare to make a pose anymore. It laid flat on the ground. "Lord Dog, your hair is the best of the best. I'm nothing standing beside you. I don't even dare to stand beside you." Blackie seemed pleased. His mouth curled up slightly as he raised his head. He was enjoying the breeze, letting his hair dance freely in the air. His hair was smooth and shiny. He said calmly, "Wow, who'd have thought that the little fox is growing so quickly? Now I don't have to step in. Good fox, nice. You ah." The little fox moaned, and with a big jolt, it seemed worn out and fell on its back. It had its legs stretched out, forming a big cross. Behind it, its 9 tails that were standing tall had now dropped down abruptly. They were now soft and boneless. Daji forced herself back into a human form. She carried the little fox in her arms, ruffling its fur lovingly. The Jade Emperor laughed out loud. His originally greenish face was now gloating. He said coldly, "Lord Kunpeng, do you still want to continue?" Lord Kunpeng's side had lost 2 Daluo golden immortals in one go. They instantly lost the upper hand, though they could still continue the fight. However, Lord Kunpeng was no longer in the mood to fight. All he was thinking about was whether what the Empress said was true. Perhaps there really was an expert behind the little fox? Lord Kunpeng had been cautious all his life. What to do now? Would he die? Lord Kunpeng looked at the Empress. He wanted to verify whether it was true, but he dared not ask. He was hesitant. Seeing that Lord Kunpeng was looking doubtful, the Empress saw through him right away. She did not hesitate to add wood to the fire. "Kunpeng, good luck." Lord Kunpeng's eyes went dull. He scoffed coldly, "You're all in luck today. We're retreating." He dared not stay on any longer. He turned into light and disappeared into the sky. Styx Laozu's face sunk. He scoffed unwillingly and turned into a blood-red light. "You all better watch out." A massive battle was called off by a newly immortalized little fox. The Jade Emperor and Empress quickly rushed to Daji's side. They asked, sounding concerned, "How are you feeling? Are you hurt?" They spoke as they brought out some herbs. However, when they saw Daji's side bringing out some oranges, apples, and other spiritual roots, they awkwardly stopped their movement. Well, they were too poor to offer her anything. The Empress said, "Hurry, General Xiao's still in the hole, let's dig him out." Not long later, Xiao Changfeng was brought out by two heavenly soldiers. Unfortunately, he did not look so well. His immortal chi had worn out. He was covered in mud and his hair was messed up. Grass and mud were all over his pale-like-paper face. His breathing was weakened. An immortal's body had the power to make mud and wood fall off them naturally. The fact that they clung onto Xiao Changfeng showed that his immortal body was severely injured. Even if he survived, he would be useless. Yi Liyun saw Xiao Changfeng's look. He quickly took out an orange and peeled it for him. He said in a hoarse voice, "Old Xiao, you." Ao Cheng walked over, too. He was looking sad. They knew each other well. They had followed the expert and helped the expert to solve many problems. They had bonded well. Now that Xiao Changfeng was so hurt, of course, they did not feel good about it. "I'm powerful, right?" Xiao Changfeng forced a smile. He raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at the frozen pig demon. He said proudly, "So what if this pig's a Daluo golden immortal? I fought against it, I was severely wounded while it's now dead. Ha ha ha, too bad, I'm too powerful. Don't worship me." "Yes, yes, yes, this pig was killed by you." Yi Liyun held back his tears and forced a smile. He nodded and put the entire orange into Xiao Changfeng's mouth. Xiao Changfeng was force-fed. The orange juice oozed out as he scolded, "Do you even know how to feed others? Do you want to choke me?" Daji looked at the surroundings. She said weakly with a pained expression, "We lost this battle, it cost us too much." In this battle, she lost a tail and a lot of immortal chi. She was severely wounded and it would have to take at least 1,000 years to get it all back. Fire Phoenix was not so much better herself. There were also countless dead and severely wounded demons. They had no more power to battle again. Luckily, they had help from the Heavenly Palace. If not, they would not even be able to defend themselves. On the other hand, Lord Kunpeng was not harmed. Although they retreated, they had no major wounds. Fire Phoenix sighed and comforted, "They're too powerful. We don't have a choice." Daji let out a long sigh. Her eyes reddened. "I feel like I've wronged my master." The Empress comforted, "Miss Daji, Lord Kunpeng's the ancestor of all demons after all. He has survived since prehistoric times. You've done a terrific job. Now, you must recover speedily." The Jade Emperor nodded and said with concern, "Yeah, recover first. We'll kill Kunpeng one day." Daji's face was pale. She nodded at the Jade Emperor. She said with gratitude, "Thank you Heavenly Palace for helping us." "Don't worry about it, Miss Daji, we're doing what we should." The Jade Emperor and Empress waved it off. They dared not take pride in it. "We've gained so much from the expert, we owe him too much. This is just a very small matter, not to be mentioned. Miss Daji, please, don't thank us." Since Li Nianfan called himself an ordinary man, he did not give them a chance to thank him. Naturally, they could only express their respect and gratitude toward Daji. The Empress asked, "Miss Daji, what's your next plan?" Daji thought for a while and said, "Of course, I'll go back to the ordinary realm to recover." The Jade Emperor was excited. He said instantly, "Lord Saint has already gone back to the ordinary realm. Why don't we send you back? We could also pay Lord Saint a visit." "Thank you." Instantly, The Jade Emperor sent his heavenly soldiers away while he accompanied Daji and the rest back to the fallen immortal mountain. On the way there, the Jade Emperor could not help but ask, "Please, may I be daring and ask a question? The chi exuded from your little sister earlier, does it belong to the expert?" "Yeah, kind of." Daji nodded. She smiled and ruffled the little fox in her arms. She said, "You've done well this time. How did you suddenly have a breakthrough?" The little fox was slowly recovering. It cuddled in Daji's arms and said happily, "Ha ha. I didn't want to see you getting hurt. I panicked and it happened. Am I clever?" Daji did not hold back from praising it. "Clever, you're very clever. You managed to imitate our master's chi. Tell me, how did you do it?" The little fox widened its eyes and recalled, "When I saw that you were in danger, I was thinking if only I can be powerful. Then I thought of how Blackie's so powerful, and I thought of when you played chess with our master, and the chi from the chessboard. So I imagined how good it'd be if I had such powers. If I did, then I'd be able to protect you. Then, it happened." Daji nodded. "Indeed, I noticed that it was the chi from the chess game when our master played chess." The Jade Emperor was dumbfounded. He said blankly, "The chi was from him playing chess?" The little fox nodded. It said, sounding a little terrified, "Yeah, my master's chess skill is very advanced. I was caught inside and I didn't dare to move. It felt as if he had gathered all of the chi in the world. So limitless. It exudes a very, very terrifying power. So everyone's afraid of it, too? Ha ha." Gasp. This sentence exploded like a bomb. The Jade Emperor and Empress gasped in unison. They were transfixed instantly. They thought this powerful chi was likely to be given out by the expert during one of the times he exuded his entire chi. However, they just realized that that was not true. This terrifying chi was merely a small portion of his chi when he played chess. What realm was that? How powerful would his actual chi be? They thought they were about to find out the expert's true power. And yet, they realized it was just the tip of the iceberg. This was unbelievable. Terrifying. Scalp-numbing. On the other side. As the battle ended, the demons dispersed. However, as the losing side, the demons did not seem pleased. A rhino demon with a long horn on its forehead said while smacking its leg, "What a disappointment. We were tricked by a small fox's hallucination. Although it terrified everyone, it wasn't real anyway. What's there to be scared of? What was Lord Kunping afraid of? Why did he back off? We should have continued. I think we would have won." It was one of the 3 Daluo golden immortal demons that were lucky enough to have survived. Its skin was rough and hard and it had a mace in hand. Its eyes were glinting. A small demon said, "Don't be angry. Perhaps Lord Kunpeng is being too cautious." Meanwhile, a golden eagle demon flew over rapidly. "Demon King, we noticed 2 dog demons not far away." "Oh? Dog demons?" Rhino demon's eyes glinted. It had a cold look as it said, "Ha ha, the dogs are rebels anyway. We might as well kill them. Bring me over, I'm hungry after the battle. It'd be nice to have dog soup." Chapter 429, In a Fish in the Northern Ocean. Blackie walked nonchalantly with the deified dog. Gradually, a burst of strange laughter and the banging of metal was heard from the front. A powerful demonic chi was expanding in space. The atmosphere was somewhat strange and heavy. Blackie remained calm and walked forward. It did not take long before they came across a group of soldiers up ahead. They were made of all kinds of demons in weird shapes and costumes. They had weapons in hand and fangs showing. They were laughing at Blackie and deified dog. Some small demons were around a pot, banging it to make a noisy sound. In the pot, the water was already boiling. There were bubbles and smoke. Rhino demon laughed. It looked at Blackie and it was already drooling. 2 small dog demons are finally here. I don't get to see such a well-fed ordinary dog that often. It must taste good. The rhino demon naturally neglected the deified dog. Dogs with long fur were not tasty. Their meat was nowhere close to the ordinary dog. Blackie looked at the bowls around them and said calmly, "So lively. I watched a good show and now someone's cooking for me. How nice." Rhino demon laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. Come over, come into the pot, let's all eat dog meat." "Ha ha ha, what an innocent and stupid dog, we're cooking you to eat." "I think brewed dog meat's nicer. Dog broth is nicer. Cold and raw dog meat isn't that bad either. Oh no, I'm so hungry." Many small demons started laughing. They hit their bowls even louder. They were getting impatient. Blackie walked nonchalantly toward the rhino demon. He said, "I wonder how I shall be eating the rhino meat, then?" The noise of the demons halted abruptly. They stared at Blackie with looks of disbelief. "How daring!" The golden eagle demon scoffed, "You're about to be dead, why don't you kneel and beg to have a more pleasant death instead?" Blackie saw the golden eagle and recalled with a nostalgic look, "I remember how my master used to make eagle broth. I miss it dearly, I want to taste it again." "Nonsense. So you're a stupid dog, you came here to be killed." Rhino demon looked at Blackie, who was now in front of it, and its eyes glinted. It did not want to speak anymore. It raised the mace and smacked Blackie's head. Blackie raised his paw. With a loud noise, sharp claws appeared with a chilling glow. With a gentle wave, it collided with the mace. Blackie then retrieved his claws and blew on them with a cool pose. Bam! With a ring, the thick mace was cut into three. It was still in the air when it instantly exploded. Rhino demon looked up in the air and down at the short end of the mace that was left in its hand. It was dumbfounded. Silence. All of the demons were staring with their eyes widened, mouths opened. Their jaws were already on the ground. This, my mace." The rhino demon's mind blanked. It was overwhelmed by feelings of shock and terror. The mace was an ultimate spiritual treasure. The dog paw was not even a treasure, and yet it was able to cut the mace into three? What kind of power was that? It shivered vigorously. Its scalp was about to break open and it dared not move or even breathe. A chill rushed into its bones. Its mouth trembled as it stuttered, I. Blackie said calmly, "Come, let's brainstorm. Feel free to speak your mind, everyone. How shall we cook the rhino meat?" Ordinary realm. Fallen immortal mountain. A cloud came by and landed by the foot of the mountain. Other than Daji and Fire Phoenix, there were the Jade Emperor, the Empress, Xiao Changfeng, Change, and Ao Chang. This was a big group. They could not fit in more. The group followed Daji and hiked up the mountain. They had so many thoughts in mind. The Jade Emperor and Empress were anxious. They did not know whether the expert was happy about their performance. Although they tried their best, Daji and the rest were severely wounded. They also did not take down Lord Kunpeng. This result was not ideal. If they were to be graded, they might not even pass. Ao Chang supported Xiao Changfeng. He had a complex look as he said in a small voice, "Brother Xiao, do you think the expert will be able to heal you?" Xiao Changfeng was severely wounded. The fight between immortals was unlike fights between ordinary people. When an immortal was wounded, even their primordial spirit would be wounded. Therefore, the immortals would not necessarily be able to self-heal. Once they were severely wounded, or rather, if the blow was so powerful that they were wounded, it was not easy to be healed. The truth was that many of them were wounded in this battle. Even though they were not too severe, they lost at least 100 years' worth of cultivation. In the case of Xiao Changfeng, he was lucky to be still alive. However, his roots were broken off and his immortal shell was destroyed. This was not something that could heal over time. It had ruined all of his cultivation, and his 5 decays could even approach earlier. He might not have a lot of time left to live. After all, he was fighting an opponent that was a realm higher than him. He used his body to crash into a Daluo golden immortal. The difference was too big. Xiao Changfeng halted. He was no longer boasting. He shook his head bitterly, "My wound, it's too difficult to heal." Ao Chang nodded. "Yeah." Xiao Changfeng said, "The expert's living as an ordinary man, how could I disturb him from doing so? Whether I recover or not, let it be." The Jade Emperor said, "General Xiao, my heavenly palace does have a way to keep you alive and stabilize your primordial spirit. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your cultivation can only go this far." This was similar to the investiture of the gods. Once he entered the investiture without a complete primordial spirit, the cultivation would remain the same. Xiao Changfeng forced a nonchalant smile. "Ha ha ha, that's not bad. I'm tired from holding the sword. I want to retire. It'd be nice to get an admin job in the heavenly palace." Ao Chang sighed to himself. He said, "Yeah, you can compile more boastful statements and make them into a book. Isn't that more fun than fighting? I'm envious." He could not help thinking about the Western Sea Dragon King. His hand and tail were broken off. His injury was as severe as Xiao Changfeng's. Meanwhile, he had retired in the Dragon Palace. As they spoke, the 4-part architecture gradually appeared in sight. Everyone stopped talking. They composed their thoughts. Daji went forward to knock on the door. She said gently, "Mr. Lee, are you here? I came back." She sounded excited. Unknowingly, it had been more than a month since she had seen her master. She missed him. It did not take long before Lee Nianfan's voice was heard from the inside. He sounded surprised. "Yo, my Daji's home? Nanan, hurry up and open the door." Click. The door was opened. Nanan stood by the door. She smiled at them and said, "Sister Daji, Sister Fire Phoenix, everyone, please come in." Daji and the group gradually walked inside. They saw that Lee Nianfan was standing in the yard, holding a brush as if he was drawing. With just a glance, they were dumbfounded. Although they had not seen the painting, they seemed to have already heard the sound of waves. A majestic chi was coming out from Lee Nianfan. The crowd felt hard to breathe. Almost like a hallucination, they thought they saw a massive wave behind Lee Nianfan, coming up from the ground and covering up the sky. It formed a curtain. The water element laws were filling up the entire space. At this moment, the crowd almost thought they were some fish swimming in the ocean. It was merely a painting and yet, they already felt like some fishes. This was too unrealistic. What kind of painting was that? The Jade Emperor and Empress finally understood why the little fox could imitate such a powerful chi. Every move and word from the expert was filled with the powerful chi, not only when he was playing chess. When Li Nianfan saw the crowd, he did not hesitate to stop painting even though he was only halfway. He smiled at the crowd and said, "You all formed a group and came to visit?" The Jade Emperor and Empress saw how Li Nianfan was acting as if nothing was happening. They were perplexed. This was such a majestic work. They thought one would have to self-isolate for a long while to cultivate the right realm and mentality to paint it. After all, this was a powerful painting. In other words, even if they used up all of their cultivations, they still would not be able to paint at this level. Even a saint would have to spend quite a lot of effort. And Li Nianfan simply let the others disturb him. He even stopped his painting? The Jade Emperor felt his scalp go numb watching Li Nianfan. He felt his worldview being refreshed all over again. He quickly tried to calm down and said, "By coincidence, we came to disturb Lord Saint all at once." He spoke as he used the corner of his eyes to glance at the painting. Instantly, his pupils dilated and his body jolted. He had goosebumps all over. He saw that by the corner of the painting, there was a line of impressive words written, "In the Northern Ocean, there's a fish." Chapter 430, Li Nianfan, the one who doesn't know. This is. Not only the Jade Emperor, but the others also looked at the painting and were instantly transfixed. Their hearts were thumping loudly. In the painting, there was a gigantic ocean. The ocean was so wide, it was very calm and peaceful. It was clear as a mirror. There was nothing else in the ocean but a gigantic figure that laid out in the middle of the ocean. The figure looked like a whale. It was very huge. Its wide fin was spread out like two wings. Although only a small head appeared from the water, half of its body was already beyond imagination. It was as if its mouth could engulf the entire world. Moo. Vaguely, a sound was heard in their ears. A terrifying chi came out from that figure along with the pressure of the ocean. It smacked onto the crowd. This feeling was, as if a wild wind was blowing and making it hard for them to breathe. This was not the entire painting yet. On top of the sea, there was a gigantic flying bird. The bird was just as big. Even with the sea as the background, the bird seemed even bigger. Its wings reached out and covered the sunlight. Flying above the ocean, it made the ocean look like clouds. The fish in the ocean, the bird in the sky, a sea in between like a mirror. The shadow of the fish was the bird, the shadow of the bird was the fish. They were the same thing. The crowd looked at the painting. They could feel that the chi of the flying bird and the fish were similar. The expert was clearly drawing the same species. Furthermore, the longer they stared at it, the ocean in the painting seemed to start moving with some ripples formed. The massive fish fin in the ocean flapped. It jumped out from the painting. Its figure was extremely huge, like a mountain hovering above the heads of the crowd. The ripples were like an arching bridge. It was a very majestic sight. Li Nianfan asked, "What do you think of this painting?" With that said, all of the visions instantly vanished. The crowd jumped and were all pulled back to reality. So beautiful. So majestic. The Jade Emperor cried in awe without hesitation. He licked his lips and said, "Lord Saint's drawing Kunpeng?" The Jade Emperor's indeed observant. "I'm trying to. It's just a simple sketch. I don't know if it looks alike or not." Li Nianfan laughed. "I felt like it and my hands got itchy, So I painted it. I haven't painted for a long time, so my skills aren't as refined as they used to be. Please, don't laugh at me. He started painting this 3 days ago. Since he was born in the four-part architecture, he thought of how Fire Phoenix wanted to rule over all the demons. This might relate to Lord Kunpeng. So the thought of Lord Kunpeng instantly reminded him of a happy excursion. He was in the mood to paint Lord Kunpeng according to this legend. The Empress quickly waved, even though she was thoroughly attacked inside. She had to keep a calm face on the surface. She said with difficulty, "Lord Saint's humorous. Why would we laugh at you? You painted so well, and you say it's not as refined? Do you have to do this? You must be kidding, right?" Daji's finally home. Li Nianfan looked at Daji and smiled warmly. He could not help looking at the little fox in Daji's arms. He cried out with delight, "Yo, the little fox is back. Come, let me hug it. Wow, its body's so fluffy and warm." However, Li Nianfan quickly sensed that something was off. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why does it look so tired?" He then looked at Daji and realized that she was looking pale. She had a worn-out look with bloodshot eyes. He then looked at the others and they all seemed weak and worn out. Especially Xiao Changfeng. He obviously composed his looks before coming in, but he still could not cover up the worn-out look in his eyes. It was almost as if "I can't do it" was written on his forehead. Li Nianfan was proficient in medicine after all. He could see through it. He instantly said, "You're all not in your best state? You had a battle." He quickly thought about it. This bunch came all at once. Why was that coincidence? They must have just ended a battle and came here along with Daji. And what caused Daji and the rest to fight? It must have been related to the demons. Daji saw that Li Nianfan was looking at her. Her nose was burning and her eyes reddened as she said in a small voice, "Mr. Li, we failed." As expected. This bunch tried to rule over all of the demons. They faced challenges. All right, as long as you're all fine. As the saying goes, you keep the forest and you'll still have wood. Li Nianfan touched Daji's tiny nose. He comforted her and smiled. He held her hand to check her pulse. "Your chi's weakened by the blood loss." Li Nianfan sighed in relief. She was just weakened with some wounds. It would not affect her life. She only needed more nutrients. The cultivating world was too dangerous. Li Nianfan felt bad for them. Luckily he came prepared. He knew it was impossible to come out of here unharmed. He then looked at Xiao Chengfeng and asked, concerned, "Brother Xiao, you don't look too well, how do you feel?" Xiao Chengfeng was caught off guard by the special attention. He said, "I'm fine, it's okay. I can live, cough cough cough." Li Nianfan saw that he was wiping away fresh blood from his mouth. His heart sank. The blood was dark-colored, it did not seem pure. He must have wounded his internal organs. Even an immortal could be so severely wounded. He was obviously not okay. Furthermore, even the Jade Emperor and Empress were here. If even they got involved in the battle, Li Nianfan could only imagine how violent the battle was. His face darkened slightly. He said in a serious tone, "Was this all caused by Lord Kunpeng?" "Yeah," Fire Phoenix said. "Not long ago, Lord Kunpeng gathered a large number of demons to rule over the demon realm. Thankfully, we had help from Heavenly Palace. If not, Daji and I wouldn't have been able to fight through." So it was really Kunpeng. That must have been scary. Li Nianfan sighed deeply. He could not help feeling terrified. That being had existed since prehistoric times. He was a quasi-saint. He and the rest must seem like ants in front of such existence. So scary. He would have lost Daji. No wonder he was in the mood to paint Lord Kunpeng. Perhaps he was having a sixth sense? He quickly made a gesture to the Jade Emperor and Empress. He said sincerely, "Thank you so much for your help this time. I can't imagine how it'd end up without your help." The Jade Emperor returned the gesture. He said, "You're too humble. This is what we should do. Furthermore, Kunpeng is too ambitious, we're also helping ourselves." "No matter what, thank you so much." Li Nianfan could tell that they were being humble. Luckily, he asked them to take care of Daji. If not, the Jade Emperor and Empress would not have cared for small characters like Daji. It was so important to have connections with Bigshots. "Right, why are you all standing here? Hurry up and get a seat." Li Nianfan greeted them with enthusiasm. "You all came at the right time. The peaches I grew not long ago have ripened. They're sweeter than the fruits in the past. You all have a try. Xiao Bei, go and get some." "Yes, my master." Xiao Bei went ahead to prepare. Peaches? Could it be? No way. The Jade Emperor and Empress exchanged a look. Following that, they saw Xiao Bei walking out with a tray. They jolted instantly. It was as if they were struck by lightning. There were 3 plates on top of the tray. Each plate had round peaches. The peaches were watery under the sunlight, glowing as if they had a layer of sunlight covering them. They made a pleasant sight. A gust of mysterious qi rushed into their nostrils alongside the fragrance of the peaches. Everyone was shocked. They felt lively as if they had become 10,000 years younger. Everyone else was reacting more compared to the Jade Emperor and Empress. They were breathing rapidly with their faces flushing red. They stared at the peaches and wished they could glue their eyeballs onto the peaches. Flat peaches. These are the actual flat peaches. They cried out inside. They could not help gulping with their lips shivering. In the past, flat peaches were something ordinary. However, flat peaches were too luxurious now. This resembled the faraway memories. It had been too many years. They had almost forgotten the taste of a flat peach. They remembered the last time they saw a flat peach was back in their dreams. This was too unrealistic. The Empress felt her nose twitching. She was silently wiping away the tears in the corner of her eyes. Back then, she was the one taking care of the flat peaches. She felt more for those peaches than the Jade Emperor. She quickly took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm while hypnotizing herself. She said to herself, "Hold on, take back the tears, you can't embarrass yourself in front of the expert. These are ordinary peaches, just peaches. This is..." Ao Cheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He stared blankly at the plate full of flat peaches in front of him. He stuttered, Peaches? Surely flat peaches." Back then, he was only a small dragon. He was not qualified enough to attend the flat peach feast. He did look at them from afar, so he remembered clearly what the flat peaches looked like. They were his dream. Back then, his ultimate goal in life was to eat a flat peach once in his life. After that, the bridge to immortalization was broken off. Eating a flat peach became an extravagant hope. He dared not even think that one day, he would have plates of flat peaches laid out in front of him. This must be because the expert was happy about them helping Daji, and so, he was willing to bring them out to share it with them. If not, they would have been dead by now. Li Nian Fan pestered, "Don't blank out, hurry and have a taste." "Oh, yes, right away." The crowd dared not waste any more time. Instantly, each of them held on to one peach and started eating. One had to admit that these peaches were huge. It was quite challenging to eat them with one hand. However, since they were huge, it was nice to eat. The peaches had just the right firmness with a nice texture. With a bite, the peach skin was like a layer being ripped. Swiftly after, a large amount of liquid burst out and shot right into their mouths. The juice was sweet and overwhelmed their taste buds. It gave them a satisfying and enjoyable pleasure. The taste was just right. However, there was an unknown taste in it. It was beyond words and they did not know how to describe it. If they had to describe it, they could only use the most basic word to portray it: delicious. Following the taste, a powerful and vital qi rushed into them alongside the juice of the peaches. The qi spread out all over them as if they were in a hot spring. Everyone felt warm and cozy. Their cheeks were blushing red. Their worn-out bodies from the battle were instantly appeased. The tiredness was gradually going away as well. Munch. Munch. Nobody was speaking. The entire four-part architecture was now left with the sounds of peach eating. There was also the sound of slurping juices. It did not take long before the peaches were finished by the crowd. Each of them had a satisfied look on their faces while craving for more. Staying by the expert's side was the best feeling alive. The Jade Emperor and Empress felt a rush of shock and disbelief. They were in doubt. Were those really the flat peaches? These were so much more delicious and even more beneficial? The vitality from these peaches was at least twice the original ones in the past. The difference was huge. Li Nianfan saw that they were about to bin the seeds. He quickly called out, "Don't toss the seeds away, place them on the table. I want to use them to grow more peach trees." Everyone was stunned. Especially the Jade Emperor and Empress. They almost did not want to believe their ears. Use the seeds to plant more peach trees? Li Nianfan waved it off. He could not help smiling as he said, "Ha ha ha, you don't know about it? You immortals don't know how ordinary men live. It's just a small trick to grow peach trees from those seeds. It's not to be mentioned. I've planted a few, they're not bad at all. They've even sprouted already." Who's the one who doesn't know how ordinary men live here? You are the one who doesn't know how immortals live, right? Flat peaches must be grown from spiritual roots. They were as old as the world. How could he grow the peach trees using those seeds? Perhaps he was the only one who could do such a thing in this world. And he called this a small trick? Sorry for being ignorant. The Empress felt her scalp go numb. She did not know how to react. She could only bite her tongue and say, I see, thanks for telling us. Chapter 431, Kun is big, one pot cannot contain it. Soon, the Empress thought of how she only gave away the flat peach seed 2 months ago. He grew a tree in 2 months? Did they not take at least 3,000 years to ripen? Since when did they ripen so fast? Li Nianfan picked up the little fox and placed it in front of him. He picked it by its tails. The little fox looked at Li Nianfan innocently. It was even blinking with its hands open. It looked as if it did not know anything. However, its mouth was puffed up. It was evident that it was hiding something in it. Peaches are good, but don't eat the seed. Li Nianfan placed his hand in front of the little fox. He said, hurry and spit it out. If you swallow it, it'll grow into a peach tree inside your tummy. Grow a peach tree inside its tummy? The little fox's eyes sparkled right away. Without hesitation, it shrank its neck and swallowed the seed. It even had a look of anticipation. Li Nianfan helplessly touched his head. It was impossible to take it out. Luckily it was only a seed, it was not a big deal. He could only place the little fox back on the ground. He looked at the Jade Emperor and the crowd. Seeing that they were waiting for more, he said, Xiao Bei, bring over more peaches and other fruits. He halted and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I only have 1 peach tree for now, so the peaches are limited. Please, bear with me. Once the other peach trees are grown, you'll all have more than enough. The crowd quickly waved it off. They said honestly, not at all, we don't mind at all. Lord Saint's too humble. Since when would anyone mind about having spiritual immortal fruits? And, what kind of experience would it be like to have more than enough flat peaches? Why would the expert use such words? Li Nianfan took out his painting. He placed it in front of the crowd and asked curiously, right, since you all fought against Lord Kunpeng, what does he look like? Is this similar? This. Jade Emperor and the rest looked at Li Nianfan's painting. This was challenging. After some hesitation, they decided to tell the truth. To be honest with you, Lord Saint, we're not as powerful. Even though we fought against Lord Kunpeng, we haven't been able to see his original form. Ever since prehistoric times, Kunpeng never revealed his original form. Almost nobody has seen it. However, they were very certain that it must be Lord Kunpeng's original form in this painting. How would the expert ever have it wrong? They had not seen Lord Kunpeng in his original form. It made sense. However, it would not make sense for the expert to not have seen it. Furthermore, judging by the chi, the Lord Kunpeng in this drawing was more powerful. The real Lord Kunpeng was not even as powerful. I see, what a pity. Li Nianfan shook his head with regret. Following that, he looked at the corner of the painting and had a thought. He said, I recall that this sentence isn't complete yet. Daji, prepare some ink for me. Yes, Mr. Li. Daji smiled. She had not helped the expert prepare ink in a long time. This was so loving and nostalgic. He was about to write. The Jade Emperor and the rest felt their hearts twitching. They all held their breaths in unison. They could not help looking at the unfinished sentence on the painting. In the Northern Ocean, there's a fish. What would he continue that with? They felt as if he was about to pronounce its final sentence. How would the expert sentence Lord Kunpeng? So excited. So nervous. Li Nianfan picked up the brush and looked at the Lord Kunpeng in the painting. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. This Lord Kunpeng wounded his Daji as well as his friends. They were put in so much danger. He was wrong to have painted this Lord Kunpeng. I know you're powerful, but does that mean you can do whatever you like? It's just that I can't beat you up. If not, I would have cooked you into a bowl of soup for Daji. At this instance, the wind stopped. The clouds stopped. Everyone could sense the change in Li Nianfan's attitude. This rush of chi was even more terrifying than the angered sky. As if almost in an instant, he was about to determine the livelihood of any being in the world. They were so nervous that they almost ran out of breath. The atmosphere was so heavy and tense. The expert was evidently unhappy. Suddenly, Li Nianfan's lips curled into a smile. He knew how to finish the sentence. He was going to write the original sentence from the poem A Happy Excursion. After all, it was an inspiring work anyway. However, he was not in the mood now, so he decided to change it. His brush landed on the paper. He continued the sentence. In the Northern Ocean there's a fish, called the coon. It is big, a pot cannot contain it fully. This coon changes into a bird, called the peng. It is huge, so it needs 2 barbecue grills. One part to be cooked with a special sauce, the other slightly spicy. He wrote in one fluent movement. Since he was not pleased, his words were heavier than usual, with an extra hint of violence. Everyone watched with terror in their eyes. When they read the words on the paper, their lips twitched and gently gasped. The meaning of the words was not difficult to understand. It was not mysterious at all. One could even conclude it with 5 words, I want to eat kunpeng. As this sentence appeared in the painting started to change under the eyes of the crowd. The originally calm ocean was now unstable. The surface of the ocean started to give off water vapor as if it was boiling. Water vapor, unlimited water vapor. However, the water vapor was different from earlier. It was no longer gentle and cool. It was now heated. Everyone could feel it burning. They felt a sense of uneasiness rushing up from the bottom of their hearts. Anger. The expert was obviously angry. At this moment, the ocean was no longer an ocean. It was now a big pot with everything in it, including kunpeng. A woo. The familiar sound was heard again. However, this time, it did not have the sense of authority like before. In fact, it was a helpless cry full of panic. Regardless if it was the fish in the ocean or the bird in the sky, due to the newly complete sentence, their states had been changed. There was a sense of a struggle to escape. It was as if they were having the last protest before being cooked into a soup. All right. Li Nianfen looked at his work with satisfaction. He smiled, damn it, this kunpeng. I even dedicated a painting to him. At least I feel better now. Since they could not fight him, at least he could prank him. The Jade Emperor instantly said, Lord Saint, don't worry. If we have a chance again, we'll kill this kunpeng. It's not easy, he's been around for a long time. Li Nianfen shook his head. Thanks for offering though. Don't have to do it intentionally, safety comes first. I wrote these for fun. Don't take it seriously. The painting's ruined now. Sorry to have embarrassed myself here. He said as he crumpled the paper and tossed it into the bin. Following that, they talked for a little longer before the crowd bid their farewell. When they walked out from the 4-part architecture, the Jade Emperor and Empress exchanged a look. They then let out a long sigh with a bitter face. The Jade Emperor shook his head and said with guilt, It's our fault for not capturing kunpeng. Ao Cheng comforted, Jade Emperor, don't say that. Kunpeng's too powerful, the expert didn't blame us. The expert's displeasure is the biggest crime. We didn't help the expert to fix his troubles. The Empress understood how the Jade Emperor felt. She said with the same tone, the Heavenly Temple owes a lot to the expert. Without the expert, the Jade Emperor wouldn't have been able to come out, to regain our duty, and we wouldn't have deluxe merits. Without the expert, I can't imagine what the world would look like by now. And yet, we can't even do a small thing like this. Her tone was filled with guilt. To the expert, Lord Kunpeng was merely an ant. And yet, they let the ant upset the expert. They neglected their duties. They had severely neglected their duties. Hurry and make up for it. The Jade Emperor's eyes flashed. He said, the expert first asked what kunpeng looked like. He then wrote the poem. It's very obvious that he wants to drink kunpeng soup. Let's not waste any more time. This is the time where we help the expert fix his troubles. The Empress nodded. Jade Emperor's right. In the Northern Ocean, there's a fish. It's probably where kunpeng is. The expert already made it very clear. If we still can't get it done, we'll be too ashamed to face the expert again. The expert has helped us too much. Thanks to him, we managed to taste many things we dared not think of in the past. Now that he wants to drink kunpeng soup, we must make it happen even if we have to die. Ao Cheng said with a determined tone. He paused and continued, the Northern Ocean should be the Northern Sea. My Eastern Sea Dragon family can rush over anytime. Chapter 432, Power of Tao, get in this pot now. Xiao Changfeng was at the side. He watched everyone excitedly discussing how they could help the expert. He looked lonely. Ao Cheng noticed it and immediately asked with concern, Brother Xiao, your injury? Ha! It's fine. The expert's flat peach is indeed a legendary item. I'm truly blessed. Xiao Changfeng said, "My life expectancy has also recovered. I don't mind losing my cultivation. I'm already quite satisfied with the situation. Don't worry, there'll be a way to solve it." Ao Cheng patted him on the shoulders then said, "We're going to the Northern Sea to capture Kunpeng. I must take your insolent lines with me to strengthen my battle confidence." Xiao Changfeng instantly lit up. He said, "Nice, come on, I'll teach you." The Jade Emperor also laughed and said, "All right, I'll give you an afternoon to prepare. Tonight, we shall head towards the Northern Sea and hunt for the expert." The Empress said sternly, "This time, we'll fight back together." Time silently slipped by like water. A peaceful day went by. A hidden dark force moved beneath the calm facade. On that day, the Jade Emperor and the Empress both looked serious. They had a mission to complete. Nighttime gradually befell them. Several figures rode on clouds and flew out from the heavenly palace. They went straight toward the Northern Sea. Meanwhile, there was an army in the Western Sea charging towards the Northern Sea, too. A menacing vibe quietly rose in the night. Meanwhile, at the Northern Ocean, there was an island there. It was not eye-catching and the immortal chi was not that intense either. It looked insignificant and ordinary. However, demonic energy filled up the insignificant island. Agitated roars could be heard. Ever since that big battle during the daytime, Lord Kunpeng had been emotionally unstable. He was extremely agitated. He was like that because he was panicking. For some reason, he constantly felt like he had been heating up, almost as if he was being cooked. It felt weird and uncomfortable. He was a saint, so that meant it was a terrible sign. Moreover, he panicked when he thought of the aura of the little fox. Also, he kept thinking of what the Empress said. He felt scared and frustrated. His body ran cold from time to time. The realm shouldn't have an expert like that ever since the Absolute Era. Even if experts still exist, they wouldn't show themselves. Also, it's just a battle. I didn't kill them. The experts won't hold a grudge for something like that, right? No worries. Stay calm in any situation. Stay calm. You're most probably fine. He comforted himself in his mind and finally calmed down. However, a small demon suddenly ran in. Report. Lord Kunpeng, something bad happened. General Rhino and his team came back, but something happened. Huh? Lord Kunpeng frowned. He asked sternly, "What happened?" The small demon looked like he was in disbelief. Then, he quietly answered, "Not sure, but it appears that they had sacrificed themselves." Maybe it's those people from the Heavenly Palace? Did they shamelessly ambush us? Lord Kunpeng suddenly widened his eyes. Then, he leapt and teleported outside. He glanced around and saw those demons who returned. He instantly overpowered them with his aura. What happened? Lord Kunpeng, it's the dogs. A legendary immortal dog came out of nowhere and easily killed off General Rhino. The dogs are too terrifying. That dog simply lifted its paw and broke the deluxe spiritual treasure. That was a deluxe spiritual treasure, man. General Rhino died peacefully because he was scared to death. The demons were clearly terrified. They shuddered at the thought of it and kept talking about the incident with trembling voices. Lord Kunpeng was not happy at all. His heart sank to his stomach. He was terrified. The dog paw slashed through a deluxe spiritual treasure. What state of cultivation is that? That was a deluxe spiritual treasure. It was not indestructible, but it would be incredibly difficult to destroy it. Even Lord Kunpeng had to use a heavenly spiritual treasure to be able to destroy parts of it. That dog demon can crush a deluxe spiritual treasure with its paw. What level is that? I probably can't stop it with a heavenly spiritual treasure either. I can't even estimate its cultivation level. God of dogs. That's a god dog. When did the dogs come up with such a big shot? No wonder they dared to be rulers. They can't be messed with. However, that's so unreal. It's not possible, right? Lord Kunpeng confirmed in disbelief. Are you sure it's real? Could you perhaps be under some sort of illusion? It's real. General Rhino was cooked right in front of our eyes. So horrid. Yeah, also, we luckily had the chance to eat it. I have to say that the flavor is remarkable. The food of the dogs is too good. I've never tasted anything that delicious in my life. Too bad I'm not one of the dogs. The dogs are truly superior. Shut up, all of you. Are you all scared out of your minds? Nonsense. Lord Kunpeng blew his top off. He started to be mentally unstable. His voice was hoarse and cold. He asked sternly, "About that dog, do you have any other information?" I do, a chicken demon spoke up. It tried to recall as it said, the dog mentioned having a master. Also, its master ordered the dog to look after the nine-tailed fox. That's why the dog was around that area. Lord Kunping almost jumped from that simple sentence. That dog has a master, and the master ordered the dog to look after the nine-tailed fox. So, the aura of that little fox. Gasp. Lord Kunping felt his skin crawl. He gasped. All the nearby demons felt suffocated. No way. It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? All signs point to the possibility that I've offended someone I shouldn't mess with. Just like what the Empress said, someone that I can't even fathom. To the point that, the expert doesn't even have to fight me himself. That dog could easily rub me against the floor. Too scary. I'm in despair. No, I'm going to die. No way. I have to save myself. I have to run and I have to hide. Lord Kunping forced himself to stay calm and instantly decided to make a run for it. Going back to my old ways again. After all, I did hide for the entirety of the catastrophe and avoided all sorts of tribulation. It's just making a run for it, I'm used to that. Lord Kunping gathered his thoughts. He was about to ditch his minions. He immediately packed his things and was ready to hide in a remote land. He should hide for at least 1,000,000 years. Suddenly, two powerful figures flew in from afar while they yelled, "Kunpeng, come out and die." The figures of the Empress and the Emperor appeared on the island. They coldly stared at Lord Kunpeng. "Jade Emperor, Empress, don't bully me to this extent." Lord Kunpeng did not want to fight them. He yelled angrily, "We don't have a huge grudge between us, so let it be. Let's stop here and never cross paths again. Otherwise, I can totally destroy the Heavenly Palace." "Ha, Kunpeng. You're about to run, right?" The Empress saw through it all. Then, her face sank. She sneered and said, "We have orders from the expert. He wants to drink soup today. We were sent here to capture you." Lord Kunpeng's face kept twisting. "In the end," he said, "the unaware sinners bear no wrongs. Where's the expert? I'm willing to apologize to him in person." "You think you deserve to meet the expert?" The Jade Emperor sneered, "If you know what's good for both of us, you'd surrender. The expert can make you delicious. It'll be a nice death for you." "Arg, don't bully me." Lord Kunpeng did not look happy at all. He turned livid when he was extremely terrified. He yelled, "I've been a respectable character since the beginning of time. Saints back then wouldn't talk to me like that. Do you really think I'm someone you should bully?" The Jade Emperor and the Empress kept their powers up. Things moved around them. They said sternly, "Humph, we'll bring you back today no matter what. We need to complete this task for the expert." Lord Kunpeng laughed. His powers suddenly heightened. He flew to the air and laughed maniacally. "Ha, you guys want to do that? Yeah, right, stop looking down on me." The three of them immediately took out their immortal items and battled. Colored hues suddenly appeared in the sky. Their spells and powers made the night shine like daytime. The creatures of the northern sea, including the seawater, shivered. They were very uneasy. Meanwhile, at the four-part architecture, the night was dark. Li Nianfan and the others were already resting in their rooms. It was dead quiet. A midnight breeze passed by the garbage bin, ruffling the papers inside it. Then, a piece of paper flew up with the wind and drifted slowly. It quietly, softly, drifted to the north side. At the northern sea, the battles were still ongoing. It was 2 against 1 for the Jade Emperor and the Empress. They naturally had an advantage. The Jade Emperor held the Sun Sword. He had the Hatian Pyramid on his head. He was surrounded by limitless insights. His sword attacks shook the earth. The aura of it could split the sea in half. There was a vacuum area at the center of the sea. Suddenly, the sea shot up into the air like 2 giant curtains. The land of mountains and rivers painting circled the Empress. She had the wishing jade in her hand. She waved it and shouted, "As you wish." The seawater immediately levitated and formed a gigantic beast. It swallowed Lord Kunpeng. Then, it compressed itself to the extreme. The space around it cracked loudly as it crushed the insides, just like how a crushed mirror would sound. A black space appeared with an exposed wormhole. Clang! A deafening bell sound was heard within the ball of water. Then, strands of golden light burst through it like lasers from within. The golden light expanded and finally overpowered the water ball. It formed into a giant golden bell. Lord Kunpeng levitated in the golden bell. He looked livid as he gritted his teeth. At the same time, He also looked kind of pleased. He mocked coldly, "Jade Emperor, Empress, I'm protected by the Eastern Bell. Even if I stand here and let you attack me, what can you do about it?" The Jade Emperor looked serious. He said, "We'll break your cowardice shell today no matter what." Their attacks became fiercer. Sea waves were in the air at the Northern Sea. The bell sounds also kept ringing while the golden light shook. "Ha, go on. Use more force." Lord Kunpeng laughed maniacally in the Eastern Bell. "This bell is a rare heavenly spiritual treasure. The level of defense is the best in the realm. Even saints can't penetrate it with attacks. What can you do about it?" The Jade Emperor and the Empress both looked annoyed. "You ignorant fool, the expert uses top-notch heavenly spiritual treasure for meals. Your heavenly spiritual treasure is just a fancy toy. What are you so pleased about?" However, they felt helpless and anxious. They were not able to break that shield. "This is the assigned mission from the expert. If we can't complete it, how can we ever face the expert again? We are so useless. Sorry, expert. All right. I'm not sticking around to play with you folks. I'm leaving, bye." Lord Kunpeng chuckled and left in front of the Empress and the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor and the Empress chased after him. "Kunpeng, where are you running to?" Lord Kunpeng teased them, "Chase me, come on, I won't fight back." Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by. A paper appeared on the faraway horizon. The light-weighted paper swirled with the wind. It was weird that the big piece of paper kept flying with the wind. Moreover, it was flying really fast. The paper looked like it was leisurely catching up with the others at its slow pace. The three of them simultaneously looked at the paper. Their faces changed when they saw it. This is... The Jade Emperor and the Empress widened their eyes at the same time. They held their breaths and stared at it. The painting of the expert. That's right. It's the painting of the expert. The paper has uneven wrinkles too because it was crumpled by the expert. They were initially pained because they thought the expert was being wasteful when he tossed his painting into the garbage can. Apparently, he was just waiting for the right moment. Lord Kunpeng kept wincing. He was extremely horrified. His hair stood on end. Big horror. He felt a tremendous fear when he first laid eyes on the painting. It felt like he was a mouse who saw a snake or a fish who saw a cat. He had met his match. That painting is my nemesis. My big nemesis. Lord Kunpeng instantly went pale when he saw the contents of the painting. His lips quivered like crazy. He felt like a terrible and odd fate had befallen him. It made him feel like he was a bowl of soup. He could not resist it. Is this the work of the expert that the Jade Emperor and the Empress talked about? He thought about that and almost went deranged from fright. Run, I have to disregard everything and run. Spurt. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely fast when he turned to run. His potential exploded and he ran for countless miles in the blink of an eye. The painting stayed in the same spot. The seawater from the painting poured out, merging with the surrounding seawater. It became a huge pot. A bright light swirled out from the pot and a powerful Tao started to flow within the realm. Then, it finally transformed into a sentence. "Kunpeng, get in this pot now." Chapter 433, So We Are Carriers for the Expert. Boom. A powerful phenomenon surrounded the warped space. Laws of power emitted out of thin air and merged with the realm. Then, it spread like crazy. The laws of nature were changing. It was as if Lord Kunpeng was born to be soup in the pot. Just like the four seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and the moon, life and death, Lord Kunpeng was also fated to be in the pot. The Jade Emperor and the Empress felt the change in the tides. They widened their eyes and did not dare to move. They were bewildered. This is... The Jade Emperor gulped. He had never seen such a majestic sight. His worldview started to flip as he watched the unimaginable miracle. It could not be described with words. The laws of nature were different for saints. He could not compare. This changes everything I know about the three realms. The cause of it all was that disregarded poetic painting. He still remembered what the expert said. "I wrote these for fun. Don't take it seriously. The painting is ruined, sorry to have embarrassed myself here." Then, he simply tossed it in the garbage can. However, the tossed painting changed the laws of nature. It was for fun. What would happen if he was serious? I don't dare to imagine it. Too scary. This is beyond our imagination and understanding. The Jade Emperor and the Empress looked at that big pot that levitated mid-air. They silently backed off and felt their skin crawl. They had goosebumps all over. They carved that sight into their memories. It was a miracle moment that was unheard of. Suddenly, they felt something. They both looked in the direction where Lord Kunpeng fled. They saw a figure slowly being sucked in. No, no. The figure was clearly struggling. He had his head down while he spat out blood. He used up all his powers to try to escape. However, it was all for nothing. His facial expression was twisted when he got closer to the pot. He looked terrified, fearful, and in despair. Endless power of law surrounded Lord Kunpeng like an invisible hand trying to pull him into the pot. It was irresistible. Lord Kunpeng had the strength of a child compared to the invisible hand. He was like an insect struggling against the sky. He was too weak. The Jade Emperor suggested, "All right, stop struggling. It's fated. You can't change your fate of becoming soup." The Empress also said, "Actually, if you think about it, it's quite nice being turned into soup. At least you'll be delicious." Lord Kunpeng had teary eyes. He was so anxious and livid at the same time. He roared, "Curse you! Go become soup then. I can transform into anything, but I won't become soup." His powers exploded and his body kept expanding. With a loud roar, he turned into a giant whale. His fins were like huge wings that covered the sky. He flapped around frantically. Huge mountains were not sufficient enough to describe the gigantic body. Even the Empress and the Jade Emperor were astounded. They were truly shocked by the giant whale. The Jade Emperor looked like he expected it / as expected, he's just like the big fish that was drawn by the expert. The demons were baffled and stupefied by the real form of Lord Kunpeng. They were thunderstruck. "Ah, awesome! Truly Lord Kunpeng. So big? I thought the elephant demons were the biggest. It appears that I'm not knowledgeable. That's way too big. I feel embarrassed for myself." The giant fish made them feel like Lord Kunpeng had endless strength and power. However, he was powerless even in his real form. He could not resist at all. He turned to look at the pot and instantly shuddered. He was scared to death. His entire body was flopping and wiggling about. The big pot grew larger like it was excited. Lord Kunpeng was frantic. He yelled again and his body changed. His fins started to elongate and his mouth became sharper. He also had 2 Garuda claws. Caw! The Garuda bird caught and stretched out his wings. His wind powers were as strong as a dragon, as if every fierce wind in the realm resonated within him. In a usual scenario, he would have blown the area to ruins by flapping his wings. He could fly wherever he wanted. It would only take a few flaps to reach the ends of the realm. Even saints could not catch up with Lord Kunpeng. However, no matter how hard he tried to flap his wings, he still could not move an inch. Instead, he was gradually falling into the big pot. "No, no." Lord Kunpeng strained his voice to yell desperately. He was not doing too well. His mind was blank. The same sentence kept playing in his mind, "It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to turn into soup. Oh, save me." He looked at the Jade Emperor like he was his last resort. He shouted, "Jade Emperor, I've reached the ends of the world. I've gone beyond the sky. Do you want to know why the catastrophe was allowed to occur? Save me, I'll tell you if you save me." The Jade Emperor shrugged it off. He sighed, "I truly want to know but I can't disobey the expert. I can't save you. Expert, spare me, please, spare me. I was wrong. I'm willing to be your pet bird from now on. My life has been hard." Lord Kunpeng begged at the sky. However, there was no response. The power of law in the big pot suddenly exploded. A strong suction force left Lord Kunpeng powerless. He was not able to resist it. He was instantly sucked into the pot. Kunpeng could only caw out of panic and despair. Then, all was quiet. The power of law in the air quickly went away. Everything was at peace again. It was as if nothing happened. Apart from that unimaginably big pot floating in the air, of course. The pot was made of seawater, as well as the seawater from the painting. It was white-colored in general as if it was made from white jade. It emitted powerful energy. A holy hue covered it under the moonlight. Combining with its power of law properties, it must be a heavenly spiritual treasure. The Jade Emperor and the Empress silently stared at it. The demons on land were also dumbfounded. They had never seen such an enormous pot in their lives. It was a sight of wonder to them. More importantly, Lord Kunpeng was in the pot. Kunpeng's true form was huge, an ordinary pot won't suffice to stew him. The Jade Emperor licked his lips. "Well, this is easy. The expert even prepared the pot. Splash! Ao Cheng came out of the sea. He went over to the Empress and the Jade Emperor. He looked at the huge pot, bewildered. Is Kunpeng in the pot? That scenario was too majestic and astounding. Everyone was busy staring at it, which was why they forgot to fight. They slowly snapped out of it. I get it. The Empress shook her head in a troubled manner. Then, she said with a trembling voice, the expert knew we wouldn't be able to defeat Kunpeng. He didn't want us to fight him. He wants us to be here, to carry that pot back. It must be. It appears that the expert only intended us to be his carriers. The Jade Emperor nodded in realization. Then, he sighed bitterly and said, we're too weak. We can't even help the expert on much. We can only carry his things. The famous Jade Emperor and Empress were useless except for being carriers. It was too tragic. No one would believe it. The Empress said, all right, no matter what, it's good that we're slightly useful to the expert. It's an honor to work for the expert. We need to stop delaying. Let's hurry up and carry this pot back. We shall bring it to the expert tomorrow. The Jade Emperor kept nodding. Yes, we should hurry. This pot's quite heavy. We have to be careful while carrying it. Don't knock it over. Suddenly, Ao Cheng saw something. He saw a small golden bell and a stamp hanging at the edge of the pot. There were other spiritual treasures, too. He instantly gasped with curiosity. He said, it seems to be the immortal items of Lord Kunpeng. The Eastern Bell, the Sky Stamp. The Jade Emperor was amazed at the spiritual treasures. He had to take a deep breath. All of Lord Kunpeng's immortal items were heavenly spiritual treasures. These are the trophies of the expert. We shall bring it back, too. We can't have any greedy ideas. Well, duh. Unless you want to turn into soup. Let's go. Back to working for the expert. Chapter 434, A Sentence from the Expert, Gift from God. The next day. It was bright outside. The blinding sunlight fell from the sky. It was kind of strong. The sound of birds and insects could be heard throughout the mountains. Spring unwittingly ended. The air started to feel hot. At the fallen immortal mountain, a cloud quickly arrived from the sky. The cloud was thicker than a usual cloud. There was a huge jade pot on it, too. The pot was way too humongous. It was like a giant disk in the sky. It looked majestic. Careful! The Jade Emperor sternly commanded, don't harm the grass or trees around here. This is the turf of the expert. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded. They slowly landed the cloud and carefully placed the pot on a field at the foot of the mountain. Look after it. We can't afford any mistakes. Don't simply touch it either. The Jade Emperor and Ao Cheng reminded all the soldiers and crustacean soldiers. Then, they walked uphill. Creak. Xiao Bei answered the door. Xiao Bei moved aside and said, the guests are here. Welcome. Hello, Xiao Bei. The Jade Emperor and the others all greeted Xiao Bei. They did not dare to ignore it. They must be respectful because Xiao Bei was also a big shot. They walked into the four-part architecture. The yard full of vegetables caught their eyes. Li Nianfan seemed to be preparing for something. He had a basket in his arms. He was organizing the vegetables. There were all sorts of mushrooms, eggs, honey, dates, milk, and a lot of other vegetables. Daji and the Fire Phoenix were his helpers. Gulp. The Jade Emperor and the others gulped at the same time. They felt thirsty as their minds went blank. They were about to lose control. Are those for eating? Those were spiritual plants. Each of those are rare and precious treasures. Any one of those could cause immortals to fight. How did it feel to be there? It felt like an ordinary person standing in a place filled with gold and money. How would one feel standing in front of a billion-dollar stack? I can't. My heart can't stand it. I'm about to faint. Especially when I have to watch those rare treasures be treated like ordinary vegetables. He simply arranged them like that. The Jade Emperor and the others pressed on their hearts at the same time. They silently took deep breaths. Calm down. I have to calm down. We've been with the expert for so long. We should be used to this, right? Relax. Relax, damn it. Li Nianfan noticed his guests. He was slightly shocked. He said, Emperor, Empress, why are you guys here? Sit, take a seat. Xiao Bei, serve some tea. Didn't they just leave yesterday? They're here again today? Something probably happened. Sorry to disturb you, Lord Saint. The Jade Emperor saluted. He asked curiously, Lord Saint, are you, Picking ingredients? Yeah. Sort of. I'm going to make a nice meal. Li and Fan laughed and said, Daji and Fire Phoenix were hurt. I can't help them with much, so I thought I'd make a nice soup for them. Hopefully, they'll heal faster. Make a nice meal? Nice soup? The Jade Emperor and the others knew that the expert was talking about the kunpeng soup. Everything's indeed going as planned by the expert. Look, kunpeng's in the pot. The ingredients for the soup are also ready. Kunpeng hurt Daji and the Fire Phoenix. The expert turned kunpeng into a soup to heal Daji. I see nothing wrong with that. Saints shall not be insulted. Why would the expert be any different? Kunpeng was an insect that didn't know any boundaries. He displeased the expert. He was fated to die. They immediately asked, Lord Saint, kunpeng has been defeated. Do you want to take a look at the foot of the mountain? Oh? Li and Fan raised his eyebrow. He was in disbelief. Defeated? Really? Why not bring him here? No way. This is kunpeng we're talking about. He's supposed to be a force from the Eldritch eras. We were just talking about him yesterday. He was supposed to be troublesome, but now he's been defeated? So out of the blue? You're kunpeng, man. So shamelessly weak? The Jade Emperor tried to control his facial expression. He went along with Li and Fan. We defeated him. But we could only place it at the bottom of the mountain because his body's too big. Big? Of course. I have to check it out. Li and Fan was instantly intrigued. The true form of kunpeng. I'd feel sorry for myself if I don't take a look. The Jade Emperor gestured for him to go. He smiled and said, Saint, after you. Everyone immediately stepped on clouds with Li and Fan. They soon arrived at the bottom of the mountain. They instantly saw the huge pot. It could not be helped because it was too obvious. Damn! This pot's larger than the entire fallen immortal mountain. Li and Fan was truly shocked. The huge pot was too majestic. He could not even imagine it. A huge Garuda bird of the same size lay in the pot. His body was curled up in his wings. He died peacefully with his eyes shut. He died in peace, but it still felt powerful. They could feel the strong aura from the huge body. It was frightening. Li and Fan stepped on clouds and watched from above. He kept hollering internally. The whale was too big to fit in a pot, so they custom-made a huge pot. Daji and the Fire Phoenix stayed behind Li and Fan. They looked at Lord Kunpeng who was inside the pot, then they looked at Li and Fan. They instantly felt conflicted and touched. Combining it with what Li and Fan painted yesterday, they guessed that Lord Kunpeng died because of Li and Fan. They did not know how he did it, but the Jade Emperor and the Empress could not have defeated Lord Kunpeng alone. The Master's too nice to us. We were harmed and he immediately avenged us. So nice. Li and Fan observed for a while. He inhaled and genuinely exclaimed, Emperor, you guys, really defeated Kunpeng. Awesome, so incredible. Respect, respect. The Jade Emperor looked at how impressed Li and Fan was. His skin crawled because he felt like he did not deserve the compliments. He coughed and hurriedly said, actually. We were lucky. We coincidentally ran into Lord Kunpeng while he was down. We got lucky. Seriously? You were clearly the one who captured Kunpeng, so why are you so surprised? And you're complimenting me. I have to go along with your act. Sigh, it's so hard being the Jade Emperor. No matter what, thanks. You helped Daji. Li and Fan then smiled and said, by the way, the Heavenly Palace is so generous. You guys made such a huge pot. You guys really know what's up. The Jade Emperor felt like he was about to have a breakdown. He forced a smile and said, ha, you noticed, Lord Saint. Come again? Whose pot is this again? Are you trying to put this on us? We know what's up? No, you know what's up for real. Li and Fan looked at the setup and asked curiously, are you trying to, stew soup? The Empress could instantly tell what Li and Fan truly meant by that. She went along with it. She nodded and smiled, yeah, are you interested, Saint? Yes, very much so. Li and Fan laughed. He said, you guys came to the right guy. I'm a professional at this. It's a new challenge for me to stew such a huge pot of soup, but I like it. Ao Chang smiled and said, Lord Saint, we're in for a treat if you're willing to make the soup. Ha, hungry already? Don't worry, I promise I won't let you down. Li and Fan looked at Ao Chang. Then, he said, Brother Ao, I'll write you a list later. Help me prepare some seafood like sea cucumber, fish lips, and abalones. Kunpeng's a hard-to-come-by ingredient. It'd be a waste to not make a nice soup out of him. He was just about to make soup for Daji and the Fire Phoenix. Lord Kunpeng came at the right time. Ao Cheng immediately slapped his chest. He said with seriousness, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. I'll prepare it well. I'll ensure every seafood is fresh and of top-notch quality." Li Nianfan nodded and teased, "You're the local manufacturer of seafood. I'm naturally not worried." The Jade Emperor and the Empress looked at each other on the side. The Jade Emperor went ahead and pointed at the spiritual treasures hanging on the pot. He said, "Saint, these are some spiritual treasures we earned. If you don't mind, feel free to take them." Spiritual treasures? Li Nianfan had to frown. He shook his head and said, "I'm just an ordinary man. I have no use for spiritual treasures. Moreover, you guys killed Kunpeng, so they belong to you. How can I take them?" "Of course, you can." The Jade Emperor jumped. He hurriedly said, "Saint, you're a crucial member of the Heavenly Palace. Who would dare think you don't deserve the treasures?" The Empress had an idea. She chimed in, "Saint, you're a saint that the Heavenly Palace is indebted to. You should be given these spiritual treasures. Also, this incident harmed Lady Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix. We felt bad. Please, don't reject us." "This," groaned Li Nianfan. Last time, the Empress and the Jade Emperor already gave him a defense armor. It was effective and helped him block out a disaster. Li Nianfan naturally did not want anything else. He did not want to continue accepting gifts. However, he hesitated at the thought of Daji and the Fire Phoenix. Spiritual treasures were indeed beneficial and precious. Daji and the Fire Phoenix would be protected. Li Nianfan did not want to say no. The Empress convinced Li Nianfan. "The Heavenly Palace is so generous and rich. These spiritual treasures mean nothing to the Jade Emperor and the Empress, but to everyone else, it's rare treasure. This is the benefit of befriending Bigshots. I feel embarrassed by my shameless bootlicking." "Fine. I shall shamelessly accept it." Li Nianfan paused and continued, "But I can't take them all. Daji and the Fire Phoenix should take one, preferably a defense-type spiritual treasure." "Yes, we got it." The Jade Emperor immediately passed over the Eastern Bell and the Flaming Flag. Those two items were the most precious items amongst the treasure. The Sky Stamp was the third most precious. It was an attack-type spiritual treasure. As expected, the expert wasn't impressed by that. "Thanks." Li Nianfan passed the Eastern Bell to Daji. He gave the red flag to the Fire Phoenix. He suddenly thought of novels from his past realm. He asked curiously, "Oh yeah, are the immortal items directly usable? Or is training required?" "Training is required," the Empress said. "Otherwise, the items will easily be taken by enemies if they can't control it." "I see." Li Nianfan nodded with understanding. "Daji, you guys should train the immortal items well to defend yourselves." He paused. He saluted the Jade Emperor and Empress. "Thank you for everything. You should take the rest of the spiritual treasures." A mysterious force suddenly fell on Daji and the others as soon as he said that. Daji and the others felt heavy, as if something had possessed them. Daji and the Fire Phoenix felt something. Their pretty eyes looked shocked. They suddenly realized that they had bonded with their spiritual treasures. It was not a usual bond. It felt like the spiritual treasures became their arms, like they became a part of their bodies. The items were fully trained. The Empress and the Jade Emperor were also stumped at the same time. They felt the same thing. They heard the calls from the spiritual treasures. Calling on them. They called on them like they were picking up customers. "Pick me, pick me." They had no doubt that whatever they choose could be fully trained in an instant. Fully trained item. Incredible. This is supposed to be way harder than gaining the immortal items in the first place. All because of a sentence from the expert. This is Gift from God? Chapter 435, Best Feast of All Times. The Jade Emperor felt like he had an itchy scalp. He carefully gulped and took the Sky Stamp. He tried to bond with it. As expected, he bonded with the Sky Stamp instantly. It did not feel difficult at all. Spiritual treasures were hard to train if their level was high. Especially for heavenly spiritual treasure. They basically belonged to the realm. More importantly, they contained the power of law. So, even the most basic heavenly spiritual treasure was hard to train. A Daluo Golden Immortal needed millions of years to fully train a heavenly spiritual treasure. The Eastern Bell contained a heavenly seal that even saints could not remove and train it. Saints would not be willing to give away an ultimate treasure like that. The real name of the Eastern Bell was the Chaos Bell. In the Aldrich eras, the Sun birthed the Lord Emperor Dijun and the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. The Chaos Bell was the lifelong item of Taiyi. He used the Chaos Bell for the ultimate defense. The Eastern Emperor made a name for himself, so the Chaos Bell started to be known as the Eastern Bell. However, even though the Chaos Bell was his lifelong item, he had never trained it more than 50%. Heavenly spiritual treasures represented the highest forms of heavenly spirit. How did Daji fully train the Chaos Bell? What kind of concept is that? She's a Taiyi golden immortal, but even the Jade Emperor couldn't do that. Moreover, she could use the Eastern Bell to better her cultivation. It was the same for the Fire Phoenix. The flaming flag was extremely useful for her fire powers. The Jade Emperor and Empress looked at each other. They could see envy and admiration in their eyes. The expert gave Daji and the Fire Phoenix 2 ultimate treasures to defend themselves because he saw that they were hurt. He skipped the training of the treasures with just a sentence. The expert's too nice to the people around him. This is the benefits of kissing up to a Bigshot. A Bigshot's words are life-changing. Any opportunity he gives is a once-in-a-lifetime breakthrough. However, we're satisfied with what we got even though we envy Daji and the Fire Phoenix. After all, we could get a bowl of soup. The rest of the treasures aren't as great as the Chaos Bell or the Flaming Flag, but they're still heavenly spiritual treasures. We also fully trained them. We got lucky. Seems like the expert's satisfied with what we did. That's why he blessed us with rewards. The Jade Emperor and Empress thought to themselves, oh, to be the carriers for the expert. We get paid generously. We won't exchange this for being the Jade Emperor and Empress. Li Nianfen started to make plans for the soup. He said, it's so inconvenient that the big pot is here. The Empress suggested, how about, we switch the location to the Heavenly Palace? I thought so, too. Li Nianfen smiled and nodded. He groaned for a moment and said, also, it's such a big pot of soup. It'll be a waste if we don't invite guests for such a luxurious meal. He planned on making a nice kunpeng meal. It would be nice to gather a crowd. However, he should let the Empress and the Jade Emperor decide on that. He did not want to say it so directly. Yes, yes. The Jade Emperor and the Empress naturally understood what Li Nianfen truly meant by that. They nodded at the same time and said in agreement, we can totally plan a food event similar to the Flat Peach Feast. Also, the Heavenly Palace is freshly rebuilt, we should gather people for a celebration and show them what the Heavenly Palace is made of. Saint, what a nice suggestion. The Jade Emperor invitingly said, Saint, if you have any friends you'd like to invite, feel free to tell them. This pot is so big, we should have more people so we won't waste it. Li Nianfen smiled and saluted, thanks for the generosity, Jade Emperor. If you don't mind, I can provide some fruits and wine for the feast. It's not comparable to immortal fruits, but it's still delicious. Think of it as a decorative touch. He was going to invite his old friends. Truthfully, he was a very nostalgic person. He reminisced about a time where he had a bunch of cultivator friends when he was just an ordinary man with no saint title. He should help them out by introducing them to the Heavenly Palace. The Jade Emperor and the Empress were overjoyed when they heard that Li Nianfen was going to provide the fruits and wine. The feast would be much better than a Flat Peach Feast. As the old leaders of the Heavenly Palace, they still liked to be reputational. The Heavenly Palace would have a great reputation with the items from the expert. The expert's so humble. Decorative touch? That's clearly the finale treasure. We don't mind at all. The Empress hurriedly smiled and said, no time to waste. We shall carry this pot back to the Heavenly Palace. We'll wait for you there, Saint. All right. Li Nianfen nodded. Then, he said, oh yeah, to ensure the freshness of the meat, we need to hurry. Let's have the feast the day after tomorrow. We can't delay it any further. The Jade Emperor and Empress nodded at the same time. Yes, we'll listen to you, Saint. Then, they rode on clouds and left with a huge pot. Li Nianfen watched as they left. He smiled at Daji and the others and said, Daji, I'll go back and gather more ingredients. You should invite our old friends. Let them socialize with the Heavenly Palace. It'll be beneficial for them. Yes, darling. All was said. Everyone was busy with their tasks. Planning a feast, and especially planning a huge event, was tiresome. They were busy preparing food, inviting their friends, and planning the performances. They were not going to treat it lightly. The Jade Emperor and Empress were the most anxious. The Flat Peach Feast was lousy compared to the Kunpeng Feast. It was considered to be the best feast of all times. They could not afford a single mistake. They ordered around every immortal once they returned to the heavenly palace. They also carefully picked their civilized guests. They had to ensure nothing went wrong. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor felt something. He hurriedly said, "Stop." A cloud flew in from behind. Soon, Daji appeared in front of everyone. The Jade Emperor and the Empress did not dare to be rude. They hurriedly greeted her, "Lady Daji." Daji saluted back. She said, "Emperor, Empress, I'm afraid I need some of your time." The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "No worries, Lady Daji. Feel free to say anything." Daji nodded. She flicked her wrist and out came a golden gourd. She pointed it at Lord Kunpeng in the pot. She calmly said, "Lord Kunpeng, I know your primordial spirit is also sealed in the pot. If you don't want to be turned to soup along with your flesh, get into this gourd now." Then, golden light from the gourd projected on the dead Lord Kunpeng. A small figure of the Garuda bird slowly appeared. It turned around to see its dead body. The figure of Lord Kunpeng looked emotional and pained. "Farewell, my dearest flesh. Rest in peace and turn into soup. I survived like a coward, but it's still better than becoming soup. I'm sorry, I betrayed you." Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the gourd. Done. Daji put aside the golden gourd. She groaned for a moment and told the Jade Emperor, "Emperor, Empress, this feast is important. You must remind the guests not to break the rules of my master. It's the most important thing, so remember it." Of course. There'd be a lot of guests. We can't allow any airheads to accidentally insult the expert. That'd be troublesome. We almost forgot. The Jade Emperor and Empress had cold sweat all over. They kept nodding and said, "Yes, yes. Thanks for the reminder, Lady Daji. We almost made a mistake. That'd be a disaster." Then, the Empress asked, "Lady Daji, Change of the Heavenly Palace would always dance at the Flat Peach Feast. What do you think about the performance? My master's an enjoyer of life. Performances and entertainment can't be omitted." Daji groaned for a moment. She said, "I'm afraid Change's dance performance alone would be too boring. Remember the last time? My master guided you all on the performances. We should find a time and place together. Gather the underworld, sea race, demons, and the heavenly palace's Change for a quick meeting. We need to plan and rehearse." The Jade Emperor, Empress, and Ao Cheng all nodded with seriousness. They started to make plans in their minds. The Empress said, "You're right, Lady Daji. I'll inform the underworld immediately." Chapter 436, Canary with a Dream, The Kunpeng Feast. Li Nianfan returned to the four-part architecture. He started to prepare the ingredients for the Kunpeng Feast. This is going to be a legendary immortal feast. According to the Jade Emperor and Empress, it's going to be on par with the Flat Peach Feast. I can't be careless, Li Nianfan picked his vegetables while reminding himself. He had to laugh. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm going to a feast full of legendary immortals. Life's so unpredictable. So interesting. However, he could not make the soup on his own for such a huge pot. Li Nianfan looked at the side. Xiao Bei was cleaning all sorts of vegetables. He said, "Xiao Bei, pick more vegetables and fruits from the backyard. Also, come with me to the Kunpeng Feast. I'll bring you to look at the view of the sky." Ha ha. Xiao Bei bowed like a gentleman and said, "Yes, my noble master." Li Nianfan started to think about who he should invite again. He could not forget any of them. The Holy Emperor, the Lingxian Palace, the Wanjian Immortal Sect, the Linyun Immortal Pavilion, the Azureville. Oh yeah, and Blackie. Blackie had joined the dogs. He should invite some of the dogs, too, so they would look after Blackie. He did not want the newbie Blackie to be bullied by the dogs. Sigh, I'm such a worrisome dad. Time passed by. Li Nianfan and everyone in the Heavenly Palace were immersed in preparing for the feast. They did not notice the passage of time. Soon, it was the day after tomorrow. It was still dark out. Li Nianfan packed his things and headed toward the Heavenly Palace with Daji and the others. They naturally needed to be there early to prepare for the feast. Li Nianfan noticed an extra birdie at the four-part architecture. He was surprised. He asked, "Yo, Daji, is this canary a demon?" The fire phoenix nodded, "Yes, it's a canary demon. It represents one of the demons." The canary was palm-sized. It saw that Li Nianfan was looking at it. It instantly trembled and tried hiding its head in its chest. It was clearly terrified and nervous. "Bigshot, I was wrong. Please, spare me." The canary screamed and pleaded internally. It was anxious and its feathers were ruffled. The canary was Lord Kunpeng. After Daji took away his primordial spirit, it was brought to the backyard just like the black Kirin of the dragons. Lord Kunpeng was astounded by everything in the backyard. He did not expect that there would be a part of the Eldritch eras in the Absolute Era. It was even better than the Eldritch eras. Lord Kunpeng knew there was a mysteriously powerful Bigshot, but he still could not handle it. He was thoroughly impressed. At that moment, he felt anxious because the Bigshot was staring at him. He thought that the Bigshot would not want to spare him. If the Bigshot wants me dead, I'll be dead. Li Nianfan casually smiled. He looked away. Ha, this canary's so cowardly. Must be one of those shy species. All right, let's depart. Chirp. The canary chirped weakly. It sighed in relief. It barely survived. Lord Kunpeng turned into a canary because of energy. The bodies of a greater cultivator would be more unnatural no matter who it was. Beginner cultivators would still have their veins and blood. However, once they were a Daluo Golden Immortal, their way of life would change. Their veins automatically transformed. Even saints were like that. Their bodies followed the power of law and their flesh was merely an exterior. This was why the body of a greater cultivator was more precious than the body of an ordinary person. Lord Kunpeng had saintly flesh. His body was filled with all sorts of powers. He was not able to form another flesh because of the energy inside his original body. It was hard enough for him to be able to form a palm-sized canary's flesh. Lord Kunpeng leveled down to a Daluo Golden Immortal. The canary looked determined. It thought to itself, watch me as I cultivate into the Garuda bird again. I'll write a legendary story in the future, I shall call it Reincarnated Birdie Back into the Garuda Bird. They rode on clouds. They were familiar with the route so they soon arrived at the Southern Sky Gate. The Southern Sky Gate was clearly decorated because of the feast. It was decorated with lights and ribbons. There was a huge banner on top, too. It stated Heavenly Palace's first Kunpeng feast. The canary almost coughed up blood when it saw the banner. What do you mean by first? Will there be a second, third time? I'd tear down this Southern Sky Gate right now, but I'm not a violent bird. Juling Shen stood at the Southern Sky Gate. He instantly lit up when he saw Li Nianfan. He quickly went over, saluted, and said with respect, "Greetings to the Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled and teased, "Juling Shen, long time no see. How are you?" Suddenly, he noticed that his face was swollen. Juling Shen was already a big and buff fellow, so his swollen face was very obvious. Li Nianfan immediately asked with curiosity, "What happened to your face? Is it swollen?" "I ran into a small accident. Don't mention it." Juling Shen waved it off. Then, he gestured, "Please, after you, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan nodded. He followed Juling Shen into the Heavenly Palace. They quickly passed through the Lingxiao Palace and arrived at Yao Qi. Yao Qi, pond water everywhere. The beautiful jade bridge and the tall pavilions. Clouds surrounded this place. It's spacious, comfortable, luxurious, and magnificent. The perfect place for a feast. The Jade Emperor and Empress were waiting there. They immediately went over to welcome him when they saw Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan noticed that a lot of the other immortals had returned, too. For example, the 7 princesses. They were all here. They smiled and nodded at him. They had to rush back no matter what because it was a huge event planned around the expert. The Jade Emperor saluted. He smiled and said, "Morning, Saint. Take a quick look, do you think there are any adjustments required for the decorations?" Li Nianfan looked around. The huge pot was placed at the center of Yao Qi. The stove at the bottom of the pot was nicely set up. The jade tables and chairs were neatly placed around the big pot, 3 seats per table. The goddesses would help serve food for the guests by then. There was a levitating round stage in front of him. It was most probably used for the dance performances. Li Nianfan genuinely complimented, "This setup's perfect. Thanks for everything, everyone." The Jade Emperor laughed. Good. Oh yeah, I brought the fruits and wine." Li Nianfan took out 3 huge sacks of fruits. Then, he took out 4 big barrels. These 3 barrels are the white wine, red wine, and milk. This one's the fruit juice. Be careful, don't get it mixed up. The immortals were dumbfounded. They tried their best to control themselves. They silently gasped. Rich and generous. Such a huge amount of treasures for treating guests. Only the expert could do that. The Empress said, Hurry up. Servants, quickly set it up. Yes, Empress. The servants bowed and carried the fruit sacks and the big barrels. Tai Jinxing followed them and kept reminding them with a quiet voice. He carefully watched them as he said, "Be careful. You cannot mess this up. Don't spill any of the wine. This stuff is too precious, even the Emperor and Empress don't have it." Li Nianfen looked at the pot and furrowed his brows. He mumbled, "Next up, time to deal with the dead body." Lord Kunpeng was way too huge. He could not handle it on his own. However, Li Nianfen had an idea on how to prepare the meat. He told the Jade Emperor, "Emperor, I'm afraid I'll need helpers to prep the dead body." "Lord Saint, what about me?" The food god was ready to go. He could not wait to recommend himself. "I have experience in cooking and I also have a few students that can cook. We can be your helpers." "Of course, nice." Li Nianfen smiled and nodded. "Let's do this then. I'll teach you how. Xiao Bei, let's begin." They immediately surrounded the dead body of Lord Kunpeng. The canary watched as they abused its former body. Then, it looked at its canary body and teared up. "I used to have such a big and perfect body but it's no longer mine. Boo-hoo." The guests gradually arrived. Juling Shen, Yi Liu Yun, and the 7 princesses welcomed them at the gates. The first guests to arrive were the people of the underworld, Black and White Impermanence, as well as Oxhead and Horseface. They all looked emotional and excited, especially Oxhead and Horseface. They were drooling hard. Black Impermanence looked angry. He had to scold them, "Wipe that saliva off now. There'll be a lot of people at this feast. We've been chosen by the expert to be his guests so we represent the underworld. Don't embarrass me." Hee, sorry. We can't help it because we're about to eat a meal cooked by the expert." Oxhead quickly slurped up his drool. "I can't. I smell something nice." "What about you, Horseface?" "Such a nice wine aroma. I'm in heaven." Then, the dogs arrived. "Huh? Deified dog, I can't believe you came." Juling Shen was surprised to see the deified dog. Then, he smiled and asked, "Why just you? Where's your master? Also, why did you bring an ordinary dog with you? Aren't you worried that it might embarrass you?" "I forgot to introduce," smirked the deified dog. "This is the dog of the Lord Saint, Blackie." "Oh, the Lord Saints." Juling Shen widened his eyes in shock. He stopped in his tracks and choked on his words. He instantly curled up and whined, "Dog. Lord Dog. I see that you have arrived, Lord Dog. Sorry for being rude just now, I was out of it. You didn't hear anything, right, Lord Dog?" Blackie grinned. "Uh-huh, what do you think?" Then, Blackie Cat walked into the heavenly palace with the deified dog. Juling Shen was dumbfounded as he watched Blackie leave. He wanted to slap himself hard. "I just came back from my punishment and my stupid mouth landed me in trouble again. Man, my mouth's a curse." Immortal Lin Zhu also arrived. She was so excited. Everyone could tell that she was a foodie. "Arg, Sister Z, thank you for the invitation. I've been going crazy thinking about delicacies. I wished upon the stars every night for a nice meal. Look, I have tears in my eyes." Z looked annoyed. She moved away and said, "I don't see tears but I do see a lot of drool. Stop talking to me. You're spitting in my face." Several figures rode in on a lousy cloud. Luo Shiyu, Qin Manyun, and Lin Qingyun had arrived. They were not immortals yet so they did not know how to ride on clouds. They came together to be more courageous. Luo Shiyu flinched. "Dad, I'm slightly nervous." The Holy Emperor laughed. "Silly child, why are you nervous?" Luo Shiyu replied, "This is the heavenly palace. The place of immortals. Everyone else is an immortal except us." "So what if it's the heavenly palace?" the Holy Emperor asked. "Back then, we went to the 4-part architecture to visit the expert. Do you think the heavenly palace can compare with that?" The expert's 4-part architecture is naturally superior to the heavenly palace. "Right? We've been to the 4-part architecture. So, this is just the heavenly palace. We got this, don't worry." The Holy Emperor sneakily calmed himself while he comforted Luo Shiyu. He was also nervous. Yao Mengji said in a quivering voice, "I heard that this is a Kunpeng feast." Kunpeng. An existence that's so incredibly powerful. We're about to eat Kunpeng's meat. This is unreal. Lin Mufeng said, "Right? When I got the invitation, I thought it was fake. After all, I can't believe someone like the expert would still remember someone like me. I really am touched. I could cry at the thought of it. Lin Qingyun had a complex gaze. She said with determination, "Sigh, the expert always gives us opportunities. We truly don't deserve it. I won't hesitate if he ever needs me." Then, the dragons arrived. Aoyun and Xiao Chengfeng got along with each other. They were both cultivators with damaged cultivation. They instantly sympathized with each other. They were instantly the senior cultivator best friends duo. Xiao Chengfeng laughed and said, "Brother Ao, we're free and don't need to worry about anything. We shall drink, play chess, and stroll around the three realms as we please. This is a much more comfortable way of life. This is the life." Aoyun nodded in agreement. "Right? Look, we might have damaged our cultivation but we're still here to eat Kunpeng's meat. The saintly Kunpeng. More importantly, we're going to eat the fruits and wines of the expert. Life's wonderful, isn't it?" "Nicely said. I won't exchange my cultivation for a life like this." Xiao Chengfeng raised his sword and caressed it. He said, "I used to be so stubborn. Sword cultivation's so hard. I'm going to set up a few tests and pass down my legacy to my successor. Then, I'll live a comfortable life. The sweet, nice life." Chapter 437, Eat Up Drink Up, continue the performances. Soon, the guests had all arrived. Apart from a few immortals and cultivator students, Li Nianfan was familiar with all of them. There were a lot of familiar faces. Li Nianfan suddenly realized he befriended a bunch of elites. They bowed and greeted each other. Everyone got along. Qin Manyun and the others were nervous. They felt like a peasant attending a city event. However, their greeters did not dare to be impolite. They got the reminders from the Jade Emperor that the expert would invite his friends over. They had to be polite to everyone. Otherwise, it'd be like a slap to the expert's face, right? They sat in the front row and chatted with the immortals. All because of the expert. Yao Mengji tried to relax. He was slightly excited and energetic. Connections are usually more important than skills. I have to be a good cultivator from now on. I can't embarrass the expert. Luo Shiyu looked at Li Nianfan with her pretty eyes. Li Nianfan rode on a golden cloud above the big pot. He was guiding his helpers. She felt a mix of emotions. The expert helped us so much. If we can't achieve anything, how are we different from pigs? Suddenly, Black and White Impermanence walked over. They saluted and said, "You all must be the Lord Saint's immortal realm cultivator friends. We're the Black and White Impermanence of the underworld. Lady Qin Manyun has met us before." Beivukan and the others hurriedly stood up. They saluted and greeted them, "Greetings to the Black and White Impermanence sires." White Impermanence waved it off and said, "Ha, we're all friends of the Lord Saint. You must be a talented cultivator, too. No need for courtesy." Black Impermanence looked at Zhao Shan and the others. He said straightforwardly, "Guys, I see that you have no breakthroughs in your cultivation. I'm afraid you only have a couple hundred years left to live. Once your soul returns to the underworld, please, remember to mention my name. I'll give you a job as a reaper." Zhao Shan and the others instantly froze up. Then, they coughed softly and said, "Thanks, Black Impermanence sire. But I think we should work hard on our cultivation." Lin Mufeng awkwardly turned to talk to Tai Bai Jinxing, "I'd much prefer to look at the view from the observatory." Then, the guests all arrived. The guards and soldiers at the door returned to their seats. The 7 princesses and Juling Shen also sat in their respective seats. The servants were busy serving the guests. Goddess Change played the zither and danced on stage. She was a beautiful view. A lot of immortals helped with the pot. They cast fire spells at the command of Xiao Bei, throwing flames underneath the pot. The pot was too big, so they could not just heat up a single area. Soon, the demons joined in to help, too. The demons with fire powers worked hard. Hundreds of immortals and demons stood on 2 sides of the pot, casting fire spells. The flames were hot and it was a majestic sight. All because they were trying to heat a pot up. It was considered one of the weirdest sights since the Eldritch eras. Li Nianfan flew around and threw ingredients into the pot. There were all sorts of mushrooms, honey, and eggs. Li Nianfan felt this dish was a Kunpeng boot and jumps over the wall. Li Nianfan looked at the guests. He noticed that they were chatting but they kept glancing at the wine on the table. They looked hungry. He had to say, "Emperor, don't let the guests just sit around. They should have some fruits and wine first." The Jade Emperor raised his hand and said, "Everyone, feel free to eat and drink. Change, too. Continue with the performances." The immortals were relieved to hear that. They started to observe the delicacies in front of them. They were excited. They all reached out with trembling hands. They looked as if they were dreaming. They took the fruits in front of them. Some of the immortals picked up their wine glasses. They were drunk on the fruity aroma. It was a table full of treasures. They were dumbfounded. They felt like peasants who did not know what to do. Those are spiritual fruits, and the beverages are made from spiritual fruits, too. I can't believe that the fallen heavenly palace is still able to host such a luxurious feast. The eldritch eras could never. Benefits. The benefits of being around the expert. There were not a lot of flat peaches in the flat peach feast, so only a few important immortals could taste it. Juling Shen and Ao Cheng sat in the front row. They sat side by side. Ao Cheng noticed that Juling Shen was stunned. Ao Cheng drank his fruit juice. Then, he exclaimed while he peeled an orange, "What are you doing? Are you alright? This is a meal like never before. Hurry up and eat." "But, this. Juling Shen was so shocked that he stuttered. "These are spiritual fruits. Also, I'm afraid they're top-notch spiritual fruits. The beverages and wine are all extraordinary. How can this feast be so luxurious?" He knew that he was going to eat Lord Kunpeng during the feast. However, he did not expect the fruits and wine. He thought he was hallucinating because it was unreal. "Don't you know what the expert can do?" Ao Cheng looked weirdly at Juling Shen. Juling Shen asked, "I only know that the expert's the deluxe merit saint. No one dares mess with the expert. Are you telling me there's more to that?" He had never eaten anything at the four-part architecture. He was also outcasted for a while. He did not know. "Of course." Ao Cheng immediately replied. Then, he whispered, "Think about it. How can the expert's food be ordinary? The food on our table is just the most basic snacks. You're so pitiful. How didn't you know? You've been around the expert for so long but you've never eaten a meal at the expert's place." "Just the most basic snacks? I've never eaten a meal at the expert's place. I feel like I missed out on a lot right now." Juling Shen felt thunderstruck. Then, he felt emotional. "I knew that the Lord Saint was awesome, that's why I had to kiss up to him. But I didn't know the expert was much more awesome than I imagined. Hooray! I bootlicked the right person. I have to work hard on bootlicking from now on. Success isn't far away. Hee hee." Conversations like that happened in every corner of the heavenly palace. This. How can the peaches be so much more powerful than flat peaches? So delicious. This is too delicious. Boo-hoo, I've never lived right until now. What's going on? There's too much immortal power and power of law contained in this milk. Is the milk of the five-color sacred cow so powerful? Duh. The five-color sacred cow eats spiritual roots daily. How can the milk be ordinary? What about the honey? Why is it so amazing? This honey is made from the nectar picked by golden bees from spiritual flowers. What do you think? Yikes. Incredible. Eye-opening. I learn something new every day. The immortals instantly thought that their Lord Saint was invincible and incredible. They finally knew why the Jade Emperor and Empress warned them to stay calm at the feast. They would probably be screaming and hollering. Suddenly, a nice scent filled the place. Everyone was stunned. They all looked at the pot in the center. Bubble. The soup started to boil. The steam wafted around Yao Qi with a delicious scent. Gulp. Needless to say, the Lord Kunpeng soup smelled nice. You could tell by how stunned everyone looked. They all gulped. The Kunpeng soup's boiling. We can eat now. Li Nianfen laughed and sat next to Daji. Everyone returned to their seats. The goddesses helped everyone with their servings. The canary stood on a nearby table. It looked at its soup and stared at it with mixed emotions. There was a small part of a toe in the flavorful soup. It seemed to be the front of a toe. Is this soup made from my body? Lord Kunpeng went over and thought to himself, this smells so good. How can I control myself if it smells so good? It had to look around. It saw that everyone was slurping on their bowls. They all looked like they enjoyed how delicious it was. Lord Kunpeng instantly made up his mind. Damn, my meat smells so good and everyone's enjoying it. There's no reason for me to not eat myself. Won't I be foolish to not eat it? Lord Kunpeng instantly lowered his head and started sipping on it. The hot soup with rich flavors entered his belly. It sent a shiver down his spine, causing him to shudder from the warmth. So cozy. I've never felt so comfy before. Then, he widened his eyes in utter shock. He froze up like a statue. This is... Xiao Changfeng and Ao Yun also froze into statues. Apart from the delicious taste, the soup also had spiritual powers in it. Powers flowed through their limbs. They felt as if they were comfortably soaking in a sauna. Their bodies were relieved, but it also felt like their bodies were reconstructing. Powerful energy circled inside them. Their bodies were relaxed because their wounds were healing. They instantly felt surprised, excited, and were in disbelief. They were astounded and in a daze. Xiao Changfeng held his bowl of soup. He was flushed. He excitedly said in a trembling voice, "Brother Ao, I can feel my cultivation recovering." Ao Yun looked at Xiao Changfeng and took a deep breath. He almost cried from happiness. My severed arm and tail are feeling itchy, almost as if they're going to grow out." Chapter 438, Generosity of the Expert, Beyond the Sky. Slurp. Ao Yun and Xiao Changfeng lowered their heads to slurp soup from their bowls at the same time. The hot soup made them shudder. They could physically feel their bodies becoming better. A powerful force formed in their limbs. Ao Yun had quivering lips. His face was flushed and he was stuttering. "I can feel it. I can feel my arm and my tail. My cultivation is recovering, too." Xiao Chengfeng gasped. He had dazed eyes. He was also uncontrollably overjoyed. He previously acted like he could not care less. He was only pretending to be apathetic. For someone who loved talking smack, it was painful to suddenly lose that ability. However, the pain was finally over. He thought to himself, "The expert didn't give up on me, this meal's clearly made for me. Boo-hoo, what did I do to deserve this? This is so touching. God wouldn't accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation is still historical like the long night. I, Xiao Changfeng, with the glory of the expert. I'm back." He felt proud for a moment and then he hurriedly grabbed onto Ao Yun. Ao Yun was so excited that he almost flew away. He exclaimed, "What are you doing? Calm down. Calm down. This is just an ordinary and delicious kunpeng soup, remember?" Ao Yun felt like someone just threw a bucket of cold water over him. However, it immediately snapped him out of his excitement. "Oh yeah, yes, stay calm. I have to stay calm." Then, he looked at his severed arm and tail. He cast a spell to suppress the powers. "I can't regrow my limbs yet. I need to suppress it first and grow them another time. It'll be weird if I suddenly regrow my arm and tail while eating a meal. How would I explain it to the expert?" The 7 princesses sat with change. They held their spoons and sipped in a very ladylike manner. The warm soup felt like electricity in their bodies. They were a bit numb from it while they slightly trembled. They softly moaned and breathed out warm air. The coziness emptied their strengths. Their bodies almost went soft. They looked at each other. They were all astounded and surprised. They exclaimed, "Our injuries are getting better." They had been out for missions. They all fought a lot, so injuries were unavoidable. Their powers were damaged, but they started to heal once they drank the soup. Anyone that drank the kunpeng soup could feel their bodies healing. The new wounds, old wounds, and any hidden wounds were healed fast. They felt like they were back in their prime. It felt nice. Daji and the Fire Phoenix sat next to Li Nianfan. They instantly blushed after drinking the soup. Their pale faces were blushing and glowing again. They smacked their lips and tried to be quiet. Daji was forced to cut off her tail in the previous battle. The Fire Phoenix also used up a lot of Fire Phoenix blood. They were both heavily injured. However, their injuries were fine after a bowl of soup. It would have taken thousands of years to heal. Apart from the healing, their cultivation even greatly improved because a lot of energy swam inside their bodies. "How does it taste? Isn't it quite nice?" asked Li Nianfan caringly. Then, he said, "Eat the wolfberries in the soup. It's good stuff. Don't waste it." Daji and the Fire Phoenix nodded at the same time. They said in a touched and soft voice, "Thank you. As expected, the master loves us the most. He made this special soup for us to heal. So heartwarming. We can't repay him." Healing soup, I get it now. This is a healing soup. Only the expert can think of something like this. The Jade Emperor looked at his kunpeng soup. He was shocked and astounded. He exclaimed, "We fought with kunpeng and wasted a lot of our energy. Lady Daji and Lady Fire Phoenix were injured. The expert said he wanted to make a soup to heal them. But, this is too amazing at healing." The Empress glanced at the Jade Emperor and said, "Did you forget how good the expert is at cooking? He wants to make a healing soup, so of course, he'd use treasures as ingredients. He's a miracle maker, he's a refined cook. He shall make any healing food as he pleases." "Yeah, I thought the expert just wanted to eat Kunpeng's meat. I was being too shallow. I'm too shallow. The Jade Emperor shook his head and felt regretful. He said with respect, the expert's obviously doing this for us. This soup allows so many people here to get back to their prime. He's blessing everyone. The technique for his generosity is so beyond us. The Empress genuinely said, this breakthrough is for all of us. We're indebted to the expert. The expert's willing to invite so many people to share the generous blessing. Is this the world of a Bigshot? Meanwhile, the canary had half of its body in the bowl. He kept slurping hard. He was small but he had a great stomach for food. He endured his tears and drank 2 bowls of soup. My dear body, don't you worry. I'm trying my best to make it up to you. Lord Kunpeng encouraged himself, if I drink 1 more bowl of soup, that's 1 more bowl of my body back inside me. Actually, it's not that bad. You were cooked by the expert himself with all sorts of spiritual herbs and heavenly ingredients. I got teary-eyed from that. You died for a good cause. Lord Kunpeng instantly felt better. He looked up with tears in his eyes and told Change, Goddess, 1 more bowl. He became a Daluo golden immortal after a few bowls of soup. He was far from his prime but he had already become an eagle. I can't believe I'm already at the next stage. It seems like I have to change my original plans. I won't work hard to improve my cultivation anymore. I'll work hard to kiss up to the expert. I shall call it reincarnated canary becoming the Garuda bird by bootlicking. The chats quieted down at Yao Chi. Everyone was busy slurping up their soups. Damn, such a fantastic soup. I'll feel sorry for myself if I don't drink more. A lot of immortals stared at the juicy meat of Lord Kunpeng. The wings and drumsticks were reserved for the expert. They dared not eat it. However, they could eat other parts of Lord Kunpeng. Lord Kunpeng noticed that everyone kept refilling their bowls. He teared up from frustration. He immediately transformed from a canary to a huge eagle. He started to drink faster. That's my meat. My meat. Slow down, at least give me some. Meanwhile, at the borders of chaos, somewhere far away beyond the sky, a figure slowly appeared. She had a black robe on. One could somewhat see the silhouette of her curvy body. She wore a black hooded cape as well. She revealed her blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. She was a mosquito Taoist. She had been flying around in the chaos for a long time. The chaos is endless. I should stop here. She drifted in the chaos. She turned around and looked at the eldritch world. Then, she had to frown. She realized that she could not see the eldritch world. All she saw was the endless chaos and the stars. She would probably be lost if she did not have her natural senses. This is the eldritch world hiding itself? The mosquito Taoist looked puzzled. She felt that it was odd. She was confused. Why? Also, how does it relate to saints? She started to fly around the chaos, trying to discover traces of the eldritch world. Initially, she was involved in attacking the nine-tailed fox. A saint was on her side. She would win for sure. However, she instantly rejected the offer. She saw Li Nianfan kill 2 of her mosquito ancestors with ease by using some sort of spray. She was traumatized by that. She had a feeling that if the expert aimed at her instead of her ancestors, she probably would have been dead. The nine-tailed fox had some sort of relationship with the deluxe merit saint. She would not attack her until she figured it out. She wanted to survive. After all, that spray was no joke. I wonder how Styx and Lord Kunpeng are doing, the mosquito Taoist mumbled to herself. She licked her blood-red lips and said, they told me I was being overly cautious? Ha! I was born in the bloody sea, I was a heathen amongst demons. But I outlived everyone. Why? Because I'm cautious. However, Kunpeng said saints couldn't appear. He told me not to be afraid. Where did that saying come from? And how could he be so sure of it? Mosquito Taoist followed the directions of Lord Kunpeng and flew beyond the sky and into the chaos. According to Lord Kunpeng, she would figure out the reasons if she came here. However, the mosquito Taoist was still puzzled. This fella's such an idiot. Why won't he just tell me instead of giving me a riddle to solve? The mosquito Taoist flew away. She was about to return to ask Lord Kunpeng instead. Suddenly, she felt like she was in danger. She flinched and turned into black mist. She instantly disappeared at the spot. Bam! Then, an explosion occurred out of thin air. It was from a crystal spear. Buzz! The blood-red mosquito appeared on the other side. A red light flashed, and Mosquito Taoist reappeared again. She looked frightened and angry. She shouted, "Who are you, cultivator? Why did you sneak attack me? You're a blood-winged black mosquito. What a coincidence. Running into you in the vast chaos, seems like I'm in luck." A voice could be heard in the chaos. Mosquito Taoist was taken aback. She could tell that the person was not using ordinary language. However, she easily understood it. Beam. The crystal spear shined bright and turned into a flash. It attacked Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist reached out with her fingers. 3 golden lotus leaves appeared and spun around like a fan. The golden light shield protected her. Shack. The spear collided with the lotus leaves. The 2 weapons were at a standstill. Boom. Sounds of drums echoed in the chaos, creating sound waves. The drum sounds hit the golden light shield, causing it to tremble. Then, the spear pierced right through it. It started to get closer to Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist took a deep breath. She was deeply affected by the drum sounds. Her eyes flickered. She knew she was in trouble. She instantly decided to flee. 6 blood-red mosquito wings fanned open on her back. Her body was once again turned to black mist. She vanished on the spot and dodged the crystal spear attack. She was surrounded by the 3 golden lotus leaves. She fled without looking back. "Ha, where are you going?" A black figure chased after Mosquito Taoist in the chaos. The figure was just as fast as her. The crystal spear flashed towards Mosquito Taoist. The stars did not stop them at all. The spear easily pierced through the stars like they were nothing. Smaller stars were instantly turned to dust. The speed of the spear was not affected at all. Chapter 439, The End of the Feast, Old and Weak Tie by Jinxing. Boom. It was chaotic in the chaos. Stars were flying around along with debris. However, the explosions were sudden. A lot of stars broke apart and fell like meteors. Spiritual light filled up the chaos. The jet-black chaos was colorful for a moment. Powerful forces spiraled in the air. It was bright and majestic. Saints did not need to restrain themselves when they battled in the chaos. They did not care how much damage they were causing. Bam! The Mosquito Taoist tried her best to escape. Her wings flapped quickly as she flew like smoke. She kept vanishing into black mist. New batches of stars kept passing by. However, no matter how hard she tried, the drum sounds still followed her. The sounds echoed like waves around Mosquito Taoist. She felt like she was being drowned in the power of law. The drum sounds were hard to get rid of. It also affected her primordial spirit and her movements. The weird part was that the golden lotus leaves were not able to block it out. Back then, she had a chance to escape when she was entrapped by the Buddhists. She sneakily ate 3 of the destructive black lotuses of Buddhism. Out of the 12 destructive black lotuses, they were left with 9. The 3 destructive black lotuses merged with her body, becoming 3 golden lotus leaves. It became her lifelong immortal item. She fully used it. The defense of the golden lotus leaves was far more superior than any heavenly spiritual treasure. However, it could not hold off the drum sounds. Zip! The spear caught up to her. It looked like a comet because it was too fast. It was hard to see it in the chaos. Boom! The spear clashed with the golden lotus leaves. The golden lotus leaves trembled and were nudged to the side. The shield almost came off the Mosquito Taoist. She was almost defenseless. The strong powers knocked the stars into oblivion. The Mosquito Taoist looked frightened. She gradually had chills. Where did this saint come from? I'm afraid this cultivator's as strong as Styx and Kunpeng. And his immortal items aren't lousy either. Her mind was turning fast. She had no clue. She had a bad feeling. She had to ask, "Cultivator, I have no grudges with you. Why are you doing this?" "Ha! It's fated. Killing you will be my biggest destiny." An elder with a black cape slowly appeared out of thin air. He was not holding a drum. Instead, he was holding one of those toy drums, a pellet drum that kids play with. Every time he rattled it, deafening drum sounds could be heard. The drum had a hue around it and it created waves in the chaos that rippled outward. It was extremely magical and odd. Mosquito Taoist clumsily dodged the attacks and asked, "We're under different heavenly laws." "That's right." The scrawny elder laughed and raised his arm. He took out a fiery red ring. Flames shot out of it. They turned into scary trails that launched toward Mosquito Taoist. They were about to trap her inside the flames. Mosquito Taoist quickly backed away. She opened her mouth and poked out her small and delicate tongue. An extremely small fan was stuck on her tongue. She took out her fan and waved it. The fan expanded with the wind. It soon turned into a huge palm leaf fan. Then, she fanned it at the scrawny elder. Whoosh! Strong winds blew like a hurricane. It was harmless, but it could easily blow someone far away. The flames instantly went out. Even the unstoppable crystal spear stopped for a moment. The stars behind the scrawny elder flew away like paper flakes. They were blown away without any resistance. The hair and beard of the scrawny elder flew back. He raised his arm and hurriedly pulled his cape in front of him. Mosquito Taoist clenched her jaw. The palm leaf fan in her hand expanded again. Then, she attacked. Whoosh! She did not dare to be reckless. She turned around and vanished into smoke. She flew far away. At the heavenly palace, everyone was satisfied with the meal. They all looked happy and blessed. They squinted in enjoyment. They had never eaten such a luxurious meal in their lives. Most importantly, they knew what happiness tasted like. They had never felt that way before. The life of being around the experts, the true way of living. Moreover, it was a huge feast, but there were no leftovers at all. Every immortal held their wine glasses carefully. They did not want to spill any of the wine. They would have eaten the fruit seeds if they disregarded their images. Juling Shen quietly walked past every table while everyone was chatting. He carefully made his move and searched around with wide eyes. Suddenly, he noticed something. He stared at an orange peel at a nearby table. He hurriedly walked over. He grinned. He was clearly joyous. My 22nd orange peel. Ha ha, hee, what a nice game. Any smart immortal would keep the orange peel. He was able to collect 22 orange peels. He did not know when they would have such a huge feast again. So, he collected the orange peels. It could satiate his hunger in the future. However, just when he was about to snatch the orange peel, a white figure slowly passed by. He seemed to be casually passing by, but the orange peel on the table was gone. Juling Shen was stumped for a moment. Then, he angrily looked at the white figure. He asked, "Tai Bai Jinxing, what are you doing?" Tai Bai Jinxing stopped in his tracks. He slightly waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. He innocently looked at Juling Shen. "General Juling Shen, what do you mean?" Juling Shen coldly replied, "Still acting innocent? Quickly hand me that orange peel." Tai Bai Jinxing looked at Juling Shen with a puzzled face. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Are you accusing me of something?" Juling Shen was so livid that he wanted to lift that old man up. "Don't dare to admit it, right? Let me body search you." "Ridiculous. I'm a heavenly palace immortal. You can't body search me for no reason." Tai Bai Jinxing brushed his white beard. "Try to touch me. I'm an old man. I'll immediately lie down in front of you." Juling Shen stared at him angrily. "So what if you're old? Old man Tai Bai, I won't let this go." The nearby deified dog saw that. He shook his head and smirked. He smiled at them with contempt. Heavenly Palace Immortals. So pitiful and tragic. Back then, the Heavenly Palace Immortals were so prestigious. They had ambrosia and flat peaches. It was not comparable to what the expert had, but they were still rich immortals. However, they had to collect orange peels. Truly, all things would surely change. Back then, the deified dog was respectable because of his master. He instantly felt proud. Now, the dogs have Blackie. We'll rise again for sure. We'll have all the orange peels and oranges in sacks. We also have delicious dog food. Envy us, be jealous of us, ha ha. Suddenly, Singwan in a white robe ran in. He looked frantic and anxious. The Jade Emperor arched his eyebrow. He asked, "Why are you so frantic?" Singwan replied, "Emperor, Empress, there are a lot of meteors in the chaos all of a sudden. The stars aren't aligned in their trails. I'm worried that they'll fall into our world and cause a lot of damage." The Jade Emperor asked, "Did you find out why this is happening?" Singwan shook his head. "Not yet. It seems to be happening beyond the sky. Be aware of that. Make sure the others keep watch, too. We can't afford damages in the three realms." The Jade Emperor nodded. Then, he said, "The feast is almost over, too. Hear my orders, let Juling Shen send the guests off nicely. Don't be rude. Let General Yil Yun send guards to the stars to prevent falling meteors." "I understand." Singwan went off with his orders. Then, the feast ended. Everyone said their farewells to the Jade Emperor and Li Nianfan. Then, they gradually left. Yao Mengji and the others went to talk to Li Nianfan together. Li Nianfan gave them some words of encouragement. They were instantly excited and flushed. They happily left. They were instantly determined to become good cultivators. They had to service the expert well no matter what. They had a good relationship with Li and Fan. Plus, they were invited to the feast. If nothing went wrong, they would definitely be immortalized. Li and Fan walked over to Blackie. He patted Blackie on the head, smiled, and said, "Blackie, do well with the dogs, alright? Work hard to become a dog immortal someday, alright?" Blackie barked and nodded obediently. "Don't worry, master." Li and Fan said, "Brother deified dog, please, take care of Blackie." Deified dog instantly jolted. He kept nodding as he said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. I can handle it, I got this." Julingshen hurriedly rushed over. He said in a bootlicking way, "Brother deified dog, let me see you two off. Please, after you." Meanwhile, a black-robed figure frantically flew around the stars. Behind her was another black-robed scrawny elder. The elder chased after her while holding the crystal spear. The elder looked around and smirked. He laughed and said, "Ha, where else can you run to?" Chapter 440, I accidentally stabbed you. Outside the southern sky gate, the demons and the immortals headed out. They left on their clouds after saying their farewells to the soldiers. The underworld was quite busy. Black and white impermanence, as well as Oxhead and Horseface, left without delay. Julingshen followed Blackie with a humble attitude. He respectfully sent Blackie off at the southern sky gate. Before the feast, he recklessly called Blackie an ordinary dog. Blackie did not say anything, but it was discriminatory. Blackie did not like that at all. "Do you know who I am? I'm Blackie, the dog of the expert." Especially after the feast, the expert highlighted how extraordinary he was. The expert called himself ordinary, but the food he ate, even the air he breathed, were all extraordinary. You could say that the things the expert did not care much for, were all treasures and breakthroughs to them. I initially had big plans on bootlicking. However, I accidentally offended the dog expert because of my ignorance. If the dog said something bad about me to the expert, how can I ever be successful again? Therefore, he freaked out. He tried his best to please Blackie and followed Blackie around. He tried to bond with him by escorting Blackie everywhere. A lot of people left in groups. They chatted happily. The Kunpingsu healed their injuries. They were shocked, but at the same time, they were overjoyed. They felt indescribably nice. They felt like they were at their primes. It still felt like a dream, an unimaginable dream. Such a blessing and a gift. This is truly the first time I've ever experienced something like that. The Lord Saint's too good to us. The life before meeting the Lord Saint wasn't a complete life. I thought that the Lord Saint was extremely incredible for unsealing us, rebuilding the heavenly palace, and blessing us with deluxe merit. But I was too naive. Turns out, all of it was just the casual help of the Lord Saint. Our weakness limited our imagination. Most importantly, he's so powerful, but he hid his capabilities. He's willing to live among us insects. Only the expert can do that. So respectable. We naturally don't understand the viewpoint of a Bigshot. Ha! This is nothing, alright? You guys don't know how great the expert is. Lu Yue was among them. He looked passionate as he said with respect, "Every casual word of the expert becomes the basic of wisdom. We spent our whole lives trying to reach his level. Do you know what it is? I do. The Lord Saint taught me so casually." He gradually became excited. He was more proud and devoted. The meal also upgraded him from a Taiyi Golden Immortal to a Daluo Golden Immortal. However, he was not surprised at all. Matter of fact, it was all in his expectations. He did not know the expert for a long time, but he could tell that every act of the expert was marvelous. It was far more superior to him working hard on cultivation. Back then, he worked hard and stumbled. Every improvement he achieved would make him happy for an entire day. He was at peace. His past self had no clue of the vast realm. You were able to improve from eating a meal. Can you believe it? He was no longer a peasant. Lu Yue instantly felt like he had an epiphany. Suddenly, Ayun approached them with a smile. He smiled and nodded at everyone. He saluted and said, "Cultivators, please, allow me to perform for you. Check out my dragon claw and dragon tail." Then, he cast a spell. His severed arm and tail started to grow. He looked at his familiar arm and tail. He cautiously tried to make a fist and wiggled his tail. Ayun instantly burst out in tears. He excitedly said, "Welcome back, old friends." Everyone immediately clapped and congratulated him. They looked amazed. They could feel how Aoyun felt at the moment. Most of them had gone through big battles and tribulations. A lot of them were affected by battles. For example, the plague god, Lu Yue. His primordial spirit was damaged. A lot of cultivators were lost because they had no breakthroughs anymore. However, they were saved by the soup. Ha! What are you all so touched for? You need to be thanking me instead. The canary that became an eagle stood nearby. Lord Kunping arrogantly looked at the emotional bunch. He asked proudly, "My meat's nice, right?" Yeesh, without noticing it, my body instantly became so expensive. Suddenly, a sudden force appeared in the sky. The extremely horrifying power made them jolt. Their hair stood on ends as they froze. Then, a black figure fell from the sky at high speed. It crashed into the ground with a boom. 3 golden lotus leaves were spinning around the black figure. A powerful aura was emitted. She was on the ground, but it was still frightening. Splash! 9 fire pillars fell from the sky, trapping everyone in a circle. The fire pillars started to spiral and connect as soon as they touched the ground. They linked up and formed an enclosed circle. The scrawny elder held the pellet drum in his left hand and the crystal spear in his right. He slowly appeared and glanced at everyone menacingly. Finally, he scoffed, "Such a weak realm. My place to shine." The mosquito Taoist slowly stood up and said sternly, "He doesn't belong in this realm. We need to fight him together." "Doesn't belong in this realm?" Everyone was taken aback. Juling Shen did not think before he spoke. It was part of his nature. He exclaimed without a second thought, "How dare you? Where did this demon come from? How dare you cause a scene at the Heavenly Palace? Why don't you hurry up and kneel? Beg for forgiveness. Is this the threat of an insect?" The scrawny elder did not even look at Juling Shen. He lifted the crystal spear and simply pointed it at Juling Shen. The power of law beamed at the tip of the spear. The laser that came out of it was horrifying. Juling Shen did not dare to move at that attack. He went pale and cold. He did not resist because at that moment, he was prepared to die. He was thinking of how to talk to the staff of the underworld so he could reincarnate well. Dog Bull Defense. The deified dog was horrified, too, but he was better than Juling Shen, who squealed the whole time. He stomped on the ground and a pink dog bull flew out and spun into a shield. Sizzle. It was a shame that the dog bull was not effective at all. The laser knocked it straight off. Thankfully, the other immortals snapped out of it. They jolted and immediately fought back. They used their powers and formed a shield in front of Juling Shen, especially Lord Kunpeng and Lu Yue. They were both Daluo Golden Immortals, so they were powerful. They were about to risk it all. They would not be fighting with all their might if it was just Juling Shen. However, the dog of the expert was right next to Juling Shen. They might be dead like Juling Shen if they did not protect Blackie. It'd be awful. What are we going to tell the expert by then? They blocked the attack. However, no one dared to relax. They all looked extremely serious. They did not dare to breathe. His casual attack is only defendable when everyone works together. How powerful is he? Everyone had cold sweat on their foreheads. That's a saint. Lord Kunpeng squinted. He felt heavy because he could feel his past aura from the scrawny elder. Lord Kunpeng could have fought the elder in the past. However, things were not the same anymore. But no matter what, we have to protect the dog of the expert. At that moment, they had a common goal. They targeted the scrawny elder simultaneously. They looked ready to protect Blackie. The scrawny elder was surprised. He looked at Juling Shen. He clearly misunderstood the situation. He smiled coldly and said, "Yo, looks like this buff guy's important. So many of you are trying to protect him." Lord Kunpeng shouted, "Mosquito Taoist, let's work together to survive." Mosquito Taoist looked at Lord Kunpeng. She looked puzzled. She asked weirdly, "You know me?" Lord Kunpeng replied, "Duh, I'm Kunpeng." Mosquito Taoist said with confidence, "You dare call yourself Kunpeng when you are just a small eagle? Seems like only an ordinary man can be so shameless. If you're Kunpeng, you won't have any trouble at all. Work together? What a ridiculous idea. A bunch of united ants are still ants." The scrawny elder sneered. He rattled his pellet drum. Boom. Drum sounds instantly rippled out like waves and attacked everyone. At that moment, everyone felt heavy. They felt as if their primordial spirits were entrapped. They felt unimaginable exhaustion. They could not even cast spells at all. They became resistless. In the eyes of the elder, they were just a bunch of insects that he could easily step on. He did not need to pay attention to them. He looked at Mosquito Taoist again. He lifted his crystal spear and attacked Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist cast a quick spell and poured all her powers into the golden lotus leaves. They merged into one big golden lotus leaf and wrapped her up. Cling. The spear was at a standstill with the lotus leaf. The aura was getting tense. The nearby immortals spat out blood. Mosquito Taoist looked at Lord Kunpeng who was dying. She had to pout as she internally cursed at the eagle. You called yourself Kunpeng a second ago and now you can't handle it. Are you here for laughs? She looked serious. She glanced at the fire pillars and felt uneasy. She was unsure if she would make it out or not. I don't care anymore. Time to escape. She spread her wings and turned to black mist. She started to flee. Zoom. The crystal spear followed her closely. The two of them kept changing their locations inside the fire pillar cage. Mosquito Taoist could only move around the edge of the fire pillars. She could not break through the cage. She was gradually in despair. The others were also in despair. They all looked weak. Their primordial spirits were trapped so it was hard to move. They could only watch as Mosquito Taoist played tag and chase with the crystal spear. One could imagine how it felt not being able to move, yet trapped with two people wielding big weapons, fighting back and forth. Every time Mosquito Taoist leapt, their hearts leapt with her. They were worried that if the crystal spear missed her, it would accidentally pierce them, too. It was like dancing with death. How thrilling. That's the spear of a saint. One pierce and I'll surely be goners. Bigshots, please, relax. Don't hurt the innocent. The scrawny elder chuckled coldly like a cat teasing a mouse. Let's see how long you can dodge my attacks. He moved his fingers and manipulated the spear. Mosquito Taoist was frantic. She turned into black mist again and disappeared. The spear followed and quickly made a turn. It was extremely fast. It stabbed Blackie's butt. Silence. It was like time froze. Mosquito Taoist stopped and could temporarily take a breather. The scrawny elder realized something was off. The others were horrified with wide eyes. They were extremely frantic. No, they yelled. They felt a coldness in their hearts and a chill going down their spines. However, the tragedy did not happen as expected. Blackie was still standing on the ground. Blackie frowned and looked displeased. Almost as if Blackie was suddenly interrupted while he was enjoying the show. Blackie was not happy at that. Confused, Blackie touched his butt and pulled out the spear. He asked calmly, "Who just stabbed me? Is he all right?" Everyone was stumped. Their minds went blank with shock and confusion. This. The scrawny elder's eyes almost popped out from staring too hard. He was in disbelief. Then, he was horrified. It made his skin crawl. He had goosebumps and he could not speak. He was utterly confident in his spear. The spear was a heavenly spiritual treasure, the destruction from its attack was undeniable. A situation like that could only prove one fact, an extremely horrifying fact. Blackie calmly looked at him. "You stabbed me?" I. The scrawny elder was not arrogant anymore. He jolted at how Blackie looked. He gulped and stepped back slowly. He forced himself to say, "No, I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident." "How's this possible? What kind of dog is that? How can a dog like that exist in such a lousy realm?" "Oh." Blackie nodded and shot the spear back at him like a dart. The spear simply shot toward the elder. The speed was way too fast. It was undetectable. The elder was horrified. He did not even have time to react before he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Spurt. The spear pierced right through the chest of the elder. "Oops, sorry. I, too, accidentally stabbed you." Chapter 441, Scared and Whiny Blackie. The scrawny elder looked down at his chest. It was pierced through by a spear. He went from being horrified, to confused, then in disbelief. Finally, he looked like he realized something. So, that bunch was trying to protect that dog. But, that dog clearly overpowers them. Why were they trying to protect it? Are you kidding me? That was his final thought. Then, he vanished into dust. The fire around them went out. The fire cage had vanished. All was at peace again. The scrawny elder died without taking anything. Only a pellet drum and a crystal spear were left in his spot. The wind had stopped. All was silent. Everyone was shocked with their mouths wide open. They were turned into statues. Gasp. Then, they all gasped at the same time. Juling Shen gasped the hardest. He went green when he looked at Blackie. It was as if he was looking at an utterly horrifying thing. His eyes rolled back in horror. He bootlicked Blackie purely because of the expert. He had no idea that Blackie was so powerful beyond his understanding. Blackie was a true big shot. How thrilling. The second hardest gasp was from Lord Kunpeng. Lord Kunpeng thought about that mysteriously powerful dog reported by his previous minion demons. So, that dog's Blackie. Everyone gradually recovered from their shock. They took a deep breath but did not dare to make any noise. Their hearts were thumping still. They could not believe it. That was a saint, one of the most powerful saints. Did he turn to dust just like that? Moreover, the most ironic part of his death was that he died from his own weapon. The quasi-saint stabbed the dog, but it didn't hurt him at all. Then, the dog tossed his weapon back and it pierced right through him. Such an unforgettable sight. So scary, so terrifying. Of course. This is the dog of the expert we're talking about. The expert's so powerful, his dog must be extraordinary, too. Anyone could be invincible by being around the expert, even a pig. How could we forget that? Foolish. How foolish of us. The dog is indeed like the master. The master liked living as an ordinary man, so Blackie liked living as an ordinary dog. Blackie was apathetic, too, so it was hard to imagine Blackie as someone powerful. They accepted it well because of the expert. However, Mosquito Taoist was utterly puzzled. She was dumbfounded. She questioned if she was under some sort of hallucination spell. It was too ridiculous and outrageous. Did the ordinary dog become a dog saint? Has the realm changed so much after all these years? Did they give a saint title to a dog? Suddenly, she noticed that the dog was looking at her. The dog looked calm. She instantly jolted and quivered. Her hair stood on ends as her blood went straight to her head. She went numb. Dog. Dog. Lord Dog. She passed out on the ground. She said in a trembling voice, I'm innocent. Mosquito? Blackie looked hesitant. My master dislikes mosquitoes. Mosquito Taoist went blank from that. She almost cried. She begged, actually, I can stop being a mosquito. Please, spare my life, Saint Dog. Blackie did not say anything. He started to lick his paws. Everyone jumped. The deified dog looked at Mosquito Taoist with sympathy. He knew that his lord dog was about to make a move. Mosquito Taoist went cold but did not dare to move. She did not dare to run. She was just an insect to a saint. A quasi-saint was kind of like a saint, but she was really just a stronger insect. She might be able to defend herself with a heavenly spiritual defense treasure, but if she did not own any, she would easily be squashed to death like that anonymous elder. Suddenly, Blackie placed his paw down on the ground. He hurriedly stepped away and hid behind deified dog. He looked weak, small, helpless, and pitiful. No one knew what was going on yet. Then, they saw a few clouds floating in from afar. One of the clouds was golden. They immediately realized that the Lord Saint had arrived. Mosquito Taoist escaped death. She did not understand what was going on but she was glad and confused. She was about to speak but she was interrupted by a scolding. Shut up. Lord Kunpeng flew over and scolded her in a whisper. He said with a low voice, no time to explain, all you have to know is that the big shot likes to pretend as an ordinary man. Remember, keep your mouth shut. Mosquito Taoist was instantly nervous. She was anxious and frantic. She stood in place quietly. She looked up at the golden cloud. Li Nianfen slowly appeared. It's him. The deluxe merit saint. The one that sprayed 2 of my mosquito ancestors to death. I knew it. This man isn't an ordinary man. Thankfully, I'm cautious. I didn't cause trouble with Kunpeng. I made the right choice. She suddenly realized something. She whispered to the eagle, are you really Kunpeng? Kunpeng replied, duh. Why would I lie? How did this happen? Mosquito Taoist was shocked. Is this your true form? That's it? You called yourself the mighty Kunpeng. That's kind of an oversell. Yeah, right. Lord Kunpeng immediately said, my true form was turned to soup by the expert. Everyone enjoyed it and ate it. You were too late, you missed out on an incredible feast. Otherwise, you would have been in awe of my original body. Soup? No wonder. Mosquito Taoist was shocked. She was glad that she rejected the offer. Otherwise, she would end up in tragedy. The clouds landed in front of everyone. The Jade Emperor and Empress accompanied Li Nianfen. They looked serious. They suddenly sensed a horrifying aura just now. So, they came to check it out. Blackie frantically ran over to Li Nianfan with a wagging tail. He barked and said, "Master, I'm so scared." Li Nianfan patted Blackie and comforted him, "All right, be strong, Blackie. Everything's fine now." Blackie shivered and whined. Everyone immediately felt awkward watching his behavior. They hurriedly looked away. They were worried that they would call out their acting performance if they continued to look at them. So exaggerated. Have you considered our feelings? Mosquito Taoist was dumbfounded again. She felt like what happened that day destroyed her understanding of the world. Did I transmigrate to a different timeline? First, she ran into a living being in the chaos, and he did not belong to the realm. It was already a shocking fact. Then, the saint dog appeared while she was in despair. Then, the saint dog became a whiny baby. Things were changing too often for her. She felt dizzy and unprepared. Cough. The Jade Emperor coughed softly. He reminded everyone to close their mouths. Then, he asked, "What happened just now?" Everyone knew that they should not look at Blackie. They looked at each other instead. In the end, Juling Shen stepped out and muttered, Actually, someone was fighting here. Then, we got involved. We all worked together and the enemy was stopped." "Was the opponent powerful?" asked Li Nianfan curiously. "There are so many immortals here and Blackie's so terrified. Moreover, everyone looked serious. It's obvious that the opponent was hard to handle." Juling Shen forced himself to reply, "A little, powerful." Li Nianfan was immediately concerned for his dog. "Blackie, are you hurt?" Blackie shook his head. "I dodged it fast. I'm not hurt." "Dodge what?" "He stabbed your butt but you weren't hurt at all. You stood still and you were fine." Li Nianfan nodded. He smiled and saluted, "Good. Thanks for protecting Blackie for me, everyone." The immortals hurriedly waved it off. They felt very awkward. "Ha. No, no. We're supposed to." Li Nianfan glanced around and looked at Mosquito Taoist. He asked curiously, "This is?" Mosquito Taoist straightened up. She did not dare to speak. Lord Kunping hurriedly answered for her, "Lord Saint, she's Mosquito Taoist." Li Nianfan furrowed his brow. He was kind of surprised. Mosquito Taoist? The blood-winged black mosquito of the Bloody Sea? Mosquito Taoist was famous. She was born from the Bloody Sea and ate a lot of immortals. Her cultivation was weirdly powerful. 3 golden lotuses were sucked away by her. Legend had it that Mosquito Taoist was a woman. It seems to be true. However, he could not see her face clearly because of her robe. Her red eyes and sharp fangs frightened Li Nianfan. A mosquito in a vampire's outfit. Mosquito Taoist is here. It means that the opponent just now was truly powerful. Mosquito Taoist nervously stuttered, Lord Saint. I'm a mosquito but I promise I'll be a good mosquito. Please, please, don't hate me." Blackie mentioned that his master disliked mosquitoes. It was crucial to her. Mosquito Taoist was naturally nervous. She held her breath after saying it. Her back was filled with cold sweat. Li Nianfan laughed and said, "Ha, as long as you don't buzz around my ears and bite me." Mosquito Taoist sighed in relief. "Stop joking, Lord Saint. How can I bite you? You have the deluxe merit flesh. I'll instantly die if I touch you." "All right, enough chit-chat. Take out your immortal items. Let me give you all something." Chapter 442, Our World is the Expert's Bootlicker. Take out your immortal items? Everyone was taken aback. Then, their eyes lit up like light bulbs. Especially Juling Shen. He was frantically happy. He was grinning from ear to ear because he knew what was going to happen. He took out his 2 X's without hesitation. Here it comes again. The Lord Saint's going to give out deluxe merit. Ayun also frantically took out his trident. He caressed it as his heart thumped. The other immortals were quick with it, too. They held their breaths like kids waiting for the teacher to reward them with gifts. They were flushed from excitement. Lord Kunpeng and Mosquito Taoist were stumped. They did not know what was going on. Is the expert going to give us something? What could it be? Li Nianfan waved before they could figure it out. Strands of golden light beamed down on them like a waterfall. The deluxe merit was intense and came in a huge amount. Mosquito Taoist got the most deluxe merit. Kunpeng and Lu Yue gained a lot of deluxe merit, too. Deluxe merit. So much deluxe merit. Juling Shen hurriedly accepted it with his axe. He was surprised yet embarrassed. I didn't do anything. I won by default because of Blackie. I can't believe I'm still rewarded with deluxe merit. I don't deserve it. Thanks for carrying me, team. The axes in his hand felt the deluxe merit. Golden borders gradually formed on the blue floral handles of his axes. The axes seemed to be enlightened. A dim golden light sparkled within them. That was the third time the Schwen floral axes was improved by deluxe merit. It was considered a nice deluxe merit treasure with great attacks. Lu Yue took out his plague bell and improved it with the deluxe merit. As for Lord Kunpeng and Mosquito Taoist, they were dumbfounded by the deluxe merit. Especially Mosquito Taoist. The blinding golden stream circled her. She instantly teared up and quivered. She almost sobbed. Thankfully, she stayed hidden under her black robe. No one saw her tears. Deluxe merit. I have deluxe merit. She felt like she was dreaming. It was too unreal. She was a mosquito birthed by the bloody sea. She was born a heathen, a demon, and nothing more. No matter how hard she tried, she could not change that fact. Everyone despised her. She was not accepted by the realm either. She was a sacrificial item for tribulations. Anyone could scheme against her. Anyone could kill her in the name of justice. That was why she was extremely cautious and liked to hide. She knew that she could never receive deluxe merit. However, she just did. Didn't the expert say he disliked mosquitoes? Why would he reward me with his deluxe merit? I. Mosquito Taoist felt an emotion inside her. It was a warmth that ran through her body. Is this what it feels like to be accepted? Is this what it feels like to be touched? She looked at Li Nianfan with mixed emotions. Then, her golden lotus leaves appeared. They surrounded her and took in the deluxe merit. Li Nianfan noticed how Mosquito Taoist looked. He instantly felt pleased with himself. I've impressed someone new with this reward. Nice. Lord Kunpeng was dumbfounded by the sight. All his immortal items were gone. He had nothing at all. He thought about it and said, I should use the deluxe merit on my body then. It just so happens that I'm cultivating my body. This is a great chance for me to turn into Kunpeng again. The Jade Emperor and Empress looked at everyone with envy. If they knew, they would have rushed here to help. They missed out on a huge opportunity. However, they noticed that something serious happened. Otherwise, it would not trigger deluxe merit as a reward. All right. Li Nianfan clapped. That's all. Work hard, everyone. The immortals immediately looked thrilled. They shouted with devotion, Thanks, Lord Saint. Li Nianfan waved it off. He casually said, All right, no need to be courteous. I have nothing else to give either, I can only give you deluxe merit. Everyone went silent. Are you sure this is being humble? Li Nianfan noticed something. He was intrigued by a pellet drum on the ground nearby. Then, he walked over and picked it up. He rattled it and said, Can't believe I can still see stuff like this here. Boom. Huh? Li Nianfan slightly frowned. That can't be right. Why is the sound of the pellet drum so loud and heavy? He tried to shake it again. Clock. Li Nianfan was surprised. He was instantly intrigued. Yo? It can change sounds? He rattled it again. One more time. Tip. Awesome. Awesome. It can change sounds with voice commands. It's been a long time since I last found anything with voice command. Li Nianfan looked at the pellet drum and immediately fell in love with it. Truly the legendary realm, even the pellet drum is so fancy. Everyone watched him with an expressionless face. They tried their best to not twitch. Of course, it was not because of Li Nianfan. It was because of the pellet drum instead. This thing's so shady. A moment ago, you almost killed all of us. Now that the expert's here, you're trying to act all cute? Tip. Why don't you whine, too? They felt irritated purely because they were jealous. Oh, to be liked by the expert. What a huge honor to become the expert's plaything. The pellet drum's going to be successful in life. The pellet drum was a top-notch heavenly spiritual treasure, but it was still a huge breakthrough. Expert, if you don't mind, come rattle me instead. I can change sounds, too. Why is this fun pellet drum discarded on the ground? Li Nianfan played with it for a while and asked, Is this yours? Everyone shook their heads without hesitation. No, no. No one would admit it unless they were not sensible. Li Nianfan smiled. Good. I shall take it then. It's nice and refined, too. I can let the children play with it. The Empress smiled and said, Since it doesn't belong to anyone, you should take it because you like it, Saint. It's a win-win situation. Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he said, I see that you're all right. I'll leave with Daji now. Farewell, everyone. Juling Shen was the first one to shout. Farewell, Lord Saint. Then, the Jade Emperor and Empress saw him off after a few farewell chats. Juling Shen waited until Li Nianfan was out of sight. He sprinted towards Blackie and bowed like a bootlicker. He said with respect and devotion, Thank you, Lord Dog, for saving my life. The others followed suit. They hurriedly said, Thank you, Lord Dog, for saving our lives. Mosquito Taoist nervously bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Dog, for saving my life and sparing my life. It's because my master doesn't want you dead, little mosquito. Act at your own discretion. Blackie arrogantly looked up and turned around. Then, he left like a runway model. Deify, follow me back to the dog lair. Everyone, you're all old friends of mine. Act at your own discretion. Deified dog smugly wiggled its hair and followed Blackie. Lord Dog, I shall lead the way for you. The Jade Emperor looked at Deified Dog and felt irritated. He scoffed, this dog. Gojiro was the nephew of the Jade Emperor, so they were naturally close. Deified Dog was naturally respectful toward the Jade Emperor. However, Deified Dog just showed off. Juling Shen was amazed as usual at the side. I'm so envious. If he could follow the Lord Dog, he would be much smugger than Deified Dog. Sigh, if only I were a dog. I'd be much happier than Deified Dog. The Jade Emperor glanced at Juling Shen and squinted. He growled, Huh? What did you say? Juling Shen stayed calm. He exclaimed naturally, that dog's so smug because of Lord Dog. You're so wise, Emperor. Everyone, head back to the Linksao Palace. Tell me everything in detail. Deified Dog stumbled after Blackie while being a bootlicker on their way back. He looked proud and excited. He knew that Lord Dog was powerful, and the master of Lord Dog was powerful. However, his Lord Dog did an instant kill on a quasi-saint. Deified Dog got a clearer concept of how powerful the Lord Dog was. In other words, unimaginably powerful. Deified Dog was on cloud 9. Blackie asked out of nowhere, Deify, you seem joyful? Deified Dog cleverly bootlicked, I got to see you attack today. It was amazing. I respect you so much, I can't help feeling excited. Blackie nodded. Oh, well, I have bad news for you. What? What? That takeaway kunpeng soup won't last long. It'll soon lose its flavor. You should hurry up and drink it. Blackie sounded calm, but it instantly hurt Deified Dog. His smile froze in place. That. Deified Dog scratched his head and his ears drooped. He did not know what to do. Really, my lord? Is there any other way to preserve it? I want to keep it for the others. This. Really, nodded Blackie. Blackie smirked when he saw the excited Deified Dog turn into a miserable dog within a second. He flicked his wrist and out came a plastic takeaway box. Here, use this. The master said you need to use a takeaway box for takeaways. Deified Dog was dumbfounded. He looked at the takeaway box and took it. He felt like he went through a roller coaster of emotions. He teared up and sobbed, Thanks, my lord. At the Linksao Palace. The Jade Emperor was sitting on the throne, listening to everyone. His facial expression kept changing. He went from shocked, to more shocked, then to extremely shocked. The Jade Emperor and Empress took turns to gasp. The expert raised a saint dog? The Jade Emperor sat there for a long while to process it. He finally accepted the fact. It must be. The expert's on the same level as the Buddha. It's not odd that he raised a saint dog. Damn, no wonder Deified Dog's so smug. Speaking of that, I can't offend the dogs. He coughed softly and focused on the anonymous elder who died. He looked serious. He said, Deep in the chaos, beyond the sky. A quasi-saint from another realm. He paused. Troubled, he shook his head and said, The endless chaos does indeed have more than one eldritch world. Mosquito Taoist immediately asked, Do you know anything about it? Just a bit. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath and said, You were born in the eldritch eras. You should know how the world came to be, right? Mosquito Taoist replied without hesitation, Lord Pang created the realms. His flesh and blood transformed into our eldritch ancestors. It's a famous legend but no one knows about it. Emperor, we only know about it because we heard it from the expert. Zhe chimed in and said, there were 108 demon gods with Lord Pang. In the end, Lord Pang had an epiphany on creating realms. So, he created the Eldritch world. She did not mention how the creation was stolen by her ancestor. Nicely said. Our ancestor's actually one of those demon gods. The Jade Emperor nodded. Then, he spoke in a low voice, have you guys ever thought about the fact that those demon gods could create realms, too, if they improve a little bit more on cultivation? Think about it. Were there only 108 demon gods in the entire chaos? Could other unknown demon gods create realms? His simple sentences sent a shiver down their spines. They were terrified. This. They felt enlightened yet horrified, like a frog that jumped out of the well and saw the outside world. Yeah. If Pang can create realms, why can't others? When I was a student of the Buddha, I'd occasionally listen to him reminisce about the past. Tao was endless and it was as powerful as the Buddha. I thought of seeking extreme paths for breakthroughs, too. But, he was more anxious to do so. He'd always say, there's a sky beyond the sky. The Jade Emperor sighed. Buddha knew that there were a lot of horrifying beings in the chaos. I didn't expect that a being from another realm would find us here. It's my fault. Mosquito Taoist was slightly embarrassed. Our world seemed to be hidden. But I led him to us. It's fine, he's already dead. Let's just hope there won't be any repercussions. The Jade Emperor paused. Then, he said, however, I know someone who doesn't belong to our realm. Everyone frowned. Then, they realized who it was. Juling Shen immediately said, it's the expert. That's right. It's obvious. The Jade Emperor nodded. Do you think our realm could birth a powerful being like the expert? The expert's far beyond us. No questions about that, right? Everyone nodded their heads at the same time. They all agreed. Zhe asked, why did the expert come to our realm? To play and sightsee. The Jade Emperor already figured it out. He brushed his beard and said, you can think of the expert as a tourist Bigshot. He can transmigrate anywhere in the chaos. Our Eldritch world got lucky. He chose our world and decided to stay. Our world's the expert's bootlicker. Chapter 443, The Destructive Plan. It was silent for a long time at the Ling Sao Palace. Everyone was processing the huge information. The Empress said with seriousness, the expert chose our Eldritch world, we have to appreciate it. We must ensure the expert has a nice experience here. Zhe hurriedly nodded. She said, you're right, Empress. The expert's a blessing to our world. We can't make him unhappy. As we all know, cultivators love to travel. Immortals would constantly travel across the three realms. The expert travels in the chaos. He's like us, but holy cow, the difference is huge. I'm so puny, I didn't expect this. Juling Shen's eyes were wide. His voice was filled with respect when he said, to the expert, we're just like ordinary people. Anything we find remarkable is just toys to him. Nonsense. The Jade Emperor scolded. You overestimated yourself. To the expert, we're insects. Juling Shen kept nodding. You're right, Emperor. Insects indeed. I'm not sure if you realize this, said Mosquito Taoist all of a sudden. The Empress said, go on, Cultivator Mosquito. Mosquito Taoist said with shock and confusion, when the expert rewarded us with deluxe merit, Saint Dog didn't get any. Blackie took care of the intruder from another realm. Logically, he should be the one to get the most deluxe merit. However, the expert did not reward Blackie. Everyone at the Ling Sao Palace was exasperated for a moment. The Jade Emperor said, it's not odd at all. He paused. Then, he said, actually, the Empress and I realized the key to our realm when the expert guided us last time. I discovered that Tao was endless. The limits that we see are nothing but the bottom of the well. Once we hop out of said well, everything would be revealed. The Empress nodded. She asked rhetorically, we're beings of the realm so we naturally value deluxe merit of the realm. However, once you're beyond the realm, would you think highly of deluxe merit? This. Everyone instantly understood. Probably not. It was like how immortals would bless an ordinary person with a whiff of immortal chi. To the ordinary person, it was priceless. However, if an immortal gave another immortal some immortal chi, it was idiotic. Of course, we can't analyze the expert with our point of view. We were too shallow. Lord Kunping shook its bird head. Then, it suddenly stared at the Jade Emperor and the Empress. The expert guided you? The key to our realm? Do you mind if I take a look? Lord Kunpeng was anxious and excited. The Jade Emperor and Empress are so sneaky and quiet. They started to cultivate and learn from the expert. This is so sneaky. Mosquito Taoist also looked at the Jade Emperor and Empress with intrigue. I'd die for this information. Cultivators were all passionate about knowledge. Fine. This is supposed to be confidential information of the Heavenly Palace. However, you two cultivators are considered to be working for the expert. We shall pass it on to you. The Jade Emperor made a painful decision. Juling Shen, go to the treasure vault later. Get a periodic table of elements for the two cultivators. Lord Kunpeng and Mosquito Taoist were overjoyed. They said, "Thanks, Emperor. All-wise Emperor." They did not know that everyone had won at the Heavenly Palace. The Jade Emperor brushed his beard and laughed. It's all for the expert. Naturally. Anything about the expert is our concern. Pleasing the expert's our motto. Lord Kunpeng immediately chanted. Then, it said, since the expert chose our world, we naturally have to try our best to maintain our glory. We can't let small things affect the mood of the expert. We need to clean up and get our world back on the right track. Mosquito Taoist kept nodding with agreement. She could not wait to say, so true, count me in. I have to work hard. And I already have a target, the sticks. At the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was cleaning up his backyard. The feast was too grand. He used up a lot of resources. Half his fruits were gone. If he kept attending grand feasts like that, he would go broke. Even his honey, eggs, and milk supplies were greatly reduced. He volunteered to handle the cooking at the feast. However, after being cool, his backyard was filled with chicken feathers. My chickens, milk cow, and bees truly worked hard. Li Nianfan told Nanan. Nanan, go to the front yard and tell those chickens to lay more eggs. All right, brother Nianfan. Nanan immediately ran out with a devilish smile. She thought of how she would threaten those poor chickens to lay eggs. Li Nianfan planted a few peach pits. 20 peach trees in total. He previously planted 8 trees. They grew nicely with the growth serum. Some sprouts came out from the ground. Brother. Dragon ran over with a flushed face. She said with excitement, that gourd vine grew another gourd. This time, it's a red gourd. Oh? Another one? Li Nianfan smiled and stopped whatever he was doing. Let's go take a look. The gourd vine was not far. Li Nianfan could see a red gourd hanging on the green gourd's vine. It was a fiery red gourd. It looked like flames on the green vine. The contrast looked nice. Li Nianfan did not notice the gourd growing out. He walked closer. His first thought was, this gourd goes nicely with the Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix was into fiery red items. Her outfits were fiery red and so was her hair and eyes. She looked like fire herself. The gourd was suitable for her. Too bad this gourd isn't an immortal item. I feel like it'll be too cheap for her. Li Nianfan felt troubled. Whatever. I'm just an ordinary man. I can't give her any immortal items anyway. We've been living together for so long. I should do this as a friend regardless if she'll accept it or not. He looked at the gourd and groaned for a moment. Finally, he flicked his wrist, and out came his carving knife. He started carving on the gourd. I should work on it so she'll be pleasantly surprised. Li Nianfan smiled and told Dragon, sit and watch. Check out how I'm going to carve it. Meanwhile, at the Southern Sea. The Southern Sea Dragon King widened his eyes in shock. Kunpeng's dead? For real? For real. Aofeng looked serious. He said, recently, the Heavenly Palace had a feast. They invited guests from everywhere. It was a Kunpeng feast. This isn't a secret at all. They said that Kunpeng was so huge, he couldn't fit in a normal pot. Thousands of immortals and demons were full and satisfied from meeting Kunpeng. Another dragon added, I also heard that the Kunpeng soup was unimaginably delicious with shocking effects. Everyone that ate it felt as light as a bird. All their injuries were healed. Truly the soup made from the meat of a Bigshot. How dare they? This is treachery. Treachery. The Southern Sea Dragon King did not look happy at all. He was furious. Did they not know how to invite me, the Southern Sea Dragon King? Is the Heavenly Palace instigating me? He had just become a quasi-saint. Just when he felt confident, the treatment he received was making him crazy. He squinted and said coldly, Kunpeng died. The demons have no leader, then. This is our opportunity to rise. I must make the Heavenly Palace pay the price for not inviting me to drink soup. Feng looked at the enraged Southern Sea Dragon King. He felt like something was off. He jolted without a warning as if he was enduring some sort of pain. Then, he groaned and frowned. He seemed to be in extreme agony. Blood dripped out from his mouth. Lord Kunping had died. The demons were left with the Southern Sea Dragons and the Kirins. The two species were tamed. However, their leaders were strong cultivators. They were also ambitious. Thus, that was the start of the destructive plan. Chapter 444, Blood Battle of the Sea, Gajiro. The Southern Sea Dragon King instantly noticed something was wrong with Feng. He immediately asked, "Feng, what's wrong?" Feng avoided eye contact as if he was hiding something. He said, "Father, I'm fine." The Southern Sea Dragon King did not look happy at all. He asked sternly, "Who hurt you? How dare they?" Spurt. Suddenly, Shu spat out blood. He went pale and looked weak. Several dragons were pale from injuries, too. The Southern Sea Dragon King was immediately furious. He felt aggravated. Did they bully us dragons because we're few in numbers? Who did this? Shu took a deep breath and said, "It's the Kirins." Feng sighed and said, "After Lord Kunping died, the Kirins started to call themselves the new leaders of the demons. They even came to the Southern Sea and told us to obey them. We were infuriated, so we fought." "Really?" The Southern Sea Dragon King was trembling from anger. He growled, "How daring of them! They came to us and told us to obey. What gave them the confidence to do so?" Feng panted and said, "Father, now that Lord Kunping tragically died, we're unsure of the situation. It's not appropriate to start a war with the Kirins. My small injury. Cough, it's nothing. Just worry about the big picture. Cough. Big picture, my foot. They dared insult us on our territory. You think I'll stand by and watch?" The Southern Sea Dragon King was filled with rage. His hair stood on ends and he bellowed, "Kunping's dead. The Southern Sea Dragons shall rise. The war between the dragons and the Kirins is unavoidable. So be it. We can take care of them at once. There won't be any more opponents for the dragons." They were still sensible. They knew that they could not mess with the Heavenly Palace. Lord Kunping was turned into soup. They would probably end up being barbecued meat. The Jade Emperor and Empress protected the Heavenly Palace. He could only talk smack. Only fools would scheme against the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, he placed his ambitions on the demons. He wanted to be the Demon King. According to reliable sources, the nine-tailed fox was badly injured by Lord Kunping. Lord Kunping was no longer alive, so the leader of demons could either be a dragon or a Kirin. As long as they defeated the Kirins, the Southern Sea Dragons would rule the demon realm. Moreover, the Kirins attacked them. They had no reason to let it be. The Southern Sea Dragon King picked up his broadsword. He could not wait to say, "Pass down my orders, gather the dragons. Follow me to attack the Kirins. We'll attack them when they least expect it." "Yes, mighty Dragon King," cheered everyone. Then, they gathered an army of Southern Sea Dragons after half an hour. They headed toward the Kirin cliff. They were halfway there when they ran into the Kirins. The Southern Sea Dragon King and the Kirin leader were obviously taken aback. However, the dragons and the Kirins cursed each other out before either could speak. They yelled and shouted like they had a never-ending grudge. Then, they fought without hesitation. The Southern Sea Dragon King and the Kirin leader were still dumbfounded. However, their people were fighting. They could not just stand by and watch. They immediately went into battle mode. The Southern Sea Dragon King said in a low voice, "Chief Kirin, it's not too late to beg for mercy. We can save each other's time and energy, it's good for both of us." "Ha, what a joke. You dare speak like that when you rely on the dragon soul bead, you little worm." Chief Kirin mercilessly mocked him. "You should be the one that begs for mercy. I was born to be the Demon King. I shall lead the demons. You too, right? You only rely on your great ancestors. Whatever. I'm going to show you what I'm made of." "Ha! Is this the threat of an insect? Die!" The leaders instantly battled. They cast spells and used weapons. They were both beginner quasi-saints. Each attack they made was earth-shattering. They left the scene to avoid injuring their own people. They battled so hard, their power of law created earthquakes. The two quasi-saints would usually restrain themselves in battles. They were usually sensible, so they would not fight to the death. However, the two of them were enraged. They could not help being violent. The dragons and the Kirins had an extreme battle. It was gory and there were dead bodies everywhere. They died tragically, too. They had reached a point of no return. Dragon King, avenge me. Kill them. For the glory of the Kirins, attack. They had to scream passionately before they died. It instantly affected the Southern Sea Dragon King and Chief Kirin. They started to cry as they battled hard. Fang. Suddenly, the Southern Sea Dragon King yelled. He saw his beloved son lying in a pool of blood. Uncle. Chief Kirin also yelled. He watched as Kirin Joe peacefully closed his eyes. No. The Southern Sea Dragon King and Chief Kirin were maniacal with rage. They had bloodshot eyes. They knew that the battle had become a deadly one. One of them lost his son, the other lost his uncle. A lot of their people died. The pain turned to endless rage and hatred. They kept roaring in their true forms. The two of them fought from the above immortal realm to the chaos. The stars were damaged, explosions kept echoing between realms. The three realms were not suitable locations for the battle of the quasi-saints. They could only head toward the chaos. Any attack from a quasi-saint could cause serious harm in the three realms. The dragon and the Kirin bit and attacked each other in the chaos. As their powers grew, their bodies expanded to an abnormal size. They were larger than a small star. The Southern Sea Dragon King flicked his tail and smashed a star to dust. The battle went on for half an hour. They were both ferocious, so they did not run or defend themselves, which was why they were both injured all over in the end. They might even be disabled. The two of them could not fight anymore. They were exhausted, but they were still cursing each other out. You killed my dragon son. Just you wait. One day, I'll annihilate the Kirins. So cruel. We Kirins will make the Southern Sea Dragons pay with blood. Suddenly, a bunch of figures appeared and slowly surrounded them. They looked at them and saw familiar faces. Chief Kirin and the Southern Sea Dragon King were both taken aback. They even thought that they were hallucinating. What's going on? Aren't these dead people supposed to be floating above the ocean's surface? Why are they uninjured and fine? Then, the Southern Sea Dragon King was overjoyed. He exclaimed, Fang, you're not dead? Hurry, Chief Kirin's weak right now, kill him. Ao Fen waved it off and said, Quick, hurry and tie my father up. Make sure you tie it well. Also, remember to seal his powers with the immortal item. We have to do this for the Lord Demon King. The Southern Sea Dragon King was shocked. He instantly felt like he no longer knew these familiar faces. He was thunderstruck. He yelled in a deranged voice, What's the meaning of this? What are you doing? Stop. Treachery. Treachery. Dragon King, you'll understand why we're doing this in the future. We are doing this for your own good. Meanwhile, Deified Dog stepped on air and arrived at the chaos. The chaos was directionless. Deified Dog navigated his way with his nose. After passing by countless stars, he finally arrived somewhere in the chaos. A lot of stars were there. However, one of the stars was dim. It appeared to be gray and dead. Not very eye-catching at all. Deified Dog landed on the star and flew towards something. Soon, Deified Dog was in front of a huge mountain. Deified Dog barked at the mountain. A man in silver armor suddenly opened his eyes. He had a silver pattern on his forehead. The man was very handsome and he looked like an elegant prince. However, he looked pale and weak, like he was sick. He sat cross-legged at the mountain, sitting on an extremely unique pattern. The pattern was huge and he was at the center of it. Powers rose from the spell pattern and emitted hues. He raised his hand and gently swiped the space in front of him. The view of the outside world instantly appeared in front of him. He noticed that Deified Dog was barking. He started to walk on the mountain path. The man looked happy. He smiled with his pale lips and said, Deified Dog, you came to see me. However, he soon felt uneasy. He frowned at Deified Dog and knew that something was off. He watched Deified Dog walk over to him. Deified Dog looked determined and excited. Hee hee. A sudden weird sneer could be heard. The spell pattern beneath him went out. The walls around him slightly shook and he could hear a mocking voice say, You tried your best to send your dog out, but it was all for nothing. It did nothing. It came back to die. I'm dying from laughter. Chapter 445, Things truly worked in mysterious ways. Shut up. Yang Jian growled at the walls. He gradually looked aggravated. He noticed that Deified Dog was getting closer. Yang Jian clenched his jaw and tried his best to cast a spell. He scolded Deified Dog with a yell, Deified Dog, are you crazy? The walls laughed again. Hee hee, Yang Jian. Are you sure you want to waste your powers? Death is getting closer. Deified Dog was running on the mountain. He instantly jolted and stopped in his tracks when he heard his yells. He looked up and exclaimed, "Master, I came back to save you." "How can you save me? I sent you out to get help. Why did you come back alone?" Yang Jian said with a softer tone, "Don't be silly. Hurry up and run back to the Three Realms. Find some powerful cultivators to help." Previously, he noticed that the seal was loose. He endured injuries and held the seal together with his powers. He sent Deified Dog out to get help. He did not expect that Deified Dog would come back alone. "It's easy to come back, but it's hard to leave." Deified Dog said, "Master, I'm not silly. You sacrificed your body to cast a seal. If I get help, the only possibility is that they'll die with you. So, why should I get help?" Yang Jian looked at Deified Dog with mixed emotions. He said, "My death is better than the death of the Three Realms. I don't care about the Three Realms. I'm going to save you. You're my master. You're more important to me than the lives of the Three Realms." Deified Dog continued to run on the mountain. Yang Jian was silent for a moment. He suddenly said, "Deified Dog, you know you can't help me even if you come in. Why would you come here to die?" "I've already made up my mind. I'm going to save you, and if I can't, I'll die with you." Deified Dog looked determined. Then, it said, "Master, don't worry. I ran into a huge opportunity out there. I'm sure that I can help you." "Huge opportunity? Help me?" Yang Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's no use." Laughter could be heard within the walls. Naive little dog but loyal to his master. How brave. He paused. Then, he said, "Yang Jian, we've been trapped together for so many years. You've accompanied me and chatted with me. We don't belong to the same world but we're cultivators. I don't mind sharing something with you." Yang Jian said, "Tell me." They had been sealed together for so many years. They probed and tested each other with questions. Yang Jian knew a lot about the cultivator. He wanted to know more about the other realm but the cultivator would not say a word. It was clear that the cultivator was cautious, too. "Do you know why I'm here and your world didn't kill me off? Because if they did, my world would sense it. However, your world's flawed. Your world's scared of our world." Yang Jian was silent. He was not surprised because he kind of knew it in his mind. His world was created by Pang. Pang succeeded in creating realms, yet he failed because he died in the middle of the process. Saints were born to fill up the gaps. The incomplete world was then rebuilt. It was not odd that his world was flawed. The other world was most probably perfect. "Your heaven's trying to avoid us." The voice in the walls sounded pleased. Then, the cultivator continued, "You have powerful flesh. You sacrificed your body to seal me in this mountain. We're tied together. However, you're at your wit's end. You can't do anything about it. If you want to kill me, there are only two choices. The first one is to kill yourself, then kill me. The other one is to hang in there until you die, then kill me. Ha! Either way, you'll die before me. You knew that you can't last any longer. So, you used up your powers to tear an opening in the seal. You let that little dog out, expecting help to come so they can kill me right before I escape." The voice in the wall spoke slowly, "It's a shame that the little dog loves its master. It's not willing to accept your sacrifice. Ha! What a good dog." The cultivator was as powerful as Yang Jing. However, Yang Jing was worried that he would escape and cause havoc in the world. He turned himself into a huge seal to trap him. It was exhausting. Yang Jing asked in a low voice, "Are there a lot of experts in your world? How many saints?" "Hee, much more powerful than yours. When I go back, I'll bring them all over to devour your world. It's a shame you won't be alive to witness it." Yang Jing did not get the answers to his questions. He knew that he would not receive any important information. He looked at the image in front of him again and saw that Deified Dog had arrived at the seal's entrance. He immediately yelled, "Deified Dog, stop. I order you to go back right now." "Master, I never disobeyed you. But this time, you must forgive me." Deified Dog stopped at the entrance. It hesitated and then rushed in. "I'm just a dog. I don't understand the Three Realms and their wingtip rights and wrongs. I only know that you're my master and I can't watch as you die. Even if I die. Even if, there's no chance, I'm still going to try." Then, Deified Dog entered the seal. He looked at Yang Jing. Yang Jing looked back at him. Deified Dog was expecting a scolding. However, Yang Jing just shook his head, troubled. He sighed and said, "What's done is done. Whatever, it's fine. Deified dog walked over and bumped his head on Yang Jing. He said quietly, "Master, I'm back." The spell pattern on the ground shook. A thrilled voice could be heard. "Good that you're back. Next up, you two shall stay here for eternity." He was worried when Deified Dog escaped through the seal's opening. He was afraid that Deified Dog would return with a bunch of experts. In that case, he would probably be dead along with Yang Jing. However, Deified Dog was back in the seal. Everything was fine. Yang Jing clearly could not tear the seal for a second time. He would be free again with the passage of time. The voice in the walls could be heard again. "Little dog, let me tell you this since you're so loyal to your master. Your master has less than 10 years to live. So, appreciate your last moments with your master, haha." Deified Dog bared its teeth and growled. Yang Jing was utterly calm. He asked, "I have another question. How did you get here?" "Fine, I shall tell you." The voice in the wall cleared his throat and said, "Your world's growing and expanding. It was originally just an insect, easily ignored by others. But then, it started to become powerful. The risk of exposure was greater, too. I took on a mission to search through the chaos and coincidentally found your world." Yang Jing fell into deep thought. "Which is why our world went through the Absolute Era. It's the quickest way to destroy our power and lessen the risk of being discovered. TSK, it's a shame that I still discovered it." Deified Dog said, "Master, ignore him. I ran into a huge opportunity. I can heal you back to your prime." "Heal me back to my prime?" Yang Jing shook his head. "My body has been turned into a seal. My primordial spirit has been weakening over these countless years. My powers are weak. Even if I survive, I can only end up as an ordinary man. How could you heal me?" He was a knowledgeable immortal. He knew that his injuries were not healable unless he had help from a saint. Plus, it would require a long time for him to heal. It was impossible. "Master, if you were back at your prime, can we escape?" "Escape?" Yang Jing looked at Deified Dog. He smiled seeing how excited he looked. "If I was back in my prime, this cultivator would be dead. We can do this." Deified Dog was excited and anxious. He waved with his paw and out came a takeaway box. The box contained the kunpeng soup. There was a small kunpeng wingtip inside, too. Deified Dog was able to snatch it because the immortals respected Blackie. Deified Dog placed the soup in front of Yang Jing. He said, "Master, drink this soup. You'll be back at your prime again." Yang Jing was dumbfounded. The cultivator in the seal was also dumbfounded. "Ha, ha." Then, he burst out in laughter. He laughed until the walls trembled. "Yang Jing, your dog's loyal to its master and intensely funny. So interesting." The cultivator in the seal was clearly entertained. He could not stop laughing. He was nervous for a moment, thinking that Deified Dog got lucky and found some sort of legendary treasure. Turns out, he brought back a bowl of soup. What a joke! Deified Dog ignored it. He rushed, "Master, quickly drink it." Yang Jing looked into its eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll drink it." He sighed softly and sighed. His Deified Dog was delusional because of the pressure and the seal's trauma. "We're about to be dead anyway. I should just be nice to my dog." He picked up the takeaway box and looked at the soup inside. Yang Jing was filled with mixed emotions. Deified Dog was feeling sentimental, too. At that moment, it was as if they were back to a moment from a long time ago. A long time ago, Yang Jing was not a cultivator yet. He was just an ordinary man. He saw a puppy that almost froze to death. He took care of the puppy and gave it a bowl of hot soup. From that moment on, the dog had been with him. It accompanied him at the immortal realm, accompanying him as he cultivated. Deified Dog was his best friend and his best sidekick. The moment recurred again. However, it was the dog's turn to give him hot soup. Things truly worked in mysterious ways. Chapter 446, Kill You Myself, The Ambitions of the Sticks. So many years had passed by unconsciously. Yang Jing looked sentimental. He reminisced, "It's been a long time since I had soup. I almost forgot what it tastes like. I'm able to taste something homely because I'm going to die. I can die in peace. Thank you, Deified Dog." He smiled and slurped on the takeaway box. He had to say that the takeaway box was great at keeping the temperature warm. The soup was not cold. An intense aromatic flavor flowed into his mouth, his stomach, and his senses. He jolted. He felt as if he had fallen into a river of deliciousness. His tongue was soaked in the soup. The hot soup felt like soft velvet, coating and caressing the tip of his tongue. He was mesmerized. Delicious, so delicious. The small sip of soup won him over. He went blank. All he could think about was the deliciousness. Gulp. He swallowed the smooth soup. It hydrated his throat and flowed through his esophagus. It was intense. He instantly felt full. Then, he felt at ease. He felt relaxed as if his pores were breathing. Wow tilde. Yang Jing tried hard not to moan. He slowly opened his squinted eyes after a long while. He looked like he was amazed. Then, he looked at the bowl of soup again. He felt emotional. Is this the flavor of my hometown? I haven't eaten homely food for so many years. Is it so different now? Damn, such a delicious soup. It's affecting me. I was ready to sacrifice myself and die heroically for the three realms. I suddenly don't want to die anymore. He was once again taken aback. He felt a warmth swimming in his body. He somehow felt relieved. Bits of his lost powers started to come back to him. This is... Yang Jing's mouth was open. He was stunned as he looked at his soup with shock. Then, he looked at Deified Dog. Deified Dog was looking at him, too, as he slowly nodded. His eyes were sparkly like grapes. It works on the master. Nice soup, nice soup. Yang Jing laughed loudly. He held the bowl with both of his hands. Then, he chugged the soup. He did not pick out the bones. He ate it, chewed it, and swallowed it. Deified Dog silently stared at Yang Jing with drool coming out from the corner of his mouth. He was dumbfounded when Yang Jing did not spit out the bone. He expected his master to spit out the bone so he could taste it. However, there was nothing left. Damn! Yang Jing instantly looked better after drinking the soup. He felt a warmth in his body. It was life. And powers. This soup has healing properties that improve the body. This is much better than the so-called spiritual herbs. This is legendary. Scary. Unbelievable. How can a legendary soup like this exist? Is this made by heaven? Is heaven a chef? Yang Jing started to imagine scenarios because it was too unbelievable. Ha, what a foodie. TSK, so amazed at a bowl of soup? The master likes it as much as the dog. The sealed cultivator thought it was funny. He mocked, but of course. This soup is your last meal, you naturally should appreciate it. Truthfully, he was kind of jealous of Yang Jing. It looked like the soup was delicious. Is the soup of their world that delicious? I'll try it after I escape. Yang Jing looked at the walls and smiled. He said calmly, you said that I only have 2 ways to stop you. Actually, there's another way. Oh? Another way? Tell me about it. Yang Jing said with emphasis, I can kill you myself. Mockery could be heard from the walls. Ha, you must be dreaming. You? Did you lose your grip on reality because of a bowl of soup? Yang Jing spent all his powers to seal that cultivator away. It was to prevent him from escaping. He sealed him with him instead of killing him because he was not powerful enough. However, circumstances were different. Yang Jing smiled. There were menacing cold sparks in his eyes. He was like a dragon that had been awakened. He started to rise. At that moment, he was hugely different. He went from a handsome man to a menacing general. He was no longer weak. Instead, he was powerful. The sealed cultivator could tell that something was off. However, he thought it was ridiculous because it was impossible. Yang Jing stood up and walked to the side. He raised his wrist and a 3-pointed double-edged blade instantly appeared in his hand. He was originally sitting at the center of the seal. A figure slowly came out from that spot. He was an elder with gray clothes. The elder was in disbelief. He looked at Yang Jing and said, I don't believe it. You dare let me out? So oddly incautious. He was still sealed but Yang Jing had given up sitting on the spell pattern. So, the seal was greatly weakened. He could easily kill Yang Jing and Deified Dog to fully break the seal. Yang Jing just committed suicide. Yang Jing looked stern. He slowly raised his blade. Ha! There are a lot of things you don't believe in. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wind blew against Yang Jing. His hair was messed up. It instantly made Yang Jing frown. He looked at Deified Dog who was blowing wind at him and asked, Deified Dog, what's the meaning of this? Deified Dog immediately stopped. He scratched his head and said, sorry, I'm too used to it. The elder in gray clothes looked at them without any expression. There was a glint in his eye as he said coldly, I don't have time to watch you two perform. I'll make this fast since you let me out. He decisively raised his arms to activate his fire powers. Flames turned to a huge flaming palm that attacked Yang Jing. He stood there and waited for Yang Jing to turn to dust. He was going to break the seal. However, a blinding light flashed and split the fire palm in half. Yang Jing stood there, expressionless. He coldly stared at the elder in gray clothes. He was able to block my attack? Maybe he hid his capabilities? No, no way. This aura. He's back in his prime. How is this possible? The elder in gray clothes widened his eyes and stepped back. He was intimidated by the aura. His skin crawled and his voice was high-pitched as he said, "You recovered?" His mind was running in circles. He quickly found out the reason. He gasped and said, "It's because of that bowl of soup." Impossible. How can a bowl of soup do that? This is impossible. You don't need to know how. Yang Jing sounded cold. He did not dare to delay in case something went wrong. He attacked the elder with his three-pointed double-edged blade. His blade instantly became huge. Impossible, this isn't real. The elder in gray clothes could not figure out why. He gave it his all because his life was in danger. He even spent his cultivation to survive. However, he had been sealed for too long. He was not as capable as Yang Jing, who was back in his prime. He was soon dead. Yang Jing looked at the place where the elder turned to dust with mixed emotions. He suddenly felt that it was unreal. The enemy that bugged him for countless years was gone just like that. All because of a bowl of soup. He felt like the world was going crazy. On the other hand, Deified Dog was not surprised. It was as expected. He had heightened his worldview because he followed Blackie around. He said smugly, "He died just like that. He should have died more tragically." Yang Jing was utterly serious. He asked sternly, "Deified Dog, where did you beg for this soup?" "Beg?" Deified Dog shook his head. "I got this soup from a feast at the Heavenly Palace. This is a takeaway." "Heavenly Palace feast?" Yang Jing took a sharp breath. His mind was running in circles. He asked in disbelief, "The Heavenly Palace became so awesome after all these years? They started drinking soup like that?" The changes of the realm were too fast for him. Yang Jing instantly felt like a peasant. "Master, the feast was held by the Heavenly Palace, but truthfully, it was all for a godly expert. The expert was the one who made the soup." Deified Dog looked respectful when he mentioned the expert. Then, he said proudly, "I also befriended a super awesome Lord Dog that easily killed off a quasi-saint from another realm." Yang Jing felt overwhelmed by the information. He had goosebumps all over and felt feverish. Godly expert. The soup was created by a person. The Lord Dog that can kill a quasi-saint. Any part of the information was challenging his worldview. However, he did not doubt Deified Dog. He knew that he had to go to the Heavenly Palace. But before that, he told Deified Dog, "Deified Dog, let's go. Tell me everything you know." The demons. Big Lord Demon once again knelt where the demon god slept. He looked pained. He spat out blood into a black flame in front of him. The black flame instantly sizzled and burned. An intense demonic smoke was emitted. The Big Lord Demon looked excited. He immediately shouted, "I'm the Big Lord Demon of the demons, I request to see the Lord Demon God." However, the flames gradually went out before he could get a response. The Big Lord Demon was not healed even after a long time. He was skinnier than before. He could now be described as scrawny. His round face was almond-shaped. His cheekbones were more obvious. He lost weight because he kept spitting blood to call on the demon god. However, his Lord Demon God did not reply at all. Big Lord Demon was very pitiful. "Lord Demon God, we demons are being bullied and insulted. We don't dare to go out and cause havoc anymore." The Big Lord Demon sounded tragic. He said with anger, "The Heavenly Palace and Buddhism have been rebuilt. Styx Laozu also borrowed our god-killing spear and doesn't want to return it. These people don't respect us anymore. Please, wake up, Lord Demon God. Make the demons great again." The Big Lord Demon kept sighing. He felt wronged. He did not expect the glorious and reckless demons would become so pitiful in such a short amount of time. Their Lord Demon died out of nowhere and their heavenly spiritual treasure, the god-killing spear, was gone. Suddenly, a demon rushed in and exclaimed, "Big Lord Demon, Styx Laozu is here. He dares come here?" The Big Lord Demon did not look happy. He stood up and ran towards the main hall. Soon, he arrived at the main hall. Styx Leozu was casually sitting on a chair. He immediately scoffed and asked, "Styx Leozu, are you here to return the demon's god-killing spear?" Styx Leozu was a quasi-saint, but the big lord demon represented the entirety of the demons. He also worked for the demon god. So, Styx Leozu was naturally respectful towards him. "That's right." Styx Leozu nodded and swiped with his hand. A jet black spear appeared. He placed it on the table. Then, he said, "But I hope you can tell me something." The big lord demon frowned. He asked, "What do you want to know?" After Buddhism was wiped out, where are the bodies of the two saints, Thunti and Jia Yin? Chapter 447, the expert starts to freestyle. Big Lord Demon asked, "You want the dead bodies of the saints?" Styx Leozu nodded. He smiled and said, "Seems like you do know where they are." Big Lord Demon kept looking away. He asked, "The bodies of the saints are indeed with the demons. But what do you want to do with them? Perhaps you want to borrow their bodies to cultivate?" The Bloody Sea was ultimately evil in the realm. It birthed mosquito Taoists who could suck blood to become powerful. Styx Leozu was also a blood cultivator. He cultivated death and killings, devouring millions of souls to cultivate. His purpose was very easy to guess. "That's right." Styx Leozu had no issues admitting it. Then, he said, "Don't worry. Your Lord Demon God and I are old friends. Doing this doesn't hurt the demons. It's beneficial to the demons, too." Big Lord Demon had a red glint in his eyes. He sneered, "Ha, how can I trust you?" Styx Leozu was blacklisted by the demons ever since the god-killing spear incident. Big Lord Demon thought to himself, "You want to gain benefits here again? Do you think the demons are easy to bully? Do you think this is a great place to trick us?" Back then, your Lord Demon God fought the Buddha. In the end, he was defeated. He stayed in my Bloody Sea for millions of years to heal. I'm his old friend. Styx Leozu spoke slowly, "Your Lord Demon God also informed me about the catastrophe. We also made plans. The Absolute Era is supposed to weaken the humans' luck, and you demons should have replaced the humans. You demons were supposed to kill countless lives so the Styx River can collect their souls. It was a win-win plan. However, something happened. There was a change in the plan. The demons could have destroyed the humans. However, the human sovereign was suddenly born. New Buddhist temples were created. The Absolute Era had suddenly come to a stop. Humans greatly increased in luck. The demons were falling at an unimaginably fast rate. It was unexpected and unprecedented." Big Lord Demon frowned and looked at Styx Leozu. He did not speak. "Truthfully, the catastrophe was partly caused by your Lord Demon God back then." Styx Leozu smiled. He was clearly knowledgeable about the secrets of the past. He continued, "Also, you can't hesitate anymore. Buddhism, the Heavenly Palace, and the Underworld are rising. If you give them more time, you demons will never see the light of day. You think you can do anything about it?" Big Lord Demon looked at Styx Leozu. He said, "It's not that I look down on you. But you've heard about the famous incident of Kunpeng being cooked in a pot of soup, right? Do you think you're more powerful than Kunpeng? That's why I came here to look for you." Styx Leozu said with seriousness, "Kunpeng's the best example. If we don't take action, I'm afraid that death awaits us in the end. The only way to get out of this, is to improve." "Improve?" Big Lord Demon stared at Styx Leozu with confusion. "Are you perhaps talking about becoming a saint?" "Ha, this is what your Lord Demon God told me by the way. The level above Daluo Golden Immortals isn't saints." Styx Leozu was passionate and excited. He exclaimed, "Saints are just an honorific. It's a reward title. The level above Daluo Golden Immortals is technically Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Saint just had a nice ring to it like a plus student. It could not represent the actual cultivation state." "I see." Big Lord Demon looked enlightened. He thought Styx Leozu was a smart old fox that knew a lot. However, he still hesitated. Styx Leozu said, "You have no choice but to trust me." Big Lord Demon clenched his jaw. "Fine, come with me." It was good that he could trouble the Heavenly Palace no matter the circumstance. In the backyard of the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan put aside his carving knife. He observed the red gourd and nodded with satisfaction. The gourd looked normal but there was a phoenix image on it. The phoenix had its wings stretched out. It looked prestigious, proud, and mysterious. It was perfect for the fire phoenix. Li Nianfan had seen her true form multiple times. He carefully observed every part of her body because he was curious. He did not need to imagine what she looked like as a phoenix. He naturally carved it out without a problem. However, Li Nianfan had more than the gourd in those 3 days. He looked at the ground in front of him. There were 2 peachwood swords on the floor. The peachwood swords were palm-sized. Their appearances were simple, they were sword-shaped with no patterns on them. However, they looked extremely refined. It looked amazing and likable. The 2 peachwood swords were for Nanan and Dragon. Li Nianfan wanted to carve something else once he had started carving on the gourd. He coincidentally noticed the peach trees next to the gourd. So, he decided to carve some peachwood swords. Hopefully, it could bring luck to the children. Li Nianfan put the gourd aside. He picked up the peachwood swords on the floor. He was about to surprise them. However, he saw a fallen leaf when he picked up the peachwood swords. He picked it up and observed it. The leaf was extremely green. It seemed to be glimmering like an emerald. The leaf was veiny and smooth, too. It was unexpectedly soft. It was a high-quality leaf. The leaf fell from the little tree that was planted next to the pond. The little tree was as high as a man with a lot of leaves. Such a nice leaf. Would be a waste to not use it for whistling. Li Nianfan had an idea. He caressed the edge of the leaf and sat next to the pond. He enjoyed the gentle breeze while he looked at the scenery. He instantly felt great. He wanted to play some music. The sound of the wind, the stream, and the shuffling leaves were beautiful. He looked at the resting old tortoise next to the pond. He immediately stepped on a cloud and floated on top of the tortoise. He looked at the view from high up. Then, he smiled. He casually sat on the shell of the tortoise. The scenery was like a painting. He placed the leaf in front of his mouth and gently blew on it. Whistling sounds could be heard. Phew! The whistling of the leaf was soft and different from musical instruments. It was not as loud, but it made the purest sounds. The natural music felt like a gentle breeze in the face. It was relaxing and nice. Music flowed in the spacious backyard like waves. It rippled out from his mouth. At that moment, the winds and the clouds stopped. It was like time had frozen. The leaves instantly stopped rustling. The trees stopped shuffling, but they were slightly trembling. Because they were excited. It has begun. The master's freestyling for us. They had been with Li Nianfan for a long time. They were experienced in a situation like that. Perhaps it was inspiration, perhaps it was interest. Their master would suddenly be in the mood to play music, compose songs, paint, or make poems. He would express how he felt artistically. It was an ordinary hobby for anyone because they had emotions. However, their master was a powerful being. Every word and action would contain truth and wisdom, especially when he was inspired. The trees felt baptized every time it happened. Music flowed out like water. The peaches on the nearby peach trees became brighter with the music. They swayed slightly like a child. The plum trees that had not borne fruits yet suddenly grew out plums. The entire backyard smelled like flowers. The grass was also greener. The buzzing golden bees all returned to their hive. They stopped flying and were very quiet. They laid in their hive and listened attentively. The 2 5-color sacred cows sat down and laid side by side. They were mesmerized by the music. The old tortoise underneath Li Nianfan did not move at all. The pond slightly rippled. The golden dragon floated to the surface and swayed its body. The golden dragon enjoyed the music with shut eyes. The music was oddly mesmerizing. Sounds would automatically vanish when the music was there. Their minds went blank and they felt as if they were turned to the wind or sunlight. They felt like they were one with the realm. Music flowed like water from the backyard. Chapter 448, Wisdom Like the Sea, Show Off Blackie. At the 4-part architecture. The firefinches were chirping non-stop. They shared techniques on how to lay eggs and their experiences in their diet, strength, and egg-laying poses. They were discussing and analyzing how to quickly lay high-quality eggs. Suddenly, they heard the music. It instantly made them shut up. They all stood still like stone statues. Their minds went blank. Dodgy and the others were surprised, too. They felt relaxed when they heard the music. They felt as if they were surrounded by endless wisdom. They had forgotten all other thoughts. It was extremely scary. Wisdom shall not be sought in the realm. They had to understand and realize it. They had to have talent, capabilities, and luck to gain wisdom. However, the realm was quiet. The realm was like a fountain of wisdom. Anyone could gain wisdom as they pleased. Most importantly, their minds were at peace with the music. They tossed away negative thoughts. What kind of blessing is this? The wisdom tea was nothing compared to that. They felt like wisdom in the music was pushing them to improve. So scary. This is so awesome that I feel like I'm cheating. Oof. Dodgy groaned. Her 9 snow-white tails suddenly came out. They surrounded her. Then, she turned to her true form. She became a snow-white fox. The fire phoenix's wings also appeared and she turned into a phoenix. Dragon's horns also grew out and she turned into a dragon. The music seemed to have created a space where it reset everything to its original form. At the bottom of the fallen immortal mountain, Yang Jing followed Blackie and deified dog to the immortal realm. They walked towards the 4-part architecture. He looked at Blackie that was leading the way. He still felt unreal. Can't someone so incredible exist? Did this black dog slap a quasi-saint to death? This is so crazy. Moreover, he went back to the heavenly palace and talked to the Jade Emperor. The two of them pieced their information together and found out why the realm was changing. In the end, they concluded, the world needed to kiss up to the expert. Heaven from another world? Yang Jing flinched. So what? I'm the judicial god. I protect the lives of the 3 realms. Why would I be afraid? He was determined. He stopped letting his mind wander. He looked at deified dog that was following Blackie closely and instantly felt a mix of emotions. The way deified dog walked and followed Blackie made him realize what a pure bootlicker looked like. Why didn't deified dog kiss up to me like that back then? Well, this hurts my feelings as the master. Suddenly, Yang Jing stopped in his tracks. He saw a figure at the front. He immediately walked over. The figure also noticed Yang Jing and the others. He straightened up when he saw Blackie. He hurriedly saluted with respect. Greetings from Ao Cheng to the Lord Dog. Lord Dog, are you about to go home? Ao Cheng was not there when Blackie killed a quasi-saint, but he heard it from Ao Yun. Ao Yun also boasted about getting deluxe merit. He had no doubts at all. He was used to it. He thought that Blackie was awesome. Blackie coldly nodded. He said calmly, I'm bringing my little brother's master to visit my master. Ao Cheng looked at deified dog. Then, he looked at Yang Jing. He immediately smiled and asked, may I know if you're God Jiro, Yang Jing? Yang Jing nodded and replied, yes I am. Ao Cheng said, I'm the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Cheng. Greetings to God Jiro. Yang Jing smiled and waved it off. Then, he looked at the packages that Ao Cheng carried. He said, you're too courteous, Dragon King. You're carrying? Ao Cheng immediately replied, these are some seafood from the local sea. I just conquered the southern sea, so I brought some deep sea creatures for the expert to taste. For the expert? Yang Jing raised his eyebrows. He suddenly realized he did not bring anything. He was never a people pleaser, so naturally, he forgot about it. Ao Cheng was a smart old fella. He immediately smiled and said, God Jiro, if you forgot to bring something, I can share some with you. Thank you so much. Yang Jing sighed in relief. Then, he promised, don't worry, I'll go to the southern sea in the future to hunt more seafood and return it to you. The mouth of Ao Cheng twitched. Ha, thanks. I don't need that. They walked without chatting. They quickly arrived at the halfway point with Blackie leading the way. Then, they suddenly heard soft humming music. The music was soft, but they momentarily jolted. It woke them up like an alarm clock in the morning. Their minds were buzzing as they forgot everything for a moment. This is basics of wisdom. Yang Jing had goosebumps all over. He could only think of getting closer and listening. He felt like endless wisdom was waving at him at that moment. He felt thirsty and needed wisdom to quench his thirst. Ao Cheng, Yang Jing, and deified dog looked obsessed. They walked toward the music. They soon saw the 4-part architecture as they got closer. Yang Jing felt like the 4-part architecture was getting bigger as they approached it. It was a majestic building. On top of the 4-part architecture was endless wisdom, roaring like the sea. Then, he was drowning in it. Rejoice. The wisdom in the yard is rejoicing. Wisdom that could not be sought appears in front of me. The wisdom was too intense. It was like a big sun that blinded his eyes. Yang Jing felt powerful and feverish. His third eye was the widest. His Baiyu divine skill was automatically activated. A golden hue appeared and enlarged his body. Ao Cheng turned into a dragon at the side. He did not dare to twist and turn. He laid on the floor like a snake and listened quietly. They did not know how much time had passed. Maybe it was a few minutes, perhaps it was a century long. The music slowly stopped and the realm quieted down again. Yang Jing and Ao Cheng snapped out of it. They did not want to wake up. They could still hear the music echoing in their ears. Ao Cheng was back to his human form. He suddenly said in a trembling voice, my cultivation state. He was originally a post-Yi Golden Immortal. However, he had become a Daluo Golden Immortal. The music allowed him to break through into a Daluo Golden Immortal. Ao Cheng was not just pleasantly surprised. He was fully surprised and shocked. It was beyond his understanding because it was impossible. Daluo Golden Immortals were beyond the rule of the three realms. They could enjoy immortality and the privileges of the realm. It was a game-changing transformation in the lives of cultivators. I've dreamt about this forever. Sometimes, I'd even wake up smiling from dreaming that I've become a Daluo Golden Immortal. Did my dream come true just like that? I don't even feel like I had the breakthrough. This is unreal. Me too, said Yang Jing. He was dumbfounded. Yikes! Ao Cheng gasped. He looked at Yang Jing with shock. He went from shocked to extremely shocked. It was already confusing that he had a breakthrough, but Yang Jing's breakthrough was even more puzzling. What's the breakthrough of a Daluo Golden Immortal? Quasi-saint. He became a quasi-saint. Everyone else is like an insect compared to saints. Even though there's a quasi, he's still a saint. How did the breakthrough happen? So scary. I have chills at the thought of it. Most importantly, Yang Jing cultivated the Baiyu divine skills, so he mainly cultivated his flesh. It was even harder for him to become a quasi-saint. Ao Cheng was shuddering. He trembled and asked, For real? It was good news. However, it was so good that it was horrifying. Yang Jing closed his eyes and rechecked. He tried to stop trembling. He said with seriousness, For real. Suddenly, Deified Dog spoke up. He also sounded shocked. Master, I had a breakthrough, too. I'm now a Daluo Golden Immortal Dog. Expert. The incredible expert. They were mentally prepared, but they were still shocked by the incident. They felt it in their bones and they would never forget it. What kind of music was that? Immortal music? Godly music? They're all whack. They can't compare to the kind of music we heard just now. Yang Jing took a deep breath and asked, The person living there, is the expert, right? Ao Cheng gulped and nodded. He did not expect to have such a blessing just because he visited. He felt dizzy, excited, and anxious. Blackie looked calm. He said, All right, nothing to be so shocked about. The master occasionally does something to express himself. Seems like he was inspired to freestyle. The realm would be filled with wisdom and insights. You all are in luck. Inspired? Freestyle? Yang Jing and the others were stunned. That was made out of the blue? What would happen if the expert tried to be serious then? Ao Cheng was mind blown. He forced himself to ask, Lord Dog, the expert constantly does that? Occasionally. A few times a year. Purely based on luck. Blackie paused. He sighed and reminisced, I miss the old days. Back then, the master would suddenly be artistic and I'd have a breakthrough. I can't do that anymore. I can only improve slightly nowadays. Damn. Yang Jing and the others almost coughed up blood. Do you know that you're already invincible because you followed your master? Saint Dog. It's already incredible that you're able to improve. No, wait, it's impossible that you're even able to improve. Alright? What a show of. I'm so jealous. No one would believe us if we told them we got a breakthrough just by listening to music. Why am I a cultivator? I just want to listen to the music of the expert. Blackie rushed them, Alright, stop it. Let's go knock on the door. Yes, Lord Dog. Ao Cheng kept nodding. He calmed his emotions and slowly stepped forward. He knocked on the door with the utmost respect. May I know if the Lord Saint is at home? Ao Cheng came to visit. Creak. Xiao Bei was the one that answered the door. Come on in. Blackie, I see you still know how to come back. Xiao Bei, long time no see, greeted Blackie. Then, he sprinted into the four-part architecture. He naturally did not need to be polite in his own house. Ao Cheng saluted Xiao Bei with respect. Then, he entered. Daji and the Fire Phoenix had stopped being shocked and joyous in the four-part architecture. They went back to their gracious selves. They were now Daluo Golden Immortals because of the music. Nanan and Dragon had breakthroughs, too. Yang Jing felt like he entered a different dimension when he walked into the four-part architecture. The markings of wisdom still filled the air. There was also endless immortal chi in the air, washing over him like waves. It was a whirlpool of immortal chi. He felt like he was slightly damp from mist. The misty water was not ordinary. It was a liquid that formed because the immortal chi was too dense. Also, he had a feeling that something was changing in the immortal chi, too. Chapter 449, Another Upgrade in the Four-Part Architecture, Expert's Humor. The immortal chi was transforming. The level of intensity was incredible. Yang Jing felt relaxed when he took a deep breath. He felt refreshed. If a cultivator that was inferior to a Taiyi Golden Immortal stayed there, their cultivation would greatly improve as the days passed. If an ordinary person stayed there, they could become cultivators just by breathing. It was only a matter of time for them to be immortalized. However, that was just the beginning. At some point, he heard a pop as the endless immortal chi transformed. The immortal chi had a breakthrough like cultivators? Yang Jing could tell the four-part architecture was extraordinary. He looked around. It was a breath of fresh air to him. Compared to the outside world, the world in the four-part architecture felt superior. There was spiritual chi aside from immortal chi. Yang Jing did not know how to describe it, but it was absolutely awesome. At that moment, everyone else was also stunned. They were amazed while they observed the surrounding. Things were the same but something felt different. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, the Jade Emperor and the Empress suddenly opened their eyes. They had a keen sense. They both looked at the palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint. They could tell that something incredible was happening in the palace. The powerful aura made them anxious and curious. The Jade Emperor looked serious. He asked, "Perhaps the Lord Saint's back?" "No way. Didn't Yang Jing go to visit him in the immortal realm?" They both went to the palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint. The door was locked. It was evident that the Lord Saint was not there. So that aura. The Jade Emperor and the Empress were confused. They did not dare to enter without permission. At the four-part architecture. Huff. Everyone simultaneously breathed hard. They were tearing up. It'd be foolish not to take it in while we're here. At the same time, Yang Jing and the others started to look around. Ao Cheng noticed something. He exclaimed in a trembling voice, "The air purifier, it. Everyone looked over and realized the air purifier was no longer emitting immortal chi. It emitted something superior to immortal chi. I've heard about this. The expert's four-part architecture had an upgrade before." Ao Cheng pursed his lips and said, "The spiritual chi upgraded to immortal chi. It just upgraded again right now. Seems like the expert's in a good mood. He improved the four-part architecture again." He had to look at the water purifier next to the air purifier. What about this? Yang Jing hurriedly forced himself to stay calm. He looked away. He knew that music was extraordinary. Basics of wisdom, any listener would have a breakthrough. The entire four-part architecture had a breakthrough. This is so scary. As expected, everything in the four-part architecture had been upgraded. The cultivators, the demons, and the immortal items. Even the chicken that worked hard to lay eggs became a Taiyi Golden Immortal. The power of bloodline seemed to have improved, too. Daji, the Fire Phoenix, and the others were closer to their bloodlines. They started to have auras similar to their ancestors. Yang Jing felt shocked and horrified. This is so scary. I have no doubt this is just like realm creation. I can't believe I witnessed a miracle. Creak. Suddenly, they heard a sound coming from the backyard. It was not a loud sound, but it made them jolt. They hurriedly straightened up as their hearts pounded. Here comes the Bigshot. Yang Jing felt especially nervous. He had never met the Bigshot before. He had slain demons for countless years, but he had never been that nervous before. He did not dare to breathe. Li Nai and Fan smiled and said, "Lady Fire Phoenix, Nanan, Dragon, I made you something. Quick, come over here and take a look." Dragon and Nanan were heartless beings. They acted like nothing happened after a temporary shock. They hurriedly ran over with joy and excitement. "Brother, what is it?" "Two peachwood swords. It's a lucky charm to help you avoid evil. It's not an immortal item, but I have nothing else to offer. Here you go." Li Nai and Fan gave them the swords. Nanan and Dragon hurriedly accepted it. They observed it in their hands. "Wow, such a pretty sword. Thanks, brother." Nanan sniffed the peachwood sword and said, "Such a nice smell. It smells like peaches. So nice." They knew it was not an immortal item, but they felt safe. They loved it. Li Nai and Fan took out the red gourd. He asked, "Lady Fire Phoenix, I think this gourd suits you. Do you want it?" Fire Phoenix was instantly intrigued. She took it and exclaimed, "Yes." Dodgy previously got a golden gourd, she did not need to be jealous anymore. The little fox in her arms was so envious that her 9 tails straightened up. She looked at Li Nianfan with anticipation. Li Nianfan instantly realized he forgot about the little fox. Thankfully, he had a fast reaction. He smiled and said, "Little fox, I should give you this pellet drum. It has voice command and it can change sounds. It's pretty interesting." Squeak. The little fox immediately took the pellet drum. She excitedly rattled it. She was very happy. The pellet drum could affect minds, similar to her powers. It was very suitable for the little fox. Li Nianfan instantly smiled at how happy the little fox looked. Little kids were so easy to trick. Ao Cheng and the others were jealous. It's too nice being with the expert. They get to listen to the basics of wisdom and receive heavenly spiritual treasures as gifts like their toys. It hurts. Yang Jing was questioning his life as a cultivator. Why did I spend countless years and so much effort to get an immortal item? In the end, it's better to bootlick the expert. I don't want to be a cultivator anymore. I just want to be a bootlicker. He looked at Deified Dog. Deified Dog was a masterful bootlicker, he should learn from his dog. Bark. Blackie ran toward Li Nianfan with his tongue out. His tail wagged from left to right. "Master, what about me? Where's my gift?" "Yo, Blackie. You still know how to come back?" Li Nianfan patted him. "It's your fault for staying outside. No gifts for you." He realized he had guests. He was instantly surprised. He asked, "I didn't expect guests. Brother Ao, when did you all get here? Did you hear my music just now?" Ao Cheng jolted. He did not dare to lie, so he replied, "Yes. I did. Sorry for the intrusion, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled and waved it off. He said shyly, "No worries. I just played music out of the blue. The tone was a bit off. Please, don't make fun of me." It was kind of awkward, like having a friend show up suddenly when one was caught up singing. Tone was a bit off? Yang Jing and the others felt their skin crawl. They had trouble breathing. They suddenly felt like useless losers. "Can you please talk like a normal person and stop attacking us?" "Fine. Maybe this is the expert's humor. As long as the expert's happy, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Come on, so what if I'm a useless loser?" Yang Jing immediately saluted and smiled, "You're joking, Lord Saint. That tune was a freestyle, but it was melodic and pleasant like a breath of fresh air. It's a masterpiece that lets others forget about their troubles as they swim in the echoes of music." Ao Cheng had to take a side glance at Yang Jing. This fella said he wasn't much of a people pleaser and wanted me to help him with bootlicking. I didn't expect his hidden kiss-up skills to be so superior. Funny how I fell for it and believed him. Li Nianfan looked between his eyebrows, then he looked at Deified Dog. Li Nianfan knew who he was. He excitedly asked, "May I know if you're?" Yang Jing immediately saluted and bowed, "I'm Yang Jing. Greetings to the Deluxe Merit Saint." "So, you're Gajiro. Sorry for being impolite." Li Nianfan was utterly excited. Gajiro was the legendary Erlang Shen, one of the most iconic characters in the legendary stories. He was kind of a halfway main character in Journey to the West and Lotus Lantern. He bowed to Li Nianfan as he joked and chatted. It felt good. He looked at the cultivator and the dog. He suddenly smiled and asked, "Gajiro, you must have finished a huge mission with Deified Dog, right?" Yang Jing nodded and replied, "We were trapped, managed to escape recently by killing off a pest." Yang Jing thought of the bowl of soup. Everything was indeed in the plans of the expert. "I see. No wonder you have deluxe merit on you. Congrats, Gajiro." A blinding golden light appeared as Li Nianfan said that. The golden light poured out like waves and circled Li Nianfan like water rings. Then, deluxe merit turned to streams that slowly flowed toward the stunned Yang Jing and Deified Dog. They breathed hard while they stared. Chapter 450, Classic of Mountains and Seas, The Taste of Creatures' Meat. Deluxe merit, here comes a huge amount of deluxe merit. Bark. Deified Dog barked from excitement. He instantly took out the dog bolt to catch the deluxe merit. Yang Jing took out a whip. The name of the whip was Ganshan Whip. That was the second time Deified Dog got rewarded with deluxe merit. Deified Dog naturally felt excited. He felt like he was about to be a successful dog. His three-pointed double-edged blade was formed from a three-headed eel, so he could not use it like a normal immortal item. Yang Jing had a mix of emotions after receiving a huge load of deluxe merit. He felt like he did not deserve it. It was his first visit and he had a breakthrough by listening to music. He became a quasi-saint and got rewarded with deluxe merit. This. What did I do to deserve this? I'm sweating so hard. I've never been so shameless when receiving blessings before. He was too embarrassed to even breathe the air. Ao Cheng was envious at the side. Truly Gajiro. His boot-licking skills got him deluxe merit as a reward for speaking. I'm so jealous. Daji and the Fire Phoenix were also jealous. After all, who would reject deluxe merit? They had never received deluxe merit from the master. We have to work harder. We can't embarrass the master. The golden light from the deluxe merit slowly faded. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "That's all. Don't say it's too little." Yang Jing immediately jolted. He hurriedly said, "You're joking, Lord Saint. I haven't even thanked you yet, how could I complain that it's too little?" Deified Dog also genuinely said, "Thank you for the reward, Lord Saint." "You are welcome." Li Nianfan waved it off. "Oh yeah, please, take a seat. Xiao Bei, serve some tea to the guests. Plus some fruit plates, and peaches for Gajiro." "Yes, my noble master," said Xiao Bei. Ao Cheng took out the packages and said, "Mr. Li, this is the seafood I brought. There's a lot of new seafood from the Southern Sea. We carefully curated the selection, take a look." Then, he waved. The seafood appeared on the ground. There were fishes and crustaceans. They were huge. They were also alive to ensure their freshness. None of them dared to move because Ao Cheng had threatened them. "Oh?" Li Nianfan was instantly intrigued. He glanced at the open packages and looked satisfied. "Whoa, tuna, and Boston lobster. Haha, nice. Thanks, Brother Ao." He ordered, "Nanan, drag in, as always, put the seafood in the refrigerator. You're in for a treat." Hee, alright, brother." Ao Cheng watched as the seafood got carried away. He looked kind of sentimental. He secretly thought to himself, "You guys are extremely lucky to stay in the yard for a while. It's a nice way to die. A lot of other seafood envies you." Li Nianfan thought of something. He asked curiously, "Brother Ao, you can get seafood from the Southern Sea? Perhaps the Southern Sea problems have been neutralized?" Ao Cheng smiled and said, "Yeah, thanks to you, Lord Saint. We dealt with it a while ago. It was successful." "Congratulations, then," laughed Li Nianfan. It was good news that an enemy was eliminated. Xiao Bei walked out while holding a tray. "Guests, please, enjoy." "Thanks, Xiao Bei." Ao Cheng and Yang Jing saluted at the same time. Then, he looked at the tea. Their eyes went wide from surprise. As expected, even the water had upgraded. "The tea looks the same but I can't detect anything. So extremely terrifying." They were immortals with powerful cultivation but they could not detect anything from the cup of water. That was indescribable. They could detect immortal chi from the previous spiritual water. However, they could no longer detect anything. Therefore, the cup of water had higher cultivation than they did. "This water." Yang Jing gulped. He was numb from being shocked. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid this is an existence beyond the realm." Ao Cheng and Yang Jing looked at each other. They looked cautious. Then, they pursed their lips and slowly picked up their cups. They took a sip. The tea was warm with a hint of bitterness. However, the bitterness was pleasant. It seemed like life would only be complete with a small hint of bitterness. They were relaxed when the tea was in their mouths. It was as if their bodies merged with the realm. The space that they were in turned into a river and they could feel the pulses of the realm. They finally opened their eyes after a long while. They were irrecoverably amazed. The wisdom they felt was very different from the music. They were not able to absorb it but even the slightest hint of it was incredible. The tea contains wisdom. So horrifying. Yang Jing did not doubt that even saints would have treated it like a treasure. Then, he looked at the fruit plates and peaches. He also could not detect anything. They were beyond spiritual fruits. They were probably not something birthed by the realm. An upgraded version of flat peaches. Yang Jing felt like he learned something new. He suddenly realized he was an uneducated man. He was too embarrassed to eat it. He said in an apologetic tone, "Lord Saint, I came here in a rush so I didn't prepare anything. I didn't even bring any poultry. Sorry for the lack of hospitality, Lord Saint. I'm truly ashamed and rude." He was humiliated as the judicial god. If only he was less poor. Li Nianfan immediately laughed and said, "Ha, you're too courteous, Gajiro. These are just snacks, not precious treasures. Don't worry about it. Eat up." He was very pleased. It seemed like even the famous Erlang Shen could not handle his passionate attacks. He had conquered him. First, he rewarded him with deluxe merit. Then, he treated him with delicacies. How would the righteous and pious Gajiro not like him? This bootlicking opportunity's perfect. "Oh yeah, speaking of poultry, I have something to ask," said Li Nianfan while he picked up a picture book on the stone table next to them. He asked curiously, "Have you seen this demon before?" Yang Jing and Ao Cheng instantly focused. They took it very seriously. They hurriedly looked at the picture book. They had to treat it with seriousness because it was related to the expert. At first glance, they were weirded out. The book was unlike any other book they had seen before. The cover of the book was colored. The paper was thicker and harder, too. It had a sheen on it and it looked magical. Truly the expert, even the paper's quality is extraordinary. Yang Jing took the picture book and started to read it. Printed on the book cover was Classics of Mountains and Seas. It looked expensive. They flipped open to the first page of the book and saw a painting. It was a black tiger with wings and white eyes. Its fangs were long enough to reach its jaw. The tail was ring-striped in black and white. A ferocious and violent aura was emitted from the painting. It was as if the beast was alive and would leap out any time. Even Yang Jing was frightened for a moment. He took a deep breath and quietly groaned. He suppressed the aura from the painting and continued to flip the page. The book was a standard picture book. It used colorful paintings and word descriptions. The Classics of Mountains and Seas introduced rare creatures to the reader. It recorded all sorts of weird-looking beasts. Li Nianfan had tried Kirin meat, dragon meat, and kunpeng meat. Those creatures were unimaginable. He finally saw what they looked like. However, he suddenly remembered the Classics of Mountains and Seas that the system gave him. There were a lot of rare creatures. He took it out because he was curious whether they existed or not. At the same time, he was going to write a book inspired by the Classics of Mountains and Seas. Yeah. I shall call it The Taste of Creatures' Meat. He would describe the taste of every meat he had ever eaten. The various ways to cook them. The detailed description of texture, taste, and flavor of each body part. It would be like a book of achievements. It would be entertaining to him. Furthermore, he could taste a lot of meat from various creatures. Li Nianfan secretly felt good. Yang Jing continued to flip the page carefully. The creatures in the book included dragons and phoenixes. He had seen some of them, but there were also creatures he had never seen before. He instantly made up his mind and squinted, opening his third eye. He had to record every page he read so he could look for the creatures. After reading it, Yang Jing said, "Lord Saint, I have seen some of them. There are also a lot that I've never seen before. Perhaps it's because I'm not knowledgeable. But don't you worry, I'll be sure to take note of them for you." Ao Cheng also said, "Lord Saint, I saw a lot of sea demons, too. I can order my sea people to take note." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Thanks for being kind, guys. I'm just curious. We should just let this be. Perhaps these beasts don't exist in the realm." Everyone said their farewells and left. Yang Jing and Ao Cheng looked serious when they left the four-part architecture. They kept thinking about what the expert meant. Yang Jing asked, "Brother Ao, what's your opinion?" He felt pressured. He was generously rewarded by the expert. He had the chance to do something for the expert, but he did not understand the assignment. It was very troublesome. I have to figure it out and complete the mission." Ao Cheng groaned for a moment and said, "I guess the expert's looking for one of those ferocious beasts?" Yang Jing nodded, "I thought so, too. The expert seems to be curious, and it's highly possible that he wants to see what the beasts look like. Follow me to the Heavenly Palace, we need to report this to the Jade Emperor." "Of course." Ao Cheng kept nodding. Then, he asked curiously, "But it's a bit weird. We've been around for a long time, we've seen a lot. I can't believe that we've never seen some of the creatures before." Yang Jing shook his head and said, "It's not weird at all. The world's so big. We have the immortal realm and the above immortal realm, but there are still a lot of undiscovered places. Not even saints fully know the world." Deified Dog had to ask, "Master, aren't saints supposed to know everything?" "Not really." Yang Jing shook his head. Then, he said, "Saints aren't invincible. They know a lot based on their calculations on karma. The world's too big to calculate. Everything's ever-changing, too. They couldn't track the source. They didn't know where to start, and they were directionless. How could they calculate a world? Deified Dog was instantly impressed. Truly my knowledgeable master. Yang Jing glanced at Deified Dog. He realized Deified Dog was a masterful bootlicker. He was not in the mood to play along. He said to himself, this mustn't be delayed. We have to hurry back to the Heavenly Palace. Maybe the Jade Emperor and Empress will know more about the ferocious beasts. Chapter 451, Super Jealous, Expert's Cookbook. Yang Jing brought Deified Dog and Ao Cheng with him. They soon arrived at the Heavenly Palace. They headed straight towards the Ling Sao Palace once they arrived. They requested to meet with the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor and Empress already knew it was about the expert. They naturally did not dare to neglect it. They immediately went to the Ling Sao Palace. They glanced at Yang Jing and Ao Cheng and were instantly stunned. They could detect the changes in their auras. Yang Jing, you became a quasi-saint? Ao Cheng and Deified Dog also became Daluo Golden Immortals. What's going on? What kind of opportunity did they run into? Breakthroughs to quasi-saint and Daluo Golden Immortal are super difficult. The Jade Emperor and Empress felt jealous. Yang Jing smiled and put his hands behind his back. His aura slowly emitted. He smiled and said, "Ha! I'm not trying to show off or anything, but I got lucky. It's all because of the expert." The Jade Emperor and Empress looked at each other. They asked, "What happened?" Ao Cheng saluted and said with respect, "Emperor, this is what happened. At that moment, God Jiro and I were heading to the expert's place." He immediately told them everything. The Jade Emperor and Empress were gradually shocked as he told them the story. They just listened to it, but it was still frightening. They were flushed. They gasped in the end. Floating in wisdom like it was the sea. They looked astounded. What kind of scenario is that? At that moment, their teary eyes teared up more. I can't believe we missed out on such a huge opportunity. If we were there, we would have become more than quasi-saints? Missed opportunity. Their hearts were twitching at the thought of it. They could not breathe from the heartaches. The Jade Emperor hurriedly shook his head. Can't think about it, or else I'll have a mental breakdown. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, that's the true basics of wisdom. The Empress also said, wisdom like the sea, a melody that anyone can resonate with. This is too incredible. Even basics of wisdom from Daotsu can't compare to that. The basics of wisdom from their Daotsu contain truth. However, they needed to understand it themselves. They might need millions of years before they could realize it. It was like reading ancient Chinese. They needed to discover the meaning without the translation. The expert basically extracted the wisdom. The breakthrough was unreal, they would not think of it in their wildest dreams. No wonder Yang Jing and the others could break through. It was like cheating. The Jade Emperor had to sigh with jealousy. You guys got lucky. Yang Jing and the others were not offended at all. We're indeed lucky. Ha, we're proud of it. Yang Jing went serious after a moment. He said, Emperor, everything else in the four-part architecture was upgraded because of the basics of wisdom. Even the immortal chi and spiritual water had breakthroughs. I also couldn't detect anything from the fruits. Upgraded immortal chi? The Jade Emperor and the Empress jolted. They looked at each other. They were both confused and doubtful. Emotions stirred inside them. Yang Jian immediately asked, do you know what it could be, Emperor and Empress? I heard about that from Daotsu. Back then, 3,000 demon gods came from the chaos. There was a spiritual chi in the chaos named Chaos Spiritual Chi. The water was known as Chaos Spiritual Water. The spiritual roots and spiritual treasure were also known as Chaos Spiritual Roots and Chaos Spiritual Treasure. The Jade Emperor's voice trembled as he said, but this is the chaos we're talking about. Even Daotsu could only gaze upon it. I naturally wasn't worried about it because it was beyond me. Chaos. An unimaginable realm filled with unimaginable things. The Empress exclaimed, I'll use Lord Pang as an example. He was able to create realms because of his cultivation. But it was also because he had the Chaos Green Lotus and the Heavenly Axe. The two items were Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Pang created realms and faced attacks from 3,000 demon gods. In the end, he killed them all. He could never do that without his ultimate weapons, no matter how awesome he was. Chaos Spiritual Treasure created the realms? Yang Jing and the others instantly felt shivers run down their spines. They had goosebumps. Previously, they only paid attention to Pang himself. They suddenly realized that Pang must have used incredibly powerful immortal items. So, Chaos spiritual treasure. The Empress noticed how shocked they looked. She smiled and said, "Maybe you all aren't familiar with the Chaos Green Lotus. After the realms were created, its lotus leaves and stems turned to the 12 lotuses, the Death Note, the God-killing spear, and the Land of Mountains and Rivers painting." Everyone was extremely shocked. They were overloaded with information. They said in a daze, "So awesome!" They did not have a clear concept of how powerful a Chaos spiritual treasure was. However, after the long list of famous and powerful heavenly spiritual treasures that were formed by a Chaos spiritual treasure, they thought it was too scary. How powerful can it be? I'm shaking from how powerful it is. This. Ao Cheng could not breathe. He felt his skin crawl. The expert has Chaos spiritual chi? He could not believe that he breathed in Chaos spiritual chi and drank Chaos spiritual water. He even tasted some Chaos spiritual fruits. He almost passed out from excitement. That was the prime of his life. The Jade Emperor was sentimental. He said with jealousy, "Most probably. Even my Doubtsu would cry over treasure like that." Damn, that's Chaos spiritual chi. I haven't even inhaled it yet. I heard that being in Chaos spiritual chi helps with understanding wisdom. I missed out on a huge opportunity today. I'm so jealous. He thought about the changes at the Palace of the Deluxe Merit Saint. It was most probably related to that. Yang Jing went serious. "Oh yeah, the expert showed us a book named Classics of Mountains and Seas. He asked about the contents, but there were a lot of rare creatures we've never seen before. Which is why we rushed over here." "Really?" The Jade Emperor and Empress immediately stood up. They exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell us sooner? Hurry up and let us take a look." An assignment from the expert. How can we delay it? Yang Jing cast a spell and wiped his forehead. His third eye instantly opened. A golden laser beam came out from the eye and projected in the air. Visuals of the beasts appeared out of thin air. If Li Nianfen was there, he would have been amazed. Who knew that Erlang Shen's third eye could record things? Learn something new every day. The ferocious beasts appeared one by one. The Jade Emperor and Empress stared and frowned. They shook their heads. "We don't recognize most of these demonic beasts." The Jade Emperor said, "What did the expert mean? Tell me what the expert told you. Don't miss out on any words." Yang Jing and the others took turns telling the story. They repeated what Li Nianfen said exactly. The Jade Emperor fell deep into thought. His facial expression kept changing. "I got it." The Jade Emperor took a deep breath and told Yang Jing, "Do you think the expert only wanted to look at the beasts? Your guess is wrong. You're too shallow. Your thinking's too shallow." He paused. Then, he asked, "What are the implications of the beast's paintings? It means that the expert knows what they look like. Perhaps the expert painted it himself. He doesn't need to know what they look like." "Yang Jing, haven't you realized that the expert took out the book as soon as you mentioned poultry? The hint's obvious, right?" Yang Jing instantly understood. He asked, "Emperor, do you mean that the expert wants me to hunt the beasts for poultry?" "Most likely." The Empress nodded and analyzed. "Did you say that the expert sounded curious? He isn't curious about their appearances. He's curious about how they taste." The Jade Emperor had a wise glimmer in his eyes. He brushed his beard and said, "The Empress is right. The dragons and the Kirins were already meals for the expert. So, I guess that the implication's obvious. This must be the expert's cookbook." Chapter 452, Natural Beast, Kwayonki. Massacre in West Mountain. So the Classics of Mountains and Seas is a cookbook? Yang Jian and Ao Cheng had an instant realization. They kept nodding. No wonder, thank you Jade Emperor and Empress for explaining. Their problems were instantly resolved. Of course, what realm was the expert in? He pointed out so many beasts, how was he merely joking around? He wanted to eat them. The Jade Emperor said in a serious tone, "The expert came to our world, it's our blessing. He merely wants to taste those beasts. This is a small matter. We must make it happen." Ao Cheng nodded and agreed, Jade Emperor's right. After all the time spent with the expert, he does enjoy good food. The rarer the species, the more the expert enjoys it. We must take this seriously. Yang Jian could no longer wait. Then what are we waiting for? Now that the expert gave us the cookbook, we must hurry and hunt them down for the expert. If I can't even do this well, I might as well quit being a judicial god. He had gained so much from the expert, all he wanted to do was to repay him. Once he knew that the expert liked to eat wild meat, He could no longer wait. How he wished to go hunting right away. These beasts don't look ordinary. No wonder the expert kept them in his cookbook, he even made them into a book. It's their honor. The Jade Emperor nodded. He continued, we can't be too hurried. I'll ask my people to search for these creatures in the 3 realms. Once we come across these strange creatures, we'll form a group to hunt them down. Meanwhile, along with the blood-red flash, a small dot appeared in the Linksau Palace. A figure was then formed. It was Mosquito Taoist. She still had the black robe on and her face was not showing. However, her chest was rising up and down. She was not calm. She said with a serious tone, I've contacted Styx Leozu. He was at a western mountain in the immortal realm. A few sects and towns were massacred by him. Recently, she had been searching for Styx Leozu. After going to the Bloody Sea, she realized that Styx Leozu was not to be found. He had gone out to cause a scene. The Jade Emperor's face straightened. He growled, what a bastard. How dare he? The destructiveness of a quasi-saint massacring the public is beyond one's imagination. The people were so weak in comparison. How would the people be able to take it? The Empress said in a low voice, do you know what he's trying to do? Mosquito Taoist shook her head. He seems to be planning something big. I only know he's trying to create a boundless massacre. He even contacted me. He wants me to join him. Furthermore, according to what he said, he has a very powerful ancient natural beast named Kwayonki with him. The so-called natural beast was the same as Mosquito Taoist. The Bloody Sea was known for its filth. It made Styx Leozu and Mosquito Taoist. Kwayonki was made by the eerie wind and it symbolized violence. It could fly, was good at hiding, and liked eating humans. Kwayonki? The faces of the crowd straightened, especially Yang Jian. His heart was thumping quickly. His third eye opened again and played a projection. Instantly, a beast was shown. It was a natural beast with black thorns all over it. It looked like a tiger on the outside and it was the size of a cow with a pair of wings on its back. There was even a pair of black deer horns on its head. It looked fierce and violent. Yang Jian asked, you meant this dish? He already called it a dish? Mosquito Taoist felt that Yang Jian's thinking was too absurd. Obviously, this was not the time to argue about this. He said, I haven't seen it before. I rushed over here once I heard about this news. This should be it. This is likely to be one of the specified dishes. The Jade Emperor said, his eyes filled with joy. He said, it's so easy to have found one. We did it without any effort. The Empress frowned. She was thinking deeply as she said, Jade Emperor, the expert just handed us the cookbook, and right away, we learned that Kwayonki and Styx Leozu are massacring the masses. Do you think this is all a coincidence? Now that she mentioned it, it was apparent. With that said, everyone jolted. The Jade Emperor's eyes started to glow. He cried out, right, he's the expert. Of course, he'd know about Styx Leozu's doings. He must be upset. His goal isn't just having Kwayonki for a dish, he doesn't want Styx Leozu to get away. The expert wants us to soothe the chaos. Ao Cheng said emotionally. Nothing goes miscalculated, everything's within the grasp of the expert. Styx Leozu mustn't get away. Regardless if it was an order from the expert or for the sake of the people. Yang Jian said with a solemn look. Jade Emperor, I'd like to call for a war. Of course, there'll be war. However, the Styx Leozu is quite powerful, he won't give in so easily. We must be fully prepared. Jade Emperor continued, this is an order from the expert. We must win the war, and we must win it beautifully. We'll put in all of our effort, we'll join forces to make sure nothing goes wrong. Ao Cheng added on the side, most importantly, we must bring back the dish. This is indeed a very important point, the Jade Emperor nodded. He then said, Mosquito Taoist, go and meet with Styx Leozu. Find out what he's planning to do. If there's an opportunity to have a surprise attack, it'd be ideal. Mosquito Taoist nodded. She turned into a blood-red light and disappeared. Meanwhile, at the West Mountain, the general of the Bloody Sea was followed by black and white impermanents. They were walking down a village. The village was in a deep mess. There were dead bodies everywhere with rivers filled with blood. It was a heartbreaking sight. Black Impermanence's face darkened. This is the 16th incident. Someone's massacring the entire West Mountain. They didn't even let the souls go easily. White Impermanence frowned. His face did not seem pleasant. Who's so daring? In the underworld, they noticed that many dead people were coming from this area. More importantly, These people died but their souls did not return to the underworld. This was very strange. The Onis they sent out to investigate did not make it back. This incident caught their attention. Thus, they came to investigate in person. White Impermanence said, "The dead ones include both ordinary people and cultivators as high-ranking as golden immortals. The person who causes this is quite powerful himself. And very cruel. Someone high-ranking massacring ordinary people was breaking the law. This person might be cultivating a very evil power. It's likely related to souls." The general of Bloody Sea did not look well as he said, "There's the smell of death coming from that direction. You both should be careful, this person's powerful and cruel. He probably has something with him." On the other side, inside a sect, a strong scent of blood filled the air, overwhelming the entire sect. Even the sky had turned bloody red. The sect had a lot of land. It was built beside a large lake. The palace was well built with bridges and pillars. Meanwhile, screams were resonating in the air. Spells filled the air like fireworks. They were flashing non-stop with many figures fighting in the air. Those who fought with the cultivators were in red robes. There were males and females. The males were evil-looking and the females were evil and beautiful. Each of them was filled with violence. Meanwhile, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It had a pair of big wings, projecting a gigantic shadow on the ground. It rushed toward the palace and grabbed an elder with its hands. The elder was casting a spell. He jumped as he was caught off guard. Before he could react, the beast opened its mouth and ate him. The beast did not swallow him. In fact, it was enjoying the fear and terror coming out of the elder. The more terrified its food was, the tastier it became. Fear was also a taste in itself. It was Kwayonki. Styx Leozu appeared beside Kwayonki. He smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Kwayonki looked at Styx Leozu. "Good, I've not been as free as I am now since my transformation." "Ha, don't worry, I can guarantee you'll be freer in the future." Styx Leozu's eyes flickered as he said, "I've contacted Mosquito Taoist, it'll be our time soon. Feel free to eat any human. Just eat as you please, no restrictions." Kwayonki's eyes were cruel. It asked, "Are you sure this is going to be okay?" The world did not like natural beasts. It knew about that fact, so it had been hiding. It ate humans secretly without causing a scene. It had been living like a rat. Up until recently, when Styx Leozu found it and told it that the times had changed. He would protect the natural beasts, and so, Kwayonki came out. "As long as you help me, once this is over, we won't be afraid of saints." Styx Leozu laughed arrogantly. "I'll become as powerful as a saint by then. I'll protect you." Since our birth, it was determined by fate that we wouldn't become saints. However, we don't even have to become one now. We can gain power another way. His eyes were glinting with excitement. He cultivated the killing path. It allowed him to kill and engulf souls to improve his power. Everything was as planned. Kwayonki did not speak. It opened its mouth and spat something out. Instantly, hundreds of souls were spat out from its mouth. These were the souls of the people he swallowed. Since they were swallowed by the natural beast, these souls were filled with hatred and violence. Styx Leozu's eyes glinted. He raised his hands and sucked these souls into the bloody sea. Meanwhile, in the bloody battle going on inside, many souls did not manage to go to the underworld. They were all swallowed. Styx Leozu mumbled, "Why isn't Mosquito Taoist here yet? If she joins us, we'll be more efficient." Meanwhile, his eyes narrowed as he locked his gaze in a direction. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. "The annoying flies are here. Let's make sure they can't go home." Chapter 453, Killing Path. Kill everything and everyone. The general of Bloody Sea, who was rushing, suddenly jolted. He said in a hurried tone, "A situation. Run." "Run? Really?" Along with a loud scoff, Styx Leozu's body gradually appeared. He had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the crowd mockingly. The general of Bloody Sea squinted his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Styx Leozu." Black and White Impermanence's hearts sank. There was no doubt that Styx Leozu was very powerful. He was at the peak of quasi-saint. They were no match for him. Black and White Impermanence were only in the Golden Immortal realm. The general of Bloody Sea was only in his late Taiyi Golden Immortal. They were unable to fight Styx Leozu. The general of Bloody Sea pulled out his knife. He was fully alert without showing fear on his face. He called out, "Styx Leozu, why did you do this?" "I'm cultivating a killing path. I need the power of the masses. They repress and boycott me. This is why they restrained me from killing everyone. Styx Laozi said in an eerie voice along with a cold smile. Who's there to stop me in today's world? I, Styx Laozi, will kill everyone to accomplish my path. He left while unleashing the bloody sea all over. Waves were rippling. Soon, the red ocean rushed out and the General of Bloody Sea had nowhere to go. The General of Bloody Sea's face sank. You want to kill us to accomplish your path? Out of so many paths, there was indeed a killing path. However, the law of nature did not permit this path. Therefore, it was restrained. Styx Laozi's fate restrained him from becoming the main character in this world. Furthermore, killing would create a lot of karma and attract punishment from the heavenly path. Due to this, he was hiding in the Bloody Sea all year long and never had any intention to cause a scene. And yet, he was now killing everything to accomplish his path. The General of Bloody Sea said in a low voice, Styx, aren't you afraid of karma? Ha ha ha, karma's nothing. I'm about to be detached. Karma's just a restraining order from the heavenly path. Once I'm detached from this heavenly path, karma's nothing. Styx Laozi said and waved it off nonchalantly. He laughed wildly as he continued, I'm so annoyed by you bunch of Onis. You even sent out monks to my Bloody Sea, chanting sutras like flies. Wait for it, the underworld will be the first place I wipe out. Come inside me. Styx Laozi ran out of patience. He made a gesture and instantly, boundless bloody seas formed into a bloody sea palm, reaching out to capture the three of them. The capturing was easy. The palm consisted of all kinds of laws. The General of Bloody Sea had no chance to resist or even hide from it. They were helpless. Meanwhile, a grey lotus lantern with white corners appeared in the General of Bloody Sea's hands. There was a ghost flame burning in the lantern. As the lantern appeared, the flame in it let out a glow that surrounded the three of them. It was one of the 4 magic lanterns, the Lingjiu Palace Lantern. This was a powerful defensive lantern. Nothing could penetrate it. It could connect to the underworld and replay one's lifelong experience. Spit. The General of the Bloody Sea spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into the lantern. I summon the How to Empress. Says. Instantly, the weak lantern became wild. The flame inside it was getting bigger as a phantom appeared in the air. The phantom was becoming more realistic. It finally became a woman with a human face and a snake's body. This was different from how Mengpo looked in the underworld. They looked completely different. This was her true form, the actual How to Empress. She looked elegant and formal. She was half human and her bottom half was a snake. However, she did not look scary. In fact, she looked like a motherly figure. As she appeared, the gigantic bloody palm collapsed. The bloody seas around them were pushed away a few hundred meters. How to Empress made a wave and the light from the lantern formed into a path leading them back to the underworld. Let's go. The General of Bloody Sea wasted no time. He scoffed in a low voice and led black and white impermanence down the path. Looks like you underworld got hold of this Lingjiu lantern with some tricks. Styx Laozi smiled coldly. Virtuous how much power are you left with? You're just a phantom. Whoever comes today won't be able to save you all because I say so. In his hands were Yuan Tu and Abi, the bloody swords. They turned into 2 red flashes. One sword stabbed How to Empress. The other turned into a long arch crushing down the path. The General of Bloody Sea and the rest looked pale. They were terrified. They staggered and were severely harmed. The phantom of How to Empress remained with her sunken face. She scoffed clearly, run. With that said, the Lingjiu Palace Lantern let out a brighter glow to block the 2 bloody swords. There was a boundless flame lashing out, holding up the bloody sea. Thank you How to Empress for saving us. The General Bloody Sea knew this was severe. He dared not stay any longer. He led black and white impermanence to rush out from the bloody sea. However, before they could escape, a black flame landed from the sky. It turned into a black flaming snake that lashed out and surrounded them. I, Kwayonki, am here. How dare you try to run from me? What a dreamer. Kwayonki had been observing by the side. It stretched out its wings and appeared from the sky. Its Daluo golden immortal chi was fully released. The flames were vulgar and it was about to swallow them all. The General of Bloody Sea and black and white impermanence had looks of despair on their faces. They knew it was time. They could not fight this beast. Kwayonki, don't panic. I'm here to help you. Vroom. Along with the cry, a wind blew by. The wind was so powerful, Kwayonki's wings jolted along with its skin. When the wind finished blowing, it opened its eyes and saw that the 3 of them were blown away. They were nowhere to be seen. Nobody was around. Mosquito Taoist held the palm leaf fan as she rushed over. What is it? Why did they run away? Kwayonki was perplexed. It realized they were gone and gritted its teeth as he yelled at Mosquito Taoist. You blew them away. I was winning, why would I need your help? Mosquito Taoist said, I panicked. What about this? Don't resist me and I'll fan you so you can chase after them? Kwayonki's eyes sparkled. That'll work. Hurry, hurry. Mosquito Taoist nodded. She fanned again. Instantly Kwayonki was blown far away. Soon, it was nowhere to be seen. By the side, the bloody sea was dispersing. Styx Laozu held onto the Lingjiu Palace lantern with a smile on. I did gain quite a bit out of this. With this lantern, I'll be claiming the underworld easily. Mosquito Taoist looked at Styx Laozu and asked, Styx, why did you do this? I've found an improved way. Styx Laozu's words made Mosquito Taoist's pupils dilate. He smiled and continued, but we have to hurry while the world's still unstable. If not, just like our fate, we won't be able to come out. Mosquito Taoist's heart thumped. She said, what's the improved way? Styx Laozu smiled and said, you don't have to care about this. Just follow me. You and I came from the bloody sea. I won't leave you behind. Mosquito Taoist looked at Styx Laozu. She did not know whether he would leave her behind or not. All she knew was that she was now working for the expert. Based on the expert's generosity and realm, it was wiser to work for the expert instead of Styx Laozu. Most importantly, Styx Laozu's fate would not end up well anyway. As they spoke, Kwayonki was flapping its wings and rushing down from the sky. It looked angry. It scowled, damn that mosquito. You must have fanned me in the wrong direction. I didn't manage to catch them. Mosquito Taoist's eyes glinted. Her bloody wings appeared behind her and she disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Kwayonki. The nail of her index finger grew out like a blood-red straw, stabbing Kwayonki. Kwayonki moaned. It spat out some black smoke that surrounded Mosquito Taoist. Below the black robe, she grunted. She fanned the palm leaf fan in her hand and the continuous wild wind blew over it. Kwayonki's vision blurred out. When it opened its eyes again, Mosquito Taoist had already vanished from its sight. In the next moment, it felt a sharp pain in its buttock. Instantly, it moaned out loud in pain. Arg! Its wings spread out as it tried to leave right away. A little tiger like you trying to get away? You even scolded me? I'll stick a needle into you to release some blood. Mosquito Taoist stood in the air. Her index fingernail sent the blood into her like a straw. With a gentle suck, one could see its blood going into her mouth. This was the food ordered by the expert? She was helping the expert by conducting a poison check. She had it planned. She had to minimize her flaws to not appear guilty in front of Styx Laozu. Kwayonki growled, its eyes filled with cruelty. It had a layer of black smoke all around its body. It called out with anger, you. Although it could not see Mosquito Taoist clearly, it could feel her eyes on it as if she was looking at a dish. It did not feel good about it. It did not like it. Okay. We merely let go of a few ants. Don't take it too personally, Styx Laozu said. You're both my left and right hands. Don't fight against one another. We have a plan. Mosquito Taoist's eyes glinted. What do you plan to do next? The saints use deluxe merit to become saints. I'll kill the sky, the ground, and all the humans to become one. Styx Laozu said as his eyes flashed red. He growled coldly, I have countless blood gods and thousands of asuras. We'll continue the massacre and mess up the three realms. Once we've killed enough of them, we'll find a spot of violence for the Bloody Sea formation. All will come in one. By then, I'll be able to improve. Chapter 454, Plums are ready, time to part. Time flowed by like water. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In the four-part architecture, Li Nianfen was enjoying his relaxing life. He admitted that he was a lucky man. He had two fine beauties like Daji and Fire Phoenix by his side. Even if they only talked and drank wine, this was still a pleasure. They ate, drank, and played every day. Sometimes, they went out hunting or sightseeing. Life was good. It was the ideal life for most people. Thinking back about the people in his previous realm, what was the point of them working so hard for? Why not look for a few beauties, stay hidden in the wild, build a four-part architecture, and plant your own food? Was that not good? He was such an easily satisfied man. Li Nianfen was happy. He put down the last card in hand. A straight, no more cards. Ha ha ha, You all lost again. Dodgy and Fire Phoenix halted. They helplessly put down the cards. Come on, losers keep their words. Stick this on. Li Nianfan had 2 papers in hand. He licked them and stuck the papers on Dodgy and Fire Phoenix's faces. Throughout the afternoon, he only had 4 long papers on his face. He even intentionally lost to get those. As for Dodgy and Phoenix, their beautiful faces were now filled with paper. Only 2 pairs of beautiful eyes were exposed, blinking. Dodgy could not help complaining, "Ha, Mr. Li, how can you be so clever? Isn't this all due to luck?" Fire Phoenix complained, too. "Yeah, how can you be so lucky?" Recently, card games had become a popular activity in the 4-part architecture. When they first started, Fire Phoenix and Dodgy were excited. They thought they could win their master in games with some luck. Due to that, they were very excited. After all, to them, their master was perfect and flawless. There were not many chances in life to win over their master. If the card games only required luck, they had hope. If they could win over their master, they would feel so good. However, this fantasy did not last for long. "Ha ha ha, how's this luck? This is an actual skill. You 2 managed to stick 4 papers on my face. You're the first in history. You should be proud." Li Nianfan laughed and said, "There's no space on your faces anymore. Do you want to continue?" Dodgy pouted. "It's just a face. I still have a body. Continue." Fire Phoenix demanded, "Exactly, come on and stick it on our bodies. I want revenge." Li Nianfan was excited. He shuffled the cards. "Good, I admire your spirits for not giving in so easily." Meanwhile, Xiao Bei walked over. "My master, lunch is ready. You may enjoy lunch." "Enjoy his foot." Li Nianfan's hands halted from shuffling. How he wished to punch Xiao Bei in the head. A robot was still a robot, how stupid. Did he not see him shuffling? Why did it step in? Did he want to lose his job? What an idiot. He was just about to get to their bodies. Sigh, what a miss. Li Nianan said, "Why don't we have lunch first?" Dodgy pursed her lips. "I'll listen to Mr. Li." "Let's eat." Li Nianfan's heart was dripping in blood. He said in pain, "Xiao Bei, go and call out for Nanan and Dragon." Nanan and Dragon continued to cultivate in the backyard daily while taking care of the yard. Xiao Bei received its order. "Yes, my master." The lunch was a seafood feast. With Xiao Bei's preparation, each sashimi was thin and light like transparent paper. They were placed on top of ice, regularly cut. The sashimi was like jade, very pleasing. Other than the sashimi, there were fried squid, fried salmon, tempura, grilled eel, and more. It was a luxurious feast. Furthermore, these were delicately picked out by Ao Cheng. The flesh was top-graded and the textures very refined. It was a pleasure to eat. Dragon ate with glowing eyes. As the princess of the dragons, she had eaten countless seafood, but she had never eaten those with so many paths in it. What she ate in the past was like trash compared to this. So, seafood could be so delicious? What an honor to be part of the sea race. Vroom. By the end of the meal, there was thunder in the sky. Li Nianfan looked up and could not help frowning. He sighed and said, "It's been half a month. The blood color in the sky is becoming thicker. Did something happen?" The summer sky was meant to be clear. It was meant to be hot. Yet recently, it had been rather chilly. The sky was no longer blue. Instead, it was turning rather red, as if there was blood in the sky. This was not a normal sight. It was not good. "We've played for so many days and haven't cared about the outside world for so long." Li Nianfan sighed. He said, "After the meal, let's head over to the fallen town." Nanan and Dragon were excited. They nodded, sure." Quickly, they finished the meal with Xiao Bei staying back to wash the dishes. The crowd went to the fallen town. Upon arriving at the fallen town, the atmosphere was more solemn than before. The people in town were walking with frowns. Perhaps they were affected by the bloody sky. Each of them seemed uneasy. After walking past a few streets, Li Nianfan walked to the market. As expected, the fishmonger was selling fish as usual. However, unlike in the past, his smile was no longer as friendly. He was zoning out and sighing. He seemed lonely. "Fishmonger, fishmonger." When he heard someone calling out for him, he gradually snapped back to reality. When he saw Li Nianfan, he smiled. "Mr. Li, you came. It's been a long while." Li Nianfan nodded and said, "Yeah, I see that the sky's being unusual, so I came out for a walk. Isn't it? I heard the demons are the cause of this. Many people have died. The fishmonger said with a serious face. He continued, this is a big deal, didn't you hear? Li Nianfan shook his head. The fishmonger sighed again and said, around us, no matter the direction, many towns have been wiped out. I heard some sects were wiped out, too. This is a big deal. I heard many of the immortals are coming down to check on it. Li Nianfan looked shocked. So severe? Not just that, the city god temples of those towns didn't manage to protect them. The fishmonger shook his head. He looked worried. Li Nianfan comforted, don't worry, fishmonger. I think the fallen town's going to be alright. I'm not worried about this. The fishmonger shook his head and sighed. My daughter. Not long ago, a sect chose her and took her to cultivate. Li Nianfan frowned. Little fish went to cultivate? The fishmonger frowned and said, yeah, the person said she's got good cultivating potential. I didn't manage to talk her out of it. So, she went ahead to cultivate. Li Nianfan finally understood why the fishmonger was so worried. Cultivating was very risky. Having his daughter living away from home was worrying. Furthermore, now that this had happened, of course, he would be worried. However, Li Nianfan comforted him, it's a rare gift. Fishmonger, it's good to cultivate. Don't be so worried. The fishmonger shook his head and looked down. Now that his daughter was gone, he was not in the mood to sell fish. Suddenly, he looked at Li Nianfan and asked with anticipation, Mr. Li, I know you're resourceful. You know many cultivators. Could you ask them to look after little fish? I don't wish for her to be powerful, I just want her to stay alive. It was no secret that Li Nianfan was close to the Holy Emperor. Nanan was now powerful and her fight in the fallen town was seen by many of them. The fishmonger knew about it. The fishmonger said as he bowed to Li Nianfan, I'll thank you first. Please, don't bow to me. Li Nianfan quickly stopped the fishmonger. He said, I'm considered a brother to little fish. Of course, I'll help her. Don't bow to me. Nanan, who was by the side, patted her chest as she reassured, yeah, uncle. I used to play with little fish. I'm her sister, nobody can bully her. This was just a small thing to Li Nianfan. With his current status, from black and white impermanence in the underworld to the Jade Emperor and Empress in the Heavenly Temple, they all respected him. Taking care of a small girl was just a small issue. With Nanan's current cultivation, she could even have her own sex, let alone himself. The fishmonger was delighted. He bowed and thanked him, thank you so much. He spoke as he picked some fishes for Li Nianfan. He picked out 7 to 8 fishes. Those were the best fish in the tank. He gave them all to Li Nianfan and said with enthusiasm, Mr. Li, I've no skill. Please, don't look down on my fish. Whenever you need more, just come here. I'll always reserve some for you. This. The fishmonger insisted Li Nianfan keep them. He said, Mr. Li, little fish is my life, please. All right, then. Li Nianfan did not turn him down. He did deserve these fish. He asked, do you know which sect little fish is in? The fishmonger said, she's at the Tianyun sect, towards the east. Li Nianfan nodded and said, okay, I understand. Goodbye. Thank you, thank you. The fishmonger was still thanking him. Have a good trip, Mr. Li. The fishmonger had always been a straightforward man. He never begged anyone. He was a good parent. Li Nianfan was rather emotional. Although he was only an ordinary man, he had done quite well himself. One word could determine one's life, this was no joke. I'm so powerful. I bootlit Bigshots and now I'm a Bigshot myself. I must be the most impressive transgressor in the world. Speaking of which. Li Nianfan looked up at the sky. He could not help saying, this matter seems severe, I hope it can go back to normal soon. This was a big matter, so the Heavenly Temple was likely to get involved. Daji and Fire Phoenix heard what Li Nianfan said. They exchanged a look and said, Mr. Li, we'll go find out. You two want to get involved? Li Nianfan halted. He frowned and was rather worried. Fire Phoenix said in a small voice, Mr. Li, we want some deluxe merits, too. Li Nianfan was speechless. He was still thinking of ways to create more deluxe merits for Daji and Fire Phoenix. He wanted his own people to have it. This was indeed an opportunity. But, humans were always self-contradictory. He wanted the same for them, but now he was rather worried. There's no free meal in the world. Li Nianfan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He reminded Daji and Fire Phoenix, safety first. Remember to ask those in the Heavenly Temple to help out. Daji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lee. We know." By the side, Nanan suddenly said, "Brother Nyanfan, Dragon and I have to go, too." Lee Nyanfan halted. "Where do you two want to go?" Nanan said, "I want to practice. Other than killing demons, who knows, I might gain some deluxe merits. Furthermore, I want to help Brother Nyanfan to look for those beasts from the classics of mountains and seas." Dragon said, "Brother, I want to go back to the Eastern Sea." Lee Nyanfan did not speak. He had no reason to talk them out. Since they were cultivating, of course, they could not stay in the same place all the time. They were all talented. They were ready to lead their own lives. Lee Nyanfan suddenly had a feeling as if his children were grown up. Reading is nothing like traveling. If you wanted to go, then go. Lee Nyanfan held back his unwillingness. He pretended to be calm as he said, "This isn't a bad thing. Follow me back to the four-part architecture to pack up." The atmosphere was solemn before the parting. They did not speak on the way back. When they got back to the four-part architecture, Lee Nyanfan sighed and said, "You all go and pack up. I'll pick some fruits for you all in the backyard." When he went to the backyard, he summoned the old tortoise. He stood on the back of the tortoise to pick on the fruits. He asked the tortoise to move around. Meanwhile, Lee Nyanfan noticed that the plum tree beside the peach tree was full of lotus-like flowers. There were even some bead-shaped fruits hanging on it. The plums are finally ripe. Such good timing. Lee Nyanfan could not help pursing his lips. He sighed and said, "Plums symbolize parting. I guess my ancestors weren't lying." Chapter 455, Urgent, Learn and Share. Munch. Lee Nyanfan took a bite of the plum. The sweet and sour liquid flowed down his throat. Although it was just a small bite, it was like drinking a small sip of water, very satisfying. Furthermore, this sweet and sour taste triggered his taste buds. It was indeed a very memorable experience. The texture was good, the taste was unique. To be fair, the plums taste yummy. Munch. Lee Nyanfan took another bite. By the end, only a dragon eye-sized seed was left. The seed was brown with a glowing and smooth surface. It looked good. Keeping the seed to plant a few more trees. Lee Nyanfan felt better about parting after eating this. Following that, he picked more fruits before walking out from the backyard. By the gate of the four-part architecture, Lee Nyanfan reminded them, "Daji, if you face any challenges, don't force it, okay? Safety first." Daji nodded. Lee Nyanfan looked at Nanan. "Nanan, where are you planning to go?" Nanan seemed to already have a plan. She said, "I'm planning to find little fish in the Tianyun sect. I'll travel to the east." Lee Nyanfan smiled and nodded. "This is a good plan. Don't let little fish get bullied." Nanan promised, "Don't worry, you can count on me." He then ruffled Dragon's tiny head. Dragon was going back to the Eastern Sea. He had nothing to warn her about. "Remember, when you eat, you should share the food, okay? Since I have a lot here anyway." Dragon nodded vigorously. Lee Nyanfan waved them off, "I've nothing else to say. Be careful out there, go on." Daji and the rest looked unwilling to part. They bit their lips and waved, "Goodbye, Mr. Lee." "Goodbye, brother." "Goodbye." He watched them walking down the mountain. Lee Nyanfan was very emotional. The big shots around him were those who would go on and save the world. Nothing to be sad about. Even in the past realm, parting was a common thing anyway, let alone this demonic cultivational world. Lee Nyanfan shook his head and let go of the thought. Even the stupid dog ran out. "Well, it's good that they're gone, I get my peace." "Xiao Bei, go and make me a glass of milk tea." "Yes, my master." On the other end, Daji and the rest walked to the foot of the mountain and parted ways. Daji and Fire Phoenix did not stop and went straight to the Heavenly Palace. Tai Bai Jinxing instantly greeted them, "Greetings to Immortal Daji, Immortal Fire Phoenix." Although he was the leader of the Immortals, he dared not appear arrogant in front of Daji and Fire Phoenix. Anyone knew they had the experts supporting them, only a fool would offend them. Daji said, "We'd like to meet with the Jade Emperor and Empress." Tai Bai Jinxing said instantly, "Please, wait a moment. I'll inform them right away." It did not take long before the Jade Emperor and Empress rushed over. They made a gesture, "Immortal Daji, Immortal Fire Phoenix. Greetings to the Empress." Daji nodded and said directly, I came here wanting to hear about one matter. Do you know what happened to the sky in the ordinary realm? The Empress said, you two came here especially for this? Daji nodded and said, my master didn't seem pleased about the blood-red sky. He hopes to have it removed soon. The expert asked about this. The Jade Emperor halted. He then let out a long sigh. Yeah, the experts in the ordinary realm. This is a big matter. We didn't manage to resolve this in a short while. We even affected the expert's mood. This is our mistake. Oh, it's a mistake. It's a big mistake. The Empress's heart jumped. She quickly said, it's our greatest blessing to have the expert staying in our world. It's our mistake to have affected the expert's mood. No way. We must hurry up. The Jade Emperor nodded. He said, ask Yang Jing to come over, it's urgent. Fire Phoenix frowned. What's the matter? The Emperor took a deep breath. He said, it's Styx Leozu. He's ready to take the killing path. In the Bloody Sea, his bloody clones are too powerful. Along with the thousands of Asura bodies, the three realms have become unstable. After the big catastrophe, our world lacked order. This allowed demons like Styx Leozu to be so wild. The Empress had a straight face. She squinted her eyes and said, he saw that the heavenly palace and the underworld have been rebuilt, so he panicked. He's having an all-in gamble. If he succeeds, nobody knows what our world will become. The Jade Emperor said, most importantly, if this world's ruined, it'll affect the expert's mood. It doesn't matter if we die, but we cannot affect the expert. Cluck. 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 Meanwhile, Yang Jing followed behind Tai by jinxing. He seemed anxious. I already said, we cannot wait. Look, now it affected the expert. The expert helped me to improve. He did that so I could make sure he lives in comfort. Now that this has happened, I'm so guilty. Yang Jing walked as he complained. The expert helped him a lot. If he could not fix this, he would be so guilty. If it was not for the Jade Emperor talking him out of it, he would have rushed over to kill them all. Styx Leozu knows the game, he must have backup plans. We can't simply move without a plan. The Jade Emperor sighed. He said, any news from Mosquito Taoist? Yes. Yang Jing nodded. Styx Leozu massacred the villages around the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom is his target, and he'll have his Bloody Sea formation there. He wants to engulf the human sovereign. Crack. Instantly, a layer of frost appeared around Aji. She said coldly, with that said, my master's fallen town will be included? How daring. The Jade Emperor and the rest jolted. They shivered and stuttered, this cannot be delayed any longer. Call out for them, we're taking action now. That was the expert's fallen immortal mountain. Styx Leozu had a problem with his head. What an idiot. How dare he? How daring. The ignorant ones had no fear. This could not be more true. Of course, they did not think Styx Leozu could harm the expert, but this would make the expert displeased. That would be bad. They would rather die. This was equivalent to one's boss coming to one's house as a guest only to have one's dog barking at the boss the whole time. It was not a pleasant feeling. Yang Jing was impatient. He flew up and went ahead. Styx Leozu has already started, waste no time. We rush over now. The Jade Emperor and the rest flew up into the air, too. Let's go, let's go. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Sea, a bunch of sea race gathered to have a meeting. The Southern Sea Dragon King walked over with his chest puffed up. He was exuding a powerful temperament with his quasi-saint chi all around. It caused the sea to ripple in waves. Ao Cheng's face straightened as he said, Ao Li, what do you mean? You want to be a rebel? Humph. Of course not. I'll let the nine-tailed fox be the Demon King. Ao Li scoffed. He then continued, however, a Demon King's a Demon King, and a Dragon King's a Dragon King. We must pick someone from the dragons to be the spokesperson. For that, I'm the one. Ao Yun frowned and said, Ao Li, don't you forget you're a prisoner. We didn't want to lose a powerful dragon so we spared your life. Have you forgotten your lesson? Ao Li was not happy. If it wasn't for the Demon King, do you think you all could win over me? I'm a quasi-saint. I'm powerful. The one with the qualifications to lead the dragon race. Ao Li, this meeting isn't for me to become a Dragon King. I want my daughter Dragon to become a Dragon King. The entire dragon race will only prosper under her lead. Ao Cheng glared at Ao Li as he spoke. Your daughter? Ha ha ha. Ao Li could not help laughing as he said, how big of a dragon is your daughter? You want her to become a Demon King? Isn't that a big joke? I won't agree. Ao Cheng scoffed coldly, Ali, my daughter followed the expert around, her future's beyond our grasp. We'll only get better under her lead. Can you think with your head? Ha, get better? Ao Cheng waved. Ao Feng, bring out your orange. Ao Feng's face twisted. Unwillingly, he handed an orange to Ali. That's it? Ali shook the orange in hand. I'm a quasi-saint, I'm different from them. Don't you try to bribe me with this. As he spoke, he kept the orange in his chest. Ao Feng stared at the orange going out of sight. His face was twisting even more. Ao Cheng and Ao Yun did not look well. The Kirans had a lord, but the dragons did not have a leader. This was difficult. Whoosh. Meanwhile, a small dragon happily floated over. She stopped before the dragon palace and turned into dragon. She had 2 big bags over her shoulder. They were bulging with many things in there. Father. I'm home. Dragon called out for Ao Cheng sweetly. She looked at the crowd curiously and asked, why are so many people gathered in here? She spoke as she placed the bags on the ground. The bags seemed to be glowing. The crowd saw it. Following that, a rush of spiritual chi erupted like a volcano. Instantly, the dragon palace was filled with spiritual chi. This spiritual chi was so dense, even the seawater around the palace was forced away. They formed an empty land. The spiritual chi was too high and they did not mix well with the seawater. This. Everyone stared with their eyes widened. How they wished they could just stick their eyeballs on the bags. They could only feel that they were surrounded by spiritual chi. They were running out of air. The spiritual chi was too dense and too thick. Compared to the shock on their faces, Dragon seemed nonchalant. She said, it's good that everyone's here. Let's hand out these. She spoke as she cast a spell to distribute the fruits to everyone. The crowd was dumbfounded. They stared at the fruit flying to them as if they were dreaming. They actually thought they were dreaming. They could tell right away that these fruits were way beyond the spiritual roots immortal fruits. They had exceeded their entire worldview. This world could breed such powerful spiritual fruits? What kind of treasures were these? They had never seen such precious spiritual fruits all their lives. They dared not even think about it. And yet, most importantly, Dragon was willing to share such a level of spiritual fruits with everyone? This. How generous of her. They were too embarrassed to take it in. Ali stared blankly at the orange flying his way. He said with a hoarse voice, I'm not from the Eastern Sea, but you're willing to give this to me? The reason he fought for the throne was because of his fear of being neglected by them. Dragon said innocently, why not? We're all dragons. Brother asked me to learn to share. Ali felt as if he was struck by thunder. He stared at the orange in front of him as his tears instantly blurred his vision. Chapter 456, Caught You. Ali took a deep breath. He swallowed his tears and gradually raised the oranges in hand. Not only him, everyone was looking at their spiritual fruit with so much excitement. Without a doubt, this level of spiritual fruit had exceeded the flat peaches. They had exceeded their imaginations. Of course, they wanted it, but they felt rather embarrassed getting it from a young dragon. Dragon continued, other than the spiritual fruits, I have a lot of the nice wine from brother. But I don't have much, so each of you can only have a small cup. Right, I've also learned many of the long-lost dragon spells. I'll share them with you so you can all pass it on. Dragon's innocent tone made everyone rather guilty. Ali was already trembling. He did not know what to say. Father King. By the side, Ao Feng said in a small voice, I think, it's not a bad idea for her to become the Dragon King after all. What did you say? Ali growled. He slapped Ao Feng's face right away. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ali glared at him and said, what a disloyal son. You don't even listen to your father now? Of course, Miss Dragon's becoming our Dragon King. My Southern Sea will support her fully. Why are you mumbling? Are you not happy about it? What rights do you have? Reflect on yourself. Ao Feng went insane. No, I didn't. You're making this up. Shut your mouth. How dare you refute? Ali scoffed. All of the dragons from the Southern Sea, follow me to greet our Dragon King. All of the dragons bowed and said, greetings to the Dragon King. Dragon halted. She looked at Ao Cheng and then at the crowd. Me? Dragon King? Yes, you, Dragon King. You're the most rightful candidate to become the Dragon King of all dragons. I, Ali, will fully support you. I'll be your most loyal servant. Time passed. 5 days had flown by. Recently, with the Xia Kingdom as the heart, The sky of its surrounding had become even bloodier. There was still a hint of blue in the sky, but by now, it was gone. When one looked up, one could only see a layer of bloody mist. Even the sight of it was disturbing. Everyone was uneasy because of the layer of bloody mist. Along with that, countless bloody clones were going on a killing spree. These bloody clones were not well cultivated, but the number of them was terrifyingly high. The cultivators did not have enough time to fight back. Furthermore, there were a bunch of asuras. Unless the Heavenly Palace and the Immortals stepped in, it would soon become hell. Over the days, the Jade Emperor and the rest did not give up on looking for traces of Styx Laozu. Unfortunately, they only had one spy in charge of locating him. Styx Laozu was very cautious. His location was never disclosed until the final moment. This made the Jade Emperor and the rest extremely furious. How could they report back to the expert? On the other end, somewhere in outer space, a figure arrived, having crossed the chaos. She was exuding all kinds of laws and a sacred glow. Her face was not visible. She walked as if time was going backward and stars were moving. Her gait was untraceable. She crossed the barrier of time. She appeared in many dimensions. After disappearing into a place for a moment, 3 other figures rushed over, similarly from the chaos. They paused for a second before rapidly chasing after her. Soon, the figure released a layer of mist. She arrived in the Eldritch world and landed on a mountain. However, not long after she landed, a golden pagoda dropped from the sky, crashing into her. Vroom! Instantly, the air vibrated vigorously. The pressure was rushing toward this direction, and the entire mountain and space were instantly sealed. In the mountain, all of the living things were wiped out by this pressure. Within thousands of miles, the space was crushed and the air twisted. All of the mountains nearby had been flattened out. The level of destruction was terrifying. At the same time, any immortal above Daluo Golden Immortal felt a chilling moment. This was a pressure more powerful than a quasi-saint crashing into this world. You can't run away. You're now sealed. A hoarse voice resonated in the air. 3 figures chased after her and cast spells at the pagoda. The pagoda's glow instantly became even more eye-catching. The burning golden glow turned the sky and ground into a golden color as the pagoda slowly landed. The 3 figures flashed and appeared before a cave. They glared coldly at the voice. One of them smiled and said, "Ha, who'd have thought that we'd chase her into this rubbish and ruined world? What an accidental gain." The other said, "How dare she steal our path? How daring! Since it wasn't easy, be good and give us your primordial spirit. You can become a slave while we keep you alive." The figure exuded a weakened chi. She seemed to be hurt. She was on her knees while her tone was calm. She was letting out an elegant and arrogant temperament as she said, "Now that we're here, you all can't do anything to me. Cut the nonsense. Take her down." The 3 of them straightened their faces. They exuded chi like the ocean as they crushed the pagoda rapidly. However, the figure merely raised her hand and made a big gesture. The terrifying pagoda was locked in the air while the air was pushing it down with no effect. Meanwhile, an extremely sacred chi was exuded from the figure. The 3 faces changed as their heads went numb. Without hesitation, they all had the same thought in unison: run. Unfortunately, they only then realized that the space had been locked dead. They had the thought, but their bodies were unable to move at all. How could that be? "Because, this is my world." The figure gradually raised a palm and slammed down on the 3 of them. This slap was very ordinary. Its speed was neither fast nor slow, and it was gentle like a breeze. However, the space rippled in layers. The breeze blew against the 3 of them, and in the next moment, the 3 of them had been turned into dust, flying in the air. They could not even make a sound. In the air, a gentle sigh was heard. Returning to the soil before death leaves one with no regret. Everything returned to normal. However, within this extremely short amount of time, countless immortals felt goosebumps all over. This pressure would make one remember it forever. At the Tianyun sect. Nan arrived here 2 days ago. Back then, the Asura bodies and blood clones. Luckily, she rushed here right in time to get Tianyun sect out of danger. This trip down gave Nanan a lot of satisfaction. She had a sword with her and she was traveling everywhere to kill demons while helping the ordinary people. Many similar incidents happened on the way. She liked to fight and she was very bored staying with Li Nianfan all this while. Although Nanan was young, she was already a late real immortal. Even in the immortal realm, she was already a powerful little expert, let alone in the ordinary realm. She was undefeatable all the way and many people worshipped her. She enjoyed it very much. The sect master of the Tianyun sect was only a late Mahayala. He would never have believed that his disciple had such a powerful sister. The sect master was dumbfounded, and of course, he treated Nanan as their most valuable guest. Thus, Nanan stayed there and gave some advice to Little Fish for her cultivation. Meanwhile, she was sitting on top of the Tianyun sect mountain. She looked in the direction of east-west where the massive pressure exuded from. A feeling of familiarity aroused in her. Her eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, she already made a decision. Something big must be happening in there. I must go over and have a look. That day, on top of a mountain, countless lights flashed by. The Jade Emperor and the rest surrounded the mountain in the air. A mere blindfold trick trying to fool my eyes? Yang Jing was in his silver armor. His black robe flew in the air. With a wipe on his forehead, his third eye opened up and a golden glow shone on the mountain. When the golden light was about to touch the ground, there seemed to be an invisible barrier stopping it. Penetrate it. Yang Jing scoffed and another red light flashed out of his eye. Just like lightning, it shot out at the mountain. Vroom. The air above the mountain vibrated. It was like a mirror-like lake with sudden ripples. The mountain then disappeared and was replaced by empty land. On the ground, Styx Laozu's figure gradually appeared. Caught you. Chapter 457, I can't afford to miss this battle. Caught me? Styx Laozu was not anxious. He smiled coldly at the crowd. By you guys? If his formation was yet to be completed and if he was not waiting for them here willingly, nobody would catch him unless a saint stepped in. He had countless blood clones which were his clones. Who could catch him? Styx Laozu glared at the crowd. He said calmly, Jade Emperor, Empress, Yang Jing. Is this all you've got from the heavenly temple? The Jade Emperor and Empress were both late quasi-saints just like him. Yang Jing was an early quasi-saint while Mosquito Taoist was a mid-quasi-saint. If they fought, both parties would be equally as powerful. The Jade Emperor said, of course not. With that said, Mosquito Taoist who was by Styx Laozu's side jumped up abruptly. With a gesture, countless blood-red lights shot towards Styx Laozu. Unfortunately, before the light could touch Styx Laozu, a bloody lotus appeared and blocked the lights out. How childish. With our current ranking, you tried to have a surprise attack? Styx Laozu scoffed. He pointed his finger at Mosquito Taoist. Yuan Tu and Abby, the bloody swords, rose like two vipers. They lashed at Mosquito Taoist. Mosquito Taoist had 3 golden lotuses floating by the side. She blocked out the 2 bloody swords and staggered backward. Well, very well. Styx Laozu's eyes were glinting with violence. Mosquito. I can't believe you cheated on me. Well, then. I didn't intend to keep you anyway. Bloody C formation, up. Styx Laozu laughed wildly and with a gesture, the ground below his feet lit up in a bloody glow. It formed a gigantic and unique picture. In the next moment, blood-red lights shot up to the sky and formed sky-high pillars. Vroom. Not only in this land, but the countless lands surrounding them had bloody pillars reaching upward. The bloody red glow filled the sky. If one looked from afar, this patch of sky looked as if it was covered in a layer of bloody mist. It was like a gigantic bloody egg. Since you've all gathered here, I don't even have to look for you now. You shall all die. Styx Laozu said coldly. With that said, the bloody sea rushed up from under his feet. The bloody sea came from the deepest abyss, from the bottom of hell. As they emerged, a strong scent of hatred and violence rushed toward the sky. The sky instantly changed color. Whoosh! The bloody sea rippled. At this moment, the bloody pillars thickened. On top of them, patterns appeared. The patterns looked like veins. They moved around the pillars, making the pillars appear as if they were alive. They became part of his body. Whoosh! The bloody sea was boundless. They came from the underworld to the ordinary realm and then upward to the sky through the pillars. Following that, they leaked out from the pillars and then floated upward gradually. The entire ordinary realm was messed up. If one looked up from the ground, the bloody sea was gradually reaching up as if, forming a bloody river in the sky. A bloody river. It was like a curtain hanging in the sky, blinding the ordinary realm in blood. The Jade Emperor's face changed. He could feel something off of Styx Laozu's body. He panicked and growled, Styx, what have you done? This was such a big movement. He could affect the expert. What have I done? Jade Emperor, you've been a book boy of Daotsu for countless years. Do you know what's the realm above Daluo Golden Immortal? Styx Leozu smiled with satisfaction as he said, "It's called the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. And now, I'm about to level up. You're all in luck since you get to witness this miracle moment. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, the Empress saw two figures in the bloody sea. Her pupils dilated and her organs shivered. She cried out, That's the bodies of Saint Kundi and Saint Jiayin." The Jade Emperor's voice was shivering as well. He could only feel his scalp go numb and his hair standing. Saint Kundi and Saint Jiayin. Those were the two big saints of Buddhism. However, they were killed by demon god Luohu. Their bodies were not rotten yet. Who would have thought that Styx Leozu would get a hold of them? Furthermore, Styx Leozu was even trying to engulf the saints with the bloody sea. This was too insane. Is this the feeling of becoming a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal? Styx Leozu could feel the power rippling inside his body. His body was expanding. At this moment, it seemed as if he had blended in with the bloody sea. The bloody sea had become his body. Through the bloody sea, he could clearly feel everything the bloody sea was touching in the world. At this moment, he became the sky. He embodied the path. So powerful. So fascinating. Everyone, attack. The Jade Emperor felt chills facing Styx Leozu. He dared not waste any more time. They attacked all at once, casting all kinds of spells at Styx Leozu. "Ha! With the power of ants, you're all still trying to fight me?" Styx Leozu smiled coldly. Instantly, a gigantic bloody palm slapped the crowd. All of the attacks vanished under this palm. The palm did not slow down. It sent them all flying away. The Jade Emperor and the rest were surrounded by the bloody sea. Their protective armors were glowing as they defended themselves against the rippling bloody sea. In the surrounding area, the overwhelming killing chi pressed into them. If the ordinary immortals or even a Daluo Golden Immortal were here, they would have been killed by this deadly chi. Luckily, the Jade Emperor and the rest had the ultimate protective armor. Daji's face turned cold. With a gesture, the golden Eastern bell appeared and rang on top of the killing chi. The bell let out a loud ring. The Jade Emperor had a pagoda above his head while the Empress had the painting around her. Fire Phoenix took out the flaming flag. With a wave, the countless flames became her shield. Deified Dog took out his dog bowl and held it above his and Yang Jing's head. "Master, don't worry, I'll protect you." Yang Jing did not look well. He was a new quasi-saint. He should be powerful but he did not have strong protective armor. He even needed protection from his dog. "Styx, what do you mean? You want me dead, too?" Kwayonki flapped its wings, exuding its demonic power as it tried to withstand this boundless killing chi. It had many wounds on its body. It called out to Styx Leozu. "Come on, you and I are both demons. It's best if we become one to join forces." Styx Leozu laughed out loud. The bloody water formed into a tentacle and like a long whip, it lashed out like lightning and stabbed Kwayonki. When the crowd saw that Kwayonki was not going to make it, they called out, "Hurry! Protect the expert's food. We must keep it fresh." Yang Jing had 3 swords and 2 knives. With a chop, he sliced the tentacle. The Jade Emperor quickly dragged the pagoda over to Kwayonki and placed him inside. "Me? Food?" Kwayonki was weakened. It did not know whether to cry or smile. Styx Leozu wanted to eat it, and the Jade Emperor and the rest were trying to save it because someone ordered it as food? Why does everyone want to eat me? I'm a natural beast. Since when did I become a dish? What's wrong with this world? What a bunch of fools. Up until now, all you care about is your food? You stand no chance. Die. Styx Leozu said mockingly. The bloody ripples gathered into a gigantic palm that blocked the sunlight. It came from the sky and was about to land on the crowd. Compared to the bloody sea, the crowd was too tiny. They were like small boats in a massive ocean. They could flip over at any time. Whoosh! In the sky, the waves of the bloody sea were smashing and splashing as if a demon was roaring. In the ordinary realm, any ordinary person or cultivator that watched the sky felt helpless. Countless people were hiding in their homes. Some were hiding in the city god temples or some other temples. They were all praying. Some cultivators even bit their tongue and rushed into the bloody sea. They wanted to use their weakened power in hopes of minimizing the power of the bloody sea. Amitabha. Jikyu was looking solemn. With countless other monks, they exuded Buddhist light with a golden glow behind their heads. They rushed into the bloody sea and gathered into a big Buddha. They tried to fight against it. In the underworld, Mengpo's face jolted. She gathered the Onis and the sticks. They exuded all their powers and were prepared to repress the bloody sea from its source. Mangpo had a look of shock in her eyes. She said in disbelief, "Styx is displaying the power of a saint." On the surface of the eastern sea, there were sudden ripples all over with sounds of cracking. A gigantic dragon lashed out toward the bloody sea skyline. It was followed by limitless ocean water. The ocean water formed a majestic sight of a dragon sucking water, formed in hopes of drowning out this bloody sky. In the surroundings, Xiao Chengfeng and Yi Liyun led many heavenly soldiers as they rushed into the bloody river. They killed all the blood clones and asuras. "Stay alert, everyone." Xiao Chengfeng drew his long sword and went into the battlefield. He killed all of the blood clones and growled out loud, "I cannot afford to miss this battle." Behind him, a bunch of heavenly soldiers cried out after him, "I cannot afford to miss this battle." "Ha ha ha, well. This is the right attitude. Follow me." Xiao Chengfeng laughed as he raised his sword and rose to the sky. Yi Liyun was on the other side. This time, he did not talk back to Xiao Chengfeng. In fact, he cried out loud, "Brothers, we cannot afford to miss this battle. We cannot afford to miss this battle." This was heard ringing from all directions like thunder. The words resonated in the air for a long while. More and more people got involved. Their powers did not matter as they hated the bloody sky just as much. A boundless source of power gathered into a massive palm, pressing toward this bloody sky. Yang Jing looked at Deified Dog who was holding up for him. He suddenly said, "Deified, I don't need your protection yet." Deified Dog looked at Yang Jing worryingly. He said determinedly, "Master, don't overthink. This dog bowl was given by the expert. He blessed it with deluxe merit twice. It's strong, nothing can break it." "Well, then. Protect yourself with this," Yang Jing said, and with a flash, he blended with the bloody sea. The third eye on his forehead opened up and started to glow. He held his knife in hand and waved it around as he slashed at the bloody sea. Deified Dog panicked. "Master! You're asking for death." Styx Laozu's eyes narrowed. He was full of killing chi. The rebellious ants are so funny. Did the catastrophe that caused the absolute era not teach you a lesson? You shall melt in my bloody sea. Vroom. The bloody sea between the sky and the ground roared like a wild beast. It was as if the sky was angered. Thunder roared in the sky as if it was ready to engulf everything. Yang Jing was sent flying by a big wave. He spat out fresh blood. He was instantly beaten up. The protective armors on the crowd were weakening as well. It seemed that they could vanish at any time. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Along with Styx Laozu's wild laughter, his body was gradually blending with the bloody sea. As it rippled, it transformed into a gigantic bloody man. The bloody man was as tall as the sky, exuding an extreme killing chi. It was so powerful and cruel, it dimmed out the rest of the world. The power of a Chaos Daluo golden immortal. Styx Laozu's voice resounded and it was as if the sky was speaking. The world was shaking with his voice in everyone's ears. I finally understand why the heavenly path repels demons. Once I kill everything in this world, my killing path will be complete. Ha ha ha, soon. Soon. In the four-part architecture. Li Nianfen was sitting in his yard. He looked up at the bloody sky. He felt unsettled and worried. This was so overwhelming. He could even describe it as the end of the world. Daji and Fire Phoenix went ahead to take care of it. How could they take care of it? They were not a match for this at all. He pursed his lips and could not help saying, "Xiao Bei, based on this, do you think this bloody sea will calm down?" Xiao Bei looked at the sky, its eyes glowing as if analyzing the bloody sea. It then said, "If Master would like it, Xiao Bei could purify this sky that has been tainted by blood." Bam! Li Nianfan knocked Xiao Bei's head. He could not help smiling and shaking his head. What a stupid robot! Do you think this is some ordinary sewage water? Be careful, you might crash from purifying this. He took a deep breath and looked at the sky. The sky had many lights rising up to it, shooting at the bloody sea. The powers were strong and they were like fireworks in the sky, short and bright. In the air, he could vaguely hear some unwilling roaring from the sky. These were the countless cultivators fighting against the sky. They were fighting against their fate. Li Nianfan watched with excitement. He was moved. This was a majestic sight. He used to only watch and read about this at the endings of movies and novels. Now that he was in it, of course, he was emotional. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He could only wish them the best. "Daji, get me some ink." As he spoke, he jolted. He shook his head bitterly and said, "Whatever, I'll do it myself, then." He laid out the paper, prepared the ink, and picked up the brush. Li Nianfen let out a long sigh. Then, his brush gradually landed. This time, he wrote very slowly, very solemnly. After one endures the storms and rains, one can see the clear skies and moon. Chapter 458, Bloody Sea dried out. Immortal Chi revived. A gentle breeze blew against the paper. The corner of the paper shook slightly. The ink on the paper dried quickly. It was a short and simple sentence, seamlessly printed on the white paper. Hopefully, this could come true. Meanwhile. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The bloody man formed by Styx Laozu was laughing wildly. He was enjoying the pleasure of the power of violence. At this moment, he felt as if he was the creator of all. The so-called Jade Emperor and Empress were like ants that he could kill with a foot. This feeling was too enjoyable. Following this, I want you all to feel the power of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. He raised his hand and a gigantic palm crashed down like a mountain. The crowd was locked inside. This palm was filled with the power of the world and there was no way to hide from it. Before the palm even landed, the wind was already making it hard for them to breathe. Even the pressure of it was able to tear everyone apart and turn them into dust. Ring. Daji's face was pale. The bell kept ringing around her. The golden glow was flashing wildly. Along with the bells ringing, golden ripples spread out to her surroundings. Just like the Fire Phoenix, they were only Daluo Golden Immortals. If it was not for their protective armors, they would have been killed within seconds in a battle like this. They had no way of hiding from Styx Laozu's strike. Even the Jade Emperor and Empress were unable to withstand it, let alone them. Everyone was an ant in front of the saint. The bigger ants might be able to withstand it for slightly longer but would eventually be extinguished. Master. Deified dog looked at Yang Jing who was about to be engulfed by the bloody sea. It did not think of anything. He tossed out his dog bowl and said, "Protect my master." Yang Jing growled with his reddened eyes. He moaned out loud in pain, "Deified, no." Although there was no way to survive through this, having a protective armor was still better than none. Vroom. The gigantic palm landed and the entire world was shaken up. The powerful chi wiped out everything, forming a destructive tornado that cleared out the surroundings. The Jade Emperor and the rest were terrified. They were in danger, all their hair was standing up. They felt chills from within, spreading throughout their bodies. They were ready to be dead. However, they were strangely unharmed. When they looked up, the gigantic bloody palm halted just an inch above their heads. Right there, a burning red flame rose, forming gigantic flaming wings. It stretched out like a protective umbrella, holding up the bloody palm while protecting the crowd. Says. Swiftly after, a light chirp rang in their ears. A gigantic phoenix looked out from the bloody sea. It was formed by the flame. Its wings opened up as it held up the gigantic palm. Says. The flame did not look the same as usual. It looked solidified. One could not feel the heat coming from it either. However, the surrounding bloody sea was burning up and boiling. Then, it evaporated with a gust of bloody vapor in the air. This is. The Jade Emperor and the rest of the crowd looked at this phoenix. They were dumbfounded by this unrealistic sight. Fire Phoenix looked at the flaming red gourd in front of her. She said blankly, "The gourd my master gave me." On the surface of the gourd, the carved phoenix was glowing. What kind of ultimate treasure is this? But it's still no use. Styx Laozu was first stunned. Then, he broke into a cold smile. Crush them. An overwhelming pressure exuded from his body, filling the air with his power. He was furious. He wanted to pinch the phoenix with his hand. However, no matter how hard he tried to, the phoenix did not flinch. In fact, a burning flame rushed out from the body of the phoenix. It was mild in the beginning, but it soon turned very hot. Finally, even Styx Laozu could not withstand this heat and had to let go. The surrounding bloody sea instantly evaporated. Nothing was left. Styx Laozu was shocked. He asked in terror, "Where did the phoenix come from?" Says. The response he had was a sizzling chirp from the phoenix. It outstretched its wings and flew up into the air. It was like a gigantic sharp sword, stabbing right into the bloody man. Arg. Styx Laozu staggered a few steps backward. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. The wound was still burning. Within a moment, the gigantic bloody man vanished. Why? There was a growl coming from the air. It sounded like it was unwilling. Just a little more. Just a little. Who ruined my plan? The bloody sea never dries out, and the Styx never dies. Wait, you just wait. The bloody sea seemed to be backing off. However, Fire Phoenix's gourd gradually floated in the air. It was slowly spinning while it started to glow. It was exuding a strange power. Whoosh! Instantly, the boundless bloody sea seemed to have been controlled. It formed a line and was sucked into the gourd. No, no. How could that be? Styx Laozu was very anxious. The bloody sea was struggling to no avail. The 4,080,000,000 blood clones returned to the bloody sea and were sucked into the gourd as well. The gourd was not big, but its volume seemed to be limitless. One could see the sky full of bloody sea rushing into the gourd. It was a very strange sight indeed. The bloody sea was boundless. It was as old as the world. It was impossible for a saint to kill the Styx because the bloody sea never dries and the Styx never dies. Nobody could ever dry out the bloody sea that was as old as the world, not even a saint. And yet, it happened. In the underworld, the Onis watched the bloody sea drying out as their pupils dilated. They were dumbfounded. They even thought they were hallucinating. Why did you do this to me? I, the Styx, was born along with the world. I fell out and was unable to follow the ordinary path. I failed at creating lives like Nuwa. I try to get on the killing path, but you're not letting me. I'm also a cultivator. Why can't you let me improve? Why? Along with a growl in despair, the last drop of the bloody sea dried out. The world resumed its peace. The Jade Emperor and the crowd recovered. They gradually stood up and looked at the floating gourd with the utmost respect. They found it very unreal. Deified Dog sat on his buttock. His front paws touched his head as he said, surprised, I'm not dead? I survived? Wow, I'm a survivor. Yang Jing tossed the dog bowl back at him. He scoffed, why did you give me your dog bowl? It's pink. Aren't you ashamed? Deified Dog wagged his tail. Ha, I didn't have a choice, I can only accept it. The Jade Emperor was terrified. He patted his chest and said with terror, the expert got involved? The expert seems to have dried out the bloody sea. The Empress was shocked. She said, trembling, this is the bloody sea. It has the power of Godpang. The so-called Styx that never dries out vanished just like this? How unbelievable. How terrifying. The Jade Emperor nodded. The expert must have been triggered. He's not happy. Deified Dog looked up at the spinning gourd and curiously asked, why's the gourd not done yet? As he spoke, the gourd sprayed a gust of clear mist. The water was transparent with dense spiritual chi. It was giving out a sizzling sound as limitless mist rushed out from the gourd. It condensed into rain and showered the ground. The rain was not heavy and it came with a refreshing wind that reduced the heat of the summer. The rain fell on the ordinary realm, reducing the uneasiness and panic of the people. As the gentle breeze and rain fell, the world was refreshed. Regardless if it was the flowers or trees, the worms or fish, they were all covered in the rain that exuded a powerful vitality. Even the air of the world had a hint of refreshing fragrance. Immortal Chi. What a dense immortal Chi. The immortal Chi of the world has returned. The Jade Emperor widened his eyes. He was surprised as he embraced the changes in the world. This is just how it was like back in the faraway era. The Absolute Era is over. The expert seems to have purified the bloody sea and then used its power to change the world. This somehow reminded me of the water purifier at the experts. The destructive disaster vanished just like that. Countless people walked out from their rooms looking up at the brightened sky. They felt the warmth of the sun. They smiled at the vitality after the disaster. At the Lynxian Palace, Qin Manyun tucked the hair in front of her forehead behind her ears. She looked at the faraway sky. There was a gigantic seven-colored arch between the sky and ground. Her blood-stained lips curled up into a smile. Master, it's a rainbow. Yes, it's a rainbow. At the same time, the bloody sky's gone. Nenin stood on empty land. She looked at the faraway rainbow and said, it seems like Sister Daji and the rest won. I'm happy. With that said, she turned and walked along the path. She was heading toward the east. This land was empty and filled with soil everywhere. The entire land seemed to have been flattened by some terrifying power. Nothing was left behind. Furthermore, as she walked ahead, a wave of resistance started to appear. It was extremely chilly, preventing anyone from moving forward. Since the battle was huge, many cultivators followed Nanan to watch the battle. However, Many cultivators had now returned due to the resistance. All kinds of rumors spread. Some said a treasure was born, some said Bigshots were fighting. However, according to what Nanan heard, she was not the only one feeling the sense of familiarity. Many humans and even demons felt a sense of familiarity from it. It was as if a relative was calling out to them. Meanwhile, it was filled with sacredness and elegance. This had attracted many explorers to investigate. Nanan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Her eyes were glowing as she mumbled, "Ha ha ha, I just left home and came across such an exciting incident. I must find out what it is." Chapter 459, quote from the television. Invincible Path. Nanan traveled all the way east. Soon, a tall mountain came into sight on the bare and empty land. It seemed sudden. On top of this mountain, a golden pagoda was in the air, glowing as it hovered above the mountain. Meanwhile, a terrifying chi was exuded from the pagoda. Strong waters opened up and formed a resistance, making it difficult to approach. This pagoda had a powerful pressure, sealing this entire mountain. An ordinary immortal would not gain the right to approach this mountain. If one insisted, this powerful force would crush the immortal into nothing. The cultivators saw that Nanan was only a young girl and yet she was able to move forward. They were all shocked. She was too talented. Some kind people advised her and tried to ask Nanan not to approach. After all, many people already managed to learn what actually happened. The pagoda was indeed a treasure, and it was left behind after the fight between Bigshots. It was an item that had a master. It was quite significant to have caused such power. Approaching it would not bring one any benefit. Who would know? The pagoda might even crush the person. The cultivators knew when to be cautious. Not many of them made it to the foot of the mountain. However, those who came eventually left as well. The foot of the mountain was the furthest they could go, they could not venture any further. Not many people made it to the foot of the mountain anyway. Nanan was standing by the foot of the mountain. She reached out to touch the golden screen projected by the pagoda. She could feel an invisible wall blocking her out. Vroom. Around Nanan, chi rose abruptly. Her eyes had turned into two black holes. She pushed the screen. Swallow it. She executed her power of devour, engulfing the screen. As her power fought against the screen shook and ripples started to appear. A strong resistance exploded, trying to send Nanan flying in the air. The light of the pagoda shone on Nanan. It was a terrifying pressure, similar to an ordinary human facing a massive mountain that was tilted against her. It gave off an unlimited sense of pressure. Humph! You're trying to repress me with this little pressure? This is far from... Brother. Nanan's lips curled up into a smirk. All of her power rushed out from her body. Her eyes were determined with no hint of backing away. She had lived with Li Nianfan for long enough, so she had felt too much pressure. Li Nianfan was like an unlimited source of chaos. This was merely a tall mountain. It was nowhere close to what she was used to. Not even an ant. Nanan unleashed her power of devour. It covered her entire body. She walked forward. In the next moment, she seemed to have gone past the screen, walking toward the mountain. Meanwhile, along with a loud vroom, the pagoda started glowing brighter. An even greater pressure fell onto Nanan and she could not help moaning. An unlimited source of spiritual chi crushed down on her, trying to weigh her down. "Child, go home." Suddenly, the phantom of a woman appeared in sight. Her face was pale and she was very weak. However, her tone was very gentle with a hint of worry. "This isn't a place for you to enter. My fate has been determined. You don't have to come." Ping. Nanan jolted. Her tiny figure bounced back and she fell onto the ground with a thud. "Who's that big sister?" There's a sense of familiarity coming from her. Nanan laid on the ground and looked at the mountain blankly. She cried out with excitement, "She seems to have been sealed here by the pagoda. No way, I must help her." The surrounding cultivators saw what just happened. They cried out in astonishment, "This young girl's impressive, she attracted the attention of the pagoda. Unfortunately, she still can't enter the mountain. With such talent, you must leave now. Don't get hurt." Nanan was unbothered. She wiped off the fresh blood by her mouth and stood up from the ground. She yelled at the tall mountain, "Sister, I'll save you. Wait for me." Following that, her eyes squinted and she clenched her fists. She stood up and punched the screen. Vroom. In the air, there were ripples caused by this punch. Drop. Raindrops fell from the sky and landed on the cultivators. The area was covered in rain. Furthermore, the rain was getting heavier. The raindrops fell on Nanan, drenching her body. Inside a cave in the mountain, the woman stood up. She seemed to be able to see through all the barriers and her gaze landed on Nanan. "Child, this is a seal from another world. It's cast by a very powerful figure. There's no way for you to barge in. My roots have been cut, I'll eventually be refined by this powerful seal. There's no use for you to barge in anyway. Go, run." Her tone was hurried but she sounded very serious. Of course, she knew how powerful this seal was. Although the master of the pagoda did not come in person and they were so far apart, and even though she had destroyed half the pagoda, it was still not for an ordinary girl to barge in. This girl was not even a golden immortal, how could she break through this screen? "Sister, I said I'll save you, so I will. This thing won't stop me." Nanan's tiny face was more serious than ever. Her eyes were shining as the power of Devour gathered around her. She devoured all of the spiritual chi that was trying to crush her. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into a black hole. The surrounding rain, sunshine, and wild wind seemed to have been affected. They were rushing toward the black hole. "Break it." Nanan's eyes were red as she growled loudly with her hands raised. She made a gesture of breaking something, as if she wanted to tear the screen apart. A black light exuded from her, followed by a powerful chi rushing up to the sky. It formed into a black swirling hole mid-air. She opened her mouth and seemed to be ready to suck in this pressure. Vroom. On top of the mountain, the pagoda started shaking. The eye-stabbing light was like a hammer, vigorously shining onto Nanan. At this moment, the mountain was shaking. Even the ground was shaking. The ground below Nanan's feet started to crack, and the cracks were spreading out quickly. One could only imagine how much pressure Nanan was withstanding. Even though she was a good girl in front of Li Nianfan and she was always obedient and well-controlled, her true self was strong and stubborn. "I decided that other than brother, nobody can stop me." She spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Her long hair flew in the air as an arrogant chi rushed out from her. She looked like a tiny devil. She would not back down even if she had to die. She took a determined step and walked forward. She was going forward by all means. Inside the cave, the woman stared with her eyes widened. She was more anxious than shocked. "Child, run, you'll be suppressed if you continue." Nanan did not care. She looked up and locked eyes at the glowing pagoda that was at the peak of the mountain. She showed no fear. As if feeling Nanan's challenging gaze, the pagoda suddenly let out a beep. Swiftly after, an eye-stabbing light glared over its surroundings. Everything it touched turned into a golden color. The golden light gathered into a gigantic palm that blocked the sunlight. It had the power to destroy the world. As if the sky was collapsing, it fell on Nanan. At this moment, the world vanished. This palm became everything. Nobody could even look this force in the eyes. However, Nanan did not even blink. She was calm like water. She had an arrogant phrase ringing in her ears that she learned from watching television. "Since I've chosen this path, I shall become invincible. Those who disturb me shall be killed, those who mess with me shall be killed, and those who stop me shall be killed. Since I've chosen this path, I'm invincible." Vroom. From within her body, the power of Devour exploded. It turned into a black dragon, growling at the gigantic palm. Her chi was suddenly many times more powerful than before. Her chi was rippling, and everyone around her was affected. They were all shocked. She had a breakthrough? Gasp, legend. Crack. With Nanan growling, the screen made a sound, and just like a mirror, it cracked. In the sky, the gigantic palm that was falling suddenly vanished into nothing. It was blown away by the wind. Nanan took a step and her foot landed on the mountain. She managed to step onto the mountain. Nanan reached the middle of the mountain. She looked at the pagoda with a smile on her lips. She stuck out her tongue and made a childish face. "That's all you got? You're nothing close to the pressure I experienced from the television. You're nothing. This child cultivates the invincible path." In the cave, the woman could not help gasping. She was extremely shocked. Who is it? Who nurtured such a stunning disciple? On the other side, far away in the endless chaos, an elderly man opened his eyes. He could see through the endless chaos as he located his pagoda. He could not help making a mocking remark. Interesting." At the fallen immortal mountain, the Jade Emperor and the rest came over in clouds. They gradually landed with Kwayonki draped over their shoulders. Looking at the dead Kwayonki, the Empress could not help frowning. "What a useless thing. We asked it to stay alive until we got here but it failed to do so." The Jade Emperor felt its body and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily the body's still warm. It's still considered fresh. This shall do. Yang Jing was guilty. He sighed and said, "It's all my fault for not keeping the expert's food fresh." On the way, this group of immortals were encouraging Kwayonki, trying to keep it alive and conscious. If it was still fresh when it got here, it would be so fresh. The expert would be so pleased. Unfortunately, it did not make it. What a poor Kwayonki. It thought it managed to survive from Styx Laozu. Unfortunately, this bunch of immortals told it to live on in order to stay fresh. They even discussed ways to cook it. This is so difficult. I want to die, nobody can stop me. Alright, waste no time. Since it's still fresh, send it to the expert.